The renowned mystery novelist, Su Yi, finds himself involuntarily ensnared in a devilish game, drawing the obscure profession of fraudster with merely 60 days of life remaining. Armed with extraordinary luck and intellect, he confronts the nightmarish game, only to unveil a hidden conspiracy behind his victories. Ultimately, he ascends to the throne of fate, reaping all that has been sown. Chapter 1. The Devil's Game. Prize of 18 million. Where is this? Su Yi slowly awakens, his vision clouded as if shrouded in a veil of gray mist, rendering everything before him indistinct. He forcefully closes his eyes, attempting once more to restore his sight. Rustle, rustle. Faint sounds reach his ears, prompting Su Yi to open his eyes, and gradually, his surroundings come into focus. To his astonishment, he finds himself in an unfamiliar place, a vast living room adorned in an elegant European style. The source of the sounds emanates from a group of 8 individuals nearby, their garments rustling as they, too, awaken one by one. What is happening? Just moments ago, he was reclining in a chair, engrossed in a book. How did he suddenly arrive in this place? Su Yi strains to recall, but he cannot remember anything occurring while he was reading. A dream? Yet, the vividness of his senses confirms to Su Yi that this must be reality. Has he been abducted? Impossible. In his childhood, both of his parents vanished, leaving his grandfather to raise him alone. During his university years, his grandfather passed away peacefully. He is merely an inconspicuous third-rate mystery novelist, managing the modest bookshop his grandfather left behind. Surely, he is not of such significance that anyone would go to great lengths to abduct him. Su Yi rose, patting his pockets only to discover that his phone and personal belongings were no longer with him, prompting him to survey his surroundings. The grand hall boasted an impressive height, nearly 10 meters. The living room was adorned with opulent decorations, featuring enormous paintings, intricate sculptures, and exquisite vases. At the center, a magnificent chandelier caught the eye, composed of numerous small crystals that emitted a delicate glow, enveloping the entire room in a warm, gentle light. Beneath it lay a long table edged in gold, shimmering brilliantly under the illumination. Just as Su Yi shifted his gaze back to the other individuals present, a deep, chilling voice emerged from nowhere, starkly contrasting with the warm atmosphere and instilling an i.e. sensation, as if the very temperature had plummeted. Welcome to the demon game. Do you desire extraordinary power? Do you yearn for astonishing wealth? Then strive to win the demon game and survive. Looking up, Su Yi found no apparent source for the voice. The corners of the room were impeccably clean, devoid of any amplification devices. Yet, the cold voice resonated as if it were in stereo, echoing right beside him. This game is called Demon Rock Paper Scissors. Player status, restricted game. In this world, there exist both fortunate and unfortunate souls. The fortunate possess greater resources and opportunities, often achieving success with minimal effort, while the unfortunate may face incessant failures and compounded challenges. Among you today, some will be fortunate, while others will be unfortunate. There will be a total of 4 rounds of the Demon's Rock, Paper, Scissors, during which at least one player will perish in each round. Upon the conclusion of the 4 games, the surviving players shall be deemed the victors. Each player is valued at 1 million, culminating in a total of 9 million for the 9 participants. Apart from the rewards for clearing the challenges, the final victorious player will share this sum of 9 million. Should only one player emerge as the sole winner, they shall receive double the prize, amounting to 18 million. When only one player remains, regardless of how many rounds of the Demon's Rock, Paper, Scissors are still to be played, that player will be declared the automatic victor. Be advised, any acts of violence among players will result in immediate death for the offending player. In this game, death is irrevocably real. Do not harbor any illusions of survival, and cherish your soul bargaining chip your life. Now, dear players, please greet one another, for the commencement bell of the first game is fast approaching. Who among you shall be the fortunate player today? As the voice faded, an eerie atmosphere gradually dissipated. A slightly plump, middle-aged man spoke, his voice tinged with panic. Who? Who is jesting? Have you been kidnapped? No, it is not a jest. This is indeed real. Another robust, middle-aged man trembled as he approached the sofa, collapsing onto it as if drained of strength. I cannot believe that after a month, I find myself ensnared once more in this accursed game? We will die. This game truly results in death. The stout man clutched his forehead in despair, his face a mask of agony. Is this real? A beautiful girl clad in a light blue JK uniform spoke in a daze. Who the hell brought me here? This is ridiculous. I don't have time for your games. A tattooed man exclaimed with a fierce expression. He had already begun to scrutinize the remaining 8 individuals. 3 women, 5 men. 3 young women, 2 young men, 1 middle-aged man, and 2 older men. After overhearing their conversation, he reluctantly came to terms with the reality of the situation. This could only be the result of some extraordinary scientific or supernatural force. For just moments ago, after the demon's whisper ceased, an interface resembling a game attribute bar had manifested before him, akin to a 3D projection. Player name, Su-E. Player class, Trickster. Class level, rank 0. Status, Cursed Death Countdown, 60 days. Class skills, none awakens after completing 1 round of the demon's game. Talent skill, Sovereign Duality Special, upgradable. Mastery over Dual Fortune, unleashing tumultuous waves. Unstoppable, pertaining to an instantaneous independent event, regardless of how improbable, an ideal outcome is guaranteed. Usage count, 22. Sovereign Duality? The description of this skill is rather impressive. If it truly exists, wouldn't it be effortless to win the lottery? However, when his gaze shifted back to the status bar, a dark cloud loomed over him. Cursed? With a countdown to death? Only 60 days to live? He couldn't help but extend a sarcastic greeting to this absurd interface. Simultaneously, Su-E observed that when he perceived the panel, it had not manifested before the others, as evidenced by their unwavering gazes. They too were oblivious to their own panels, a phenomenon beyond the capabilities of contemporary technology. Su-E furrowed his brow in contemplation. If this were indeed a game, one that entailed matters of life and death, he could not permit anyone to arbitrarily claim his existence. At this moment, he harbored but a singular objective. Regardless of the veracity of the situation, he must triumph in this game. You're deceiving me, aren't you? You're accomplices, right? I will repay my debts. Let me out. I know it is you, Scarface. I will repay. Whatever the interest, I shall reimburse. The slightly plump middle-aged man, upon hearing the robust man's words, grew increasingly agitated. He incessantly pounded on the heavy door, repeatedly shouting his intentions to repay. There are no windows, and the door appears to be locked from the outside, remarked a bespectacled man clad in a white shirt. It seems we are presently unable to escape, chimed in another youth draped in a leather jacket, leaning against the wall. Hey, I say, would you kindly cease your clamor? Did you not hear what the demon just proclaimed? This is a game of demons. Chapter 2, the true game. What devilish game is this? It must be a deception, undoubtedly a deception. The slightly plump middle-aged man was in a state of panic. For heaven's sake, be quiet. You fatso. A tattooed man glared menacingly at the plump man, taking a few steps closer. Whether out of exhaustion or trepidation towards the tattooed figure, the slightly plump middle-aged man's hand, which had been pounding on the door, gradually ceased its motion, sliding down as he leaned against the entrance. I need to go home. My daughter Cece is waiting for me to play with her. He murmured to himself. Regardless, I propose we introduce ourselves and share what transpired before we arrived here, the bespectacled man suggested, and then proceeded with his own introduction. My name is Chen Hai. I'm a lawyer. I was working in my office, and, as far as I recall, I was neither attacked nor did I feel drowsy. Yet, here I am, having awakened in this strange place. After his introduction, Chen Hai cast his gaze upon the others. I am Jingyu, a streamer. Just a moment ago, I was live and suddenly found myself here. The light blue-clad girl followed suit. Are the two of them lying? Or perhaps they seem to be concealing something, displaying unmistakable signs of guilt. Chen Hai averted his gaze and rubbed his nose, while Jingyu blinked excessively. He was unable to discern whether anyone was lying, as the factors involved in determining deceit were indeed numerous. However, with his experience in writing detective novels, he had a profound understanding of psychology. The palpable tension and anxiety exhibited by the two were quite discernible. Were they hiding? He did not ponder for long and leaned towards the sofa, promptly speaking up. I am Su Xiao, a university student. I was previously employed at a bakery where, during a lull in customers, I inexplicably found myself awakening in this place, much like your own experiences. Su Yi followed with a fabrication. Unfamiliar with the game's rules, he endeavored to avoid appearing too eccentric, lest he be alienated by the other players. Humans are inherently social creatures, often shunning those who deviate from the norm. I am Xing Hua, simply resting at home. A young man clad in a black leather jacket approached and seated himself on the sofa, uttering a few words. I am Chen Xian. I was home recuperating from severe cold, and then I ended up here. Notably, my physical condition improved remarkably upon arriving here, as if I had never been ill at all. The woman speaking exuded an air of aloofness, possessing striking beauty, with long hair cascading over her shoulders, dressed in a form-fitting black sweater paired with black slacks. Her all-black ensemble accentuated her graceful figure, radiating maturity and competence. He found himself momentarily entranced by the contours of her sweater before shifting his gaze away. Indeed, weakness transformed into strength, suggesting that this game restores the player's physical conditions. I am Xiaoqing, a kindergarten teacher. I fell asleep in my office and awakened here. Xiaoqing's voice was sweet, her petite frame clad in a delicate white dress that lent her an air of vulnerability. Peng Dongji, a bus driver. I was resting on the bus at the terminal when I arrived here. The robust, middle-aged man, who had previously mentioned this was his second visit, spoke up. He noted Peng Dongji's sturdy build, clad in blue work attire, yet his expression remained one of sorrow. Many people undoubtedly wished to pose questions to him, for he alone mentioned his participation in this game. I am Hong Tao, a chef. I typically commence work around 3 in the afternoon. I was just at a friend's house, and after a brief visit to the restroom, I arrived here. The slightly plump man finally stood up, taking a few deep breaths as if to steady his emotions. Lu Hu, a rent collector, exclaimed, I was merely taking a nap, and you dragged me here. The tattooed man, Lu Hu, displayed evident impatience. You claim you've been here before? Speak up. Lu Hu snapped at Peng Dongji. Wait a moment, if I may. Could I inquire from everyone which cities you hail from? He interjected. The group suddenly fell silent. Lu Hu glared menacingly at Yi for interrupting him, his gaze flickering upon hearing the question. Hey, who asked this kid? Didn't you hear me speaking? Yi smiled lightly, offering no response. How dare you put on airs in front of me? Lu Hu glowered at Yi, making a move to confront him. However, Peng Dongji intervened, shaking his head at Lu Hu. To diffuse the tension, lawyer Chen Hai spoke first, declaring, I am from Hangzhou. Xiaoqing followed suit, stating, I am from Chengdu. Lu Hu clicked his tongue and let out a cold snort, casting a glance at Yi and letting the matter drop. Jingyu chimed in, Oh, I'm from Haicheng. Hong Tao's expression darkened further. What? I'm from Huaicheng this. Yi added, I am from the capital. To cover his tracks, Yi told a small lie. In reality, he was from Ningxing. Yet, the outcome remained unchanged. He understood that it was indeed plausible to gather individuals from a single city for such an endeavor. In a peculiar convergence, individuals from various walks of life suddenly lost consciousness and found themselves in this enigmatic place. The strangeness of the situation became increasingly palpable. Peng Dongji sighed. I hail from Jiangcheng. You are not mistaken. This game is indeed real, and it can result in death. Many among the crowd displayed expressions of disbelief. Nonsense. We are over 1,300 kilometers apart. Lu Hu exclaimed, his eyes wide with incredulity. Although his words were directed at the group, his gaze involuntarily drifted towards Peng Dongji. With a measured tone, Peng Dongji replied, I have stated that this is a genuine game. The creator of this game must be a demon. The last time I found myself in a similar predicament, I awoke in an unfamiliar factory surrounded by strangers. And then the demon compelled us to partake in a card game. Those who lost, all perished. Out of 12 individuals, only 4 survived. After I won the game, I was transported back to reality without losing consciousness. In a blink of an eye, I found myself back home. Must we truly participate in this game? Asked the JK girl, Jingyu. No, we cannot abstain. Peng Dongji exclaimed, his excitement palpable. During the last game, Players who refrained from participating were executed on the spot. 3 individuals met their demise before my very eyes. One was gruesomely slain, as if by a sharp scythe, his head severed from his body. At this juncture, he swallowed hard, fear flickering in his eyes. In a fleeting moment, the body was torn apart, leaving only remnants that erupted in a gruesome explosion, a scene you could scarcely fathom, with dismembered limbs and fluids strewn across the floor. And I witnessed it all with crystal clarity, even bearing the splatters upon myself. Peng Dongji's pale lips quivered as he spoke. We must adhere to the rules and complete the ensuing game. Following his words, an oppressive silence enveloped the living room, with all present rendered mute. A sense of dread gripped Su Yi's heart. If what Peng Dongji said were true, this game would be extraordinarily brutal. Upon his victory, he would be transported home, while other players who approached the competition with a lackadaisical spirit faced various forms of public execution. Each consequence underscored the sinister nature of this game, which was orchestrated by a malevolent force. This was not merely a matter of advanced science. It was a manifestation of supernatural power. Then what of the money? Hong Tao suddenly interjected, recalling the devil's game that mentioned a monetary reward of 18 million. Indeed, upon the conclusion of my previous game, a sum of 4 million was credited to my account, but Peng Dongji coughed lightly. The rewards of the game are earned through the wager of our very lives. Is the 18 million truly real? Hong Tao asked, his expression momentarily blank. The money is secondary. The paramount concern is survival. Lawyer Chenhai asserted. Yes, if this game is indeed as perilous as suggested, surviving is of utmost importance. Jing Yu concurred. However, a fleeting glimmer of greed flickered in Hong Tao's eyes. Lu Hu, the tattooed man, discerned Hong Tao's intentions and scoffed. Even if the reward is 18 million, do you truly think you can claim it? Hong Tao lowered his head in a display of timidity. The others remained silent. Su Yi assessed the group, noting that the man in the leather jacket, Xinghua, appeared the most relaxed, comfortably reclining on a solitary sofa with one leg crossed over the other. Xie Kaching remained quietly seated nearby, exuding an air of delicate vulnerability. Meanwhile, Chun Siyun crossed her arms, her gaze locking with Su Yi's. Quite serendipitously, Su Yi's eyes were slowly ascending from the neckline of her black fitted sweater. Chapter 3. The bell tolls, the demon begins with rock, paper, scissors, you. Chun Siyun's elegantly shaped brows furrowed as she was about to speak. Do you feel completely restored? Observing her slightly parted lips, Su Yi met Chun Siyun's gaze, preempting her words with his inquiry. Yes, I feel no discomfort whatsoever, Chun Siyun replied in a cool tone. Perhaps the game has reinstated the player's physical conditions to ensure a degree of fairness, Su Yi conjectured. Chun Siyun inclined her head slightly, preparing to respond once more. Su Yi naturally shifted his gaze toward Peng Dongji, denying Chun Siyun the opportunity to speak, and continued, Brother, are there any rules in the demon game that cannot be disclosed to others? Indeed, I should say a few words to assert my presence. Su Yi mused internally. There are none. I can share anything with anyone, though the question remains whether they will believe me. I told my wife as well. Yet even upon seeing the money in our account, she still thinks I'm joking, believing I must have won the lottery. Peng Dongji sighed. Perhaps after today, she will come to believe it. Su Yi pondered, exhaling deeply. We are separated by vast distances in different cities, each pursuing distinct careers. The only commonality is that before our arrival here, we were all alone, confined to our own rooms. According to your assertion, the demon game has existed for at least a month, yet during this period, there has been nary a whisper regarding it in the media. This suggests, at the very least, that the player base of the demon game has not significantly expanded over the past month, and there appears to be no intention of revealing it to the majority of the public. It seems to encompass only a select few, of whom we are regrettably a part. Peng Dongji concurred, expressing disbelief at the thought of the game becoming a global phenomenon. If we regard the information we have gathered as credible, Su Yi has drawn 3 conclusions about the demon game. First, the selection of players for the demon game is entirely arbitrary. Second, the game's reach is limited, and players possess a certain level of anonymity. Third, the demon game is an exceedingly perilous slaughter game, demanding strict adherence to its rules. After Su Yi articulated these thoughts, Chun Siyun appeared to lapse into contemplation, seemingly abandoning her intention to speak. The group fell into silence once more, each individual absorbed in their own considerations. Suddenly, the crystal chandelier above flickered to life, and a colossal bell materialized directly in front of the long table. Ding, ding, ding. The resounding chimes reverberated like a hammer, striking the heart, causing a momentary breathlessness among the attendees. Su-yi distinctly sensed the palpable tension rising among the others. The rules for the first round of the Demon Rock Paper Scissors game are as follows. There are 9 slices of pizza on the table, one of which has been poisoned by the demon. Each individual is to select a slice for consumption. Those who partake in the poisonous pizza shall meet their demise in 5 minutes. The remaining survivors shall triumph and advance to the next round. You are to consume the pizza within 10 minutes. The countdown commences now. The voice of the demon from the void resonates with an even greater detachment, cold and mechanical. Suddenly, a long crimson cloth unfurls across the lengthy table, stretching nearly 10 meters in length. The vibrant red tablecloth is adorned with a solitary plate of fruit pizza placed in the center, flanked by 9 sets of cutlery at each seat. Beside the enormous bell, a luminous screen materializes, digitally displaying the ominous countdown of 9:59. The inexplicable scene that has abruptly unfolded leaves everyone in the room increasingly uneasy. Su-yi's conviction deepens that this is indeed a supernatural occurrence. It appears that winning this game is the sole means of escape. What? Is this some sort of demonic game of chance? Xinghua exclaimed, pushing off the sofa and springing to his feet. The others hastily gathered around the long table. What kind of game is this? It's merely a matter of luck. Jingyu's face betrays her anxiety and tension. What kind of ridiculous game is this? The rules imply that someone must die. Chen Hai slammed his palm onto the table, which, despite its solidity, only emitted a dull thud. Damn it! Even the previously fierce Lu, who appeared a loss for words upon witnessing this incomprehensible tableau. Meanwhile, Xinghua fixated on the pizza, as if in the midst of discernment. I do quite enjoy pineapple. He spoke as he casually picked up a slice and brought it to his mouth without a hint of hesitation. You! Chef Hong Tao and Jingyu exclaimed in disbelief, while the others turned their gazes toward Xinghua. What is the matter? Aren't you eating? Then I shall continue, he declared, and amidst their astonished stares, he elegantly grasped a nearby fork and began to select a few items. Strawberries, yellow peaches. The one with more pineapple is definitely more delicious, he remarked, before promptly spearing a slice of pizza abundant with pineapple and shoving it into his mouth. What the hell? Aren't you afraid of dying? Lu Hu rushed over, attempting to shove aside the savoring Xinghua. Yet, Xinghua deftly spun away from Lu Hu's grasp, nonchalantly returning to the sofa. Clang! He carelessly tossed the fork onto the coffee table in front of the sofa, crossed his legs, intertwined his hands behind his head, and closed his eyes to meditate. He has eaten 2 slices. Jingyu seemed taken aback. He shook his head at the nonsensical scene unfolding before him. Incredible. Is there truly someone unafraid of death? Or perhaps he possesses a deeper understanding of the devil's game than we do. This fellow had initially appeared utterly indifferent, exuding an air of calmness. It was likely not his first encounter with the devil's game. Fearless? The game rules stipulated that one must consume the pizza within 10 minutes. And, after eating, players would perish 5 minutes later. This implies that having consumed 2 slices, should he succumb to the poison after 5 minutes, the remaining pizza would be entirely safe. Conversely, if he survives, it suggests that 1 slice among the remaining is still tainted. Moreover, there lies a crucial issue. 1 slice of pizza is missing. Su-yi gazed into the game board, sensing that this infernal game had no intention of restoring balance. If Xinghua were to perish, and the game deemed at the end, then the remaining players would be spared from further consumption of pizza, which would be ideal. However, if Xinghua met his demise, yet the game continued, as stipulated by the rules, each participant would be required to select a slice to consume. What those who abstained? Would they be considered passive players, obliterated as Peng Dongji had suggested? The situation appeared to grow both simplistic and convoluted after Xinghua had devoured 2 slices of pizza. In the worst-case scenario, this round could claim 2 lives. Su-yi lifted his gaze towards the others, aside from Chen Xiyun and Xie, who were deep in thought. The rest seemed to be vacillating between Xinghua and the pizza platter. Suddenly, Xie stirred, seemingly intent on inspecting the pizza, and began to approach the center of the table with measured steps. Jingyu's hand also seemed poised to reach for a slice. "Hey, it's still too early," Chunhai interjected, halting Jingyu, who was ready to select a slice. "Since someone has already eaten, let us wait a bit longer. There's no need to take risks now. We shall see the outcome in 5 minutes." Chunhai's complexion appeared somewhat pallid as he pointed towards Xinghua. Jingyu seemed to awaken from a daze, hastily retracting his arm, his expression betraying a hint of trepidation. "Since some are unafraid of death, let them take the first plunge," Lu declared through clenched teeth. Xie, with her wide, innocent eyes, wore an expression tinged with alarm as she softly voiced, "I feel a bit scared. I can't stand steadily. Everyone, let us sit down for a moment." She then tucked a stray strand of hair behind her ear and, as if her legs had weakened, stumbled slightly as she leaned against the table before taking a seat. This demeanor undeniably stirs a man's instinct to protect. "Please, take a seat and wait for a moment," Peng Dongji hastily interjected. Earlier, as Xie drew closer, he instinctively shifted to the side, only to realize he had positioned himself at the center of the long table, in close proximity to the pizza. With a flicker of his eyes, he quickly seated himself. The others exchanged glances before also settling down. Su-yi bit his lip, silently acknowledging, "Xie is indeed remarkable. This young lady is not as feeble and delicate as she appears on the surface." Chapter 4. Fear of Hunger. Eating 3 slices of pizza seems quite reasonable, does it not? Su-yi was certain that Xie had already discerned the current situation within this brief period. If Xinghua were to perish, the game would not conclude. Hence, the pizza would become a coveted prize. According to the rules, the poison takes 5 minutes to take effect, while the time to consume the pizza is merely 10 minutes. Thus, after 5 minutes, once Xinghua's status is verified, only a little over 4 minutes would remain. Should Xinghua succumb to the poison, all remaining pizza would be deemed safe, and naturally, everyone would scramble for it if the game had not declared an end. Conversely, if Xinghua were not poisoned, the devilish game of rock, paper, scissors would reignite. However, the distinction lies in the fact that whether or not one had been poisoned would no longer be ascertainable amidst the frenzy for pizza. With only a little over 4 minutes left, and the poison requiring 5 minutes to manifest, the game would revert to a state of equilibrium. Yet, the absence of a single slice of pizza would disrupt that balance once more. Ultimately, 5 minutes later, regardless of Xinghua's condition, the penalty for passive gameplay would render seizing the pizza an entirely new objective. Su-yi, wearing a smile, cast a glance at Xie, who, sensing his gaze, responded with awareness. The pallid visage bore a faint smile, directed towards Su-yi. Her deliberate approach towards the center of the table was not without purpose, for she had also brought Peng Dongji to that very spot. After all, Peng Dongji had experienced the repercussions of a negative game, and he would undoubtedly be the first to react. Thus, she ensured that Peng Dongji, who might unravel the underlying circumstances, was positioned beside the pizza. Quite remarkable. Su-yi mused, gently rubbing the pads of her thumb and index finger together, continuing her contemplation. At the elongated table, 8 individuals were seated, divided into 2 rows of 4. The row nearest the sofa comprised Su-yi, Lu-hu, Jingyu, and Chun-hai, while the opposite side was occupied by Chen Xiyun, Xie, Peng Dongji, and Hong Tao. The 4 individuals closest to the pizza, Lu-hu, Jingyu, Xie, and Peng Dongji, were almost within arm's reach of the delicacy. If they remained seated peacefully for 5 minutes, observing the situation with Xinghua, it was inevitable that these 4 would select and obtain the pizza, as they could not resort to force. Consequently, one of the 4 individuals on the periphery, including Su-yi, was likely to face the consequences of a negative game. As Su-yi pondered, a thought crossed her mind, and indeed, the previously vanished attribute panel reappeared before her eyes. Player name, Su. Player profession, Trickster, profession level, Tier 0, status, Cursed Death Countdown, 60 days, Professional skills, none, awakens after completing one round of the demon game. Talent skill, unparalleled sovereignty, special. Upgradable wield, unmatched fortune. Unleashing tumultuous waves, an unstoppable force. In the face of a singular, instantaneous event, regardless of how minuscule the probability may be, an ideal outcome is destined to manifest. The unparalleled skill of Yu Shuang grants dominion over fortune. If this game were indeed authentic, then the corresponding skill set displayed on the attribute panel could undoubtedly be employed. Upon witnessing his Yu Shuang, Su Yi couldn't help but marvel at how profoundly overpowered this ability was. In any endeavor, luck holds paramount significance. It is often said that luck constitutes a facet of strength, merely a metaphorical expression. Yet, this skill actualizes luck into a tangible form of power, verging on the extraordinary. The game currently being played is indeed ruled by fortune, is it not? As he scrutinized the skill description of Yu Shuang, a plan began to formulate in Su Yi's mind, a strategy to break free from the current impasse. Suddenly, Su Yi rose, pulled out a chair, and strode directly towards the space between Lu Hu and Jingyu, positioning himself directly in front of the pizza. Instantly, his actions drew the attention of everyone present. "What are you doing?" Lu Hu inquired with a furrowed brow, yet he refrained from intervening as Su Yi passed by, convinced that no one else would exhibit the foolishness of someone like Xing Hua by acting irrationally. "I wish to discern what distinguishes this pizza," Su Yi remarked, examining it as if conducting a thorough inspection. The pizza had already been observed by everyone. There was no striking difference, save for the uneven distribution of the fruits. As Jingyu pointed out, indeed, there seems to be no significant disparity. Chenhai concurred, adjusting his glasses. Xie Keqing was about to voice her thoughts, but upon witnessing Su Yi's hand extend towards the pizza, her expression was filled with astonishment. Indeed, the pizzas are rather similar. As Su Yi spoke, he swiftly activated the dual sovereignty, his hand reaching out eagerly toward a slice of pizza. Is this the dual sovereignty? The moment Su Yi unleashed its power, he felt as if he had risen like a mountain, steadfast and unyielding. Unlike the surging, tumultuous waves, he reveled in the fury of the ocean. In essence, an inexplicable surge of confidence and energy enveloped his entire being. Luck flowed through his body in torrents, overwhelming and potent. He sensed that whatever he endeavored to do at this moment would be effortlessly accomplished. After a moment of contemplation, his desire crystallized into the thought of a pizza devoid of poison, one that would not lead to his demise. With a crisp crunch, he bit into the pizza, and Su Yi could perceive the seamless process of his choice as if it flowed like water, certain that he had avoided the toxic slice. Remarkably, he even sensed that should he choose to have another slice, he would still evade the poisonous one. Did the effects of dual sovereignty persist even after selecting the pizza? What did the term independent events in the skill description truly signify? The other 7 were astonished by Su Yi's audacity. "Another fearless one," Lu Hu exclaimed, rising abruptly from his chair, showcasing his tattooed arm. "Impressive. Fearlessness is commendable." Hong Tao's demeanor transformed from despondency to exuberance, believing this meant his chances of being poisoned had diminished. "Aren't you afraid of consuming something toxic?" Jingyu marveled at Su Yi's bravery. "Afraid?" Su Yi began to respond, but his hand had already reached for another slice of pizza, swiftly devouring it. With a sigh of resignation, he reflected on his earlier resolution to avoid standing out. Yet, the situation had escalated to a point where action was imperative. A preconditioned surefire strategy lay before Su Yi. Consequently, he, much like Xing Hua, consumed 2 slices of pizza. As those around him stared in stunned silence, his hand reached once more for the plate. "Quick, stop him," Xie Keqing exclaimed urgently. At that moment, Jingyu, standing nearby, was jolted into awareness, while Lu, who had already acted before Xie Keqing's cry. He raised his arm, tattooed with a white tiger, intending to pull Su Yi back. However, just as his hand was about to make contact with the slice of pizza, an electric shock coursed through him. Ugh, Lu Hu shouted, retracting his hand in haste, astonished to find his palm charred a deep black, as though singed by electricity. Seeing this, Jingyu froze in mid-motion, alarmed. Meanwhile, a ravenous Su Yi continued to chew on his third slice of pizza, uttering the next syllable undeterred. The sensation of fortune that had enveloped him began to dissipate, prompting him to cease his actions. Lu Hu's intervention, while not overtly violent, certainly contravened the rules governing the selection of pizza. It appeared that players engaged in the pizza selection process were afforded protection. An eerie silence enveloped the room, broken only by Lu Hu's labored breaths. Well, I fear hunger. Consuming 3 slices seems quite reasonable, does it not? Chapter 5. Would you like me to indulge in another slice? At the moment, he activated the unparalleled power. He had contemplated numerous scenarios, including attempts to escape and secure victories in 4 rounds of demonic rock, paper, scissors, or to triumph in this very game. Yet these possibilities seemed shackled, and the surrounding fortune proved insurmountable, hindering his advancement. It appears that this talent does not directly lead to victory in the game. However, once it transitioned into an event centered around pizza, fortune flowed with remarkable ease, persisting even until Su Yi opted for 3 slices, at which point the spell, Yu Wu Shuang, dissipated. Su Yi had contemplated the consequences of becoming the target of all players. Yet he was eager to explore the true meaning of his skill's so-called independent event and its duration. Of course, there was an even more crucial reason behind his actions, the prerequisite for an assured victory. The condition was clear. Failure to consume pizza would result in annihilation. The overarching rule of the Devil's rock, paper, scissors stated that when only one player remains, regardless of how many rounds of the game are left, that player automatically claims victory. This implies that if Su Yi utilizes Yu Wu Shuang to consume all the non-toxic pizzas, 2 scenarios could unfold on the plate. In the first scenario, the plate would be devoid of any slices, with the toxic ones having been consumed by Xinghua. Should Xinghua perish, the game would not conclude, and all remaining players must still adhere to the requirement of eating pizza. If Xinghua dies from poisoning, the others may choose to play passively, facing the penalty of death, leaving Su Yi as the sole survivor and thus winning the game. In the second scenario, if Xinghua remains alive with 1 piece of toxic pizza left, someone could consume that slice and succumb to poisoning. The game would not end, and all players would still need to fulfill the pizza-eating condition. In such a case, only Su Yi and Xinghua would remain. If that were to happen, Su Yi would only need to leverage Yu Wu Shuang's final opportunity to defeat Xinghua in the next confrontation to claim victory. After all, with only 1 chance left for Yu Wu Shuang, should the subsequent 3 rounds hinge on mere luck, Su Yi could not afford to gamble. Even if he became the target of collective ire, trading that for a guaranteed possibility of victory remained an exceedingly worthwhile endeavor. Regrettably, the effects of the pizza faded after Yu Wu Shuang consumed the 3rd slice. Su Yi was unable to execute his plan, and to utilize Yu Wu Shuang once more would be an extravagant waste. After all, if one could escape annihilation by foregoing pizza, then Su Yi's actions would bear no significance, costing him his decisive advantage. Ugh! Lu Hu spat onto the ground, his visage contorted with rage. Damn it, that person earlier was a fool, and you, my friend, are utterly insane. Who in their right mind would rush to Q for reincarnation? Lu Hu pressed his scorched palm with his arm. Damn it, this foolish game. Indeed, punishment was inevitable. He had already obtained the pizza. You cannot obstruct him, for that contravenes the fundamental rules and constitutes an interference in another's game. Shenhai remarked from aside. Jingyu, filled with trepidation, thought that had she encountered Su Yi instead, she would likely have fainted from pain, and she shivered, her short skirt fluttering in response. How unlucky! Lu Hu shot a glare at Shenhai and Su Yi. Astonishingly, the most impulsive among them, Lu Hu, refrained from lashing out at himself after sustaining injury. Su Yi was taken aback, even though the overarching rules forbade violence against players. Could one truly restrain themselves without certainty regarding the nature of this game? Are you not afraid of death? Xiekaqing gazed at Su Yi, her voice trembling. Death in the game is all too real, as was previously stated. All eyes were fixed on Su Yi, awaiting his response, and even Xinghua, who had previously seemed indifferent, now expressed astonishment at Su Yi's actions, eagerly anticipating his answer. In truth, there was no need to await the effects of the poison on Xinghua. The probability of everyone consuming the tainted pizza was identical. Yet, your trepidation compels you to observe Xing Hui's condition, hoping for his demise from the poison, so that you may indulge in the pizza without trepidation. Choosing this most comforting of approaches. Are you not fearful? Peng Dongji appeared somewhat anxious as well. Your odds of ingesting the poisoned pizza are not the same. You have consumed 3 slices. Xia Kuching exclaimed, covering her mouth. Perhaps I am simply too kind-hearted, Su Yi remarked innocently, causing Xia Kuching to momentarily freeze in expression. Consequently, the likelihood of everyone encountering the poisoned pizza diminishes significantly, dropping below even 1/2. Su Yi's seemingly innocent comments elicited even a twitch from the normally stoic Chen Xiyun. However, they could not refute the truth of his words. His actions had drastically reduced the chances of anyone consuming the tainted pizza. Ah, young man, you possess remarkable courage. I truly admire such spirited youth, Hong Tao said with a broad smile, evidently oblivious to the anger surrounding him. You, with such prowess, why have you not consumed it yourself? Jingyu exclaimed, her fair legs trembling slightly, her short skirt swaying. Xia Kuching silently cursed, fool. If this person impulsively devours it all, the ensuing negative consequences will spell disaster for those who haven't yet tasted the pizza. I'm a good person. Su Yi scratched his smooth, neatly styled hair, beaming a smile that revealed his pristine white teeth. He stood at a height of 185 centimeters, with a slender physique. Today, he donned a white shirt paired with black casual trousers, resembling a typical university student. His delicate yet earnest visage, with the expression of a pupil gazing at a teacher, radiated an insatiable thirst for knowledge, leaving those around him momentarily speechless. Should I take another piece? Su Yi remarked, reaching once again towards the plate. Hey! Chen Hai and Lu Hu quickly interposed their hands to halt Su Yi, yet they refrained from making contact. Su Yi took a step back, his hand pausing just in time. Brother, no need, it's already sufficient. I believe you are a good person. Chen Hai could only regard this university student as an innocent fool yet to step into the professional world, offering words of consolation. Internally, he mused, what a joke. There are only 4 pieces left. Who knows if there are any negative repercussions? Xia Kuching observed Su Yi's persistent attempts to reach for the pizza, promptly categorizing him as the foremost fool of this game. This was not her first experience with such a game. She possessed rare items that allowed her to discern the current vocational class of players. She could also lower her own class rank to increase her chances of participating in less challenging demon games. However, she had not anticipated being involved in a particularly troublesome extermination game, one heavily reliant on fortune. Due to Su Yi's perilous actions earlier, she had used her sole opportunity to investigate for the day, revealing that Su Yi's current class rank was indeed 0. This indicated that the man before her was genuinely a novice, unequivocally a complete newcomer. It is improbable for a newcomer to participate in the game for the first time and exhibit such remarkable skill, plunging directly into the fray with flamboyance. Initially, one might assume he is a master, but it becomes evident that he is merely an inexperienced player, oblivious to the game's perils and a detriment to his teammates. Yet, this very Na-F possesses an uncanny ability to disrupt the status quo, leaving others utterly powerless against him. Xia Kuching, with her fair complexion, felt a flush of irritation rise to her cheeks at the sight of the man before her, who was grinning foolishly. I warn you, do not approach the table again. Cease this madness. Lu Hu growled menacingly, his palm aflame with pain, evidently regarding Su Yi as an adversary. Oh, so it is you who does not believe, my dear brother. Su Yi blinked innocently, fixating his gaze on Lu Hu, inching closer. You believe, indeed you do. Chen Hai, startled, exclaimed, Heavens, why do you provoke this reckless fellow? He hastily nudged Lu Hu's arm. However, Lu Hu, consumed by resentment, paid no heed to either Chen Hai or Su Yi. Believe? Believe in what nonsense? Lu Hu glared fiercely at Su Yi, clearly embittered by their previous encounter, which had forged a deep animosity between them. Well then, allow me to consume another piece. Perhaps that will persuade you. Su Yi smiled, his gaze remaining earnest. Chapter 6, We Believe, We All Believe. You? Lu Hu continued to glare menacingly at Su Yi. Xie Keqing sighed in exasperation. Do not provoke him. This fool may very well be fearless. Unfazed, Su Yi strode directly towards a sofa. When everyone assumed that Su Yi was merely making empty threats and was unwilling to further provoke Lu Hu, he made a swift turn at the edge of the long table and headed directly towards Chen Xiyun and Xie Keqing. Upon reaching the other side of the table, Xie Keqing felt a headache coming on and quickly positioned himself alongside Peng Dongji to block the way. Do not act impulsively, young man, Peng Dongji cautioned, fully aware of the terrifying consequences of negative reinforcement. Your life is your own. Indeed, if you continue to consume it, the likelihood of poisoning and subsequent demise is significantly high, Xie Keqing reminded him. It's already quite substantial. I can afford this, Su Yi retorted nonchalantly. Initially, he intended to cultivate a commendable image in front of others. However, following Yu Wushuang's strategy, after devouring 3 slices of pizza, that plan had evidently faltered. There was no way to justify his actions. It would be better to adopt a more audacious persona, becoming the most formidable presence in a room, which might prove advantageous for the forthcoming game. As Su Yi approached the other side, Lu Hu was seething with rage. He abruptly flipped the table and advanced towards Su Yi. Come, give it a try. Lu Hu's veins bulged on the surface, yet inwardly, he felt a pang of anxiety. Watch me break your legs. I merely wish to select a slice of pizza, Su Yi replied, moving towards the gap between Lu Hu and Xie Keqing, extending his hand forward. Oh no! Upon hearing Su Yi's words, Xie Keqing's heart raced, and he quickly sidestepped to allow passage. Lu Hu's gaze flickered. Ultimately, he still attempted to intercept Su Yi. As Lu Hu's arm met Su Yi's outstretched hand, a familiar wail echoed through the air. Ah! This time, Lu Hu was propelled into the air, consumed by a singular thought. Damn it, this kid hasn't even obtained the pizza, yet I am still facing punishment. When he managed to rise, his arm was already numb from the electric shock, even more severely than before. It became evident that since choosing to consume pizza was the most fundamental action in this game, any obstruction to this action would undoubtedly be deemed a violation, even categorized as an act of violence. Su Yi comprehended this clearly. Lu Hu was now silent, merely glaring at Su Yi, while the others were once again left in a state of shock. They had initially believed that the most troublesome individuals present were the madman Xinghua and the tattooed giant Lu Hu. To their surprise, a figure emerged who was even more unhinged than Xinghua and more audacious than Lu Hu. Lu Hu was completely outwitted by him. Indeed, the bold fear the reckless, and the reckless are the ones who elicit the most trepidation. I am not the least bit anxious. I genuinely care for everyone, Su Yi sighed, his sincerity palpable. We believe you. We truly believe you. Jingyu exclaimed, utterly astonished, nodding vigorously. Peng Dongji and Chun Hai echoed. We believe you. We believe you. Su Yi's gaze drifted once more towards Xie Keqing. I believe since the very beginning, Xie Keqing replied earnestly, locking eyes with Su Yi. Little brother, you appear to be a man of integrity. Hong Tao chimed in with his perspective. Chen Xiyun merely nodded with subtle acknowledgement. The crowd was genuinely perplexed by Su Yi's peculiar behavior, struggling to discern any personal advantage he might derive. Most regarded him as a fool or a madman. Yet, I could not fathom why, upon my consumption of pizza, this individual would still harbor anger and attempt to obstruct me. Su Yi feigned ignorance, fully aware of the irony. Chen Hai coughed lightly and stated, Su Xiao, we are all well aware of your character. This brother might simply be anxious, unable to watch you leap into the fire. With no choice, Chen Hai resorted to fabricating a tale. Su Yi silently chuckled to himself. The pizza had been devoured by Su Yi and Xinghua, leaving only 4 slices remaining, while there were still 7 individuals who had yet to partake. Xie Keqing was the first to remind them, but Jingyu, Chen Hai, and Lu Hu were all attempting to intervene. Peng Dongji had also cautioned that proposing a negative game would result in punishment. These 5 were acutely aware that failing to eat the pizza could lead to dire consequences. It was evident that Chef Hong Tao was egging them on, seemingly oblivious to the situation. Among them, only Chen Xiyun showed no reaction. However, with only 4 pieces of pizza remaining, it was clear that not everyone could be satisfied. Naturally, Chen Hai would not voice his thoughts openly. Even if someone feigned ignorance, he would adhere to this narrative. Su Yi maintained a radiant smile, revealing 8 gleaming teeth, and turned his gaze towards Lu Hu, inquiring, "Is that so?" Lu Hu cast a glance at the puzzled Hong Tao and the expressionless Chun Siyun, muttering under his breath, "Damn it, this little brat." Eventually, he managed to utter 2 words, of course. "Why did you provoke him?" Xie Keqing's attractive features became increasingly complex. Observing Su Yi's actions, her expressions shifted repeatedly, becoming more intricate. Was this fellow truly a naive rookie? Would he dare to use the rules to teach Lu Hu a lesson? She was confident that her own equipment would not falter. Undoubtedly, he was just a mere novice. It was merely a coincidence, and she reassessed her perception of Su Yi. The youthful and impulsive youth, easily provoked, was met with Xie Keqing's tearful gaze as she softly addressed Su Yi. "Su Xiao, you have already done enough for us. Please take a moment to rest. I hope we can leave this wretched place together." Her slightly flushed cheeks and the white dress she wore accentuated her purity and charm. How infuriating the allure of a beautiful woman. Su Yi, am fully committed to this. With a hint of naivety, yet a fervent gaze, Su Yi looked at Xie Keqing and said, "If possible, I would certainly wish to depart with you, and everyone else." Xie Keqing, her fair complexion tinged with a blush, averted her eyes from Su Yi. "Thank you for your concern, brother." She then greeted Lu Hu and gracefully took a seat on the sofa. Despite having precedence with Lu Hu, she still chose to shield herself. Given her injuries and her restraint towards him, Su Yi was convinced that Lu Hu had participated in the demon game, fully aware of its rules and terrifying nature, thus refraining from any harm towards him. In a game involving 9 players, Su Yi had not participated, following his earlier analysis. It was certain that Peng Dongji, Xing Hua, Xie Keqing, and Lu Hu had all been players. This left 4 others. Lawyer Chen Hai appeared quite composed and seemed to be hiding something alongside Jingyu, indicating a likelihood of their involvement in the game. J.K. Jingyu was difficult to read at the moment, appearing tense, as if perpetually under pressure. Chef Hong Tao seemed straightforward, presenting himself as a novice to the game. Chun Siyun maintained a cold demeanor, embodying the adage that silence is golden, making her the most enigmatic figure among them. A vague sense of peculiarity enveloped Su Yi, leading him to feel as though he was the sole newcomer in this unsettling atmosphere. Everyone, aside from the initial panic, gradually accepted the game with a sense of naturalness. Was it truly the case that they possessed such remarkable adaptability upon entering? Moreover, none of the other 8 inquired about a pivotal question posed by Su Yi. "Which city are you from?" It seemed as though they all tacitly acknowledged it. Was it genuinely unexpected, or were they all merely feigning novice status? Time had passed significantly. The timer's display now read 5:45. As Su Yi finally departed from the long table, a collective sigh of relief echoed among the group. Their only option at this juncture was to patiently await the moment when the poison would take effect, hoping that the demise of either Su Yi or Xing Hu would herald the end of the game. Upon settling onto the sofa, Su Yi cast a glance at Xing Hua, who raised an eyebrow and flashed a sardonic smile in return. "How endearingly foolish you are, blissfully unaware of the peril that looms." Chapter 7. "Well, it seems you are all actors, aren't you?" Su Yi mirrored the gesture with an arched eyebrow, asserting, "I do not believe I will meet my end here. I've always been fortunate." Xing Hua's voice, though low, carried a hint of amusement. "You genuinely think everyone is here to play a game?" Su Yi enunciated each word deliberately. "Isn't this, in fact, a game?" Xing Hua scoffed, declaring to Su Yi, "You will undoubtedly not survive." With a grin, Su Yi retorted, "How amusing, for I share the same sentiment about you. Aside from your good fortune, you possess quite the ominous tongue." Su Yi's gaze was earnest, yet his words were unrelenting. Upon hearing Su Yi's words, Xing Hua's smile grew ever more exuberant. "I find myself rather looking forward to your expression after your demise," he remarked. Su Yi generously extended his well wishes. "Perhaps you can carry this expectation with peace as you meet your great-grandmother. Your words may be firm, yet alas, your life is not." With a faint smile, Su Yi chose to disregard Xing Hua further. As time slipped away, the countdown reached 4:46. Lu Hu began to sweat profusely, and the expressions of those present turned grave and tense. It seemed as if they collectively held their breath. The expansive hall was enveloped in silence, so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. Suddenly, Xing Hua's expression contorted. Gripping the sofa with both hands, he appeared to be in excruciating pain. All eyes were drawn to him, and after 2 agonizing seconds, he abruptly shut his eyes and fell still. Su Yi's brow twitched just moments ago. He had mocked my steadfastness, yet here he was, succumbing faster than anyone else. At that moment, before Lu Hu could even process the situation, Hong Tao, who was the farthest from the pizza, leapt onto the table as if he had been preparing for this all along, snatching a slice of pizza into his hands. Jingyu, equally prepared, wasted no time and grabbed a slice as Hong Tao made his move. "You!" Chun Hai exclaimed, his eyes widening, but his hands were equally swift as he rushed towards the pizza. Peng Dongji, quick to react, outpaced the injured Lu Hu, securing the first pick. In an instant, 4 slices of pizza were devoured. Lu Hu, gritting his teeth, Xie Keqing with her innocent gaze, and Chen Xiyun, who remained expressionless and motionless, found themselves without any pizza. What a pretentious little brat. How long are you going to pretend? Lu Hu slammed the table, not aimed at Peng Dongji, but rather at the suddenly leaping Hong Tao. If it weren't for the oversight of this individual, he would have certainly had his fair share of the pizza. Aren't you doing the same? What are you pretending for? Acting like a newcomer? Hong Tao appeared drastically transformed, his eyes gleaming with shrewdness. In the game of demons, trusting others is solely your own folly. Before Su Yi could marvel at Hong Tao's performance, a burst of laughter erupted. Ah, ah, ah. The source of the laughter was none other than Xing Hua. Yes, not dead? Su Yi clicked his tongue, realizing that they were all actors, each more adept than the last. You weren't poisoned? Hong Tao exclaimed in surprise. I merely accelerated the game's progress. Xing Hua replied with resignation. Who told you to dawdle? How disappointing, isn't it? Xing Hua turned back to Su Yi, inquiring. Su Yi shook his head. No, of course not disappointing. Thank you. I've already envisioned your expression after death. Quite splendid. Su Yi applauded. I give you full marks for your expressions, and an overall score of 9 for your performance. Xing Hua's demeanor suddenly turned icy. While Su Yi maintained a facade of joviality, a sense of unease gripped him after he spoke. Something felt amiss. He keenly sensed that Xing Hua's performance was excessively theatrical. Logically, he had just engaged in a dialogue filled with arrogance and confidence, even sparring with Su Yi over who was poisoned. Would he truly set aside his pride to make such a jest in the moment? His current reaction suggested otherwise. Simultaneously, the 4 who had consumed the pizza tightened their expressions. Upon witnessing this, Lu Hu, with a smile, turned to Hong Tao and inquired, How is your luck? The fate of those who had yet to consume the pizza remained uncertain. However, for those who had, one was destined to perish. Damn it, Hong Tao exclaimed, his frustration palpable. At present, Su Yi, who had consumed 3 slices of pizza, had become their beacon of hope. Jingyu bit her lip, gazing at Su Yi with imploring eyes, while Peng Dongji, Chen Hai, and Hong Tao cast hopeful glances in his direction, as if Su Yi had transformed into a deity, the object of their prayers. The intensity of their stares sent a chill down Su Yi's spine. I am not a god. I cannot assist you, Su Yi silently lamented. Due to the relationship with Yu Wushuang, one among the 4 of you was fated to meet their end. Time ticked away, and the hall fell silent once more. The outcome was irrevocable. Both those who had consumed the pizza and those who had not awaited the inevitable conclusion. Only 1:20 remained on the clock. I must say, you are quite fortunate, Xing who broke the silence first. Suyi remainit non jomitar. It became evident to everyone that Su Yi had not been poisoned. The 5-minute threshold for toxin manifestation having long passed. Xie Keqing sighed inwardly, astonished by the fortuitous luck of this reckless youth. Jingyu, Peng Dongji, Chen Hai, and Hong Tao were all visibly tense, beads of sweat forming on their brows. 0:02, 0:01, 0:00. The countdown reached its conclusion, yet 10 seconds later, The ominous voice of the game host had yet to materialize. The three who had abstained from the pizza remained unharmed. Lu Hu's solemn expression shifted to one of exhilaration, and Xia Keqing exhaled a sigh of relief. Chen Xiyun maintained a frigid expression, betraying no emotion. The four who had consumed the pizza were acutely aware of the impending crisis. Hong Tao's face was flushed with a deep crimson, seemingly stifling a breath in defiance of the looming specter of death. Peng Dongji appeared pallid, while Chen Hai furrowed his brow, beads of sweat trickling down his face. In contrast, Jing Yu seemed relatively composed, albeit with a pitiful gesture of covering her mouth. Su Yi's gaze was fixed upon the four, as the outcome was on the verge of revelation. Chapter 8. Unraveling the Mystery of the Bullets? As a voice resonated through the air, all eyes turned to Peng Dongji, whose visage was contorted in agony. In a short span, he succumbed to his fate, his presence evaporating from the hall. "Oh no!" cried Xia Keqing. As Jing Yu stifled a sob, on the brink of tears, Hong Tao gasped for breath, while Chen Hai wore an expression of relief, having narrowly escaped doom. Congratulations to the surviving players. In the first round of the Devil's Rock Paper Scissors, one life has been claimed. The second round will commence in 30 minutes. Prepare yourselves. At last, the voice of the Devilish game host echoed forth. In a fit of frustration, Hong Tao demanded, Why are there no penalties for their passive gameplay? There have been no violations of the rules, nor any instances of passive play. Some players even chose to assist others by consuming multiple slices of pizza. We have no grounds to interfere. Perhaps these are the fortunate ones, blessed with allies along their journey. Remember my words. Do not fear venturing into the unknown. There may lie opportunities and possibilities yet undiscovered in the shadows. The chilling voice, laced with a hint of amusement, resounded once more. Upon hearing that there would be no punishment, Lu Hu laughed heartily at Hong Tao, still thinking of causing mischief. Just wait for the next game. Su Yi remained silent, observing the unfolding situation. Was it truly possible that Peng Dongji, who had just been conversing lively before him, was now dead? Hong Tao appeared quite furious. He could have effortlessly eliminated 4 players in one go, yet he had ensnared himself in a web of his own making, drawing the ire of Lu Hu and nearly becoming the sole casualty. Su Yi stroked his chin thoughtfully. It seemed that everyone had merely been engaging in a battle of wits with the air. They hadn't even tasted the pizza, rendering the notion of a negative consequence moot. Yet, he couldn't shake the feeling that something was amiss. Why was it that in the first game, the time allotted for consuming the pizza was 10 minutes, while the time for poisoning was merely 5? Was there a necessity for such a disparity? It would be far more logical and equitable to adhere to the same duration for both consumption and poisoning. Moreover, why was there a need for a half-hour wait before commencing the game? If it were meant to calm our nerves, was it truly essential? 30 minutes? Su Yi pondered the host's words about not fearing the exploration of the unknown, suggesting that there might be opportunities and possibilities hidden in the shadows. It seemed to refer to the previous game, where not consuming the pizza resulted in no penalties. However, it might also harbor subtle hints encouraging players to explore. Drawing from his experience as a detective fiction writer, Su Yi began to scrutinize his surroundings. It was often wise for characters in such predicaments to meticulously search for clues. At that moment, Jing Yu suddenly spoke softly. Could it be that we can only sit here and await our demise? Chen Hai's gaze shifted to Lu Hu and Hong Tao. It seems, my friends, that this is not your first encounter with this game. Can you enlighten us on whether this game truly demands a step-by-step approach? Is it merely reliant on their arbitrary assertions? Lu Hu scoffed. What other choice do we have? Hong Tao, equally exasperated, added, Do we possess any alternative? We cannot simply escape. Yet, there are indeed games that allow for an escape. I once participated in a hidden escape room challenge. We ought to ponder the purpose of the half-hour preparation time granted in this game. Coinciding with Chen Hai's sigh was Xing Huo's voice, suggesting that perhaps there are secrets concealed within the rules. Hong Tao furrowed his brow. Indeed, there exists such a possibility, albeit a slim one. Jing Yu rose with fervor, proclaiming, regardless of how minimal the likelihood, let us search for clues. However, Su Yi silently shook his head. convinced that even if the game harbored secrets, it could not pertain to an escape room. The rules of the game did not lean in that direction. Nonetheless, this aligned with Su Yi's desire to explore, as wandering alone would surely attract undue attention. Once Jing Yu took the initiative, the others remained silent, each lost in their own thoughts as they moved about the room. Su Yi's gaze fell directly upon the bell that intrigued him most, situated at the head of the long table. Time was of the essence. He needed to act swiftly. Taking advantage of the solitude, Su Yi hurriedly approached to investigate. Nearby stood a row of upright bookshelves, with a low cabinet placed centrally, adorned with numerous pendulums. The books on the shelves flanking him were a haphazard assortment, devoid of any discernible order. However, as he examined the pendulums atop the cabinet, Su Yi discerned a clue. Among the various types of pendulums, for the same kind were interspersed. One pendulum marked precisely 120, its second hand resting at 12, while the latter half of the second hand was notably elongated, forming a letter with the minute hand. Another pendulum indicated 12 o'clock, while the remaining two pointed to 12:30, which, when interpreted as letters, represented into LS. The arrangement of the four pendulums thus spelled out kill. Kill. Who to kill? Sequentially, Su Yi touched each pendulum, only to feel a weight in his pocket, as if something had dropped inside. Indeed, this game harbored a mystery. He had to solve puzzles as well. He first scrambled the times on the four pendulums, then casually slipped his hands into his pockets and strolled towards a nearby bookshelf. A bullet? Su Yi was taken aback. Upon his touch, he discovered a bullet had indeed materialized in his pocket. He grasped it in his hand and furtively glanced at it. Was it truly a bullet? Why was he given a bullet, and what did kill signify? This was the essence of venturing into uncharted territories. Perhaps hidden in the shadows lay opportunities and possibilities yet to be uncovered. Yet, it appeared further exploration and puzzle-solving were essential. Tying back to his former expertise, if it involved riddles, there must be an enigma to unravel. With this thought, he contemplated the unknown realms and the corners yet to be explored. Indeed, it is quite possible. Su Yi swiftly examined the four corners of the left bookshelf, extracting 4 volumes: The Prince, The Social Contract, The Origins of Totalitarianism, and Han Fizi. What do these books signify? Su Yi's pocket grew heavier once again. As he reached in, he felt another bullet. It was as he suspected. The unexplored territory referred to the vast sea of books that adorned the walls. The corners of the bookshelves on either side served as both blind spots and quadrants. Without hesitation, he haphazardly returned these tomes to their places and proceeded to the right bookshelf, withdrawing a volume from each of its 4 corners. Russian love letters. The Born Identity, The Mystery of the Sandbank, and the 39 Steps. A faint chime, perceptible only to Su Yi, resonated in the air. He realized that 3 bullets now resided in his pocket. At last, these novels provided him with a coherent direction, while others might find themselves bewildered by these titles. Su Yi, as a detective novelist, was finally able to connect the dots. A highly plausible inference began to take shape in his mind. Chapter 9. Hidden Rules. The Demonic Camp. Su Yi discerned the concealed significance of the right bookshelf. It hinted at espionage. Russian Love Letters is the original work upon which the 007 series is based, while The Born Identity is the source material for the Born series. The Mystery of the Sandbank and the 39 Steps are likewise classic works of espionage fiction. Initially, he struggled to grasp the implications of the left bookshelf, but upon understanding the espionage theme of the right, the meaning became clear. The left side represented factions, indicative of differing opinions that arise in the realm of politics. The essence of Han Fizi lies in the fusion of law, technique, and power based on the foundation of autocratic rule. The text also hints at the Confucian ideal of benevolence and governance, suggesting divergent paths, different roads, and distinct factions. This implies that within the game, there are spies, and a confrontation between factions ensues. Su Yi comprehended that all irrationalities gradually transformed into reason. The rules state that among us today, there are those who are fortunate and those who are unfortunate. In each round, the demon will ensure the demise of at least one player. The so-called unfortunate individuals refer to those who are blissfully unaware, while the fortunate ones are those designated as demons, fully aware of their victory conditions. The demon, as a spy, lurks among us, likely not as a solitary figure, as the missions of the opposing factions differ. The objective of the demon faction is to eliminate all other players during the demon's game of chance. The 10-minute window for consuming pizza is precisely the time allocated for the demon to administer poison, and Xinghua is the player demon responsible for this act, employing a fork as his weapon of choice. The table is adorned with 9 slices of pizza, one of which has been poisoned by the demon. The rules clearly articulated this. The demon is undeniably one of the present players, and at the moment the pizza was unveiled, it appeared entirely untainted. Thus, Xinghua resolutely consumed a slice of pizza, continuing to poison the rest. It was during the process of selecting the pizza with his fork that he applied the toxin to it. In this manner, even the aspects he found discordant have been elucidated. Why did Xinghua feign poisoning? It was not a mere act of deception on his part. Rather, he had consumed the poisoned pizza with a toxic fork to ensure that no trace of his malice was left behind, evading detection. He too succumbed to the poison. Yet, as a demon, he was impervious to death, perhaps due to the insufficient dosage. He merely endured the agony without meeting his demise. Su Yi gently rubbed his cheek with one hand. Xianghua was one such entity, and it was highly probable that Chun Hai and Jing Yu were also demons. Their anxious and guilty demeanor upon entering the game was perceptible to him. Now, the reason for their unease was revealed. They had drawn tasks from the demon faction right from the outset, which explained their tension and awkwardness. At one point, Jing Yu made a grave mistake. After Xianghua had finished the pizza, she reached for it, intending to partake immediately, only to be halted by the lawyer, Chen Hai. Judging by Jing Yu's behavior, she lacked the courage to eat the pizza beforehand, unless she was absolutely certain it was devoid of poison. Chen Hai, fearing her exposure, offered a cautionary word. His attempts at concealment were commendable. He swiftly adjusted his demeanor after displaying signs of guilt and convincingly portrayed the anxiety of facing death after consuming the pizza. However, now that Su Yi had acquired clues and recognized the existence of the demon faction, the dynamics shifted. Jing Yu and Chun Hai consistently exhibited an ambiguous camaraderie. Even after the game commenced, Jing Yu gravitated towards Chun Hai naturally. This was the basis for Su Yi's conviction that they were likely demons. Despite entering the game independently, they maintained a subtle yet noteworthy alignment. Just moments ago, it was Jing Yu who spoke up, Chen Hai who set the stage, and ultimately, Xianghua who delivered the decisive blow, culminating in the current scenario where everyone sought clues. It is evident that, aside from the virtuous faction seeking clues, the diabolical contingent is also in pursuit of the tools for their nefarious deeds. Their quest for these instruments is unlikely to be straightforward. It cannot be achieved through mere stealth and casual rummaging. Consider how few would dare to search so openly. Rummaging through belongings in such a suspicious manner, this peculiar behavior would undoubtedly attract attention. Thus, they must incite others to obscure their actions, enlisting everyone in the exploration. After all, the virtuous may not necessarily uncover the clues, while the malevolent require tangible instruments to fulfill their sinister objectives. If the virtuous survive to the end, it would signify their defeat. Su Yi pondered this conundrum. However, the troubling aspect is whether survival alone can lead to victory. Surely, this is implausible, for upon entering the devil's game of chance, one becomes ensnared in the murderous stratagems of the malevolent faction. The virtuous are rendered excessively passive, with the power to kill resting solely in the hands of the devils. So, what indeed is the means by which the virtuous can triumph? Sui contemplated deeply. Should he reveal the identities of the evildoers? No, that would be unwise, even if such a revelation constituted a genuine path to victory. It could not be disclosed at this moment. The stakes are too high. Any such act would only serve to incite the demons to slaughter. This would inevitably result in a detrimental outcome, even if he were already privy to the identities of 3 individuals. The presence of other demons remains uncertain. Moreover, should he disclose their identities and fail to achieve victory, it would not thwart the murderous intent of the demons. In such a scenario, he would merely become a target, with the enemy lurking in the shadows while he stands exposed. If there exists a method, it would inevitably lead to his demise first. What would be the point of discussing victory if you are no longer alive to witness it? Only at that moment could one attempt to reveal the truth and take a gamble on fortune. He felt a slight ache in his head as his mind raced. Theoretically, demons fear the discovery by the virtuous. Otherwise, there would be no need for disguise. What could be the reason for such pretense? What power do the good possess that could lead them to victory? Is it merely a handful of bullets? To kill? To find a weapon and slay the demon? Wouldn't such an act be a violation of some rule? He reined in his thoughts and began to observe the others, noticing they were still searching around. Only a mere 10 minutes had passed, yet Xinghua had already returned to the sofa. Chunhai and Jing Yu were also beside the couch, scrutinizing the frame of a painting. Suddenly, he felt a gaze upon him. Turning his head, he found it was directed towards Chun Siyun, who was occupied with a vase and not looking at him. Was it an illusion? Chun Siyun, the person whose presence had been the faintest throughout this ordeal, had scarcely uttered a word, yet remained remarkably composed. If there were indeed demons among them, she would undoubtedly be one of Su Yi's prime suspects. Su Xiao, have you discovered anything? Xia Keqing approached Su Yi with a sweet inquiry. No. Do you really think there will be a clue? Su Yi replied with a bright smile, feigning distress in his tone. I have found something, Xia Yuqing exclaimed, placing her slender finger to her lips, her words startling. Chapter 10. My mind is quite astute indeed. Xia Keqing secretly opened her palm to reveal a small brass plaque inscribed with a series of numbers. 012 345 6789. I found this among that pile of artworks in the corner, nestled within the belly of a stone-carved koi. Xia Keqing softly spoke from 0 to 9, Arabic numerals. Su Yi waited, puzzled. Yes, take another look. Xia Keqing flipped the copper metal over, revealing 2 Chinese characters, enemy. However, I am at a loss regarding the significance of this string of numbers and characters. Your previous analysis of the demon game was remarkably astute. Your intellect is impressive. I, on the other hand, feel rather dim-witted, which is why I sought you out first. Xia Keqing admitted, her cheeks slightly flushed. Oh, is that so? Su Yi exclaimed, a mixture of surprise and excitement lighting up her face. Had she truly stumbled upon a clue? If this were indeed a lead, did it mean she possessed a bullet of her own? It's quite remarkable that you discerned this. I'm not boasting. My mind is genuinely rather sharp, Su Yi replied, nodding earnestly as if deep in thought. Well, this copper metal was discovered within the belly of a carved fish. Could there be any connection? Xia Keqing's smile faltered for a moment before returning. As she gently prompted Su Yi, rest assured, I have already considered that. Let me ponder over it. Having encountered 3 clues, he had naturally deduced that the discovery of the enemy within the fish's belly hinted at a threat arising from within. While the fish is often associated with luck, that aspect lies externally. The combined implication suggests that this game, though seemingly a contest of fortune, harbors internal adversaries that must be vanquished. As for the meaning of 09, Su Yi found herself unable to conjure a reliable interpretation at the moment. Clenching her right fist against her lips, she paced thoughtfully, contemplating how to test Xia Keqing's insights. Suddenly, he raised his head, and, as his right fist made contact with his left palm, an epiphany dawned upon him. Eureka! Su Yi uttered solemnly in a low voice. Xia Keqing's face lit up with astonishment. Had he truly conceived of it? Nodding eagerly, she drew closer, inclining her ear to listen intently. It is like this. Su Yi's voice diminished further. Xia Keqing stood on tiptoe, her pure white dress fluttering, her fair ears nearly brushing against Su Yi's lips. I assure you, I possess a considerable aptitude for unraveling mysteries. I have perused numerous genres of mystery literature. With a smile unwavering, Xia Keqing emitted a single word from her throat. In my university's reasoning club, our president often lauds me as a once-in-a-century prodigy. It would indeed be a travesty not to pen a mystery novel. Well, how should I put it? Puzzles appear as mere paper constructs before me. Indeed, it is evident. Xia Keqing maintained a facade of a smile, yet within her heart, a torrent of expletives surged forth. I merely require a smidgen of time, just a little, to say you are out of breath from being overweight, and yet, you are analyzing, Xie Kaching found herself in a state of considerable vexation. Through the host's hints, specifically the phrases unknown, territory, and blind spots, she had unearthed this clue, yet she refrained from hastily disclosing it. Xie Kaching was acutely aware of the implications behind the Chinese characters, indicating the presence of an internal adversary. Coupled with the previous rules, she immediately surmised that the demon might be concealed among the crowd. While concerned about alarming the enemy, she also required a confidant and scapegoat. Ultimately, her choice fell upon Su Yi. Xie Kaching's selection of Su Yi was founded upon her own calculations. Su Yi is a pure novice, as revealed by her skill assessment. He cannot fathom that Su Yi's actions could stem from the naivety of a beginner, suspecting instead that he has adopted a flawed persona, remaining utterly unperturbed and even exuberantly carefree. Conversely, she wishes for this oblivious young man to trust her more, to stand by her side in critical moments, and to relay their situation to all the virtuous individuals. Meanwhile, she would persist in playing the role of an innocent girl, maintaining a facade of tranquility, as everything should unfold according to plan. However, despite her subtle hints, the young man before her continues to exhibit a perplexed demeanor. Wasn't he quite adept at analysis earlier? Why now does he seem lost in confusion? Xie Kaching finds herself increasingly exasperated. Earlier, I had attempted to participate in a competition for emerging mystery writers, and guess what? To my surprise, I won an award. Observing the loquacious Su Yi, Xie Kaching musters her last vestige of smile, gently interjecting, wait. Have you grasped the significance of this clue? This requires careful contemplation. Su Yi replies earnestly, continuing to pace. Contemplate? The game is about to commence. What is there to ponder? She coughs, it's coming, I'll figure out shortly. Su Yi chuckles. You've chosen the wrong person. Xie Kaching is left with a throbbing headache, lamenting the precious time squandered on this naive youth. She sighs heavily. Internally, the adversary resides within the belly of the fish. The enemy. Eventually, Xie Kaching can bear it no longer and delivers a more explicit hint than before. The internal enemy? Su Yi's eyes glimmer as he echoes Xie Kaching's words. The reason Su Yi was delaying Xie Kaching was to ascertain whether she was indeed a demon. As expected, Xie Kaching proved to be quite astute. Upon receiving the clues, she deduced the presence of a demon, revealing her relentless efforts to communicate this information to him. Given the clues at hand, it was evident that she could not possibly be a demon. Otherwise, there would be no necessity for her to seek him out to share such information. Theoretically, a demon would be more inclined to conceal themselves rather than employ any kind of deceptive tactics, especially not disclosing these clues. Clearly, Xie Kaching also believed he was not a demon. Her intention seemed to be to disseminate this news, informing everyone while simultaneously deflecting any suspicion from herself regarding the demon's targeting. Thus, Xie Kaching was a comrade and could now be trusted. Internal enemies? Xie Kaching echoed Su Yi's words, emphasizing her realization. I understand now. It is indeed an internal enemy. We have a spy among us. Oh, no, not a spy. It should be referred to as a demon. Su Yi exclaimed, his face illuminated with a newfound understanding and pride. Xie Kaching exhaled a sigh of relief, her expression morphing into one of admiration as she gazed at Su Yi. You are so clever. It's nothing really. I was almost there, just a step away from the conclusion, he replied modestly. Xie Kaching inhaled deeply, feeling exasperated internally, thinking to herself that she had practically spoon-fed him the answer, and he was merely a hair's breadth from tipping the spoon over, yet he feigned humility. Let's quickly relay this matter to everyone, Xie Kaching suggested. No, Su Yi blurted out. Right, then we shall go announce it now? Xie Kaching's smile abruptly faltered, freezing in place. What did you just say? I said no, Su Yi reaffirmed. Chapter 11. Do not worry, the game has already been won. Such actions are inadvisable. Why? Xie Kaching furrowed her brow. What if we alarm the enemy? Even if one among us is the demon, we are still uncertain of their identity. However, the majority are surely good people. We must share this information with everyone. It is our advantage. But once we reveal it, what shall we do next? Su Yi shook his head. This could hinder our search for the demon and draw unnecessary attention. We do not even know how to ensure the victory of the good. Huh? Siekaching was taken aback. Shouldn't this young man be excited to share the news with everyone, to boast about his discovery? Why has he suddenly become so rational? Could he be the demon? No, that is impossible. Remembering his innocence, Siekaching quickly dismissed her thoughts. Trust me, судьи смаид враитли. But, do not worry, leave it to me. Su-yi pressed his lips together, nodding earnestly at Siekaching. Yet, she felt an unsettling anxiety. What is happening? She struggled to keep pace with the thought process of the man before her. Without a doubt, the game has already been won. Su-yi jaswa li acertet. Where does your confidence stem from? Siekaching lamented, regretting having misjudged the man before her. Her plan of using him as bait had crumbled. She tightened her grip on the hidden bullet in her sleeve. It seemed she would have to rely on herself. I found the clue. He turned his gaze towards the sound, and saw Hong Tao hurrying to the long table, holding something aloft. Look, it's a dice. Discovered just now in the fish tank by the wall. He continued, and I also kicked a bullet at my feet, see? With that, Hong Tao eagerly placed the items on the table. A bullet? Both Su-yi and Siekaching approached him. Indeed, it was the very bullet that had been in Su-yi's pocket. Su-yi then scrutinized Hong Tao's attire, a pair of sweatpants and a long-sleeved shirt. It seemed plausible that the bullet had appeared at his feet due to the absence of pockets in his pants. Meanwhile, Siekaching's expression subtly shifted upon seeing the bullet, a change that did not escape Su-yi's notice. Indeed, this woman had also acquired a bullet. Everyone gathered around, prepared to examine the clues unearthed by Hong Tao. Su-yi was the first to reach the table, taking the dice from Hong Tao's hands. It was an ordinary six-sided die, except for one face, where each dot was shaped like an explosion. Su-yi held the dice aloft, inspecting it from various angles, and began to elucidate its significance. What does this mean? Siekaching queried, her confusion palpable. Even when considering the previous clues, she found herself at a loss regarding the meaning of this die. Yet upon gazing at it, Su-yi sensed that he was but one piece away from winning this game. Just then, Lu Hu arrived and snatched the dice from Su-yi's hand. Let me see that, he exclaimed. As Lu Hu turned the die over and over without gleaning any insights, Hong Tao interjected, All right, ruffian, stop looking. Can you even comprehend it? At that moment, Chun Hai extended his hand, saying, Allow me to take a look. Lu Hu was on the brink of losing his temper, but recalled that resorting to violence was not an option. With time running short, he shot a glare at Hong Tao and handed the dice to Chun Hai. The die revealed a bomb. It symbolized fortune, and aside from the face that bore no bomb, regardless of the outcome, it would detonate. Did this not imply that ultimately, only one would survive this game? Were bullets accompanied by firearms? Were we destined to turn upon one another? Was this game truly one of mutual slaughter? As Chun Hai's words fell, his gaze fixated on Hong Tao, and almost everyone followed suit, their eyes drawn to him. I don't have anything. Don't accuse me. Hong Tao protested vehemently. If I had anything, why would I bring it back for you to see? He waved his hands in denial. Oh, you rascal. Your intentions are hardly noble. Lu Hu retorted loudly. Perhaps you are concealing a firearm, and plenty of bullets to boot, to lull us into a false sense of security. Hong Tao's face flushed crimson. What nonsense are you spouting? Is there any need for that? I could simply have kept the clues and bullets to myself. I believe you are utterly oblivious to what clues entail. You brought them out for everyone to analyze. The items must have been hidden away long ago. Lu Hu shouted. Enough, everyone. Let us not bicker. This is merely a possibility. Chun Hai interjected hastily. Siekaching furrowed her brow at this, her perception of Chun Hai, who had split from the role of the Good Samaritan, now casting him as a candidate for malevolence. The atmosphere grew tense, and Siekaching felt a surge of anxiety. Yet, she found herself unable to voice her thoughts, fearing to become the target of the devil's gaze. The crux lies in identifying the means through which the virtuous may triumph. Su-yi bowed his head in silence. Chun Hai indeed possessed a talent for explanation. It appeared plausible at first glance, yet upon deeper reflection, it seemed rather far-fetched. Once one's thoughts were led astray by his rhetoric, it became nearly impossible to return to the original line of reasoning. A sense of caution would even arise among the players, rendering them hesitant to disclose any clues they might acquire in the subsequent rounds. The internal division among the righteous would hinder any collaborative effort to unearth the demon. Even someone like Lu Hu, if deemed virtuous and swayed by Chen Hai's words, might impulsively seek an opportunity to commit murder, subsequently facing punitive repercussions from the game. Thus, the ranks of the good would dwindle further. Su Yi also paid particular attention to Chun Siyun, noting her continued aloof demeanor, as if detached from the unfolding events, resembling a specter hovering outside the game. Suddenly, the resounding chime of 3 massive bells echoed through the hall, interrupting Su Yi's contemplation. It had begun. He focused intently, aware that perhaps the final piece of the puzzle lay hidden within the rules of this very game. The rules for the second round of the Demon's Rock, Paper, Scissors game are as follows. On the table, there are 8 revolvers, each equipped with 6 chambers, and the demon will load only 1 bullet into each revolver. Each player must select a position and, in a clockwise order, take turns aiming and firing at the next player. The sequence commences with the first player shooting at the second at the third, and so forth, until the 8th player fires at the first. This entire sequence constitutes 1 round. A player struck by a revolver is immediately slain. The game concludes upon the death of 1 player and the completion of all shots in that round. Once all players are seated, the game must conclude within 15 minutes. Otherwise, all will meet their demise. The countdown screen cruelly reappears, displaying 1,500 hours. What should I do? Xie murmurs to herself. Su Yu casts a sidelong glance at Chen Hai and notices that he has tightly grasped Hong Tao's bullet, which instantly eases Su Yi's mind. The game has already been won, Su Yi whispers, if his earlier assertion had been a mere casual remark to placate Xie. The declaration he now makes carries immense confidence. Chapter 12, A Life at Stake. Russian Roulette. Huh? Upon hearing Su Yi's words again, Xie is perplexed. She rubs her forehead, choosing not to respond. Sitting behind Hong Tao, Su Yi gently reminds her, considering that Xie, as a person of integrity he can trust, might prove to be a valuable ally should his predictions falter in this round end in failure. However, Su Yi merely offers a suggestion. Whether Xie chooses to heed it is beyond his control. Xie is at a loss for words, thinking to herself that she should be more concerned about his well-being than her own. Su Xiao, for heaven's sake, do not sit behind Xinghua or Chen Hai. They pose a potential threat. With a sigh, Xie leans closer to Su Yi, feeling the need to caution him as he is still a newcomer and part of the righteous faction. Seeing that he is still concerned for her safety, she feels compelled to warn him. Su Yi remains non-committal, merely smiling slightly. But do ensure that your bullet does not end up in the revolver, he says, extending his hand to subtly rest beside Xie. Xie is suddenly taken aback. How does he know about the bullet? She instinctively cast a glance at her right hand. It was this fleeting gaze that revealed to Su Yi the location of the bullet she had concealed. Swiftly, Su Yi's hand moved to grasp Xie, his long index finger delicately slipping into the palm of her fair hand. A tingling sensation coursed through Xie palm, causing her to momentarily freeze, her beautiful brows knitting together. She initially intended to recoil and cry out, yet, as if compelled by some unseen force, she gradually opened her hand, placing the bullet into Su Yi's grasp. As reality settled in, she pondered, was I out of my mind just now? Surely, it must have been madness to entrust the sole instrument of victory to this foolish boy. How could I have placed my faith in this naive newcomer to the game? Xie gaze was filled with a deep contemplation, yet Su Yi appeared oblivious to her turmoil. The two exchanged no further words. Su Yi had already devised a plan. Had he forcibly taken the bullet, and Xie refused to yield, he would have allowed the bullet to fall to the ground, ensuring its discovery by all and subsequent confiscation. His reasoning was clear. Such an act would deter Xie from loading the bullet into the gun. Should any virtuous player undertake such an action, it would undoubtedly disrupt his meticulously crafted scheme, altering the outcome of the game. With this final step completed, all that remained was to hope that the other virtuous players had not uncovered the clues or the bullet. As the rules were articulated, numbered placards materialized upon the tablecloth, and corresponding numbers appeared on the backs of the chairs. 8 revolvers were positioned upon the tabletop. beginning from the first seat and proceeding in a clockwise manner. The positions were designated from 1 to 8, with 4 seats on either side. Without hesitation, Su Yi strode forward and claimed the 8th seat, inadvertently bumping into Lu Hu in the process. "I shall take this seat then," he declared. "You little imp, seeking your own demise," Lu Hu retorted angrily, promptly seating himself in the 7th position without further ado. He wished to teach a lesson to this audacious young man. "Just you wait this round. I shall not be unable to deal with you." Even though Lu Hu's hand was injured due to Su Yi, his greater desire was to reprimand Hong Tao. Initially, he intended to occupy the seat in front of Hong Tao, but after being jolted by Su Yi, anger surged within him as memories of past injuries resurfaced. Resolutely, he took seat number 7, a position from which he could retaliate against Su Yi. However, it was he who had sought out this confrontation. "Are you still going to act brazenly?" Su Yi chuckled softly, thinking it was time to elevate his performance. "Well, it matters not. I am fatigued. It is apparent to all that winning or losing this game holds little significance for me. Life or death is of no consequence to me either. The current state of the game has little bearing on my existence." Su Yi displayed an expression of indifference, sighing heavily as he portrayed a profound melancholy. Lu Hu found his words stifled. He was at a loss for how to respond. "If you are so eager for demise, then I shall gladly facilitate your passage. Oh, I await your arrival." Su Yi shrugged, his apathetic demeanor leaving Lu Hu speechless. "Yumph." Lu Hu recognized that his words bore no weight against this death-seeking individual. With a cold snort, he turned away. Xie Keqing, observing from the side, was left dumbfounded. The boisterous individual who had been bragging incessantly just moments ago had suddenly succumbed to despondency. What kind of scheme was truly at play here? As Chen Hai, Jingyu, Lu Hu, and Hong Tao reminisced about Su Yi's inaugural game, they were astounded by his unblinking consumption of 3 slices of pizza, even expressing a desire to continue feasting. It was undeniable, for actions spoke louder than words. This young man was truly disenchanted with the world, they thought, and it would be wise to avoid provoking him. With a somber expression, Su Yi lifted the revolver from table 8, incessantly fiddling with it. Alas, having grown up without ever encountering a real firearm, he yearned to fire a shot. What would happen if I were to fire in succession? Surely, at least one bullet must be discharged. Su Yi appeared to be speaking to himself, yet his words sent shivers down the spines of those present. It was terrifying indeed. The recklessness exhibited in such a game was exceedingly precarious. He was akin to a ticking time bomb. They all silently agreed that they absolutely could not sit in the position following his, as he wielded that revolver with the intent of transforming it into an automatic weapon. Had it not been for the single bullet, anyone in his wake would surely be reduced to mere Swiss cheese. At that moment, Xinghua strode directly to seat 1. "Well, didn't you claim to have good fortune? Let us see how our so-called luck fares this round," he remarked with a grin, though a glint of coldness flickered in his eyes. "Indeed, I have always been fortunate," Su Yi replied, raising the revolver with a smirk. In his heart, he mused, "Xinghua, you've fallen into my trap. Allow me to make the first move. After all, each person must face the gun." Hong Tao, feeling bold, took the 2nd seat, preferring to go first to alleviate some psychological burden. As long as someone perished afterward, the game would not return to him. Xie Keqing seized the opportunity and settled into the 3rd seat alongside Hong Tao. After a moment of contemplation, Xie Keqing realized that without any bullets, she was indeed relegated to the position that Su Yi had described, sitting behind the greater tides of the virtuous. After all, he had previously shared vital clues. Chen Xiyun subsequently took a seat at position 4, while Jing Yu and Chun Hai occupied positions 5 and 6, respectively. Once all players were seated, the countdown commenced. The rhythmic clicking echoed, click, click, all revolvers on the table, as well as the one in Su Yi's hand, spun furiously. At that moment, Su Yi received a notification. 4 bullets detected in the player's possession. Please choose the number of bullets to be loaded. A simple mental invocation sufficed. Indeed, bullets could be loaded. The ease of the loading process brought a gleam of hope to Su Yi's heart. Under his mental command, he chose to load a single bullet. After all, more bullets did not equate to better outcomes, but rather, precision was key. The prompt continued. Please select the round in which to fire. Suidim Gust. The rounds were evidently not random, but selectable. Nevertheless, he had never been fond of gambling. He possessed something far more advantageous, the double control. At that moment, Su-Yi activated his final instance of double control. Chapter 13. Double Control, a force to be reckoned with the invocation of double control. Su-Yi was uncertain whether his talent could alter the predetermined course of events. Would activating it after the bullet chamber had already spun still hold efficacy? Of course, he would not leave it to chance, so he promptly chose to initiate double control. His desired outcome was clear, to simultaneously load bullets with Xinghua and Chun Hai within the same round. Click, click, click. All the rolling chambers came to an abrupt halt. Su-Yi wore a smile. He knew he had succeeded. After the activation of Yu Wushuang, the momentum surged like a tidal wave. Su-Yi could effortlessly sense that he had achieved the state he desired. Now, his bullets would surely be fired simultaneously with those of Xinghua and Chun Hai in the same round. The demon team would also be able to select a round with live ammunition. Thus, Su-Yi deduced that they would all chamber their bullets in the 5th round. Regardless of the circumstances, under the effects of Yu Wushuang, their bullets would undoubtedly be chambered at the same time in a certain round, which, according to the rules, indicated that 3 players would meet their demise. This was the crux of breaking the deadlock. The countdown had already begun. 1450. Then I shall commence. Xinghua grinned, displaying not a trace of fear, as he raised his revolver and pulled the trigger. Click! An empty chamber. Hong Tao, caught off guard, felt a wave of relief wash over him as he swallowed hard. I say, could you grant me a moment's reprieve next time? He remarked. He lifted his gun, slowly aiming it at the anxious Xie Keqing. Click! Another empty chamber. Hong Tao exhaled heavily. It was evident he wished to survive, but was reluctant to take a life. It is my turn now. Xie Keqing continued to feign a fragile demeanor. With trembling hands, she grasped the revolver and aimed at the 4th player, Chun Siyun. Chun Siyun maintained an aloof expression, not even blinking, leading Su-Yi to wonder if she were a mere automaton, exhibiting no reaction in the face of life and death. Click! An empty chamber. Almost instantaneously, without hesitation, Chun Siyun raised her hand and fired a shot at Jingyu. Once again, it was an empty chamber. Jingyu's delicate face flushed slightly, seemingly irritated by Chun Siyun's actions. Su-Yi closed his eyes. Click, click, click. Subsequently, the 3 shots were all empty. It was soon Su-Yi's turn. Xinghua wore a broad smile, staring unflinchingly at the dark muzzle of Su-Yi's gun. Surely, I can't be that unfortunate? Click. Su-Yi responded with a smile, casually pulling the trigger. Naturally, there were no bullets in the chamber. Only the sound of Xinghua's shot echoed, indicating that he could only reload after someone else fired. From the 1st round, Su-Yi deduced that the pizza itself was harmless. Thus, in the 2nd round, it was evident that no player had bullets in their revolvers. Players who failed to discover any ammunition could only await their fate at the hands of the demon who would find the bullets. The demon must have spent the last 30 minutes searching for bullets, and Xinghua had undoubtedly found some, having returned to the sofa quite early. Whether Chun Hai found any or not, he had stealthily taken Hong Tao's bullets earlier. As for Jingyu, her gun could not possibly contain any bullets, for she was seated above Chun Hai and could not harm her teammate. Click, click. The sound of empty chambers resonated incessantly. The countdown reached 10:40. It was the 5th round. Indeed, as Su-Yi had surmised, the game of Russian roulette had surprisingly brought everyone safely to the 5th round. At this moment, Hong Tao wore a troubled expression, for it was once again his turn. A new round commenced. Xinghua, unfazed, pulled the trigger. Click, an empty shot. Hong Tao, drenched in sweat, yet wore an expression of relief, believing that having reached this point, he surely wouldn't be called upon again. Su-Yi was alert, noticing how the situation deviated from his expectations. Theoretically, the demon should have opted for the 5th round, jointly firing 2 shots. Observing closely, Su-Yi saw a fleeting look of surprise on Chun Hai's face. What was happening? Had he not anticipated this either? For Su-Yi, it was inconsequential. If it wasn't this round, it would be the next. Click, click. This round proved exceptionally arduous, as everyone's firing speed notably slowed. Yet the outcome had long been predetermined, with the bullets yet again falling into Su Yi's hands. How could this be? Hong Tao was already drenched in sweat. Why? Lu Hu wore a grim expression. This? What on earth? Shanhai displayed a look of perplexity. Xie Keqing's demeanor also grew serious, his mind racing with regret over having relinquished his bullet to Su Yi. What had he done with it? Everyone seemed to be exceptionally fortunate. Xinghua's smile widened, seemingly unafraid of any accidental discharge, as he pointed his revolver at Su Yi and asked, "Do you think you can pull the trigger?" Su Yi offered a slight smile, raising his revolver. Whether he could pull the trigger remained uncertain, but whether Xinghua would be able to laugh afterward was far from guaranteed. Xinghua scoffed, genuinely believing Su Yi to be pitifully naive. Keeping such a person until the final round was utterly delightful. He could not fathom anyone who was unafraid of death. In the final round, he would ensure this student felt the chilling grip of mortality. As Su Yi lifted his gun, everyone held their breath, knowing this shot was pivotal. Statistically, each participant had a 50% chance of being hit this round. Yet, miraculously, for reasons unknown, no one was struck. Now, all hopes rest on the final shot. Should Su Yi, the 8th player, manage to take that shot, it would herald a joyful conclusion for everyone, as Xinghua would meet his demise, and the game would end in the 5th round. However, if he fails, the death list is already sealed, given that the chamber holds only 6 bullets. The last shot of the 6th round will inevitably be loaded. Player 1, Xinghua, will eliminate Player 2, Hong Tao. Player 3, Xie Keqing, will take down Player 4. Chun Siyun. Player 5, Jingyu, will dispatch Player 6, Chunhai. And Player 7, Lu Hu, will finish off Player 8, Su Yi. Thus, Su Yi's shot is deemed crucial, and all eyes are intensely focused on his aim. Yet, fate is a fickle mistress. Click. An empty chamber. Ha ha ha. What do you think? I told you luck is on my side. Following this shot, Xinghua became even more audacious. The expressions of the crowd darkened in an instant. How could such a low-probability event possibly occur? Hong Tao's face turned ashen. At this moment, he perceived himself to be inescapably doomed. What kind of probability is this? It cannot be right. There must be some trickery involved. This cannot be random. This is rigged. Hong Tao, losing his composure, shouted loudly. Bang! At last, in the 6th and final round, Xinghua fired his weapon, and the bullet found its mark. Before Hong Tao could finish his words, he slumped over, instantly vanishing from his seat. Announcement: a player has been hit. After this round concludes, the second match of the Demon Rock Paper Scissors officially ends. At this moment, the chilling voice of the demon game echoed ominously. What to do? At this rate, Su Xiao, you are surely doomed. Ha ha ha. How about that? Whose fortune prevails? And who will witness the expression of those who have met their end? Xinghua laughed maniacally. Chapter 14. The key to victory, I have stated that I fear not death. Proceed. Su Yi said with an air of indifference. Ha ha, splendid. I wonder how long you can maintain such composure. Xinghua chuckled, unable to suppress his mirth as though he had just heard a delightful jest. Xie Keqing hesitated for a moment, but ultimately seized the gun and pulled the trigger. Click. An empty chamber? It appeared to be the case. Indeed, the revolver of our virtuous protagonist was devoid of bullets. Xie Keqing exhaled in relief, yet felt a sense of impotence as she recalled the bullet that might have represented an opportunity now lost. Even if she had possessed that bullet, what could she have accomplished? Pondering this, she turned her gaze towards Su Yi, harboring a glimmer of hope, only to feel a twinge of self-deception. She sighed softly and shook her head. Chun Siyun, however, displayed no hesitation, mirroring her actions from the previous 5 rounds. Click. An empty chamber. Why? Lu Hu exclaimed, his face paling, beads of sweat revealing the extent of his anxiety. Were not all guns supposed to harbor a bullet? The atmosphere was peculiar. Aside from Lu Hu and Xinghua, everyone else remained silent. Jingyu fired. Click. Another empty chamber. Wait. According to the previous calculations, Lu Hu knew he would not perish this round, yet the circumstances had shifted. He felt an overwhelming sense of impending doom. Bang! Clearly, Shanhai had not waited for him. Lu Hu was struck and vanished from the living room. Now, only the final shot remained, the last opportunity for Su At this juncture, Su Yi deemed the situation exceedingly clear, aligning with his earlier conjecture. 3 allies, himself, Xie Keqing, and Chen Xiyun, and 3 adversaries, Xinghua, Chen Hai, and Jingyu. Theoretically, he had predicted that the adversaries would synchronize their ammunition for the 5th round. Yet, here they were, unexpectedly entering the 6th round. Surely this was due to you? Xinghua maintained his cheerful demeanor, showing no signs of panic. Oh, have you uncovered something? Simultaneously, Lu Hu and Hong Tao, upon being struck, found themselves in a lounge identical to the competition venue. The sole difference was that a figure sat before an electronic screen, fixated on it, Peng Dongji, who had previously been eliminated. What is this? How are you still alive? Lu Hu and Hong Tao inquired, their faces etched with confusion. This is the observation room. The Demon's Rock, Paper, Scissors is a factional confrontation game. Thus, our elimination does not equate to a loss in the game. If our teammates emerge victorious, we may still survive, Peng Dongji elucidated, gesturing towards the screen. Victory? Initially, the prospect of winning brought them joy. But upon reflecting on their lack of awareness regarding the current state of the game before their elimination, their spirits plummeted. It was akin to blind men attempting to discern an elephant, utterly devoid of hope. How can we possibly win now? We can only rely on Su Xiao, Peng Dongji stated. That reckless student? Upon hearing that name, Lu Hu felt a foreboding sense of doom. What kind of factional game was this? Hong Tao's heart began to race. Today, barring any unforeseen circumstances, it appeared they would meet their end here. This is the shared sentiment of the 3 individuals at present. With a faint glimmer of hope, they fixate intently on the happenings displayed on the electronic screen. To state the conclusion outright, you, Chen Hai, and Jingyu belong to the demonic faction, while the rest of us are aligned with the virtuous side. Thus, as the rules dictate, we are the fortunate ones, and you are the unfortunate. Su Yi's gaze is fixed on Xinghua, asserting that the demon's objective must be to eliminate the entire virtuous faction through the game of chance. The pizza that was served earlier was entirely innocuous until you, utilizing a fork, poisoned it. This round is no different. Each person's revolver is devoid of bullets, unless someone discovers the ammunition to load it. Consequently, in the final round, only you and Chen Hai, both demons, will possess bullets. It seems you are not utterly foolish. Xinghua's smile remains intact, while Chen Hai's expression darkens. I do not comprehend what you are speaking of. What demons? What nonsense? Jingyu feigns a look of grievance, appearing bewildered. There are 3 areas that reveal your flaws. First, after Xinghua finished the pizza, you reach for it as if to consume it immediately, only to be halted by lawyer Chen Hai. Based on your behavioral logic, it is inconceivable that you would attempt to eat the pizza beforehand, unless you were aware that it was completely harmless. I was simply too anxious. I saw Xinghua devour another slice and feared I would miss out. Jingyu nervously explained, her complexion tense. Very well, second point. After the first round concluded, you were the first to suggest searching for clues, with Chen Hai and Xinghua supporting you, ultimately providing the opportunity for your demonic faction to procure bullets. Su, he scrutinized Jingyu. No, at that moment, I truly wished to escape, genuinely hoping that others would uncover the clues. Jingyu was on the verge of tears. Thirdly, your closeness with Chen Hai was too conspicuous. It was evident that no one else was acquainted with you. Yet from the very onset of the game, the 2 of you were inseparable, overly united. You consistently followed Chen Hai's lead, and your location during each game was invariably beside him. So you chucked it softly, gesturing towards the positions of Jingyu and Chen Hai. I felt a sense of security in following Chen Hai since he is a lawyer. Jingyu's eyes were already brimming with tears, and beads of sweat formed on her forehead. At that moment, Xie Keqing's lips parted slightly in astonishment, nearly dropping her jaw in disbelief at the sight of the man she had deemed a simpleton, now meticulously analyzing the situation with remarkable clarity. Furthermore, Su Yi's deductions corroborated her own suspicions. The demons were essentially these 3 individuals. Chen Xiyun's gaze had not strayed from Su Yi, her arms crossed beneath her chest, seemingly awaiting his further elaboration. Whether you are the demon or if you admit to being one is inconsequential to the game's outcome. Su Yi shook his head and turned his attention back to Xinghua. You and Chun Hai are the demons. You deliberately intended to reveal this to us, didn't you? How so? Xinghua retorted with a cold smirk. In this game, you can only eliminate 2 individuals, correct? Su Yi stated matter-of-factly, shifting the conversation to another matter. Despite having the upper hand, Xinghua was suddenly overtaken by an ominous premonition. When I obtained the clue that this game was a confrontation between the demons and the good, I pondered how the good could possibly emerge victorious. At that time, I was utterly at a loss. Su Yi shook his head and spoke in a somber tone. Do you recall what transpired after you poisoned the fork? At this juncture, Xinghua was taken aback. You took the fork away and discarded it on the table before the sofa. Initially, I paid little heed to this detail, as it was Lu Hu's actions that naturally led you to bring back the fork. However, upon observing Hong Tao's 6-sided die, the 4 corners of the bookshelf, and the numeric markings on the clock, all the indications pointed to a singular truth. The key for a virtuous player to triumph in this game lies within the numbers. The 6-sided die not only hinted at the numbers, but also suggested that exceeding the number 1 would result in an explosion. This raises a question. If the demons are the players, why did only 1 person perish in the first round of poisoning? Would it not be more advantageous to eliminate multiple players? Thus, it appears that there exists a singular reason: regulatory constraints. These rules dictate that the demons can only eliminate 1 player in the first round. Therefore, your act of taking the fork was not a mere coincidence, but a deliberate choice. Even if the fork had been previously utilized, you feared that an unwitting soul might use it again, prompting you to eliminate this potential hazard. Ultimately, the maximum number of victims in the first round is restricted to 1. Surpassing this limit would lead to the defeat of the demon faction. And this, indeed, is the winning code for our virtuous side. Chapter 15. He seeks individual victory in the second round. During the demon's game of rock, paper, scissors, the demon faction aspired to eliminate more players. It was expected that you would seize positions that would allow for separation. Yet, Jing Yu chose to sit directly in front of Chun Hai, further solidifying my hypothesis. Could it be that Jing Yu failed to locate the bullet? No, that is not the case. The upper limit for your demon team's second round of killings is precisely 2. Su Yi had considered the possibility that Jing Yu might not have located the bullets. However, as a teammate, Xinghua had already settled comfortably on the sofa, clearly having completed his search. Thus, the demon team no longer required additional ammunition. I had predicted that you demons would synchronize the loading of bullets for the 5th round. Yet, astonishingly, we have now reached the 6th round. Su Yi assumed that the demons could coordinate their shooting timing just as he could, even without coordination. He had already secured a safeguard with Yu Wuxuan. Firstly, it is evident that your demon team would not load bullets in isolation, as you undoubtedly aim to eliminate the maximum number of players. It is quite likely that you are constrained by the rules, necessitating a collective loading of bullets. Secondly, at the very least, you could ascertain from Hong Tao's situation that the good players had a chance to acquire bullets and load them. The most prudent course of action would be to load bullets together in the 5th round, allowing the good players to fire in the first 4 rounds, thereby avoiding any confrontation with the loaded good players. Theoretically, as soon as someone acquires the bullets in a non-random loading scenario, they will be compelled to fire in the first round, since the game concludes when a player is eliminated, and everyone would naturally prioritize shooting first. Conversely, if the loading is random, then you would have also delayed until the 5th round, significantly diminishing the likelihood of good players still possessing bullets. It is crucial to remember that your maximum killing limit stands at 2 players. Concurrently loading in the 5th round could facilitate a double kill without fully exposing your strategy. At worst, it would resemble a diversely invested loading scenario, where good players might even assist you in eliminating one, representing the optimal solution. However, if the devil only reveals itself in the 6th round, the disadvantages outweigh the advantages. The advantage lies in the fact that the good players have not fired a single shot in the 5th round, leading us to conclude that they have not found clues to arm themselves. The disadvantage, however, is that it exposes the fact that the good players' revolvers are unloaded. Observing Chun Hai's expression earlier, it was clear that he was unaware that the revelation would occur in the 6th round. This is under your direction, Xinghua. The smile that once adorned Xinghua's face gradually faded, his eyes narrowing slightly as he refrained from directly answering Su Yi and instead posed a counter-question. Perhaps, as the devil positioned at the forefront, he has the authority to decide in which round the devils will fire. You aspire to achieve victory alone. Su Yi discerned Xing Hua's intentions immediately. Beyond the desire for solitary triumph, he could hardly fathom any rationale for such actions. What? Shanhai remarked. I assert that the reason for Xing Hua's actions is his desire for individual victory. Perhaps that die signifies the key to the good player's triumph. But who is to say it does not also convey the conditions for the devil's victory? With a roll of 1, all other outcomes would explode, possibly hinting that the devils can only survive individually if they wish to win. Xing Hua may have uncovered additional clues to substantiate this. The rules for achieving solitary victory should be familiar to everyone. Upon careful consideration, since it is a confrontation between factions, why impose such additional rules? For the good players to achieve victory alone, they are already at a disadvantage, and to contend against the devils under such circumstances seems utterly implausible. And the devils? They lurk in the shadows, killing indiscriminately. As long as the good players remain oblivious, it appears rather too simplistic. In the first round, the demon is restricted to killing 1 person. In the second round, 2. Might the third round impose a limit of 3? If 6 virtuous individuals perish, does the demonic faction achieve immediate victory? Then, does the existence of a 4th round incite mutual slaughter among you? The demon can only allow 1 to remain. It appears that this solitary victory rule is crafted exclusively for your kind. For the demon to triumph, only 1 must survive. Su Yi cast a glance at Xing Hua. And indeed, it seems you deliberately revealed your hand to alert the virtuous, leading them to devise means to counter the demon in the ensuing round. When Shanhai is flustered, he seizes the opportunity to strike at the unsuspecting demon ally, leaving only Jingyu, who could hardly pose a challenge, correct? Xing Hua clapped his hands, a smile breaking through his previously furrowed brow. Impressive. I never anticipated that you would be the one to obstruct me. Such thoroughness, to analyze to this extent, is indeed a rarity among players. Alas, you are not a demon, nor do you possess the qualifications to contend with me. Shanhai gritted his teeth and asked, Is what he said true? Xing Hua laughed heartily. I do not deny it. The demon can indeed only achieve solitary victory. Is this not abundantly clear? Must I, as your opponent, elucidate this for you? Jingyu's countenance paled, cold sweat beading on her brow. Just when she thought she had secured the game, having latched onto a strong ally, she was unprepared for the emergence of this man, whose analysis was impeccable, even considering the demon's strategies. Could she be on the verge of defeat? Xing Hua turned his gaze sharply towards Su Yi, his voice low and menacing. Even so, do you currently have ammunition in your firearm? Your analysis is quite compelling, and I'm certain you have acquired some clues. Yet the question remains, have you loaded your bullets, and at which round? Your analysis this time has revealed a flaw. You anticipated that we would load simultaneously in the 5th round, but what happened to your shot in that round? Where did it go? The reason is singular. You are devoid of bullets. Even if the thought crossed your mind, a skilled artisan cannot forge without materials. What have you accomplished now? Su Yi listened in silence, casting a glance at the time. 5:35 remains. There is still time. He requires additional moments to substantiate his reasoning. Xing Hua's somber interrogation jolted Jingyu and Shanhai back to reality. Indeed, this man had earlier asserted that his speculation pointed to the 5th round. Why then has he not loaded? Initially, Xing Hua and Jing Yu had substantial objections to his failure to adhere to the agreed-upon loading in the 5th round. Yet now they find themselves relieved. Regardless of Xing Hua's motives, and even if Su Yi did not discharge a bullet in the 5th round, it inadvertently dismantled the reasoning of the man before them. His tightly woven logic had exerted immense pressure upon them, rendering them breathless. At this moment, they recognized that even the most astute mind can err in judgment. Moreover, no matter how formidable the intellect, it requires tangible support. Without bullets, everything is but an illusion. No matter how eloquently you speak, it is of no consequence. Could it be that you have indeed loaded your weapon and are audacious enough to wager on the 6th round? I find that hard to believe. I wager that your firearm is devoid of ammunition. Xinghua mocked Su Yi with a beaming smile. Bullets? Xie Keqing's heart raced wildly. While others were uncertain about whether Su Yi possessed any bullets, Xie Keqing was acutely aware of the truth. Chapter 16. This Old Six. Xie Keqing was astonished. He understood that Su Yi must have taken a bullet from him, but could it be that he had truly reserved it for the final round? Such meticulousness. Had he accounted for Xinghua's thought process entirely? This player, embarking on the game for the first time, displayed such intricately interconnected reasoning. The hope seemed faint and incredulous. Yet the elaborate and accurate analysis ignited a spark of optimism within Xie Keqing. Su Xiao, the Navi newcomer I once dismissed. Could he truly possess such formidable strength? Xie Keqing involuntarily held his breath. After Xinghua finished speaking, Su Yi's calm demeanor suddenly transformed into a faint smile. Before I pull the trigger, may I pose a question to you? Xinghua scoffed. Su Yi, the truth will reveal itself in the next round. I admit your strength. I underestimated you. However, at this moment, I shall not divulge any further clues. Very well, consider it my soliloquy. If the demon cannot perish from poison, can it also withstand the bullet? Su Yi inquired with a smile. Upon hearing this question, Xinghua's expression stiffened unnaturally. Xinghua, you are an astute individual, yet you continue to underestimate me. I have outlined so many points, and you have not once refuted my flaws. Why would the demon shoot in the 5th or 6th rounds? Do you find my previous assertions to be reasonable? Xinghua remained impassive. Chenhai, Jingyu, have you automatically adopted the perspective that the demon cannot die from a gunshot? If demons could perish from a bullet, why not shoot in advance, diversifying the investment? The initial risk should be within your contemplation, and even a second shot would seem relatively secure for you. Chenhai's expression turned somewhat cold. Yet Jingyu was utterly taken aback. It had returned, that terrifying sense of oppression. She felt as though the demon was leading her by the nose before this man. In the first round, your so-called jest about being poisoned was merely a ruse. You too had partaken of the tainted pizza, revealing the true reaction to the poison. Xinghua maintained a facade of composure, yet his heart trembled with shock. What? In his attempt to avoid suspicion with his poison, he had inadvertently made a superfluous move. He could hardly believe that this fellow had seen through him to such a degree. Su, he spoke slowly. You have been poisoned, yet you remain alive. I strongly suspect that demons are immune to the effects of the props present on the field. Do you believe I would kill you? Surely you can discern that I have managed to find clues. Thus, I must possess bullets. Will I not be able to load them? Your previous actions were merely an attempt to provoke me, to hasten my shooting at you. Su Yi then turned to Jingyu. Jingyu, seeing this man, who now outshone her in his demonic essence, felt her legs tremble with anxiety and fear, mentally pleading, do not question me, do not question me. Jingyu, may I inquire a question of you? I have long been curious as to why you were so eager to consume the pizza. It was painfully evident that Jingyu's silent prayers had gone unanswered. Upon hearing Su Yi's question, her heart sank. This was dire. This question left her feeling as though Su Yi had gripped her throat, rendering her utterly speechless, unable to utter even a single word. Are you afraid of something? A negative game? As a demon, knowing the rules in advance, what is there to fear? Ultimately, the outcome did not involve consuming pizza. Thus, it did not contravene the rules, nor could it be deemed a negative game. May I infer that you demons must adhere to the rules, while humanity is exempt? Regardless, humans are not bound by certain rules, which, in truth, serve to balance your kind. This must be explicitly outlined in your mission. At this moment, Jingyu, caught in a blend of anxiety, appeared uncertain whether to laugh or cry, trembling all over, her lips quivering uncontrollably, clearly on the brink of breaking. Observing the scene, Su Yi thought to himself, steady now, I have gleaned the answer I sought from Jingyu. He slowly raised the revolver, aiming it at himself. I shall only shoot as the virtuous, iron-hearted individual I am. Seeing Su Yi pointing the weapon at himself, Xinghua could no longer maintain his composure. Having analyzed the situation, he realized defeat was inevitable, rendering any further psychological warfare futile. Fool! Xinghua exclaimed, pointing at Jingyu with contempt, his expression one of arrogance. This is merely conjecture. You have no certainty. Why are you panicking? Chenhai also reached a breaking point, Truly, a single rat droppings has spoiled the whole pot of porridge, all because of you. Su Yi's intentions were abundantly clear. Xie Kexing understood, for the human faction to triumph. It was evident that demons could not be killed, thus the only recourse was to ensure the failure of their mission. In a single round of rock, paper, scissors, the demons must exceed their designated limit of kills. In this round of the game, Su Xiao deduced that the number was 2. Since the demon cannot be killed, it would be utterly futile for player 8, Su Xiao, to shoot player 1, Xing Hua, according to the rules. However, Su Xiao reasoned further that humans need not adhere to the rules during the demon's rock, paper, scissors. These rules serve as a constraint on the demon, not on humanity. Otherwise, the demon could simply eliminate humans with 2 shots, thus concluding the matter effortlessly. At this point, Xie Kexing also began to reflect on this insight. Su Xiao's deduction proved accurate. Otherwise, it would be exceedingly difficult for humans to secure a victory. They would be compelled to shoot in the same round as the demon. And if they do not target the demon, how could they possibly win or exceed the demon's kill count? This implies that Su Xiao now only needs to execute 1 good person to achieve victory. If this had been in the past, who would dare to do such a thing? Even if this man deduced it under such scant clues. Revealing something without solid evidence would surely lead everyone to deem him mad. The difficulty of this game is exceedingly high. Moreover, such an action could result in violent repercussions for violating the rules, risking annihilation. What level of difficulty does this game truly possess? Why has a genuine novice player, Xie Kexing, been introduced into the mix? Xing Hua fell silent for a moment before gazing ominously at Su Yi. I acknowledge your intelligence. Had you chosen to shoot me just now, I would have undoubtedly recruited you for the Dark Guild. But now, are you aware of what you have done? You have shattered years of my painstaking preparation, ruined my leap competition. You will meet a most gruesome end. As he spoke, Xing Hua extended his hand. And Su Yi suddenly felt as though something sinister was fixating on him. But this sensation dissipated just a second later. Wait for me to find you. Su Xiao. Su Yi cast a cold glance at Xing Hua, unperturbed. However, a chill ran through his heart. Would this person truly not face death after losing the game? TSK. What difference was there between this and a street brawl where the loser still taunted? Just you wait. Xing Hua's eyes flickered with fury, his teeth grinding in frustration. With a deliberate motion, Su Yi reached into his pocket and retrieved 3 bullets, letting them fall slowly. A clear signal to the trio that his revolver contained 1 lethal round. He gripped the revolver, poised to pull the trigger. No, please don't. Jing Yu was visibly agitated, tears streaming uncontrollably down her cheeks. Shanhai's face was ashen, lost in his own thoughts. Su Yi mused privately, since this was a faction game. He believed that the players who had just perished had not truly lost, merely facing temporary elimination. After all, how could the virtuous prevail if it relied solely on self-sacrifice? The probability of good players surviving until the game's conclusion stood at an impressive 80. Yet, Su Yi was not one to tempt fate. What if he, a steadfast ally, were to be shot and meet his end? Perhaps it would be wiser to spare that bullet for Xie Kexing, whose chance of being a good person was 99.9. Glancing over at Xie Kexing, he found her utterly astonished, her mouth agape in disbelief. Do not fear the exploration of the unknown. Perhaps within the shadows lie opportunities and possibilities yet to be discovered. Su Yi eloquently articulated the guiding hints that would lead him to victory, simultaneously reflecting on his final act of defiance against the rules. He directed the revolver towards himself, his raven hair seemingly stirred by an invisible breeze, his handsome visage momentarily captivating Xie Kexing. This man possesses a certain charm. Is there wisdom in subtlety? Xie Kexing. Only those 4 characters emerged in her mind. Bang! Suddenly, Su Yi redirected his firearm and pulled the trigger towards Xie Kexing. The bullet, infused with Yu Wushuang's aura, surged forth, aimed at Xie Kexing. This, the old trickster. In that fleeting moment, Xie Kexing hastily reassessed her 4-character evaluation of this man. Just moments ago, Su Yi's illustrious image and her fondness for him were obliterated by that shot. The gunfire instilled sheer terror in Chun Hai and Jing Yu, while Xing Hua's eyes blazed with fury. Chapter 17. Is this your first time? The bullet struck Xia Keqing, yet she remained unharmed. In contrast, Xinghua, Jingyu, and Chun Hai collapsed as if they had been shot, lying in a pool of blood. Xinghua's black leather jacket was stained a dark crimson, while Chun Hai clutched his chest, hands drenched in blood. Jingyu's light blue JK uniform bore a conspicuous patch of bright red blood, an alarming sight. Congratulations to the good faction for their victory in the devil's game of rock, paper, scissors. How could a deceitful devil engage in a fair game with you? Xia Keqing's face lit up with delight. Winning this game was indeed a close call. She glanced at Su Yi, realizing that their victory hinged entirely on him. Such remarkable analytical prowess was a rarity she had never encountered before. She had no doubt that if he were to be allied with the CF family, he would undoubtedly become a formidable asset to the clan. Before long, Lu Hu, Hong Tao, and Peng Dongji appeared around the long table. Their faces etched with shock as they stared at Su Yi, speechless. They understood that without Su Yi's meticulous reasoning, survival in such a challenging game would have been impossible. Congratulations to the MVP player, who shall receive a reward of 4 million. Each member of the good faction will be granted a sum of 1 million. In 5 minutes, the game will automatically conclude, and rewards will be distributed. Lu Hu scratched his head, his previously hostile demeanor completely subdued, and he appeared somewhat bashful. It seemed that Su Yi's earlier reasoning had truly won their respect. So, your deliberate collision with me, which resulted in my placement at position 7, was indeed a premeditated move, and you intentionally made everyone hesitant to occupy the positions before you, guiding Xinghua to take position 1? Su Yi smiled at him, neither affirming nor denying. His guidance of Xinghua to position 1 was, in fact, a precautionary measure, an insurance policy that would allow him the opportunity to eliminate the demon should his analysis falter. Yet, evidently, the demon's performance had played right into Su Yi's hands. No more words, brother. Consider me indebted to you for a life. You may not believe it, but if we happen to meet again, I shall certainly heed your advice. Beng Dongki Bo deeply tosui. Me too, me too. Hong Tao echoed in agreement. Well, definitely. Lu Hu nodded in affirmation. Sui midit, allowing their words to flow in one ear and out the other, as he gazed upon the 3 individuals lying in a pool of blood before him. He understood that in this game of demons, trust was a luxury one could not afford. Yet, the prospect of their so-called next encounter troubled Su Yi. This game, it seemed, was one from which participation was inescapable. They were all unwitting participants in a series of gruesome games. In the face of such bloody carnage and the specter of death, how could Su Yi remain cold-blooded? Nonetheless, he would show no mercy to those who threatened his existence. He had just whispered an apology deep within his heart to Jingyu and Chun Hai, who lay in a pool of blood. He silently acknowledged that this was the first time he had uttered such words. Yet it would also be the final occasion he would express remorse within the confines of this game. He understood that once he entered this realm, his life would no longer be his own. Survival demanded absolute victory. The lives of others were undoubtedly less significant than his own, especially considering that these 2 were his adversaries. Compassion was an emotion Su Yi would never entertain. Suddenly, Chun Siyun rose, her enchanting eyes fixed intently upon Su Yi as he approached her with measured steps. I can save your life. Chun Siyun's voice broke the silence, catching Su Yi off guard. Moments earlier, Xinghua had claimed that he was a member of the Dark Guild and had already placed a tracking device on him. The moment you exit the game, he will immediately sense your location, and the longer you remain, the more precise his tracking will become. Within 12 hours, he will undoubtedly pinpoint your exact position in the real world. If Xinghua were indeed a member of the Dark Guild, he must have survived. An individual who had reached the 3rd tier of psychic ability could possess a device that would negate the death penalty for failure. However, it was clear that he had paid a substantial price for his defeat this time, especially since you had interrupted his transition match, which would surely have ignited his resentment towards you. I can assist you. I'm a 4th tier psychic. Chun Siyun's tone remained steady, yet her gaze scrutinized Su Yi with intensity. The mention of a 4th tier psychic astonished those around them. What is the price? Su Yi felt a sudden jolt under her gaze, already convinced to a significant degree. After all, His words and the sensation of being scrutinized were undeniably tangible. Yet, he was well aware that assistance was never offered without cause. Was it merely a desire for my physique? After all, apart from my looks, I possessed nothing of value. Let us refrain from using terms like cost. I assist you, you assist me. Chun Siyun brushed a strand of hair from her forehead, and a waft of fragrance wafted into Su Yi's nostrils. Could we truly forge such a relationship? Su Yi nodded absently. Allow me to aid you first. Chun Siyun's words were laden with suggestive possibilities, yet her tone's icy detachment made Su Yi realize that her intentions diverged from his own thoughts. How many times have you played this game? Chun Siyun inquired. This is my first time. Su Yi felt no need to conceal the truth. Chun Siyun was momentarily taken aback. Upon hearing Su Yi's admission, her previously indifferent demeanor shifted slightly. Is this really your first time? Indeed, Su Yi affirmed with a nod. It truly is my first time. Ah, Su Yi replied again. I have nothing to hide from you. It was indeed his inaugural participation in the Devilish game. Chun Siyun could hardly believe her fortune, having drawn the grand prize. The assistance she sought from Su Yi involved accompanying her into the advanced dungeons, a critical step in her progression from the 4th to the 5th tier. His intent to engage in these games, primarily populated by novices, was to seek out allies who could aid her in navigating these challenges. However, this game has a particular requirement. One must have a companion, and that companion must be a novice who has participated in no more than 10 games. It is noteworthy that advancing from the 0 level to the 1st level requires merely 1 game. Yet progressing from the 1st to the 2nd level may demand around 10 games. The transition from the 2nd to the 3rd level is no less arduous, with each subsequent level necessitating at least 15 games for advancement. Therefore, accompanying a novice who might only be at the 1st level to participate in a challenge from the 4th to the 5th level is indeed a perilous endeavor. Upon entering this dungeon game, it is imperative to confirm the participants in advance. The fewer games a participant has played, the stronger their abilities will be during gameplay, thereby significantly enhancing the probability of success. While it is relatively easy to find novices, discovering one with exceptional abilities is a far more challenging task. Undoubtedly, a candidate who possesses such remarkable talents and is still a complete novice is even rarer. After careful observation, Su Yi has concluded that the man before him is undoubtedly his best choice. He finally catches a glimpse of a smile on Chun Siyun's beautiful face, though it vanishes almost instantly, replaced by her usual icy demeanor. I need you to accompany me in a challenging advancement game. It could be quite dangerous. Here's my phone number. Please take note of it. Once we return to reality, call me, and I will come to assist you in escaping the Dark Guild. There is no need to doubt my intentions. I genuinely wish to help you. Even if you do not reach out to me, I will find you, as I have used a tracking item on you. Chun Siyun concealed her excitement deep within, handing over a note she had prepared earlier. Su Yi suddenly recalled the sensation of being watched during the 2nd round of the Devil's rock-paper-scissors game while searching for clues. It was, in fact, Chun Siyun using a tracking device on him. Very well, I shall reach out to you, he thought, believing Chun Siyun's words to be genuine. Feeling unburdened and confident in his charm, he doubted there was much she could exploit. Nonetheless, a suspense novelist, even when certain in his heart, would take precautions. When the time came to call, he could further probe whether she truly knew his exact location. If she did, then indeed, she was trustworthy. Otherwise, there was no reason for her to share such details about the tracking device. You may exit the game in advance and settle your rewards, Xie remarked as she witnessed Chun Siyun provide her phone number to Su Yi, prompting her to urge him to withdraw early. She promptly moved closer to Su Yi, rising on her toes to whisper softly in his ear, "This is my phone number. You are clever enough to remember it." The fragrant breeze and the gentle brush of their proximity momentarily left Su Yi in a daze. Xie raised her head, defiantly casting a glance at Chun Siyun. Chun Siyun merely glanced back at Xie, remaining silent, before nodding at Su Yi and vanishing into the hall. Chapter 18. The Rookie Advancement Competition, S-Rank Evaluation. Abundant rewards upon seeing the option to exit early, Su Yi gestured to Xie. Without hesitation, he chose to withdraw. Xie mirrored his gesture, signaling a phone call. and promptly exited as well. This left the remaining 3 spectators exchanging glances, as if they had returned to the tense and exhilarating atmosphere of the viewing area. From a state of despondency to a flicker of hope, the journey evolved into a gradual admiration for Su Yi's remarkable deductions, akin to the exhilaration of witnessing an exhilarating football match. Yet, their stakes in this gamble were not merely monetary. They were wagering their very lives. Having traversed the abyss, they astonishingly emerged once more, a feat for which they owed gratitude to that young man. The moment Su Yi chose to withdraw, he found himself in a space resplendent with vibrant hues, reminiscent of a dreamlike realm. Congratulations to player Su Yi for completing the first round of the Demon game. Demon Rock Paper Scissors. Rating S-Class. Promoted to rank 1 Fraudster. Skill activated. Occupational Deception. Bonus. MVP reward bonus of 20. Newcomer Transition Contest reward bonus of 10. Note: this transition reward contest is designed for novice players who achieve MVP in the first round. The victory bonus for the second round increases to 20, and for the third round to 30, and so forth. The maximum bonus can reach 100. In the event of game failure, transition contest rewards are immediately suspended. Experience points reward, 20, bonus, 6, monetary reward, for million, bonus, 1. 2 million, item rewards, 1,000 Gates Ring, ordinary physical enhancement fruit, Demon Revolver, title reward, Lone Master of Deduction, note 1. Title rewards are randomly dropped based on player performance in the game. Once equipped, this title grants a 10 bonus for a single match, becoming ineffective after the match concludes. It cannot be re-equipped and is to be kept solely for commemorative purposes. Note 2. Not every detective necessarily requires a Watson. 5. 2 million? Struck it rich? Su Yi couldn't help but lament, questioning whether the fortune acquired through such perilous gambles could truly be squandered at will. In less than a heartbeat, Su Yi provided himself with an affirmative answer. Indeed, it must be spent. It should be spent with great joy. The most tragic fate befalls those who, upon death, leave their wealth unspent. How could one refrain from spending? He must act swiftly. He had never encountered such an abundance of money before, and Su Yi felt a surge of excitement. Ah, and there are the enhancements. The physical enhancement fruit. Yes, with such a fortune at his disposal, it was imperative to bolster his physical capabilities. Su Yi summoned his attributes panel. Player name, Su Yi. Player profession, Trickster. Profession level, Tier 1. Experience, 26,100. Status, Cursed Death Countdown, 60 days. Profession Trickery. Active acquired profession cards can be transformed into exclusive Trickster cards. Once equipped, one may assume that profession and gain access to certain skills. Note: the level of the Trickster profession can only be below the player's current Trickster level. For instance, a Tier 2 Trickster may only become a Tier 1 profession. A Tier 3 Trickster may assume a Tier 2 profession, and so forth. A Tier 1 Trickster may only adopt a Tier 1 profession. Innate skill, unmatched mastery, special command, the unparalleled tides of fortune, unleashing unstoppable waves. For a specific independent event, regardless of the improbability, the desired outcome is assured. Today's available uses: 0-2. Requires recharging. This skill cannot recharge automatically. Item: 1,000 Gates Ring, ordinary physical enhancement fruit. Demon's Revolver. Unable to recharge automatically? Suyiponderit momentarily. If it cannot be recharged, does that mean this glitch skill cannot be used again? Moreover, what is the nature of this curse? A perplexing countdown to death has been imposed upon me. With a sigh, he decided to consult Shen Xiyun later and first examine his inventory. Casting aside his doubts, Su Yi felt a surge of excitement as he naturally took the lead in investigating the ordinary physical enhancement fruit. Name: ordinary physical enhancement fruit. Type: consumable. Function: slightly enhances the physical strength of the consumer. Description: a common fruit found on Spirit Island, imbued with a modicum of spiritual energy. Note: once tasted, one will crave it endlessly. Who can resist the allure of acquiring a strong physique without the need for exercise? Caution: overconsumption of fruits of the same quality will significantly diminish their effects. A spiritual fruit? Quite impressive. Though Su Yi stood at 185 centimeters, he was rather slender and had always aspired to engage in fitness. Yet various excuses had hindered his perseverance. Now that he was partaking in this demonic game, who could predict whether stamina would become relevant in the future? Even without the physical enhancement fruit, he had resolved to embark on a fitness journey. However, the arrival of this fruit was indeed timely. If it proves effective, it would save him considerable effort. He then turned his gaze toward the next item. Name: Thousand Gates Ring. Type: hand equipment. Function: upon equipping, grants the ability of minor thousand techniques, enhancing dexterity by 25 with the option to conceal its appearance. Description: a legacy ring of the disciples of the Thousand Gates Blue Path, rumored to contain a gem that enhances finger agility. Each disciple's mastery of thousand techniques is achieved through this ring. Note: with a pair of agile hands, all endeavors will come to fruition effortlessly. He chose to equip the ring, and a minimalist silver band appeared on his left index finger. The ring's body resembled undulating waves, slender and curved, with a petite sapphire encased in its center. His fingers, already long and dexterous, exhibited a remarkable swiftness upon wearing the ring. He discovered he could effortlessly perform movements previously beyond his reach, such as executing splits and bending to touch the back of his hand with his index and middle fingers. Simultaneously, a wealth of knowledge regarding thousand techniques flooded his mind. Impressive indeed. He pondered trying it out with a deck of cards upon returning to reality. He glanced once more at the demon's revolver and retrieved it. This revolver gleamed with a dark sheen, adorned with ancient and peculiar engravings, identical to the second demon's weapon used in the previous rock-paper-scissors game. Name: Demon S Revolver. Type: weapon equipment. Function: automatically recharges every 24 hours, containing 6 energy bullets. Capable of targeting only spiritual entities and not living beings. Description: an essential weapon for low-level demons on assignments, posing a certain threat to lesser spiritual entities, though of minimal concern to more powerful ones. Note: better safe than sorry. Remember to carry self-defense while walking at night. He returned the item to his inventory, pondering for a moment before deciding to exit the reward space. There was no sensation of dizziness. Rather, the colorful smoke around him gradually dissipated, and he found himself back in his small study. He reached into his pocket, retrieved his phone, and glanced at the time: 16:44. 2 hours had passed since he last immersed himself in reading. The duration spent in the game seemed to correspond closely with real time. Could it be that the ratio of reality to the demon game was 1? There was an unread message awaiting him. Upon opening it, he discovered a notification of a bank deposit amounting to 5.2 million. He stifled his excitement and hastily lowered the gate to his study, making his way to his bedroom. With a mere thought, he summoned the attributes panel once more. The panel reappeared before him, revealing a notification: countdown to re-enter the demon game, 47:59. What? Was it no respite? Another game in just 2 days? He distinctly recalled Peng Dongji mentioning that one could only re-enter the game after a month. Shaking his head, he dismissed thoughts of awaiting any curses. With the frequency of these demon games, it was uncertain whether he would survive the next 60 days. The path ahead was fraught with challenges. Quickly banishing his somewhat negative thoughts, he opted to take out the stamina-enhancing fruit from his inventory. A fruit the size of a plum, crystalline and pure white, suddenly materialized in his hand. As he brought it closer, a refreshing fragrance surged forth, invigorating him completely. Chapter 19. Knock, knock, knock. There was a sound at the door. Wow, this spiritual fruit was undeniably authentic. He promptly took a bite and discovered the juice was overflowing, exceedingly sweet, and hastily devoured it in a flash. Within moments, his body began to heat up, crackling sounds emanating from within. He sensed his sinews and bones resonating until his entire being was aflame. He felt as if his whole body was being massaged simultaneously, emitting a comfortable moan as he lay supine on the bed. After 10 minutes, the sensation of massage gradually receded and the sounds waned. Leisurely rose, discovering a layer of fine, dark sweat beads covering him from head to toe. Alas, the bedding was also sullied, rendering it unsuitable for sleep. He promptly proceeded to the lavatory for a thorough ablution. During his ablutions, He discerned that his physique had improved markedly, transforming from gaunt to possessing symmetrical musculature, with defined contours, his 8 abdominal muscles gleaming before him. Clenching his fist, he discovered his entire being brimming with explosive power, the weariness from prolonged riding now dispelled. He was brimming with vigor. Sue-yi donned fresh attire, gazed in the mirror, and beheld himself as one who appeared slender when clothed, yet possessed a sculpted physique when disrobed. This physical prowess should enable him to adequately engage in games demanding physical exertion. Sue-yi did not forget that he could not yet cease. He promptly retrieved his mobile phone and saved the telephone numbers of Chun Si-yun and Xie Keqing. He would refrain from contacting Xie Keqing for the time being, but Chun Si-yun was different, as his very life seemed to be in her grasp. Just as Sue-yi was about to initiate a call to Chun Si-yun, he suddenly realized something, uncertain as to whether he should inquire about her location, lest she might be deceitful and potentially employ technological means to ascertain his whereabouts. Sue-yi deliberated for a spell. After some contemplation, he resolved to make the call. Upon reflection, he realized he possessed little of value that could be exploited. Furthermore, he surmised that Chun Si-yun and Xing were likely not in league. He also hoped to gain insight into the curse he bore and the intricacies of the diabolical game from her, for his insular existence rendered him vulnerable. Without external guidance, he feared for his survival in the forthcoming game. Time was of the essence, precluding idle speculation. The call was imperative. Knock, knock, knock. Knock, knock, knock. Just as Sue-yi steeled himself and prepared to dial, a series of resounding knocks echoed from the iron gate outside. Ordinarily, Sue-yi would have promptly greeted the visitor with courtesy. However, having participated in the devil's game, he was now wary of precipitate action. He cautiously crept towards the entrance, listening for any other sounds. Chun Si-yun. It was her. Sue-yi exhaled in relief as he recognized the familiar female voice. He proceeded to open the rolling gate. As the gate ascended, revealing the same black trousers, the same black form-fitting sweater, and the same aloof yet beautiful countenance, Sue-yi greeted her. You've arrived? Sue-yi gestured for Chun Si-yun to enter. Yes. Chun Si-yun stepped inside. Sue-yi, clutching the gate, peered left and right, ensuring that the desolate alleyway was sparsely populated. He then secured the gate once more. Shall we exchange contact information? Sue-yi brandished his phone, noticing Chun Si-yun's perplexity. Let's add each other as friends first. After exchanging contact information, Sue-yi's expression turned serious. You're also in Ning City? Nay, I am presently in High City. Utilizing an instrument, I ascertained your whereabouts, and observing your lack of communication, I employed a teleportation artifact to convey myself hither, articulated. Are these implements rewards garnered from triumphs within the game? Inquired. Affirmatively, their genesis lies within the confines of the infernal game, yet their acquisition may also be facilitated through commerce upon a game's forum. As she spoke, retrieved her cellular device, manipulated it deftly, and positioned it upon the writing desk. Access to this forum is exclusively granted to participants of the infernal game, and it is intrinsically linked to your inventory. Within its digital confines, one may vend items, peruse guides penned by fellow contenders, and engage in discourse. We, the entrants into the infernal game, are designated as contenders and psionicis. A modicum of contenders are arbitrarily inducted into the game, while a substantial portion are players by familial, sectarian, or official intervention. And this infernal game, as I comprehend it, has persisted for over 2 centuries, elucidated too. Rumor has it that some, through their sojourn in the game's instances, have discerned that this game, though named infernal, is not genuinely orchestrated by so-called demons. The purpose and genesis of the infernal game remains shrouded in mystery. The advent of each contender's subsequent game is subject to the whims of chance, with a countdown ranging from 5 to 30 days. One may preemptively enter the game, but should one neglect to do so, one shall be automatically inducted upon the expiration of the allotted time. Seemingly in the interest of temporal economy, divulged the general circumstances of the infernal game in a torrential outpouring. Though her tone was detached, her voice possessed a soothing quality, imbued with a mature, magnetic timbre that found quite agreeable. However, upon hearing the phrase 5 to 30 days, was taken aback. He wondered if the infernal game was mocking him. questioning why his duration was a mere 2 days. Unaware of his astonishment, continued to elaborate in a measured manner. Participants, she explained, are generally categorized into 4 factions. The first comprises official entities, with nations possessing dedicated organizations for spiritually gifted individuals. The second consists of sects, predominantly those that have persisted since centuries past, each selectively admitting only individuals aligned with their specific vocations. The third encompasses families, affluent dynasties that have expanded over centuries, such as the 4 great houses of Zhou, Li, and Xie, and the 5 great houses of Lu, Wu, Su, Zhang, and Shun. These 3 factions, primarily led by officialdom, operate in mutual support, constituting the orthodox powers. The 4th faction comprises nefarious organizations, with the Dark Guild standing out as a prominent entity. The very organization had antagonized. Similar organizations are scattered worldwide, enlisting numerous malevolent spiritually gifted individuals, predominantly composed of individuals with malevolent inclinations who defy local authorities. They exploit their abilities for illicit purposes, amass wealth through nefarious means, and have been adversarial to the other 3 factions for many years. Now that you've been targeted, will undoubtedly issue a bounty for your assassination within the sinister organization. How can you assist me, then? Inquired with a nod. Without uttering a word, conjured a talisman from thin air. With delicate fingers, she traced a few symbols and affixed it directly to his chest. Felt a jolt coursing through his body, swiftly followed by an enveloping sensation of cool serenity. Crafted by a spirit talisman master, this dispelling charm ensures that you remain untraceable for 10 days, save by official entities. Beyond these 4 major factions, there exists a substantial force comprised of independent psionics. While numerous, the vast majority of these individuals are of lower echelons. Most have registered with the authorities, but have not been integrated into official squads. Becoming affiliated with the establishment entails a civic duty to safeguard citizens, execute exorcisms, and combat malevolent psionics. Some psionics are disinclined, while others lack the requisite capabilities. They are not on par with officially trained psionics, rendering such missions excessively perilous. Generally, once a random participant emerges victorious from the game and returns to reality for 24 hours, the authorities can pinpoint your location. At that juncture, you need to register and contemplate joining an official squad. My talisman can last for 10 days against Xingho's tools, but it can only last for 3 days against the authorities. Chapter 20. Psionic Gem? 200 million? The reason I employ the dispelling charm is to afford you a few days to deliberate on whether you wish to join the official ranks. Should you decline, I can continue to furnish you with talismans until 6 are exhausted, thereby achieving complete dispersion. If you enlist, the official apparatus will conduct a dispelling ritual on your behalf. Given your capabilities, I posit that joining the establishment is the optimal choice. Firstly, they can furnish you with protection, which is quite essential until you have fully matured. Secondly, affiliating with the official organization grants access to their resources, which would undoubtedly be more advantageous than operating independently. Understood. Thank you. I will give it due consideration. Sui acknowledged. I have a few inquiries for you. Chen Siyu nodded, innocent. Are you familiar with the curse listed in the status bar, the death countdown? To Sui Yi's surprise, Chun Si-yin responded with a shake of her head. A curse? Is this within the game? No. It appears in the status bar of the real-world attribute panel. I regret to say, I have never heard of a curse manifesting in reality. Have you been afflicted by one? Indeed, a death countdown of 60 days. Chen Si-yun's heart skipped a beat. A 60-day death countdown? If that is the case, you should most definitely join the official organization. Their intelligence network is extensive. Chun Si-yun, as if struck by a sudden thought, began browsing a forum on her phone. The regional ranking competition will commence in a month. I noticed that the reward pool for the top 10 in the individual ranking competition seems to include items capable of dispelling curses. Here it is. Wind Source White Dew. A unique dewdrop found on the wind source flower, which blooms once every 5 years in the spirit realm. It possesses extraordinary detoxifying properties, and is even rumored to be capable of dispelling curses. This is... Upon opening the ranking competition announcement on the forum, a list of item rewards was displayed. with Windsource White due among them. Chen Xiyan paused in contemplation, seemingly deliberating how to explain it to Su Yi. The Devil's Game holds a ranking competition every 5 years, with each city divided into 5 to 10 regions. Players from various locales will have the opportunity to engage in the game. The mortality rate in this iteration is expected to be substantial, with correspondingly generous rewards for completion. Real-time rankings will be available for both individual players and territories within the city. The top 10 individual players will receive even greater accolades and contribute points to their respective territories. The leading territory will then represent the city in the subsequent round of intercity rankings. However, territories failing to secure a position within the top 3 will be subject to a descent, wherein formidable paranormal entities are unleashed upon the area, posing a threat to official bodies, sects, and families alike. Past descents have resulted in the annihilation of official squads and a surge in civilian fatalities. The advanced intercity rankings are even more perilous. Among the 600 participating cities, those failing to achieve a rank within the top 200 will face a descent. On one occasion, an exceptionally potent entity was unleashed, leading to the utter obliteration of a city now lost to memory. Yet, the official records bear stark witness to the event, a truly terrifying prospect. Consequently, each ranking event is a period of intense mobilization and stabilization for the authorities, a time when personnel are in high demand. Your decision to join the official ranks at this juncture would likely be met with enthusiasm. It would be an opportune moment to inquire about your curse, as the authorities may possess alternative tools or methods. Chensi Gyungharbers no ilusions dat suyi. A newcomer could secure any rewards in the ranking event. Such a notion is utterly fantastical. Understand. Furthermore, are there a plethora of professions available? And is there any concept of inherent talents or skills? Su Yi inquired once more. Innumerable vocations exist, yet certain ones stand as paragons of excellence, while others verge on utter futility. Among the more formidable are the 5-element spirit masters: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. Metal spirit masters are indomitable, martial prowess personified. Wood spirit masters command the restorative touch of primeval wood, embodying the healing arts. Water spirit masters epitomize the balance of strength and suppleness, serving as support specialists. Fire spirit masters are beings of living flame, martial vocations incarnate. Earth spirit masters manipulate earth to conjure stalwart defenses. Additionally, there are spirit talisman crafters who fashion mystical talismans, alchemists who concoct potent elixirs, weapon masters who pursue the zenith of weaponry, and more. Innate talents are non-existent. Each vocation possesses its corresponding skills. Should one desire additional skills, they must be acquired through equipment or other accoutrements. Skills cannot be automatically replenished. How does one actively replenish them? One that would determine whether his trump card could be utilized once more. Spirit crystals, available for purchase and trade within the forums, command a market price of 1 million per piece and are fundamentally capable of replenishing a specific skill. Su Yi exhaled, feeling a sense of relief wash over him, as there were no innate talents. This implied that Peerless Command was his exclusive boon. Provided Peerless Command could be reactivated, his probability of success in the Infernal Game would be significantly augmented. Subsequently, Su Yi broached questions concerning the Infernal Game, to which Chen Xiyan responded fluently, imparting a wealth of invaluable information. My inquiries are concluded. Now, elucidate what assistance you require of me. I need assistance in completing an advanced game, and I must inform you that the difficulty will undoubtedly be exceptionally high, commencing in 50 days. Chen Xiyan, observing Su Yi's composure, continued, naturally, I will provide commensurate compensation. The remuneration is something I believe you will find irresistible, a spiritual gem. It possesses the capacity to elevate and enhance one of your skills, potentially augmenting your abilities or increasing your limits. This item is priceless, and its value is certainly in excess of 200 million. It is not something obtainable through monetary means. Of course, I could also facilitate its sale for you, providing you with cash. It would yield at least 200 million. A spiritual gem to upgrade skills? 200 million. Is this the kind of wealth one could amass in a lifetime? Moreover, Could this item not precisely upgrade my peerless defense? What would be the outcome of further enhancement of this exceptional skill? The prerequisite is that you must attain the second tier of spiritual power within 50 days. Chun Siyun stated calmly once more. As she spoke, Chun Siyun unfurled a copy of the scroll, upon which were inscribed the names of several individuals, albeit faintly. This is my task scroll. It contains the names of the task partners I have selected for this month. All 5 are novices, with the least experienced having completed 3 games and the most experienced having completed precisely 10. My advanced game has a requirement: a companion who, upon signing, must be a novice with 10 or fewer games played. The fewer games the companion has played at the time of signing, the more potent the abilities gained upon the game's commencement. They are all formidable, and you're the only player with notable abilities whom I have located after just 1 game. In 49 days, I will conduct a lateral comparison to determine who aligns best with my expectations. The chosen candidate will receive immediate compensation and be tasked with a mission. Are you willing to be considered as a preliminary candidate? If so, you may sign now. The scroll will prompt you to reconfirm your commitment in 49 days. Failure to do so will render the mission scroll invalid for you. He placed his hand on the scroll and, as anticipated, received a prompt. Confirm preliminary agreement? Reconfirmation will be required in 49 days. If the signatory declines, the preliminary agreement will be voided. Chapter 21. Lottery and Exploits? He did not hesitate. Given the 49-day interval, he decided to sign provisionally. Regardless of Chun Si-yun's assessment, he would evaluate his capabilities at that time. If he deemed himself capable and the risk justifiable, he would proceed. Otherwise, he would decline, understanding that even a 200 million value item could not outweigh the value of his life. Preliminary agreement complete. Exclusive advancement quest, Tier 4 to Tier 5. For player Bing Chi Ling. Is that her chosen game, Alias? Mused, glancing at Chun Si-yun's impassive, exquisite face. Her flawless skin was as white as jade and as soft as water. Her curvaceous figure was undeniably beautiful. Chun Si-yun, oblivious to Su Yi's gaze, focused on the scroll. Candidate slots are now filled. The 6th name inscribed is Su Yi. With Su Yi's signature secured, she breathed a sigh of relief. Now that all 6 candidates were in place, her selection process would undoubtedly be a fierce contest. Her initial anticipation for Su Yi had gradually morphed into apprehension. After all, it was merely his inaugural game. Countless individuals would subsequently falter due to complacency or misfortune. Only continuous triumph could foster strength. In reality, she now held a more favorable view of the 2 players who had participated in 8 and 10 games, respectively. The return journey for my teleportation device has arrived. During this period, I shall not seek you out again. I hope that when I contact you on the 49th day, you are still alive and have ascended to become a Tier 2 Esper. Of course, I am quite fortunate, Su Yi affirmed. Indeed, although Chun Si-yun yearned to convey to Su Yi that the devil's game was not predicated on luck, she refrained from doing so, fearing it would demoralize the novice player. In truth, Chun Si-yun harbored reservations and did not inquire about Su Yi's profession this time. For if she were to discover that he possessed an obscure and ineffective vocation, her doubts regarding his survival until the 50th day would only intensify. Su Yi watched as Chun Si-yun was enveloped by a cerulean aura before vanishing from sight. This world is no longer the world I once knew. Su Yi mused with profound emotion. Upon Chun Si-yun's departure, he promptly gathered the soiled bedding and linens, discarding them at the recycling station. After tidying up his attire, he lowered the roller shutter and prepared to depart from this place replete with memories. It seems I shall be away for a while. Su Yi murmured softly to the small bookstore before him, then strode away resolutely. Given Chun Si-yun's ability to locate him, it was plausible that others could do the same. It was not a matter of distrusting Chun Si-yun, but rather a precaution. He first sought refuge in an internet cafe, renting a private room. Upon accessing the URL provided by Chun Si-yun, he had already inquired with Chun Si-yun and confirmed that logging into the Devil Game forum on a random computer would not result in being traced. This URL was an ethereal and untraceable entity. Moreover, as a non-participant, the forum remained imperceptible to him. The homepage greeted him with a prominent inscription, "Welcome to the Psionicist Forum." Intriguingly, Despite its association with the devil game, the forum bore the name Psionicist Forum. He was prompted to designate a player moniker, which would be universally applied across the devil game, ranked matches, and the Psionicist Forum. The option to conceal or reveal the in-game and out-of-game nicknames was available. If concealed, all Psionicists would remain unaware of his moniker unless he chose to disclose it. Given the capacity for complete concealment, he opted for the designation Legendary Trickster and selected the hidden option. Fully concealed, a message confirmed, "Welcome, Psionicist Legendary Trickster." Subsequently, he was presented with a novice introduction outlining the functional modules. Navigated initially to the trading section, his objective being the acquisition of spirit crystals. The price of spirit crystals was standardized at approximately 1 million. Selected the lowest priced offering at 998,888. Upon confirmation, he received a deduction notification without even the necessity of binding a bank card. The spirit crystal materialized in his inventory. Upon extracting it, he discovered a translucent crystal exhibiting iridescent hues. After a brief dalliance, he opted to energize, his target being his bug talent, Peerless Command. Instantly, the crystal transformed into a radiant beam, entering Su Yi's body. Yet he felt nothing. He hastily opened the attribute panel, only to discover that Peerless Command was not fully charged. Talent skill, Peerless Command, special harness Peerless Fortune, stir up overwhelming waves and become unstoppable. For a specific independent event, no matter how low the probability, the ideal outcome is guaranteed. Usable times today 0-2. Charging energy is 20. Reaching 100 will grant 1 use of the skill. Heavens! 1 million only charges Peerless Command by 20? Su Yi gasped, realizing this bug skill was extraordinary, and its appetite was equally immense. Without hesitation, he purchased 4 more spirit crystals, instantly spending 5 million, as life was paramount. Finally, Peerless Command's usable times increased from 0 to 1. However, it was still marked as unusable for the day. It seemed that even with charging, the maximum usable times per day was only 2. TSK Su, he clicked his tongue, feeling a pang of heartache. He had just learned from the attribute panel that this skill could not be used in reality, meaning the plan to win the lottery and replenish spirit crystals was impossible. The BUG exploit had failed. He cast aside his regret and resumed browsing forum posts. My Bird, Who Will Eat It? Author, Gourmet, a meetup host for making friends and discussing game experiences. Who is coming to Zebo City? I'll treat everyone to grilled bird. The demonic game is too grueling. Wishing myself a happy final birthday. Authored by, I am truly a genius. I hope this isn't the last birthday I celebrate. I've posted birthday wishes for myself in the trading section for a mere 100 yuan each, hoping to receive everyone's blessings. Thank you all. The entire Esper forum leans towards a jovial atmosphere, purportedly deliberately guided by the authorities to alleviate players' negative psychology. The demonic game is already absurd and terrifying enough. The officials don't want players to remain shrouded in a pessimistic atmosphere after leaving the game, as this would only increase crime rates and swell the ranks of nefarious organizations. Within the forum, there are genuine strategy guides, legitimate trading posts, and official announcements of important notices, all quite conspicuous. Clicking on the popular section, Sui browsed for a while before spotting an intriguing hot post. Hidden Supreme Class Discovered. Authored by, See Who Dares Touch Me. Upon opening it, he discovered that the so-called hidden class was actually the Trickster. Brothers, from what I understand, the Trickster class is unassuming and never appears on the leaderboards. However, this is mainly because the number of individuals in this class is exceedingly small, practically making it a hidden class within the demonic game. It's only natural for those classes with larger bases to top the charts. Today, I was fortunate enough to interview a Trickster friend. Do you all know what one of the Trickster's most powerful skills is? It's the ability to transform into any class and use their skills. What is this? This class is called Trickster? This should be called a full-time master. Is this profession not the most powerful one? To possess, it is akin to possessing every vocation. If this cannot be deemed the strongest, what other profession could possibly claim that title? My ultimate prediction, the Fraudster will undoubtedly ascend the personal rankings this time. The original poster is about to make me laugh to death. inheriting my credit line? The fraudster making it to the rankings? Do you not understand why there are so few fraudsters? Ask the officials why they do not nurture fraudsters, but rather predominantly cultivate elemental spirit masters. How amusing! I advise you, dear poster, to be a good person. You have made yet another laughable statement. The fraudster profession is virtually untouched, utterly desolate. It cannot assist, nor can it attack effectively. The most formidable skill, professional fraud, must be downgraded, and it can only utilize certain skills from other professions. In fact, you may not even be able to awaken this skill, so please refrain from making baseless claims. Chapter 22. Reward Settlement Critical Hit Imperial Unparalleled. Indeed, the fraudster has completed so many games, finally advancing to the third tier, yet in battle, it is still equivalent to the second tier. What a farce! It is infuriating just to think of the players of this profession. It is laughable that one would engage in a profession that not even dogs would touch, while also needing to collect profession cards from other classes, incurring exorbitant costs. It is simply a profession that burns money without yielding strength, deserving to be labeled the most worthless vocation and the strongest with a personal ranking. How absurd! The original poster's credibility is rapidly declining. Why not delete the post promptly? Is a fraudster really that weak? Uncertain of the skills possessed by the fraudster, he found the prospect of demotion to be quite troubling and decidedly unfriendly. Suddenly, he recalled the psychic gem and pondered whether it could enhance this skill, potentially averting the need for demotion. A search for positioning tools yielded no results. Astonishingly, a delayed bidirectional one-time teleportation device was priced at 5 million. With Qin Siyun's back and forth too, 5 million vanished. Whoever utilized it would undoubtedly be the greater fool. As for professional cards, only a handful of basic and obscure professions, such as blacksmiths, musicians, and martial artists, were available, all commanding exorbitant prices that soared into the tens of millions, with a minimum of 10 million as the baseline. Notably absent were elemental spirit masters and other formidable professions, possibly due to stringent official regulations. The exorbitant cost dissuaded Su-E from acquiring a professional card for his own fraud specialization. Reclining on the plush sofa in the private room, Su-E meticulously reviewed all the critical information from the day and contemplated his future objectives. He had unmistakably crossed into a realm distinct from his previous existence. In the days to come, he would be compelled to confront the life-threatening perils of a malevolent game. To compound matters, he bore a curse, with only two means of resolution, both shrouded in uncertainty. The first was to join the official ranks, thereby gaining access to insider information and potential solutions. The second was to secure a top 3 position in the upcoming month's ranking competition, which would grant him the right to select a reward. Otherwise, the item capable of potentially lifting the curse, Wind Source White Dew, may not necessarily be distributed to the top 10 ranking players. It merely existed within the reward pool, which also contained numerous superior items and equipment subject to random allocation. If the authorities fail to resolve the curse by that time, one will inevitably have to participate in the ranked matches, striving to secure a position among the top 3 in individual rankings, an unavoidable necessity. As a novice who has just cleared a game, the thought of achieving a top 3 ranking in a demonic game steeped in 200 years of history gives Su-E a headache. In any case, the priority is to triumph in the upcoming game and survive, ensuring that the novice transition does not falter, thereby accelerating the enhancement of one's capabilities. Subsequently, the plan is to join the official ranks and seek a way to lift the curse, should the outcome be less than favorable. Preparation for the rankings a month hence will be paramount. Earning money, bolstering strength, and gathering all one's might. Su-E glanced at his account, having expended 5 million. Only 35 million remained. His recent months spent in the study were due to the demolition of his old residence, and the over 2 million was compensation from the relocation. Returning to his modest study was no longer an option. Thus, he must either purchase or rent a suitable place, albeit a bit farther away, as life must continue. A stable environment would undoubtedly enhance his zest for life. Earning money was also of utmost urgency for Su-E. Although his character, Imperial Duality, possessed bugs, it was a lucrative endeavor. The 2 million acquired from the MVP of the first game vanished into the abyss in the blink of an eye, thwarting Su's plans for indulgence. If he wished to utilize this advantageous ability, he must earn over 5 million in each game, and to employ it twice, he would need to accumulate 10 million. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration flickered in Su's mind. Indeed, this skill was impractical in reality. It could not be used for lottery tickets, and stocks were also bugged. When I settle the rewards, what do I use? At that moment, I shall not be in reality. I directly double the rewards from Yushwing. Not merely 10-fold or 100-fold, but perhaps 1,000-fold. If financial freedom were truly attainable, would that not lead to unrestrained indulgence? I seem to have uncovered a blind spot. In my next competition, I must attempt to clear it without relying on Yushwing. Resolute in my decision, Sue withdrew from the game and sought an esports hotel situated farther from the library, spending 1,300 yuan to secure a room for 5 days. With his belongings in hand, he settled in. The duration for this devilish game was exceedingly brief. Upon returning to reality, he planned to rent or purchase a residence. Naturally, he could not enter the game prematurely. Over the next 2 days, he diligently perused forum posts to gather information about the devilish game, striving to understand both himself and the adversary. Ultimately, he realized that aside from gaining a smattering of knowledge, it bore little significance concerning the game itself. The games rarely repeated, rendering strategies a mere jest. Some games, though they may appear similar, could possess entirely distinct concepts and victory conditions. However, not all games are annihilation types. There exist lighter penalties, akin to experience deductions. Should one's experience dwindle to 0 at a certain stage, annihilation would ensue, though there is a protective period following an advancement. While lighter penalties exist, there are also severe repercussions, with some players facing aberration, thrust into reality, akin to a spirit descending, serving as a source for the official team's ongoing task of exorcism. Time slowly draws near. Once again, it is 4:44 in the afternoon. The moment Sue prepared himself, he was transported into the game. Welcome to the demon game. Do you wish to obtain extraordinary power? Do you yearn for astonishing wealth? Then, win the demon game and survive. As Sue opened his eyes, he once more heard that chilling and bone-piercing voice. This game is titled Life and Death Showdown. 21 points. Player permissions are restricted. Sue found himself seated at an oval gambling table, surrounded by 5 others, perfectly filling the 6-person table. Before each player, a disordered yet neatly stacked array of chips lay upon the green felt, with Sue's own pile appearing pitifully small in comparison. The objective for the players is to bring the total value of their hands as close to or equal to 21 as possible, without exceeding that number, thus aiming to have the highest total at the table. At the commencement of each round, the players place their bets, which must not exceed the amount held by the dealer. After betting, the dealer distributes cards in a clockwise direction, dealing 2 face-up cards to each player and 1 face-up and 1 face-down card to themselves. The numbered cards 2 through 10 correspond to their respective values, while the face cards J, Q, and K are valued at 10 points. The ace can be counted as either 1 or 11 points. Once the dealing concludes, each player takes turns in clockwise order, making decisions to hit, double down, or stand, with a consideration time of 3 minutes per round. Should a player fail to respond within the time limit, they will automatically forfeit their turn. Hitting entails receiving an additional card, and players may choose to hit multiple times. Doubling entails requesting an additional card while simultaneously doubling the wager, with the stipulation that the total chips cannot exceed those possessed by the dealer. Opting to stand means refraining from drawing any more cards, thereby concluding the round while maintaining the current score. In Chapter 23, the players re-enter the perilous game of life and death, where the outcome hinges on the fateful game of blackjack. Once all players have ceased to draw cards, the dealer reveals the hidden card. The dealer is obligated to draw cards until the total value of their hand reaches 17 or higher. At that point, they must stand. Regardless of whether they are the dealer or a player, if the total exceeds 21, it results in a bust, causing them to forfeit their staked chips for that round. If a player busts first, they are ineligible to claim any chips from the dealer's bust. Players who do not bust must compare their totals against that of the dealer to determine the victor. Winners collect the stakes of the losers. In the event of a tie, the player's stakes are returned, resulting in no gain or loss. The game employs 2 decks of standard playing cards, with jokers removed. Once a hand has been played, those cards are not reshuffled into the deck, but rather placed face up at the bottom of the pile. When the dealer's deck is exhausted, the next player in a clockwise direction automatically assumes the role of the new dealer to continue the game. Each player possesses a random amount of chips. Should their chips be depleted, they are eliminated until only one remains. The fewer the initial chips a player has, the greater the reward upon victory. With a base prize of 5 million, it is imperative to note that any acts of violence among players will be deemed a violation, resulting in immediate elimination of the offending player. Players have the ability to report cheating by pressing a button located on the side of their chair's armrest, allowing for immediate notification. Should the accused player engage in any fraudulent behavior within 2 seconds, the report is deemed successful, resulting in the demise of the cheating player and the confiscation of all their remaining chips, which will then be awarded to the reporting player. Conversely, if the report fails, the accuser must pay the accused 30 chips. Yet again, another elimination-type game? Or rather, a solitary passage through an elimination-type game. He found himself in a quandary. He had only participated in 2 games, both of which were of the elimination variety, where ultimately only one could emerge victorious. Such games are fraught with peril and offer substantial rewards. While typical games yield single-digit experience points, 8 or 9 being considered quite high, Sui's previous match granted him a base experience of 20, further enhanced by 6 additional points through MVP and leap match bonuses. Although one match equated to 3 for others, it came at the cost of one's life. There was, however, a silver lining. Sui was aware of the restricted level games, which effectively sealed the majority of a player's abilities, ensuring that their skills could not interfere with the fairness of the game. In the last match, he had still employed unmatched sovereignty, indicating that his innate skills would remain unrestrained and undetected. In this card game, it seemed unavoidable to utilize his 5 million in real estate. The opportunity to reserve unmatched sovereignty for the reward space now appeared unattainable. As Sui pondered, he observed his surroundings, realizing that his waist was firmly secured by a heavy steel ring. Experimenting briefly, he noted that the leather sofa he sat upon was also securely anchored to the ground, immovable in the slightest. Before her stood a flamboyantly adorned young woman, with a row of gaping holes directly behind her. Sui harbored no doubts that, upon losing the game, something would emerge from those apertures to transform the unfortunate player into a sieve, depleting their chips entirely. As he surveyed the remaining 5 individuals, they too exchanged glances amongst themselves. Unlike the previous players who feigned naivety, these 5 exhibited a calm demeanor, suggesting that the majority had previously participated in numerous rounds of this game, clearly not novices. In stark contrast, they displayed a composed attitude, with only a momentary pause upon hearing the term eradication game, indicating their familiarity with the sinister nature of such trials. Apart from Sui, there were 2 women and 3 men. Sui occupied the 3rd position. Directly opposite him was the young woman in a short skirt and leather boots, positioned as player 5. Player 4 was a mature woman in a wine-red, strapless gown with cascading waves of hair. Player 1, a scarred man in his 30s adorned with a hefty gold chain, exuded a menacing aura. Player 2 was a middle-aged man clad in a somber black suit, his expression shrouded in darkness, while Player 6 was a fashionably attired young man with green-dyed hair. The table at the center would meticulously record the quantity of chips each participant possessed. Player 1, taking the lead as the banker, initiated the game. As the rules were articulated, a radiant glow enveloped the sofa at position 1, its backrest elevating, revealing a crown emblem, while an assortment of playing cards materialized before him. Perhaps due to the nature of the eradication game, an eerie silence fell upon the group, the atmosphere thick with tension. "Let the betting commence," echoed the unspoken command. The middle-aged man in a somber suit, designated as number 2, gestured towards the group with an air of professionalism, akin to a signal used in a betting scenario. Soon, everyone placed their chips, apart from the green-haired youth in position 6, who wagered 5 chips, The rest contributed only one each. After a moment's contemplation, Su-yi also placed a single chip. The dealer, the middle-aged man in the suit, spoke in a low voice, cautioning the still motionless player in position 1. A disdainful snort escaped from the scar-faced man as he picked up the deck before him and began dealing the cards. Su-yi's fingers brushed over his scant chips as he surveyed the table. Player 1 had 40 chips, Player 2 had 60, Player 3 30, Player 4 50, Player 5 70, and Player 6 80. To his chagrin, he found himself with the least amount of chips, a factor that contributed to the evident hesitation of the dealer. The scar-faced player. While Su-yi possessed a basic understanding of blackjack, the direction the game would take depended heavily on the players involved. Notably, the rules did not prohibit cheating. Rather, they encouraged players to report any misconduct. For someone endowed with the Thousand Gates ring, he attempted to flex his fingers, discovering that the constraints of the game did not impede the agility his ring conferred. However, he would need to ascertain whether his specific techniques were restricted once he assumed the role of the dealer. Regrettably, the Thousand Gates ring merely enhanced his speed and dexterity without imparting any practical theoretical experience in gambling. Although Su-yi was skilled, he remained only somewhat knowledgeable about the nuances of various betting games, particularly blackjack, which he would have to learn as he played. Currently, the number of chips is rather limited, and stability remains the primary focus, for this is a game governed by elimination. The fewer the players with chips, the more they become targets. The dealing has concluded while Su-yi ponders. The dealer, a scarred man, shows a 4 of diamonds and holds a face-down card. The second player, a middle-aged gentleman in a suit, possesses a king and jack of clubs, having secured an undeniable advantage with a total of 20 points. He solemnly declares, pass. Su-yi himself holds a king and a 5, summing up to 15 points. Any total exceeding 6 would lead to a bust, rendering this hand quite awkward. However, after careful consideration, Su-yi deduces that since the dealer must reach at least 17 points to stand, his own precarious total of 12 to 16 points makes little difference. The dealer, should he not bust, will invariably surpass a total of 16. He casts a glance at the other player's hands. The fourth player, a refined woman, holds a 5 and a jack. The fifth, a young woman, has a 7 and a queen, and the sixth, a green-haired youth, possesses a 2 and an 8. The only significant total for Su-yi is 26 points, with 4 cards already on the table, leaving only 36 out of the 92 remaining in the deck. The 8 aces will not lead to a bust, but are of little consequence. There are 48 cards ranging from 7 to king, with a bust probability soaring to 52. Chapter 24. Do you know how to play? What multiplier should I add? Pass. Su-yi opts to stand, observing the dealer's visible 4 points. Even if the hidden card is a 10, the dealer must draw at least 1 more card. There is no need for him to take the initiative, as a bust by the dealer would still allow him to triumph. Otherwise, should he bust first, he would gain no chips if the dealer subsequently busts. After Su-yi decides to pass, the fourth player, also possessing 15 points, does not deliberate for long and promptly states her decision to pass as well. At 5 o'clock, the heavily made-up woman managed to break even with the dealer, which was quite expected. When it came to the green-haired youth, he promptly placed 5 chips on the table, raising his bet to 10. Doubling down, Su-yi began to contemplate. If he possessed an equal amount of chips, he would undoubtedly make a similar choice. With cards ranging from 7 to ace, out of 92 cards, 56 of them would yield a probability of nearly 61 of achieving a total of 17 or more. Even the chances of drawing a 10 to ace stood at 43, almost 1 in 2 for reaching 20 or greater. Moreover, the crucial aspect was that drawing any card would not result in a bust, thus maintaining the probability of victory. Indeed, 10 and 11 were the most suitable cards for doubling down. Su-yi concluded. It appeared that the green-haired youth was quite astute, having grasped the critical elements of the game. The dealer, the scar-faced man, wore a grim expression after the green-haired youth doubled his bet with an additional 8 chips. Be careful, kid. Greed can lead to downfall, he warned. In a game of demons, it was rather foolish to preach morals to others. The scar-faced man's demeanor darkened further as he dealt a doubling card to the green-haired youth, an ace, bringing the total to a maximum of 21 points. securing an almost guaranteed win unless the dealer also revealed a 21 to tie. Well, number 1, your luck is impressive, the green-haired youth exclaimed with a grin, whistling at the scar-faced man. The dealer, however, ignored the youth's taunt, his expression growing even more sullen. With all players having completed their turns, it was now his turn to reveal his hidden card. A king, 14 points. Thus, if the dealer revealed an 8, he would bust. A scenario that Sue-E was more than pleased to witness. The scar man raised his hand and dealt himself another card, revealing a value of 2. The total now stood at 16, insufficient to reach the threshold of 17. Thus, he had to draw again. The likelihood of busting surged dramatically. Holding his breath, the scarred man drew yet another card, an 8. A total of 25, resulting in a bust, and he was obliged to pay all the players at the table. His expression soured profoundly as he realized he had lost 14 chips, leaving him with a mere 26, placing him at the bottom of the chip hierarchy. The cards that had been dealt returned to him in an instant. Adhering to the rules, he placed the used cards face up at the bottom of the deck. With 2 decks comprising 104 cards, a minimum of 12 cards would be dealt each round until no cards remained, at which point the dealer would rotate. This meant each player could serve as the dealer for a maximum of 8 rounds. Now, the scarred man faced several more rounds in the dealer's position, yet his chip count had dwindled to the brink, leaving him gasping for breath. Observing the situation, Sue-E understood the peril he was confronting. If he did not accumulate more chips before it was his turn, he risked entering a fierce battle for survival, much like the scarred man, who was being squeezed out by those with greater chip stacks. In this round, Sue-E decided to wager 1 chip, assuming the role of the third dealer. It was not yet the opportune moment to raise his bet, as the disparity between his chips and those of the dealer was not substantial. He needed to play it safe. This time, the players were a bit more liberal with their bets, with everyone except Sue-E wagering 3 chips or more. Having ample chips is indeed advantageous, Sue-E mused. The dealer commenced the dealing, revealing 1 face-up card, a king, and 1 face-down card. The middle-aged man in a dark suit at position 2 held a 2 and a 5. He gestured for the dealer to continue. The cards were placed on the table, revealing a 5. Another card was drawn, a 6. The middle-aged man in a suit now totaled 18 points and waved his hand, opting to stand. It was now Sue-Ye's turn to call. His current point stood at 5 and 3. Without hesitation, he chose to draw another card. A 4 was dealt. Sue-E paused momentarily. The risk of busting was indeed significant, yet the potential for improvement was substantial. He drew again. A 2 appeared. Well, with a 2, 3, 4, and 5, he could form a sequence. Sue-E mused. Already at 14 points, it was unnecessary to press on. He chose to stand. With 14 points, Sue-E passed. The woman with wavy hair, holding 4 and 6, decided to double down. Her chips, originally 3, now amounted to 6. A J was dealt. Fortuitously, a smile graced the lips of the wavy-haired lady as her total reached 20 points. The heavily made-up woman, holding 6 and 8, now at 14 points and opted to draw. Another 8 was dealt, resulting in a bust, costing her 3 chips to the dealer. The heavily made-up woman shot a glare at the dealer. Next, it was the turn of the 6th player, who had initially wagered 5 chips. He received an A and a 5, clearly dissatisfied with his hand. He chose to draw. A 10 was dealt. If the A were counted as 11, it would exceed 21, thus being valued at 1 instead. His total remained at 16, unchanged. The green-haired youth clicked his tongue in discontent at the sight of the 10. With all the players having completed their calls, it was now the dealer's turn. The scarred man slowly revealed his hidden card, which turned out to be a 4, combining with his visible K to make a total of 14 points. With less than 17 points, the dealer continued to draw cards. A heart 2, now at 16 points. Still not reaching 17, the dealer proceeded. Sue-E observed the expression of the number 1 dealer, which was a mixture of conflict and struggle. For points, the scarred man broke into a sweat. Upon seeing the revealed card, he finally exhaled. The dealer had 20 points, resulting in a tie with the formidable mature lady, while the rest were consumed. The chip count increased by 13, totaling 39, nearly returning to the initial amount. Sue-E empathized, realizing that had the dealer lost this round, the chip count would have dwindled to a mere 10, placing him at the perilous risk of an involuntary all-in. It could have been a matter of a single hand, determining the end of his game. With only 30 chips at his disposal, he felt woefully inadequate. Should he bust, he could barely withstand 2 more rounds before his demise. He resolved to secure a stable chip count before taking the role of the dealer. Another round commenced. He wagered 3 chips, while the others varied between 3 to 5. The scarred man narrowed his eyes as he dealt, his gaze growing increasingly sharp. This time, the dealer's face-up card was a 6. Player 2 held a 4 and a 7, while the middle-aged man in a suit adjusted his jacket sleeve. Double. Without hesitation, he opted to double down, raising the bet to 8 chips. A queen appeared, achieving 21 points, placing him in an invincible position. Player 4, the wave-haired lady, held a 10 and a 7, undoubtedly opting to stand. Player 5, the heavily made-up woman, had a 1, a 3, and a jack. Judging by her actions in the previous round, she would likely raise her bet. Player 6, the green-haired youth, possessed an ace and a 6, and was unlikely to increase his wager. As for he had a 4 and a 2. Double. Without overthinking, seized the moment, raising his stake to 6 chips. Upon witnessing Yi's maneuver, the middle-aged man in the suit raised an eyebrow, while the dealer and the woman with wavy hair exchanged glances in his direction. The heavily made-up woman smirked as if she had encountered a farce. Are you serious? Do you even know how to play? With a hand that boasts a mere ace, you're barely at 17 points. Is it even feasible? The maximum you could achieve is around 10 points. How can you claim to have 16 points and expect to multiply that? Chapter 25, Goodness. Are they cheating right under my nose? The green-haired youth scoffed from the sidelines. You really are taking a laid-back approach, leaving everything to chance. Shall I teach you how to play? With your current hand, you absolutely must draw another card. You're sitting at only 6 points. Drawing a small card could allow you to take another turn. Isn't that preferable? You could even reach 20 or 21 points. You're effectively boxing yourself in. Oh, is that so? I stand corrected. He replied with a faint smile. Though their words dripped with mockery, he held a certain respect for these two. Their ability to ridicule with precision in such a game was commendable. While others might wish for his naive downfall, they felt compelled to enlighten him. What a peculiar situation. However, it is unfortunate that what they perceive as correct may not truly be so. Deviations are inevitable in the game of blackjack. Surmised that although these two weren't complete novices, they likely hadn't faced the dire trials of the game. Perhaps the nature of the game was more forgiving, with losses merely resulting in experience point deductions. Doubling the stakes, drew a 7, bringing his total to 13 points. The heavily made-up woman and the green-haired youth exchanged knowing glances, dismissing with a slight smirk, choosing not to engage him further. Conversely, the woman with the wavy hair, designated as number 4, cast a glance at that hinted at deeper meaning. Subsequently, the actions of the three unfolded as had anticipated. Both number 4 and number 6 opted to skip their turns, while the heavily made-up woman, number 5, doubled her bet at 13, only to draw a 9 and bust, losing 8 chips to the dealer. The woman's expression darkened. After 2 rounds of play, her bust had resulted in a loss of 11 chips, and even accounting for her initial win, she was down 10 chips, reducing her substantial lead from 70 to 60 chips. Noticing whom she had ridiculed earlier, smiling at her, she shot him a furious glare. What are you laughing at? I'm merely observing your strategy. A positive attitude warrants a smile, replied with a grin. The heavily made-up woman nearly choked on her breath, her chest heaving with indignation. The scarred man inhaled deeply as the dealer revealed the hidden card, a 7, forming a total of 13 with a visible 6. His decision to double down stemmed from a thorough understanding of the probabilities inherent in blackjack. Although each round may seem independent, most novices tend to play according to the visible cards, oblivious to the underlying mathematical principles. Presently, the game utilized 2 decks, comprising a total of 104 cards, with used cards not being shuffled back into the deck. Thus, each card has a total of 8 copies, and with 1 card drawn, 1 fewer remains. Possessing a commendable memory, Su-yi had already noted this detail, mentally tracking each card dealt. After 3 rounds, more than half of the cards had been distributed, leaving 54 cards remaining in the deck. He categorized the dealt cards into 3 groups: small, medium, and large. Cards totaling 26 points were classified as small, with a total of 40 cards available, of which 26 had already been dealt. Medium cards, totaling 79 points, comprised 24 cards, with 9 dealt thus far. Large cards, represented by 10s and aces, totaled 40 cards, with only 15 dealt to date, of which 3 were aces and 12 were 10-point face cards. This calculation transformed the scenario into a game of probability. The dealer, having not reached 17 points, was compelled to draw additional cards for himself, inherently increasing the likelihood of busting compared to the player. Currently, there were still 20 large face cards and 15 medium cards in the deck, while the small cards had dwindled from 40 to merely 14. Given that Su-yi believed the dealer's bust rate had significantly escalated, he reasoned that as long as his own hand did not bust with a total of 6 points, the specific value of his cards was inconsequential. Thus, he opted to enter the game at this moment and double his bet. Time was of the essence, as the first dealer's hand was already more than halfway completed, and Su-yi's turn to deal was approaching swiftly, with the scales of victory tipping in his favor. He seized the opportunity to accumulate chips. The Scarface man had formed a total of 13 points. With 8 points or more, he risked busting. A total of 54 cards remained in the deck. Excluding the 5 aces that would only complicate matters for the Scarface man, he was left with 32 cards. The dealer's probability of busting had soared to an astonishing 65, nearly 2/3. The Scarface man furrowed his brow, and with a sudden jolt of anxiety, he revealed a 10-point card. Su-yi exhaled in relief as his chips increased from 30 to 36. In this round, the dealer paid out 20 chips, while the heavily made-up woman at seat 5 doubled her bet and busted, resulting in an 8-chip payout to the dealer, granting him a momentary respite. The dealer's chip count has once again plummeted to a mere 27 tokens. What kind of luck is this for the dealer? Had I known, I would have skipped this round. Observing that every player at the table, save for herself, had won a considerable amount from the dealer, the heavily made-up woman appeared quite displeased. Her ire intensified, particularly as she caught sight of Su-yi, who wore a broad smile, his fortune contrasting with her own losses. He had managed to win 6 tokens while she had incurred a loss of 8. What do you know? The scarred man cast a fierce glare at the heavily made-up woman, his countenance a menacing mask of hostility. Do I not understand? Watch as I take advantage of your vulnerability. The woman's expression shifted, her words sharp and devoid of mercy. Startled by his gaze, her discontent only grew, and she resolved to teach this scarred man a lesson with her next utterance. The scarred man's eyes narrowed further, becoming as sharp as those of a hawk. Fueled by her words, with only 27 tokens left, he knew that further losses would lead to his demise, having managed the casino for many years. Being threatened by a mere girl struck him as utterly ludicrous. It was time for action, he resolved inwardly. The dealer at position 1 commenced the 4th round. The cards were unequivocal. The deck was predominantly comprised of high cards, and the probability of the dealer busting was substantial. Su-yi placed a bet of 5 tokens. He glanced around the table, noting the players' wagers. This time, the betting was fairly uniform. Everyone, save for the heavily made-up woman, had staked 5 tokens. The woman, tapping her fingers against the table, hesitated before suddenly pushing a stack of chips forward, astonishingly betting 10 tokens. This meant that if the dealer were to bust, he would have to pay out a maximum of 35 tokens, leading to his immediate elimination. To his surprise, they had already reached the elimination round so swiftly. Su-yi furrowed his brow, recognizing this was not a favorable development. The moment of taking the lead draws ever closer. The scarred man glared fiercely at the heavily made-up woman, his demeanor radiating menace. You little brat, let us see who's taking whose life. The woman, unfazed, rolled her eyes in disdain and rapped the table. Deal the cards already. What's the matter? Are you afraid? Not even daring to deal? In a fit of rage turned mockery, the scarred man picked up the stack of cards in front of him and began to deal, his hands moving with increasing speed. Su-yi immediately sensed something amiss. He wore the Thousand Doors ring. Although the art of deception might be constrained, his comprehension of it resided in the depths of his mind. He had previously attempted to remove the ring, yet the knowledge had already been etched into his consciousness. With diligent practice, even without the ring, he could master these techniques in a short time, albeit with greater effort required. The scarred man's expression was as dark as water as cards swiftly cascaded onto the table. He was cheating. Chapter 26. The art of deception, even with the Thousand Doors ring, Su's keen eyesight was still lacking. Numerous techniques of deception could be employed in the game of blackjack, dealing base cards, dealing pairs, concealing cards, and swapping cards, among others. He sensed that the scarred man was up to something, but due to the latter's rapid hand movements, he could not discern when the trickery was employed. By the time all the cards were dealt, he had yet to grasp the full picture. Naturally, even if the scarred man was indeed cheating, he would not be the first to report it. After all, he intended to attempt his own deception soon enough. Reporting such an act would not be conducive to his interests. This also provided him an opportunity to observe everyone's reactions, he thought. The dealer possesses one hidden card and one revealed card, the latter being a 9. The middle-aged man in a suit, numbered 2, holds an ace and a 7, totaling 18 points, and opts to stand. With a 9 and a queen, boasts 19 points. Considering the dealer's 9, the odds favor the dealer significantly, likely resulting in a tie, prompting him to also stand. The voluptuous woman in position 4 has a 6 and a 7, totaling 13 points, and chooses to stand. The heavily made-up woman in position 5, with a 3 and a 6 summing to 9, observes the other players, noting their decent hands. She refrains from doubling her bet, and instead decides to draw another card. She receives yet another 9, reaching 18 points, and with a sly smile, she chooses to stand. The green-haired youth in position 6 holds an ace and a 6, totaling 17 points, and he too opts to stand. The dealer reveals their hidden card, which turns out to be a queen, while the visible card remains a 9, culminating in a total of 19 points. Aside from tying with this scar-faced man triumphantly wins 25 chips, soaring from 27 to 52 chips, thereby escaping his predicament. Inwardly sighs, contemplating the possibility that this game is rigged. As the dealer distributes the cards, starting with the player next to them, finishing with their own hand after 2 rounds. The heavily made-up woman's countenance darkens. As if on the verge of madness, she has lost 3 consecutive rounds, her chips dwindling from 70 to 50. Consider yourself fortunate, Scarface. She huffs in complaint. She had anticipated this round would put an end to the bothersome scar-faced man. Yet to her dismay, his chip count has now surpassed her own. Quietly smiles, taking in the expression of player 5. Unable to control her emotions, she is likely to be the first to exhaust her chips and plunge into despair. At this moment, the game reached a state of equilibrium, with the chip counts being remarkably similar. Player 1 had 52 chips, Player 2 had 57, Player 3, possessed 36. Player 4 held 50, Player 5 also had 50, and Player 6 amassed a maximum of 85 chips. Subsequently, the dealer dealt 2 more rounds, while keenly observed the movements of the scarred man's hands, finally discerning an unsettling anomaly in the last round. He had concealed a card in his sleeve. Just as he dealt the final card, he slipped this hidden card to himself, thus securing a pair of powerful hands. Unsurprisingly, these 2 rounds concluded with the dealer's deceitful triumph. Despite the anticipated surge in the dealer's chip count, it unexpectedly surged to 72 chips. Hey, are you cheating? The heavily made-up woman, having lost another 10 chips, could scarcely contain her agitation. The drastic drop from a comfortable 70 chips to a mere 40 was utterly unforeseen by her. A glint of coldness flashed in the scarred man's eyes, his expression mocking. So what if I am cheating? If you believe I am cheating, then go ahead and press the report button, instead of squabbling with me here. If you lack the courage, then speak less. At the poker table, this is no child's play. The heavily made-up woman, incensed, could only turn away in frustration. With the deck now insufficient to deal another set of 12 cards, the dealer switched players, leaving the heavily made-up woman powerless against the scarred man. She could only wait for the next round when he would take the dealer's position. yet she now found herself facing a greater threat. Her expression grew increasingly anxious. "Dealer, switch." The demonic voice echoed once more. The seat at position 1 reverted to its original state, while the seat at position 2 transformed into the dealer's chair. The dealer requested the deck to be shuffled and dealt. The middle-aged man in a dark suit, with a grim demeanor, had remained largely silent throughout the game. Yet his gaze was piercingly sharp. After executing several impressive flourishes with the cards, the shuffling concluded. He had been observing him for quite some time. His initial behavior resembled that of a seasoned gambler, and now he showcased his card-cutting skills. The suit-clad man maintained a steady stack of 60 chips without revealing any discernible emotions. If there were one player who posed the greatest challenge at the table, it would undoubtedly be him. It was conceivable that he might engage in deceptive practices, perhaps even having prepared his hand during the card cuts. As the players placed their bets in turn, he decided to cautiously wager 1 chip, attempting to gauge the unfolding situation. Fortune favored him, as he managed to win 4 chips despite the presence of the Scarface man, bringing his total to 40 and placing him in a middle position. However, the dealer's position was in essence a precarious one. The other positions posed no immediate risk of elimination, allowing them to maintain complete control. Once seated as the dealer, one would find themselves at the mercy of the game, and Su Yi's turn to deal would soon arrive. Therefore, it was crucial to keep his chips above 40. The middle-aged dealer in the suit dealt the cards with a calm demeanor. In the first round, he was eliminated with a bust, allowing Su Yi to win a chip. In the second round, the dealer's hand totaled 17, resulting in the elimination of 3 players, while Su Yi secured an 18 and won another chip. In the third round, the dealer lost to 3 players with 17, and Su Yi lost 1 chip with his 15. The subsequent rounds were rather mundane, with the dealer experiencing both wins and losses until the final round, where he achieved a total of 20, resulting in a sweeping victory. The dealer at table 2 now possesses a total of 82 chips, having netted a profit of 22 chips. Player 1 has transformed their stack to 60 chips, while player 4 has 44, player 5 has 40, and player 6 holds 68. Meanwhile, Su Yi remains at 40 chips, tied for last place alongside the heavily made-up player 5. After 7 rounds, player 2 firmly occupies the top position. It was anticipated that the man in the suit might employ some trickery, yet Su Yi discerned no signs of deception. Unless the card shark's techniques have reached an extraordinary level, allowing him to masterfully control the cards during shuffling and cutting, it seems improbable. Although Su Yi possesses the Thousand-Gate ring, its limitations are evident, as it is merely an accessory worn by disciples of the Thousand-Gate, likely not indicative of an advanced caliber. In the face of absolute skill, it is conceivable that Su Yi may not be able to see through player 2's sleight of hand. Dealer, exchange. A chill ran through Su Yi's heart, realizing that a crucial moment had arrived. Any misstep could lead to dire consequences. Dealer, please shuffle the deck and commence dealing. As Su Yi's fingers subtly moved, he attempted various card-cutting techniques encompassed within the Thousand-Gate ring. These were merely flamboyant exercises from the Thousand-Gate. He discovered he could execute them, though due to his lack of adaptation, the execution was not as fluid as he had hoped. Subsequently, he infused his elaborate card cutting with a preliminary technique for setting up the bottom card. This time, as his finger made a slight adjustment, he sensed that the Thousand-Gate ring's techniques remained accessible. Indeed, this was encouraging news. However, as the cards were cut, the gazes of the other players shifted in a manner that piqued his curiosity. Chapter 27. Shall I teach you how to defeat me? His demeanor mirrored that of the middle-aged gentleman in the number 2 suit, as the fluidity and finesse of his card-cutting had captured the attention of all present. Meanwhile, Su Yi's ostentatious card manipulation tactics had instilled a sense of caution among the remaining players. Notably, the heavily made-up woman in seat 5 and the green-haired youth in seat 6 bore expressions of unease, having realized that the individual they had previously mocked might indeed be a skilled poker player. This was not a deliberate revelation of Su Yi's card-cutting techniques. Rather, it was a consequence of not using flashy cuts as a smokescreen, leaving them unable to ascertain whether the Thousand-Gates techniques could still be activated. However, this had its advantages, as the realization that Su Yi was not a novice prompted a more cautious approach to betting in the first round, with total wagers not exceeding 10 chips. In the opening round, Su Yi refrained from employing any tricks, relying solely on a total of 17 points, resulting in a break-even outcome. In the second round, he again abstained from any underhanded tactics, his aim being to endure his turn while gradually seeking opportunities. He achieved 18 points in the second round, yielding a modest profit of 2 chips. However, misfortune struck in the third round as he bust, losing 16 chips. Alarmingly, this left him with a mere 26 chips. Furthermore, the initial rounds had predominantly featured low cards, with many players in the third round receiving 4 cards each, reducing the total card pool to only 50. Within this remaining deck, the abundance of high cards was staggering, significantly increasing the dealer's likelihood of busting, leaving Su Yi at a loss for words. Observing his fellow players, he noted the murderous glint in the eyes of the scar-faced man in seat 1. Having amassed a substantial number of chips, was evidently growing restless. A silent understanding seemed to pass among the players as they scrutinized one another. By the fourth round, the betting had escalated to 24 chips. Seat 2 wagered 5, Seat 4 5, Seat 5 2, Seat 6 4, and finally, the Scarface man placed a bet of 8 chips. In other words, as long as someone doubles down this round, and the player does not burst while the banker does, Su Yi will lose all his chips. Observing such a significant amount of chips entering the pot, the heavily made-up woman at table 5 and the green-haired youth at table 6 regarded Su Yi with derision, as if he were already a lost cause. The scarred man at table 1 stared at Su Yi like a hunter eyeing his prey. Su Yi was acutely aware of the man's gaze. This round, he could not afford to lose. However, it was clear that the scarred man was also employing tricks of his own. If his methods were to be discovered, it would spell disaster for him. Utilizing imperial duality seemed premature, especially since no player had yet been eliminated. To use it recklessly would leave victory to sheer luck. After a moment of contemplation, Su Yi devised a plan. "How about I teach you how to win against me?" he said with a smile. Aside from the earlier conflict between the heavily made-up woman and the scarred man, the atmosphere had been rather subdued. The suddenness of Su Yi's declaration caught everyone off guard, their expressions turning peculiar. Those who had previously viewed him with suspicion now underestimated him, believing his predicament rendered him inconsequential. "What do you know about this game, you card trickster?" The woman at table 5 seized the opportunity to mock him, as if it could alleviate her own tension. "What could a player who doubled down at 6 possibly teach us?" The green-haired youth at table 6 chimed in derisively. "I am here to teach you how to double down at 6. Su Yi retorted. Blackjack is a game that bridges the past and the future. It is anything but a mere independent random process." He continued, undeterred by the jeers of the others. "First, one can deduce future cards based on those that have already been played. Second, the greater the number of high-value cards remaining in the deck, the more likely the dealer is to bust. It is essential to understand that the dealer must draw if their total is below 17, rendering any total below 16 equivalent for the players." Su Yi held the deck in his left hand while gesturing animatedly with his right. Regarding the round where player 1 doubled down with a total of 6, calculations revealed that out of the remaining 54 cards, 34 were valued at 7 or higher. This significantly increased the dealer's bust probability. You are merely employing conventional thinking focused on the current cards, failing to step outside the confines of your framework to consider the cards that have already been played. Your attention is fixated on the value of the points, neglecting the crucial aspect of busting, which is why you do not comprehend my reasoning behind doubling down at 6. Consequently, player 1 remarked, "You, player 5, are utterly clueless. Do you understand why?" Su Yi pointed at player 1 and then directed his finger back toward player 5. The heavily made-up player 5 was rendered speechless by Su Yi's commentary. Though not lacking in intelligence, she recognized her inability to calculate the cards with the same precision as Su Yi. Player 6 also appeared contemplative, beginning to grasp the situation. However, the expressions of players 5 and 6 were peculiar, as they could not fathom why this man before them was imparting strategies for blackjack, especially while he was at the brink of defeat in the very game they were playing. The two were perplexed. Su Yi surveyed the room. Player 2, a middle-aged man in a suit, and player 4, a mature woman with voluminous waves, seemed unperturbed, indicating their understanding. Meanwhile, player 1, the Scar Man, cast a derisive glance at Sue E. What is the matter, player 3? Are you aware that your defeat is imminent? Do you wish to raise the stakes? Sue E dismissively smiled at the Scar Man's words and began to gradually deal the cards. He continued, speaking with a measured tone. The current situation mirrors that of the previous round, with only 50 cards remaining in the deck, of which 33 hold a value of 7 or higher. Thus, according to my understanding of probability in the game of blackjack, as long as you avoid busting, the odds of my losing as the dealer are exceedingly high. As he spoke, the cards were dealt, and the outcome was sealed. Sue E.'s visible card as the dealer was a 4. Having dealt this card and observed the hands of the other players, a sudden delight surged within him, silently commending the favorable turn of events. The player with the number 4, a striking woman, held cards totaling 5, 8, and 13 points. She brushed her curls aside, deep in thought. It was evident that with the dealer's visible 4, she would need to draw at least one more card, aside from her hidden card. The probability of her total exceeding 17, and thus busting, was remarkably high. She decided to stand. The 5th player, a heavily made-up woman, held a 2 and a queen. Upon surveying the table and reflecting on Sue E.'s earlier remarks, she realized the likelihood of drawing a face card was substantial. Recalling the high cards that had already been played, she noted that very few remained. She estimated nearly a 50% chance of drawing a winning card. After calculating, it dawned on her just how easily she could bust, prompting her to also choose to stand. Internally, she mused. Fortunate indeed was she that this individual had inexplicably divulged the essentials of blackjack. Otherwise, had she adhered to her previous strategy, she would have certainly drawn a card this round. On the 6th, the green-haired youth held a pair of 7 and 5, totaling 12 points. As he surveyed the table, he noticed an overwhelming prevalence of low cards this round, significantly increasing the chances of a high card emerging. Naturally, he welcomed this development, effortlessly amassing chips. Skipping ahead, the first player, the Scarred Man, observed Sue E with an expression of detached amusement, holding a 6 and 8 for a total of 14 points. Without a moment's hesitation, he chose to pass. Moving on, the second player, a middle-aged man in a suit, maintained his sullen demeanor, devoid of mirth. He possessed a 7 and a jack, totaling 17 points, yet a peculiar expression crossed his face as he glanced at Sue E. It seemed he could not reach a conclusion and opted to pass as well. Skipping ahead, all 5 players at the table decided to pass, allowing Sue E to breathe a sigh of relief. This round was surely his to claim. Chapter 28. Perfect cheating with no one doubling down. Even if he were to lose, his life would remain unscathed. Yet, Sue E was resolute in his refusal to accept defeat. Losing 24 chips would jeopardize his chances of surviving the next round, and if worse came to worst, he would have to resort to imperial duality. But not at this moment. He revealed his hidden card, a 4. Combined, that made 8. The middle-aged man in the suit narrowed his gaze, fixated on Sue Yi's concealed card, the Diamond 4. If memory served him correctly, this Diamond 4 had appeared twice in the previous 3 rounds. How could it resurface now? Had this young man been cheating? Was there a technique he had failed to notice? The suited man's name was Wei Yu. He had been apprenticed to a master of deception from a young age, and, after a decade of struggle, had established himself in the largest casino in Lu City. He had served as the esteemed dealer for 14 years, a stalwart figure in the gambling realm. He boasts that within the realm of the Dragon Kingdom, he is neither inferior to the lesser nor superior to the greater. While he may indeed fall short when compared to the truly extraordinary masters, he believes he can hold his own against those of notable repute. When did such an inexperienced youth suddenly emerge? Earlier, when Sue E executed the flower cut, he began to take notice of this young man. The techniques employed were well-known practices among the practitioners of the Qian sect, leading him to deduce that Sue E must be one of their own. Thus, as Sue E dealt the cards, he remained vigilant, leaving no room for oversight. However, to his astonishment, despite his keen observation, he could not discern the young man's actions. A significant issue had arisen, yet he failed to detect even the slightest flaw. This youth had astoundingly performed the Qian right beneath his nose. He felt a wave of disbelief wash over him. Impossible. Surely, you must have misremembered. Had only a single 4 of diamonds been revealed? Rather than accept the notion that the third player had executed the Chien without his notice, he preferred to believe he had indeed erred in his recollection. The Scar Man, player 1, also sensed something amiss. What was happening? Why were the dealt cards predominantly low? Was this young man truly that fortunate? What was going on? Did you employ some underhanded trick? This table is not a playground for children. Su Yi echoed the very words of the Scarred Man. A faint smile graced Su Yi's lips as he dealt again, revealing a 3 of hearts, bringing the total to 11. A 3 of hearts. Another low card. Upon seeing this 3 of hearts, player 4, the mature woman, could not help but furrow her brow. The small cards in round 3 are rather abundant, aren't they? Setting that aside, she distinctly recalls having drawn the 3 of hearts in both the first and third rounds. It is impossible for there to be a third one. Has he cheated? The voluptuous lady at table 4 is intently observing Su Yi's hands. At 11 o'clock, drawing any card would not result in a bust. A smile graces Su Yi's lips as he continues to deal the cards. The next card is the King of Hearts, bringing the total to 21. The dealer has a natural blackjack. What? The heavily made-up lady gasps in disbelief. How can this be possible? There are so many high cards in the deck. You must have cheated. The stoic EU at table 2 also speaks in a low tone. Yes, this fellow must have cheated. It's inconceivable. The 3 of hearts has appeared twice already. The Scarred Man joins in, raising his voice. Su Yi merely smiles faintly, suggesting they file a report. You've already played all your tricks. Why report anything? The green-haired youth at table 6 wears a face of anger. I am teaching you the key to winning at blackjack, and instead of expressing gratitude, you turn against me? Upon hearing this, he finally realizes the implication, his expression shifting in understanding. So that is how it is. The voluptuous lady also comes to comprehend why he previously mentioned the techniques for achieving 21. It was all intentional. On one hand, he was informing everyone that the deck is predominantly filled with high cards, and due to the dealer's mechanism, the likelihood of the dealer busting is significantly heightened, thus increasing the chances of the players busting if they draw additional cards. He was subtly warning everyone not to take more cards. On the other hand, he had already flipped his left-hand cards over. The deck holds 50 cards above and 54 below, making it nearly impossible to distinguish upon a mere flip. At that moment, his right hand was engaged in a particular stroke, drawing everyone's attention to it, completely unsuspecting of the subtle manipulation occurring atop the deck. This man astonishingly employed the simplest of techniques to execute his deceit. The sultry woman with luscious red lips, clearly taken aback, was left in utter surprise. Su Yi narrated the events during the game of blackjack, guiding the spectator's focus towards his right hand, while his left hand discreetly flipped the cards. Masters often overlooked the most elementary of actions, and indeed, no one noticed. The high cards had been flipped over, all transformed into the smaller cards used previously. The quality of the cards was, as anticipated, remarkably good, requiring no further embellishment. Su Yi triumphantly secured 24 chips in one go, amassing a total of 50, thus extricating himself from the relentless pursuit of the other players. I'll keep a close watch on you, the heavily made-up woman exclaimed indignantly. You shouldn't be so pleased with yourself. I was merely careless. Don't think you can cheat in front of me again. The Scarred Man smirked disdainfully, his gaze fixed on Su Yi's hands, exuding confidence in his own skills of deception. Please, feel free, Su Yi replied nonchalantly, for he had already executed all necessary maneuvers for this round of dealing. According to the rules of the table, if no one detects the trickery, it simply does not exist. In the subsequent 2 rounds, players 2 and 4 adjusted their bets to minimal amounts, while players 5 and 6 remained oblivious. Owing to the prevalence of small cards, Su Yi faced no pressure in either round, and his chips swelled to 72. The heavily made-up woman and the green-haired youth glared at Su Yi with resentment. After 2 consecutive rounds of scrutiny, they failed to uncover any deceit on his part, only to realize in the end that their vigilance had been in vain. In both rounds, the cards were predominantly low value, with many duplicates from previous deals. To everyone's surprise, player number 3 flipped the deck. You're playing dirty. The heavily made-up woman exclaimed, rendered speechless by frustration, her chip count dwindling to a mere 28. Sui, unfazit, realized that such a remark indicated her imminent elimination. Within the confines of the rules, victory was not a transgression. The scarred man, player number 1, silently vowed to teach Sui a lesson. Despite years of managing a casino, he had fallen prey to such trivial tricks. Player number 2, Hiyu, upon discovering Sui's winning strategy, dismissed it as a momentary lapse on his part, a mere trifle. Should anyone dare to cheat next, he would ensure he observed every detail with utmost clarity. Sui sensed the scrutinizing gazes around her, her awareness of the looming threat heightened. She needed to exercise greater caution. Dealer, swap. With a sinister tone echoing, Sui's turn as dealer concluded, passing the responsibility to the voluptuous woman in waves. The latter, devoid of flamboyant maneuvers, proceeded with the standard shuffling and began dealing. The fourth round unfolded quite ordinarily, with no significant disparities in the card sets. No one seized an opportunity to strike. After 6 unremarkable rounds, the voluptuous dealer maintained her chip count at a steady 50. Dealer, swap. The chilling command resonated, causing the heavily made-up woman, player number 5, to shudder in fear. Chapter 29, 3 consecutive eliminations. With only 23 chips left, the heavily made-up woman bolstered her spirits, reminding herself that if others had persevered, so could she. She picked up the cards, entirely devoid of the previous arrogance she had displayed while holding 70 chips. Now, she remained silent, patiently awaiting the others to place their bets. Player 1 immediately wagered 10 chips, while the scarred man cast a fierce glance at the heavily made-up woman, seemingly intent on securing a swift victory. The others followed suit, placing their bets, 4 chips each, including Sui. In total, 26 chips were wagered in the first round. Should the heavily made-up woman bust, she would face annihilation. As the cards were dealt, everyone's totals remained in the mid-range, neither high nor low. All eyes on the dealer for the next move. Clearly, luck did not favor the heavily made-up woman, whose pleading gaze indicated her desperation. Her visible card was a 6, and her hidden card a king. According to the rules, with a total less than 17, she drew another card, a mere 8. Her total reached 24, a bust. In an instant, her chips vanished, and the row of holes behind her chair gleamed ominously. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Knives flew straight towards the back of the heavily made-up woman before she could even scream. Her pupils dilated in shock as crimson stains marred her pink dress, glaringly vivid. Player 5's chips were exhausted. Annihilation. Dealer, exchange. The merciless announcement echoed, the blood before them heightening the senses of the 5 remaining players, intensifying the atmosphere at the table. Truly, a chilling realization. Sui exhaled softly, contemplating the emergence of the first victim. The game would undoubtedly grow more perilous. He needed to observe each dealer meticulously, scrutinizing every movement. Failing to identify their vulnerabilities would mean entirely relinquishing his own chances. This was especially true for players 1 and 2. Meanwhile, player 6, a green-haired youth, retained 52 chips and discreetly shuffled the deck. The scar-faced man, confident in his chips, carelessly wagered 10, then surveyed the remaining players. Sui, understanding the unspoken tension, placed a bet of 5. Players 2 and 4 followed suit with their own 5. This collective wager of 25 chips posed a significant threat to player 6. The green-haired youth furrowed his brow, clearly sensing the impending danger. Should he lose this round, he would be vulnerable to exploitation by the onlookers. It was time to get serious. Suddenly, his hands began to move with remarkable speed, shuffling and cutting the cards. Sui raisit aneyebruk, questioning whether the green-haired youth was employing sleight of hand. The youth gradually ceased his rapid shuffling, preparing to deal. He had not cheated during the shuffle. Rather, he was merely warming up his hands. As he dealt the cards with one hand at an impressive pace, Sui watched intently, realizing that the green-haired youth's skills exceeded his expectations. To his surprise, among the 6 players, 3, aside from himself, possessed the same talent for card manipulation, which he could not discern. The green-haired youth smiled subtly, confident in his mastery of a card manipulation device. His technique was imperceptible to others. Suddenly, a loud exclamation escaped his lips. What? The self-assured expression on his face was replaced by sheer terror. Player 2 had successfully reported Player 6, leading to the latter's elimination. The sound of blades piercing flesh echoed multiple times in an instant. The unexpected turn of events caused Su Yi's expression to tighten. In the blink of an eye, what had appeared to be a stable game now witnessed the swift removal of 2 players. The Scarface man was equally taken aback, having barely grasped Player 6's actions before Player 2's report had succeeded. This individual's mastery of sleight of hand far surpasses my own. The instigator of this affair, number 2, remains unfazed. None of you shall dare to cheat in my presence again. Upon finishing his statement, he cast a disdainful glance at Su Yi, as if both dismissive and provocative. The dealer exchanged the cards. The scarred man's expression shifted from ease to tension, realizing that the very skills he relied upon for survival were no longer advantageous in this game. Su Yi surveyed the chips on the table. Player 1 had 71 chips, while Player 2, having successfully reported Player 6, now possessed 129 chips. Su Yi himself held 76 chips, and Player 4 had 54. Player 2, with a predatory gaze, wagered 36 chips. Su Yi contemplated the current situation. It was evident that Player 2 had thoroughly assessed everyone's standing and was now poised to reap the rewards. With Player 1 as his target, Su Yi placed a bet of 1 chip, and Player 4 followed suit, also betting 1 chip. The scarred man felt a bead of sweat form on his brow, as the pace of dealing was noticeably slower than before. He understood that Player 2 was fixated on him. He dared not cheat at this moment, for being caught would spell certain doom, while playing legitimately still offered a glimmer of hope. The dealer revealed 1 face-up card and a 6. Player 2 had an 8 and a 4, totaling 12. With hands crossed, Player 2 doubled his bet. The sound of the chips clinking struck the scarred man like a chill. Trembling, he revealed a card, a 7, bringing Player 2's total to 19. Player 2's wager now stood at 72 chips. Should he win, Player 1 would be obliterated. The scarred man inhaled deeply, cursing inwardly, yet solidifying his resolve. It was clear he could not remain passive. He would engage in this contest of deceit. Pass. Pass. Yet, it was evident that Su Yi and Player 4's 2 calls left him momentarily stunned. The art of deception could not be executed without the cards in hand. With a sigh, Su Yi acknowledged that neither he nor Player 4 would involve themselves in this pivotal moment, nor would they grant the scarred man an opportunity to cheat. The scarred man, bewildered, revealed his hidden card, a jack. With a total of 16 points, he needed to exceed 5 points for the dealer to bust. His hand trembled. What's the matter? Are you frightened? I hold the utmost disdain for those like you, who believe themselves invincible merely because they possess a few tricks up their sleeve. You lack the courage to confront life and death. How can you speak of victory? The scarred man gently let fall a card, the Queen of Hearts. The dealer reached 26 points and bust. Player 1 lost all his chips, obliterated. The scarred man had no time to shout. In his dazed state, a flying knife had already pierced him. The dealer exchanged. Player 2, he slightly lifted his eyelids, revealing a sinister smile. He knew everything was under his control. His hands continuously morphed into various stances, slicing through the deck with vigor. Now only 3 remained. Su Yi understood that Player 2, the man in the suit, had emerged as the highest practitioner of deception in the room. This meant that when it came to cheating, no one could surpass him. Therefore, reporting him would, in relative terms, lose its significance. He could cheat without detection, while his own attempts would be immediately discernible. This implied that Player 2 was unrestrained. With his extraordinary skill in deception, he could cheat freely before Su Yi and Player 4. Thus, they found themselves in a stalemate. Theoretically, it is advisable for Player 2 to refrain from excessive betting and instead transition to their own stake, contemplating the most effective strategy. However, to eliminate an opponent, one must exert pressure while they are in a position of control. Su Yi understood that employing a delaying tactic was not a prudent strategy. Victory must be secured during this round. Chapter 30. I pushed all in. Player 4, the voluptuous lady, was also feeling the strain, as the pressure from Player 2 was overwhelming. Continuing in this manner, failure was merely a matter of time. Her gaze flickered toward Su Yi, and at that moment, she hoped that this young man could shatter the impasse. Yet, she was acutely aware that, against Player 2's formidable skills, such a possibility was utterly implausible. After much contemplation, she could only melancholically conclude that it appeared she and Player 3 were destined to lose. "What's the matter? Are you afraid to place your bets?" Player 2 observed Su Yi and Player 4, two lambs ready for slaughter. Witnessing their hesitant demeanor, he felt an immense sense of satisfaction. This game was already in his grasp, and it was merely a matter of time before he would enjoy their company until the end. "I pushed all in," Su Yi declared, pushing all of his chips forward, wagering 76 tokens. "What?" Player 2, caught off guard while cutting the cards, thought he must have misheard. "All in," exclaimed the voluptuous lady in astonishment. "Excellent. Boldness without strategy is not the courage I speak of when referring to a fearless acceptance of fate. You seem quite confident," Su Yi retorted. Player 2 did not respond to Su Yi's remark. Instead, he swiftly flicked his wrist, revealing 3 cards that cascaded onto the table. "This is the source of my confidence." He, with a flamboyant shuffle of the cards, revealed 4 aces under Su Yi's unclear gaze. "Do you see? Conversely, I wish to inquire about the origin of your confidence. Perhaps it is merely my fortuitous luck," Su Yi replied with a grin. "Oh, luck? Are you certain?" He seemed to have heard a rather amusing joke, and his previously sullen face broke into a smile. Su Yi offered a faint smile, neither affirming nor denying. The mature lady, known for her bold demeanor, was perplexed by Su Yi's actions. Wasn't he pushing the chips forward akin to surrendering oneself? It was tantamount to walking into a trap. After the mature lady placed a single chip, Su Yi activated Supreme Sovereignty. He was determined to win this round. Even if Supreme Sovereignty could only be used once per game, securing this round's chips was his priority. With 200 chips in hand, he exuded confidence and dealt the cards without hesitation. Su Yi, oblivious to any tricks he might have employed, felt assured that he would emerge victorious this round. Fortune enveloped Su Yi. He simply could not fathom how he could lose. The dealer revealed a 6. Su Yi held a queen and a 5, totaling 15 points. Without a moment's hesitation, he embraced the currents of luck and opted to pass. The mature lady, with a jack and a 2, contemplated for a while before also choosing to pass. He smiled knowingly, observing Su Yi's lack of action as if to say, "Is this all there is?" The mature lady was equally at a loss for words, her last shred of hope shattered, realizing that Su Yi had come here merely to court disaster. Gazing intently at Su Yi, he revealed his hidden card, a 9, while the dealer continued to draw, aware that exceeding 6 would result in a bust. Luck, whether fortuitous or unfortunate, could determine the outcome in certain scenarios, yet it bore no relevance in the current game. He uttered a phrase, gently lifting the topmost card and slowly laying it before himself. In the realm of gambling, fortune serves merely as an accessory, whereas true prowess is paramount. As he spoke, he unveiled his cards, initially fixated on Su Yi, yet a fleeting glance caught the incredulous expression of a voluptuous woman, causing him to cast a bewildered look at his own revealed hand. A 7? 22 points, a bust? Impossible. How could this be? He had optimally assessed the situation. The preceding card must have been a 6. How could a 7 emerge? Reflecting on his actions, he suddenly froze. Had he perchance erred? Had he inadvertently drawn an extra card, elevating the 7? It had been over a decade since he last made a mistake. And how could he have failed to notice such a blunder? This was uncanny. He stood there, incredulous. What had happened to his luck? Was it not often said that luck is a component of skill? Su Yi replied with a faint smile, reassured that Yu Wuxuang had not abandoned him. He sensed that Yu Wuxuang's influence persisted, undiminished. After several uses of Yu Wuxuang, Su Yi discerned that the independent event described within its contents might represent a unit, a measure. It did not merely pertain to a singular event. Concerning the selection of non-toxic pizza, Yu Wuxuang's effect allowed him 3 choices before it faded. It is evident that a singular choice is insufficient to fully deplete the formidable aura of the Yu Wuxuang. Similarly, securing victory in the previous round of blackjack posed no significant challenge. Thus, the Yu Shuang remained unspent. In light of this triumph in blackjack, further strategies may still be developed. Su Yi's tokens have doubled from 76 to 152, while the dealers have diminished from 200 to 123. With just one round, Su Yi is poised to secure victory. The odds are decidedly in his favor. "Young man, I wonder what stroke of luck you've encountered," Yu remarked, his brow furrowed. "Do you dare to engage in another round?" "Push, as you wish," Su Yi retorted without hesitation, his hand, entwined with fortune, pushing all his chips forward. However, the rules dictate that one may only bet with the dealer's chips, leaving Su Yi with 28 remaining on the table. He was momentarily taken aback, bewildered by the turn of events. He had merely provoked Su Yi on a whim, believing he would play conservatively and engage in a drawn-out contest. Little did he expect Su Yi to boldly declare war once more against his own dealer. "Good lad, this time you are courting your own demise. Do not blame me." It was not only Yu who was taken aback. The voluptuous dealer was equally stunned. What transpired? In the blink of an eye, the formidable boss seemed to have transformed into an entirely different individual. Yet, he had not even touched the cards. The dealer regained her composure and cautiously placed a bet of one chip, opting to observe the unfolding events. Yu, without further ado, proceeded with the deal, deliberate and measured. He had meticulously arranged the first few rounds during the previous shuffling phase, which meant that the outcomes of the subsequent rounds had already been predetermined. However, the prior unexpected occurrence left him unconvinced that this round would also yield surprises. Su Yi held a 6 and a jack, totaling 16 points. Indeed, the first card drawn was the 6 he had needed in the previous round, and a mistake had been made. He nodded to himself. According to the order of play, he should still win this round without needing to resort to any underhanded tactics. He had drawn an 8 and a hidden card. Without uttering a word, Su Yi chose to pass, opting not to take any action. The voluptuous lady received a 9 and a queen, totaling 19 points, and similarly chose to pass. Observing Su Yi's inaction, Yu's lips finally curled into a smile once more. Were they still relying on luck? A lesson was in order. Yu's gaze sharpened as he revealed his hidden card, a 7, bringing his total to 15 points. He anticipated that the next card would be a 5, granting him a total of 20 points and securing victory in this game. Chapter 31 title, Destiny Fulfilled, Clearance Reward, Golden Spirit Master Profession card. After decades of gambling experience and mastering the art of deception, he was convinced that no unforeseen circumstances could arise. The drawn card was slowly revealed. The voluptuous lady held her breath. It was a king. A total of 25 points. The dealer busts. The second player lost all their chips, obliterated. What just happened? How did he manage that? This was simply uncanny. He stared in shock at the cards slipping from his grasp. His ears filled only with the gentle echo of Su Yi's words. Destiny fulfilled? Could anyone truly be so fortunate as to influence his own skills? Luck, luck, Su Yi murmured softly. The voluptuous lady also held her breath. Yu's focus began to wane amidst the sound of the flying knife, leaving only a visage of astonishment. The dealer exchanged 275 chips, with Su Yi holding a substantial fortune. The voluptuous lady, bewildered by the turn of events, had just moments ago believed that player 2 was assured of victory. Yet, how could it be that the victor was now a mere youth who had contributed nothing? In her confusion, she remained oblivious to the unfolding drama, as Su Yi effortlessly bypassed obstacles and emerged triumphant over the once self-assured player 2, rendering her speechless. It seemed the only constant was the inevitable outcome of her own defeat. With the remaining 56 chips, she numbly wagered 6, her hand hovering anxiously near the report button. In this moment, her only hope lay in the fairness of the game. Should Su Yi resort to any form of deceit, her chances of winning would vanish. Though Su Yi had exhausted his formidable move, his dominance in chips combined with his opponent's shattered composure made victory a mere formality. With a smile, Su Yi shuffled the cards with increasing speed and flair, his gaze fixated on the wine-red gown of player 4, the voluptuous lady. Finally, he heard the words he had longed for. Player 4 reported player 2's failure, forfeiting 30 chips. The voluptuous lady ultimately succumbed to the mounting pressure, caught in a dilemma where both reporting and remaining silent posed risks. observing the man's flamboyant maneuvers, which often seemed akin to cheating. She felt compelled to press the report button, realizing her own passivity was untenable. Subsequently, she placed a bet of merely 1 chip. When Su-yi concluded his round, she found herself with only 15 chips remaining. Su-yi relentlessly pushed his chips forward, bringing the game to a close. With a king and an ace in hand, he achieved a total of 21. Destiny had favored him, securing victory in the decisive final round. The moment Su-yi triumphed in the game, he was once again transported to that dazzling, kaleidoscopic realm. Congratulations to the player Su-yi for completing the second round of the Demon Game, the life and death showdown of Blackjack. Rating: S grade bonus, 50 difficulty increase reward, 20 bonus for the rookie transition match. Note: this transitional reward is designed for rookie players who achieve MVP in the first round of the game. The victory bonus increases to 20 for the second round and 30 for the third round, continuing in this manner up to a maximum bonus of 100. If the game is lost, the transition match rewards are immediately suspended. Experience points awarded: 20 bonus, 14 monetary reward, 5 million bonus, 3, 5 million item rewards, Gold Spirit Master Career Card, Windwalker Boots, Teleportation Compass Title Reward, The Fated Gambler. Note 1. Title rewards are randomly dropped based on the player's game performance. When equipped, this title grants a 10 bonus to single game rewards, which expires at the end of the game and cannot be re-equipped, serving only as a memento. Note 2. The chosen one of the path of gambling, a gambler with prosperous fortune. 34 experience points. This nearly equals the experience gained from 4 or 5 games played by others. This time, due to starting with the minimum chips, the difficulty bonus astonishingly reached 50, and the transition match reward soared to 20, resulting in a combined bonus of 70. It is no wonder that he was so furious when the transition match for Xinghua was interrupted. One must realize that if the transition match continues to be won, the additional experience gained is indeed substantial. For the sake of his goals and the ranking matches, Su-yi could not afford to lose the transition match. He summoned his attribute panel. Player name: Su-yi. Title: Master Deduction, not equipped. Destiny's Gambler, not equipped. Player profession: Trickster. Profession level: Tier 1. Experience: 6100. Status: Cursed Death Countdown, 58 days. Trickster profession: active. Obtain profession card to be transformed into exclusive Trickster profession cards. Once equipped, one can assume that profession and gain access to certain skills of that profession. Note: the level of the Trickster profession can only be lower than the Trickster's current level. For instance, a Tier 2 Trickster can only assume a Tier 1 profession. A Tier 3 Trickster can assume a Tier 2 profession, and so forth. A Tier 1 Trickster can only assume a Tier 1 profession. Innate skill: Dual Mastery, Special Commanding Unparalleled Fortune, Unleashing Tumultuous Waves, an Unstoppable Force. For a specific independent event, regardless of the improbability, the desired outcome is assured. Today's usable times: 02, requires charging. This skill does not recharge automatically. Items: Gold Spirit Master Profession Card, Wind-Soaring Boots. Teleportation Compass, Thousand Gates Ring, Devil's Revolver. He first opened the profession card, acutely aware that his current profession was merely a fade. Fortunately, he had finally obtained a profession card for himself, marking his initial step onto the path of the Spirit Master. To his delight, it was a 5 elements Spirit Master profession card, which was entirely unavailable for sale in the Spirit Master Forum, tightly regulated by the official sections. Scarce yet invaluable. It was worth no less than 50 million. Name: Golden Spirit Master Profession Card. Type: Consumable. Function: eligible participants may acquire the Spirit Master Profession, Golden Spirit Master. Description: a precious and rare powerful profession card. Note: the metal sword of Gung-jin, unyielding and indestructible. Su-yi promptly donned the windward boots and examined the description. Name: Windward Boots. Type: Leg equipment. Function: the windward boots carry the windward spirit formation upon activation. Speed increases by 50 for 1 minute, with a cooldown of 1 hour, and can conceal appearance. Description: part of the windward set. Collecting all 5 pieces grants the windward technique. Note: when the effect of the windward spirit formation concludes, Do not be foolish enough to think your legs have been encased in cement. With a flourish of his hands, a compass adorned with intricate patterns materialized. Name: teleportation compass. Type: teleportation item. Function: one-way teleportation within a range of 5 kilometers, requiring a 10-second guidance period. Description: a one-way teleportation tool. Note: use with caution for escape. Ensure the guidance is not interrupted. After reviewing the equipment, Su-Yi returned to reality, his form gradually materializing in the esports hotel room. Merely an hour had passed. Next demon game countdown. 5 days. Gazing at the brief countdown, Su-Yi couldn't help but curse this wretched game under his breath. He then retrieved the Golden Spirit Master Profession card, a crystalline and slightly thick card shimmering in his grasp, with a flickering golden flame dancing at its center. Su-Yi chose to activate it. In an instant, cards encircled Su-Yi, transforming in a fine powder that melded into his being. The profession card of the Spirit Master has successfully evolved into the exclusive profession card of the Fraudster, Fraudulent Spirit Master. Chapter 32, Fraudulent Profession, Spirit Master. Upon hearing the notification, Su-Yi eagerly opened to examine his professional skills. Profession: Fraud, Active First-Tier Spirit Master. Skills of the Fraudulent Spirit Master. Body of Gung Metal. Active: the Gung Metal energy envelopes the entire body, rendering it as unyielding as gold. Fists and feet strike with the force of steel, impervious to sharp instruments. Gung Metal Weaponry. Active: utilizes the Gung Metal energy within to enhance weapons, particularly swords, rendering them indomitable. Gung Metal energy exhibits a restraining effect on spiritual entities. At last, he possessed a means of offense, and Su-Yi exhaled with relief. He had finally ascended to the ranks of an initiated energy wielder. As a first-tier fraudster, lacking a professional card, he was merely an ordinary individual. Su-Yi promptly activated the Fraudulent Spirit Master, adopting it as his profession. The body of Gung Metal. For the first time, he felt an unceasing flow of energy within, coursing throughout his physique. Observing his reflection, he noted no apparent changes in appearance. He ran his hand along his arm, discovering it was smooth yet firm. A gentle rap produced a sound akin to striking steel. Tentatively, he delivered a punch to the decorative punching bag in the esports hotel. Bam! The bag was punctured cleanly, leaving a gaping hole through which black sand poured forth. Had he not restrained his strength, Su-Yi mused that a single punch from him could likely fell a bull. After toying with it for approximately 10 minutes, Su-Yi could distinctly sense his exhaustion. The unknown energy within him, which had been surging incessantly, now lay dormant. It appeared that, as a spiritual energy user, the essence of his abilities relied heavily on the energy within. Devoid of this force, he would be incapable of harnessing the powers of a spiritual practitioner. After a brief respite, Su-Yi felt the energy within him gradually replenishing. He endeavored once more to wield the metal of the Gungjin. In an instant, a small fruit knife in his hand radiated a brilliant golden light. As if it were an extension of his own being, he could perceive that this knife possessed the strength to slice through iron and steel. Remarkable! Even at the first tier of the Gold Spirit Master, such formidable combat prowess was displayed, truly deserving of the esteemed title among the 5 primary professions of official spiritual practitioners. Glancing at his phone, he noted that 8.5 million had been credited to his account, with the previous sum of over 2 million. Su-Yi contemplated the decision to invest the entire 10 million into enhancing Unmatched Guardian. This gaming experience had proven to be exceptionally perilous. Without his exploitative skill, he would have inevitably faced defeat. It was regrettable that he could not reserve Unmatched Guardian for later use as a reward. Such a skill was akin to a protective talisman. It would be foolish not to fully charge such an ability under the stipulated conditions. This time, he resolved to maximize Unmatched Guardian to its 2-charge limit, ensuring his survival during critical moments, and perhaps even leaving an opportunity for a reward to trigger a critical hit. If Unmatched Guardian were to yield a critical reward, it would undeniably unveil a flaw in the system. Gathering his thoughts, Su-Yi proceeded downstairs to enjoy a bowl of noodles and subsequently extended his stay at the esports hotel for another 10 days. The freshly acquired 10 million had already found an investment target Yet his aspirations for establishing a home would have to be postponed once more. Chen Siyun once mentioned that her talisman could only conceal from the authorities for a mere 3 days. Now, her task was to await their arrival. Su Yi sent a message to Chen Siyun, indicating his willingness to join the official ranks. She promptly replied with an enthusiastic affirmation. Joining the official faction was a decision carefully considered by Su Yi. Chen Siyun had informed him that becoming part of the official body would not restrict the autonomy of spiritual practitioners. On the contrary, it would provide additional resources, albeit with the responsibility of eliminating certain unsavory elements within their designated area. Teams categorized by regional characteristics were, in the eyes of the authorities, considered auxiliary units rather than core members. This concept bore resemblance to that of mercenaries. As Su Yi ventured into this new game, the adage, "the sturdy tree provides ample shade," echoed in his mind. Given his limited understanding of the game and the predicament of being ensnared by a curse, joining the official faction seemed the most prudent choice. Acquiring greater benefits and information was paramount for him at this juncture. Should the alliance yield no advantages, he could always withdraw. His interests were his utmost priority. As a novice in the realm of spiritual practitioners, this principle was an essential rule for Su Yi after entering the Devilish game. Rest assured, dear readers, the protagonist is an independent player and will never be bound by any organization. A day swiftly passed. Su Yi spent his time browsing forums while skillfully handling a deck of cards. A knock echoed through the room, and peering through the peephole, he spotted 2 young women. One of them appeared tall and relatively mature, clad in a white shirt and a light gray skirt, exuding a distinctly professional aura. Another individual, younger in age, dressed casually in denim jeans and a pink-fitted t-shirt, must surely be part of the official team. Su Yi mused internally as he opened the door. He remained silent, surveying the 2 exquisite faces before him, waiting for them to speak first. To be succinct, you have undoubtedly encountered some perplexing experiences. Zhang Ning met Su Yi's gaze without flinching, locking eyes with him. She detected not the slightest hint of fear regarding the incomprehensible in his eyes. Quite composed, she mentally assessed him. The demon game. Those who participate in it will become wielders of extraordinary abilities. Su Yi nodded, stepping aside to invite them in. My name is Zhang Ning, the captain of the Spirit Users team in the Dongning district of Ningxing, and I'm a level 4 Spirit User, the tall woman stated as she settled onto the sofa. Her long hair cascaded down her shoulders, and her straight legs, clad in a light gray skirt, appeared even more fair. Her expression was stern, exuding a commanding presence. I am Xiao Li, a member of the Spirit Users team in the Dongning district, and I am a level 3 Spirit User. The girl in the pink t-shirt plopped down onto the bed with a carefree demeanor, radiating a charming and youthful energy. You are far more composed than I had anticipated. As soon as they were seated, they delved directly into the matter, succinctly elucidating the demon game, the Spirit Users, the official entities, and the malevolent organizations. Interruption. So, am I to decide whether to join your official faction now? In terms of the official perspective, individuals like you, who have been randomly selected, can only pursue 2 paths, the first being cultivation and the second, supervision. Your credentials have been officially verified, allowing you to become an official psychic practitioner. Sang Ning noted. Our team is in dire need of talents like you. Please join us. Xiao Li felt an inexplicable surge of excitement. I hope the organization will nurture my abilities. Su Yi did not allow Xiao Li's enthusiasm to wane. Without hesitation, he expressed his support. Wonderful. Xiao Li beamed with joy, her long legs swinging playfully on the bed. Zhang Ning was taken aback. She and Ti finished her sentence and had intended to elaborate on the official privileges and responsibilities. Perhaps I should explain the obligations and dangers of joining the organization? Zhang Ning felt it was necessary to clarify that joining the official team was no trifling matter. Even though their team was indeed in need of personnel, she did not wish for anyone to join without a clear understanding. No, I'm more than willing to fight for our country and protect the people. Are you certain? I am committed without reservation, Su Yi proclaimed passionately. You will undoubtedly become the backbone of our team. Xiao Li was overjoyed. yet her expression seemed to convey a sense of urgency directed at Zhang Ning. Captain Shaoli murmured, then turned to Su Yi with a smile. Here's a contract. Take a look, and if there are no issues, Zhang Ning produced a contract from somewhere. I'm willing. Long live the organization. Although Su Yi found it somewhat peculiar. He signed without a second glance. Shaoli was ecstatic, while Zhang Ning was momentarily stunned by the unexpectedly smooth proceedings. It is well known that their team in Dongning District had a notorious reputation for weakness, struggling to secure newly trained members from the organization. It is indeed rare for random participants to appear, yet upon hearing of the vulnerabilities of her team, they opt to join other regional teams in pursuit of better treatment and enhanced security. Before she could finish her narration, an enthusiastic member abruptly approached her, leaving her somewhat bewildered. It seems I have fallen under a curse. Could you lend me your assistance in breaking it? Su Yi looked hopefully at Zhang Ning. A curse? Observing the puzzled expressions on Zhang Ning and Xiao Li's faces, Su Yi's once vibrant demeanor dimmed considerably. ISNT, it said that the official information is extensive? How could they be unaware? Chapter 33. Zhang Ning in shock. Do I possess a powerful rare skill? Pray tell. Sang Ning Kinkuiret. My attribute interface displays a status bar indicating I am cursed, with a countdown of 57 days remaining. This revelation caused Xiao Li's previously joyous expression to freeze. After all the effort to welcome a new member, was death imminent? Zhang Ning also found herself momentarily stunned. Indeed, one must not be overly joyful. To my knowledge, there has never been a report of anyone bearing a cursed status, especially not a newcomer to the game. That seems improbable, Zhang Ning remarked, her brow furrowing. However, you are now a member of our Dongning team. I shall request information regarding curses from above. Do not fret just yet. Su Yi perceived the underlying message in her words. I understand your urgency, but please remain calm. Then I kindly ask for prompt assistance, she replied. Meanwhile, Xiao Li, who had been contemplating a welcoming ceremony for the newly joined member, fell silent, her expression now drooping. The game of demons is fraught with unpredictability. It is hardly surprising when one receives the next death notice. Zhang Ning composed her expression. Regardless, allow me to extend my congratulations on your new position. A monthly salary of 10,000 may seem modest, yet additional bonuses accompany the execution of tasks. In our Dongning team, the area we oversee maintains a relatively stable order, fostering a more pleasant atmosphere compared to other districts, devoid of excessive tension. Currently, we have 6 members, including you. I am the sole 4th tier, while there are 4 third-tier members, plus you, the newcomer. I have yet to inquire about your profession. If you belong to a powerful class, you shall undoubtedly receive greater resources. More resources? By the way, can our officials verify professions? Su Yi cautiously posed question. Verification? Why is it necessary? Zhang Ning appeared puzzled. The ability to utilize the skills of your profession serves as the best verification. Ahem, I'm a metal spirit master. My profession is indeed a metal spirit master, Su Yi affirmed confidently. A metal spirit master, renowned for its offensive prowess among the 5 elemental spirit masters. Zhang Ning was taken aback, then sprang from the sofa, her gaze towards Su Yi igniting with fervor. You are a metal spirit master? Indeed, that is correct. The body of gung metal. Without further elaboration, Su Yi activated the skill, tapping his arm. The sound of metal striking resonated immediately. This is indeed the body of gung metal. You have awakened such a formidable skill at the 1st tier. Zhang Ning was clearly still processing this revelation. While Xiao Li exclaimed, You awaken a skill? Are skills not inherently possessed by every profession? No, they are not. Even within the same profession, awakened skills differ, exhibiting a spectrum of strength. Furthermore, with each advancement in rank, one not only enhances their spiritual energy, but also awakens at least one skill. It is quite common for individuals to reach the 4th rank without any external intervention and still fail to awaken powerful skills. However, you at the 1st rank have awakened this rare skill, indicating that you are destined to become a formidable spirit master. I truly did not misjudge you. Xiao Li's joy was palpable, as if she had completely forgotten the curse that plagued Su Yi. In truth, I have also awakened another skill, the Metal Guardian. Su-yi pondered before speaking, picking up a nearby fruit knife and infusing it with spiritual energy, causing a knife to materialize, shimmering with a faint golden aura before the eyes of the two women. The Metal Guardian? This is yet another formidable skill. Xiao Li's mouth could fit an egg in disbelief. Captain, Xiao Li exclaimed, her excitement evident. Generally speaking, a spirit master may pursue one of two paths, enhancing their physical prowess to vanquish foes, or wielding indomitable strength to conquer enemies through swordsmanship. Sangning, Dol, contained her excitement as she elucidated to Su-yi. It is exceedingly rare to find an individual at the first rank possessing two powerful and rare skills. So, this implies that I should garner considerable resources, right? Su-yi was astonished to learn that skills are indeed randomized, and to possess two formidable skills himself made him wonder if his dual mastery might confer some passive effects. Alas, he was burdened with the guise of a deceptive profession. However, the official training resources should not be overlooked. One finds oneself in a precarious situation. To enhance one's strength, participating in ranked matches necessitates employing every possible means. Upon reaching the second tier, one must not reveal their true form. Caution is imperative. This is certain. Moreover, there is a strong possibility of salvation. A practitioner of such potential as yourself will undoubtedly receive substantial support from above to lift the curse. Xiao Li responded eagerly. Zhang Ning nodded with a smile, implicitly agreeing with Xiao Li's assertion. Upon hearing this, Su-yi felt a sense of relief. It seems the deception was indeed effective. The resources have been secured. Without further delay, we must report this matter immediately. By the way, when is your next entry into the demon game? Sangning, her complexion rosy and her long hair cascading gracefully, inquired. For days. Ding, ding, ding. Captain, there is an urgent mission. Xiao Li glanced at her phone, interrupting the conversation between the two. Zhang Ning's expression grew serious as she nodded, indicating her understanding. For days is rather tight. It may be too late to distribute resources. It is likely that in a week, the higher-ups will provide you with some essential tools and equipment to bolster your combat capabilities and assist you through the initial phase of the game. Here, take this. Zhang Ning contemplated briefly before retrieving a golden gemstone necklace. It will offer you a degree of protection. You must endure the next game. Once you complete it, remember to call. As she spoke, Zhang Ning handed her phone to Su-yi to input her number, while Xiao Li also extended her phone. Good luck. Xiao Li cheerfully encouraged Su-yi. Su-yi was aware of their urgency and quickly exchanged contact numbers with the two women, who wasted no time in departing from his room. He couldn't help but reflect on the challenges faced by the members of the official team. Sighing, he picked up the necklace, still warm in his hand. Name, Heart of the Desert. Type, necklace equipment. Function, sandcastle. Passive, instantly summons a small sandcastle to withstand lethal attacks, absorbing tremendous kinetic energy. 1-3. Description, consumable equipment. Once used 3 times, it cannot be repaired and will be irreparably damaged. Note, each use of this life-saving item diminishes its availability. A life-saving tool with 1 opportunity remaining. Remarkable. Su-yi felt an instant admiration for the commanding presence of the captain, who exuded elegance and strength. She was strikingly beautiful and formidable. Indeed, this was a significant investment in his future. He felt fortunate to have such a capable superior. Su-yi held high hopes that the official team could assist him in breaking the curse that had plagued him. His phone vibrated, and, upon checking, he discovered a message from Xiao Li, accompanied by a document. Studied diligently. The document contained information regarding the demon games and psychics, intended for his learning. Su-yi promptly began to delve into the material. After several hours of study, his understanding of the demon games deepened significantly. The realm of these games encompassed a vast array of genres, including solo puzzles, team dungeons, and competitive team battles, an extensive variety indeed. No wonder he frequently found himself embroiled in annihilation-style confrontations. It was a rather unusual occurrence. Chapter 34. A New Game. My amnesia and the murderer, the genre of erasure games, is seldom encountered. Yet inexplicably, it has transformed into a foolproof endeavor for me, a novice. It feels as though I have been cursed. 4 days have swiftly elapsed, and there remain but 5 minutes until the commencement of this new demonic game. Su-E meticulously reviews his attribute panel. Player name, Su-E. Title, The Destined Gambler, equipped. The Solitary Master of Reasoning, unequipped. Player class, Deceiver, class level, Tier 1, experience, 6100, status, cursed, death countdown, 53 days, class deception, active acquired class card can be transformed into exclusive Deceiver cards. Once equipped, one may assume that class and gain access to select skills. Equipped class Deception, Tier 1 Golden Spirit Master, Golden Spirit Master skills, Body of Metal, active the essence of metal envelopes the body, rendering it as resilient as gold, with fists and feet striking with the force of steel, impervious to sharp weapons. Metal Enhancement, active fortifies weapons with one's own golden essence, particularly swords, rendering them indomitable. The golden essence possesses a restraining effect against spiritual entities. When commanding formation, when boots upon activating the formation, speed increases by 50 for 1 minute, with a cooldown of 1 hour. Talent skill, Dual Sovereignty, special wielding unparalleled fortune. It conjures tempestuous waves, an unstoppable force, in relation to a certain independent event. Regardless of how improbable it may be, it will inevitably yield an ideal outcome. Available usage today, 2-2, requires charging. This skill cannot recharge automatically. Equipment, Leg Gear, Windwalker Boots, Accessory 1. Thousand Doors Ring, Accessory 2. Desert Star. Equipment skills, Windwalker Formation, Windwalker Boots upon activation. Speed is increased by 50 for 1 minute, with a cooldown period of 1 hour. Sand Fortress, Desert Star when a life-threatening attack is imminent. Instantly conjure a small sand fortress to absorb tremendous kinetic energy. 1-3. Items, Teleportation Compass, Demon's Revolver. This time, he attempted to don the title, Gambler of Destiny. Eager to experience its initial reward effect, a sense of unreality washed over him once more, and Su-E held but one hope in his mind, that this time, it would not be a game of annihilation. Welcome to the Demon Game. Do you wish to acquire extraordinary powers? Do you yearn for astonishing wealth? Then, strive to win the Demon Game and survive. Su-E opened his eyes, and the familiar voice echoed once again. This game is titled The Amnesiac Me and the Murderer. Player permissions, open level game. Single player dungeon. The restricted level limits the player's psychic abilities, while the open level allows full access to equipment, items, and abilities. Victory conditions. Pay heed to your journal, survive, and triumph in the battle against the murderer. Game failure, annihilation. Su-E could not suppress a curse. Yet another game of annihilation, and it was still a single-player game. Before Su-Yi's eyes lay a room of approximately 30 square meters, furnished with a sofa, a bed, a bookshelf, and a desk, all meticulously arranged. He was seated on the sofa, pen in hand, while a vibrant red notebook rested quietly on the coffee table. Could this be the diary mentioned in the task? Without hesitation, Su-E set down the pen and picked up the notebook for inspection. It was a strikingly crimson volume, devoid of any markings on both the front and back covers, with only the customary order of pages to indicate which side was the front. He opened to the first page. Please stay alert. Turn to the next page. These simple 5 words, punctuated by 3 exclamation marks, weighed heavily on Su-E. He sensed that this game was far from ordinary. He continued to leaf through the pages. In the past year, I have suffered from transient amnesia, with the longest gap lasting 24 hours and the shortest occurring every 2 hours, during which I lose memories of that time. Please ensure that all of this remains confidential, for if it does not, I will be unable to continue living in this world. 1. Important matters must be recorded in the diary. 2. The last page will inform you of your current status. 3. The first 10 pages of the diary contain the most crucial information. For after the diary is filled, remember to transcribe the first 10 pages into a new notebook. 5. The diary must never be seen by others. In an instant, Su-E comprehended why this diary bore no signature and why the matter of amnesia had to remain secret. If exposed, and should this diary fall into the hands of someone with ill intentions, its owner would be utterly doomed. He would transform into a puppet devoid of genuine memories, easily filled by others, Prepare yourself for the next page. Sue, he tightened his grip on the page-turning fingers and flipped the page. You are engaged in a battle against a murderer. Again, 3 exclamation marks. The enormous 3 words on the diary sent shivers down Su Yi's spine. Murderer? What on earth? How can one, who must constantly worry about amnesia, also contend with a murderer? Following the previous reasoning, has anyone noticed my memory loss? Is this diary truly penned by my own hand? Could have been tampered with by another? This is real. Be sure to check the latest news. You will understand what has transpired around me. The murderer X is a man. He is right at our school. That night, I witnessed his heinous act. Wearing a purple t-shirt, black jeans, with a long face and small eyes. He might be a student from our school. Unfortunately, the quality of my phone is too poor. The photo I captured is too blurry to discern anything. Do not forget his face. Regrettably, due to my condition, even contemplating this is futile. Remember, if you encounter someone with these features, be sure to take a photograph. He may already have set his sights on me. This is a protracted struggle. Remember, watch the news, find him. Bring him to justice. The notebook concluded here, with only 7 pages filled. The remainder lay blank, as though it had just been transcribed into a new book. As for the content of the notes, there is no doubt that these are the handwriting of Su Yi in reality. Suddenly, a series of knocks echoed at the door. Su Yi was startled, quickly adjusted his breathing, and slowly approached the door. Peering through the peephole, he found no one. The time was just past 6 in the evening, and the sky was gradually darkening, sending a chill down Su Yi's spine. Against the backdrop of a serial killer, this absurd knocking sounded particularly eerie. Su Yi lingered by the peephole for a while, and, after 10 minutes of silence without another knock, he slowly returned to the sofa and picked up his notebook once more. After a moment of contemplation, he began to add some notes. He then moved to his computer and searched for the latest news. Serial killer X reemerges at River City University. Grim murder cases, the 16th incident. Police tracking with no leads. News related to the murderer appeared starkly before Su Yi's eyes. Chapter 35. Returning to campus, a beautiful girl. After spending 20 minutes, he gathered all the information about the killer. The murderer began his spree in September 2022, and it has now been 8 months. In the same city, he has claimed the lives of 16 individuals, averaging 2 victims per month. Each body bore the mark of an X, which led the police to nickname him X. Currently, there seems to be no commonality among the victims, except for the fact that they all resided in River City. What is terrifying is that despite the high frequency of the killings, the police have made no discoveries. The murderer seems to materialize out of thin air at each crime scene, only to vanish without a trace, leaving behind only the scar marked with an X. Is this something a mere mortal could achieve? Su Yi pondered it. In a mere 8 months, 16 lives have been extinguished, yet the perpetrator left not a single clue. He consolidated these news stories into succinct phrases, inscribing them on the 8th page of his journal. Little did Su Yi comprehend the sensation of amnesia. If he were to truly lose all memories up to this point, he could scarcely fathom the challenges of apprehending such a fiend. He mused for a moment, wandering about the room and exploring its nooks and crannies before ultimately returning to the bookshelf. Where was his previous journal? Why did this volume contain no mention of it? The shelves were cluttered with miscellaneous books, and the cabinet housed photographs, including family portraits. Yet, the journal remained elusive. The only plausible explanation for its absence was that its owner had deliberately concealed it from himself. Well, given the nature of this sinister game, one might as well accept it as a reasonable premise. Su Yi opened his phone, only to discover that he recognized none of the contacts in his messaging app. Strangely, the entire chat history had vanished, and apart from a few notes, he could not discern who was who. Outside, darkness enveloped the world as time trickled away. While contemplating, he awaited the onset of his amnesia. Surely, venturing outside at night was out of the question. What if the owner of this journal was not himself? Would that mean he need not experience amnesia? Lost in thought, a sudden wave of drowsiness washed over him, irresistible and all-consuming. Su Yi hurriedly groped his way to the edge of the bed and lay down, succumbing to a drowsy slumber. When he awoke once more, the dawn light had begun to filter in, Glancing at the clock on his right, he realized it was already 7 a.m. He noticed a notebook in his hand, opened it, and began to read, reacquainting himself with his current circumstances. Is this what amnesia feels like? Upon waking earlier, he had only been aware of his presence in a game, utterly ignorant of everything else, relying solely on the diary to recall fragments of the previous night. Indeed, there were even some events from last night that he could not remember at all. A sense of alarm surged within him. If this game were to continuously strip away his memories, it would be exceedingly perilous. The difficulty level of this game was daunting. Old friend, I'm a visitor from beyond the stars. This is my first day here. Prepare yourself for the contents of the next page. Old friend, please manage your expressions to prevent others from noticing your anomalies. He scrutinized the notes he had made in the notebook, understanding that these were self-imposed reminders. The old friend annotation was a method he had favored while reading and making notes in the past. This technique allowed him to articulate his thoughts anew, deepening his comprehension of the text. The old friend referred to the golden retriever he had cherished in his youth. He had loved to narrate stories to his dog, and after its passing, he adopted this annotation style as a tribute. It represented a unique facet of his memory. He recognized that such written expressions were undoubtedly penned by the version of himself that had entered the game. The diary reveals that the writer is a second-year fine arts student at Huching University. 5 years prior, both parents passed away, leaving behind a sum of insurance money that has sustained him thus far. The residence he occupies is rented and conveniently located in close proximity to the university. Upon swiftly grasping the gravity of the situation, he resolves not to succumb to despair. He decides to attend school, as usual, for if a murderer indeed has his sights set on him, and considering he possesses a description of the assailant's appearance, it stands to reason that he may encounter this individual in the course of his daily life. The diary contains his class schedule, indicating that today is Wednesday, with no classes in the morning and a sculpture class in the afternoon. With ample time remaining and the school just a 10-minute walk away, he intends to attend to another pressing matter first, changing the door lock. Regardless of past circumstances, now that he finds himself in an unfamiliar environment, ensuring his safety is paramount. He realizes that he slept quite soundly the previous night. Should someone intrude, he would be utterly vulnerable. Deliberately, seeks out a hardware store located a considerable distance from his home, spending 2,000 yuan to replace his 2 locks with different high-end non-smart versions. The 2 locks complement each other. While they appear to be a single unit, they are designed with a multi-layer lock core. Without the proper key, attempting to unlock them would be an endeavor akin to a fantastical dream. During this time, experiences another bout of amnesia, not from fatigue, but rather a sudden dizziness that leaves him momentarily disoriented. Upon regaining his senses, he even forgets where he is and what he intends to do. The last page of his diary promises to shed light on his current condition. It is evident that he must heed the second note in his notebook. Otherwise, the confusion following his memory loss could prove overwhelming. After a meal of beef noodles near the campus, begins to leisurely wander through the university grounds. The pathways of the campus seem to have faded from memory, and only vaguely knew the location of the classroom he was to attend. He arrived at a building imbued with artistic ambience, which appeared to be the art department's teaching facility. He made a note of it in his diary and sketched a small map. Upon reaching the first floor, he glanced at the classroom directory, discovering that the sculpture studio was located on the 5th floor. Ascending the stairs to the 5th floor, he found there were actually 3 sculpture studios, each occupied by a scattering of students. Which studio should he enter? The diary merely indicated that he was a student of art class 2. However, if he were to inquire whether this was the correct classroom, and it turned out to be a classmate he knew, it might seem rather odd, considering he was already a second-year student who had spent over a year in this class. Such a situation felt rather absurd. Just as he hesitated at the doorway, a gentle voice broke the silence. "What's wrong? Stuck at the entrance? You haven't forgotten to bring your assignment, have you?" Turning around, he was met by a strikingly attractive girl, tall and elegant, clad in a pink knitted sweater over a white shirt, complemented by a gray skirt and knee-high white socks, exuding a youthful vibrance. He was momentarily taken aback, feeling an immediate warmth towards her. He found himself wanting to engage in conversation. This was an experience unlike any he had known before. Was this the person the original owner had admired? Indeed, it seemed so. The girl laughed softly, pointing at Su Yi's empty hands. "Did you forget to bring your clay sculpture assignment for class today?" she said, playfully shaking the bag she held. "In a moment of haste, I forgot." Su Yi chuckled, following the girl into the classroom before him. Fortunately, someone intervened. Su Yi observed that the girl did not choose to sit beside anyone she knew, but instead opted for a rather vacant spot. Better to remain silent and assess the situation first, he thought. "What are you doing, Su Yi?" "Right here." Just as Su Yi intended to part ways and take a seat in the back, he was called back by her voice. Chapter 36. Do I have a beautiful girlfriend? The encounter with a murderer. Su Yi promptly adjusted his position and settled beside the girl. "Oh, I was too absorbed in my phone." "It seems our relationship is rather amicable," he mused. She pulled out two vividly crafted clay sculptures from her bag. One depicted a princess in a floor-length gown adorned with a crown, while the other portrayed a man draped in a red cloak, resembling an ancient Roman warrior. Suyudan. With keen eyes, Su Yi noticed a nameplate beneath the princess sculpture inscribed with the name Su Yuran, while the cloaked figure bore the name Su. It appeared that the girl was indeed named Su Yuran. "Here, I made this for you." "Thank you." Su Yi accepted the sculpture she handed him, surprised that she had even completed his assignment. "Could it be that she is my girlfriend? I knew you wouldn't be able to manage this assignment on your own." Suyuran plafelichaidith. "Well, you were here to help after all." Su Yi cautiously tested the waters. I want to be doing this for you again. It's quite labor-intensive." Su Yuran's cheeks flushed slightly. "Oh, a genuine girlfriend?" Su Yi pondered. Perhaps this is indeed the case. With such a beautiful girlfriend, shouldn't one record such moments in a diary? Su Yi was somewhat taken aback. He had not documented any interpersonal relationships in his notebook, perhaps deeming them unimportant. Or perhaps because he inherently understood that something was amiss. It would have been good to mention it, after all. For the moment, Su Yi set aside his contemplation, prioritizing the current situation. "Are you free this weekend?" Su Yi ventured again. "Are you inviting me to the ancient Western art exhibition this weekend?" Su Yuran's eyes sparkled like crescent moons. Her cheeks flushed with a hint of joy. "Can I refuse?" "Of course not," Su Yuran declared, playfully shaking her little fist. "It's settled then. We'll go on Saturday." "Very well." Su Yi naturally would not decline. What an enchanting atmosphere of budding romance. Yet, in this game, the protagonist was none other than a murderer. Before long, an elderly professor with a mane of silver hair entered, commencing the day's sculpting class. Throughout the lesson, Su Yuran diligently took notes, while Su Yi seized the opportunity to jot down his relationship with her and their Saturday plans in his diary. The class stretched on for what felt like an eternity, nearly consuming the entire afternoon. During this time, Su Yi observed his classmates, yet he did not discern any signs of a composite murderer among them. After class, Su Yi bid farewell to Su Yuran, mentioning he had other matters to attend to, while she and her roommate headed off for dinner. Through his subtle inquiries, he had gleaned some information about Su Yuran. She was a local, yet a resident student. Their relationship was undeniably that of a couple, as evidenced by the glances exchanged among their peers. Su Yi, however, would not let his guard down, even in the presence of his charming girlfriend. Yet, what he truly sought at this moment was the serial killer characterized by a detailed profile. It was May of 2023, and as Su Yi strolled through the campus promenade, a gentle breeze caressed him, evoking a sense of nostalgia for his youthful days. After a long afternoon of classes, Su Yi experienced yet another episode of amnesia. The occurrence of sudden memory loss twice in a single day compelled him to confront his precarious situation. It was as if a blade were poised at his throat. If he were indeed targeted by the killer, the enemy lurked in the shadows while he stood exposed, leaving him with little recourse for resolution. This matter needed swift resolution. Any delay would render him increasingly vulnerable. The only solace for Su Yi lay in the fact that this was not a restricted game. The powers of the Golden Spirit Master provided him with a modicum of relief from his anxiety. If the scenario were set in the real world, where the killer was merely an ordinary human, then eliminating him would not be particularly challenging. The prerequisite, however, was to locate him first, with his thoughts refocused. Su-yi relished the coolness of the shaded path. Stretching languidly, he suddenly noticed a man approaching, clad in a hooded sweatshirt. As the man lowered his phone to glance ahead, Su-yi's heart raced. A long face, small eyes. The killer. There was no doubt about it. Su-yi finally understood why his artistic self had recorded only these two keywords. Perhaps it was difficult to see clearly at night, but more importantly, these two characteristics perfectly encapsulated the man before him. His face was undeniably elongated, resembling an oval, and his eyes appeared scarcely open, exceedingly small. His visage nearly stirred within Su-yi some remnants of that fateful evening. As Su-yi stretched lazily, he almost froze in place, quickly feigning nonchalance as he continued to elongate his body. The hooded man before him cast a glance in Su-yi's direction. Though his eyes were small, that singular gaze sent a chill rippling through the surrounding air. The man maintained a slight distance, allowing for a photograph. Naturally, Su-yi had long since silenced his phone. Without further hesitation, he pretended to be typing, discreetly activating the camera, lifting his phone ever so slightly. After a couple of taps, he managed to capture a blurry image of the man's face, as he was unable to manually adjust the focus. Yet, this was sufficient. The man seemed to sense something. Raising his cheek once more, Su-yi instinctively advanced, restraining himself from diverting from the path he was meant to tread. Though his exterior remained composed, he was taut with tension, prepared to summon his formidable strength and the ethereal wind array at a moment's notice. This was a game of demons, and he feared the murderer would abandon all conventions, daring to confront him in broad daylight amidst the throngs of people. Who could withstand such a fate? Fortunately, as he passed the murderer, the man exhibited no unusual reaction, allowing them to brush by each other unscathed. What close call! He had unwittingly encountered a killer without any forewarning. Su-yi refrained from glancing back, should the murderer fixate on him. He had no desire to engage in a dreadful exchange of glances. Now that he possessed a photograph of the killer, he pondered what to do next. Reporting it to the authorities would be futile. There was no evidence, and it would only serve to alert the predator. If the game were that simplistic, it would indeed be a macabre jest. Having acquired the appearance of a murderer, the next course of action would be to patiently await the opportunity to document the crime scene. In the face of irrefutable evidence, even the most hardened criminal would falter. This would serve as the true evidence required to bring him to justice. What if I were to take his life myself? Su-yi contemplated this notion. Since he already knew the identity of the murderer, once he confirmed his suspicions, he could effortlessly employ his powers as a psychic to eliminate the killer. Would this not be a more expedient solution? This could also be deemed a fulfillment of the victory conditions in the struggle against the murderer. With swift steps, Su-yi exited the narrow path, eager to record the events that had transpired. Should he suddenly forget this crucial information, he would be at a grave disadvantage. Finally reaching the corner, he settled on a bench in the park and meticulously documented his recent observations. As he exhaled slowly, he was once again met with a familiar wave of dizziness. His final thought was one of relief. Thankfully, he had managed to record everything. Chapter 37. In a world of murderers, am I yet engaging in sweet romance? Throughout the week, aside from attending classes, Su-yi had been diligently investigating the background of the murderer lurking within the campus. He was very likely a student here. Time passed swiftly, and Saturday arrived. With Su-yi gradually growing accustomed to the sensation of amnesia. Each time, he had to recharge his memory, reminding himself that a murderer was in close proximity. A disconcerting reality indeed. The recent days felt like a trial. Previously, he could immerse himself in a game for merely a few hours. Yet now he found himself absorbed for 4 days straight. Meanwhile, the threat loomed ever closer, and the persistent lapses in memory only heightened Su-yi's mounting anxiety. The arrival of Su-yuran consistently alleviates his tension. Su-yi himself is oblivious to this subconscious phenomenon. It resembles a consciousness derived from a game itself, as if it were an ingrained setting. Su-yuran is the girlfriend he is determined to protect. Hence, he musters the courage to confront the hidden murderer lurking within this city, even in the face of his amnesia syndrome. Recently, the most effective information he gleaned came from a friend who mentioned a computer expert. He paid 5 000 yuan under the pretense of acquiring personnel information about upperclassmen and underclassmen, but his true aim was to uncover details about the murderer. Today is Saturday. Su Yi rose early and reviewed the contents of his diary to grasp the unfolding events. Not only has he arranged to visit the River City Museum with Su Yuran to view an art exhibition, but it is also the day the computer expert is scheduled to relay information. An unsettling feeling lingers within him, as he senses that life has been too comfortable lately. According to his diary, this marks the 5th day since Su Yi entered this realm. Aside from the news, it seems the murderer does not exist in his world. There, Su Yuran stands at the museum entrance, waving her fair arm. He approaches her, and she naturally entwines her arm with his, leading him inside. In the murderer's world, I find myself immersed in a sweet romance. Is this reasonable? Sui muses silently. Why the long face? Observing Su Yi lost in thought. Su Yuran furrows her brow and cannot help but inquire. Don't you want to see the ancient Western art exhibition? No, I am contemplating what we shall dine on at noon. How about we go to your place, and I shall prepare a sumptuous meal. Upon hearing this, Su Yuran smiled radiantly, seemingly unperturbed. However, Su Yi's expression hardened. He could not allow anyone to enter his home, not even this gentle and charming girl before him. Regardless of whether she had visited his residence before, during this period, he was resolute in keeping everyone out. I was just pondering. There's a fine Western restaurant and a Japanese cuisine establishment nearby, and I am deliberating on which to choose. Su Yuran's expression shifted to one of understanding. Japanese cuisine, Su Yuran decisively declared. I will take you to my favorite Japanese restaurant. Do not overthink it. Focus on the exhibition, observing the bright and beautiful girl before him. Su Yi nodded, feeling an increasing fondness for Su Yuran. The more his affection grew, the more vigilant he became. Despite his ongoing amnesia, he had not forgotten that this was merely a game scenario. They engaged in light-hearted banter and laughter as they strolled for an hour. Feeling somewhat fatigued, they sought out a resting area to sit. Watching Su Yuran rise to fetch drinks, an unexpected wave of dizziness washed over Su Yi. Was he about to forget again? This was his final fleeting thought. When he opened his eyes once more, Su Yi felt as though he had drifted far from this world. Where am I? What am I doing? He pondered, observing the throng of diverse individuals around him. My head feels so heavy. He glanced at the shoulder bag beside him. With a swift motion, he unzipped it, revealing a notebook with a striking red cover. Old friend, I am an outsider, and today marks my arrival. As I patiently turned the pages, my expression remained unchanged. What were you doing? Taking notes while enjoying the exhibition? No, I was simply reminiscing about a piece of knowledge that suddenly came to mind. I want to see too, exclaimed Su Yuran, holding 2 cups of milk tea, her face earnest as she leaned closer to mine. The fragrant breeze enveloped me, and I felt a gentle tickle as her hair brushed against my ear. Without hesitation, I snapped my notebook shut. Did you not just mention your fondness for the statues of Apollo and Daphne? I was merely checking which art museum the teacher said they were housed in. Is the Borghese Gallery in Rome? We both declared in unison, satisfied with the answer. Su Yuran swayed her head, a look of quiet joy adorning her face. Yet, beneath her happiness, I felt a chill creeping into my heart. Just moments ago, the game had finally revealed its fangs to me. To my surprise, the true threat was not a murderer, but my own amnesia. In the past, I remembered entering the game's realm, though the events within remained shrouded in forgetfulness. Thus, I had inscribed a small demon's mark on the cover of my notebook. This symbol served as a reminder that this notebook contained clues and hints pertaining to my venture into the demonic game, prompting me to consult it at the first opportunity. Before he glanced at the diary, he was shrouded in a haze, barely recalling his participation in the infernal game. The terrifying realization struck him. This game had begun to gnaw at his memories of reality. It was only now that he truly comprehended the dreadful nature of this affliction. The earlier confusion and disorientation were the essence of genuine amnesia. His previous notions of forgetfulness paled in comparison, resembling mere jest. Apart from his initial encounter with the murderer, Su Yi once again felt the ominous presence of the demonic game encroaching upon him, even more fearsome than the murderer himself. With a soft exhale, he engaged in conversation with Su Yuran, contemplating his next course of action. He needed to subtly conceal certain aspects of the demonic game within the pages of the notebook. Though he had recalled them through the diary this time, what the next instance? The notebook contained no mention of the demonic game. If he were to lose his memories of the game and reality, would he not become a native of this sinister realm? The thought was utterly horrifying. If each subsequent instance of amnesia were to unfold in such a manner, how would he cope? Let us hasten our steps. Come, I shall take you to that delightful Japanese restaurant, Su Yuron cheerfully proposed. All right, let us go, Su Yi replied with a smile, her words warming his heart and even sparking the notion that perhaps remaining here wasn't so bad after all. Suddenly startled, he felt a dampness on his back, cold sweat unexpectedly breaking forth. Despite his calm demeanor, the involuntary thought sent a shiver down his spine, leaving him with an unsettling chill. Chapter 38, The Intensified Amnesia. Fear approaches. I must make a brief excursion to the restroom. Su Yi quickly excused himself, for it was imperative to record certain observations. He meticulously documented his recent experiences, and with prudence, subtly expressed concerns regarding the potential exacerbation of his amnesia, which might lead to the loss of tangible memories. He also established certain parameters concerning his girlfriend, Su Yuron. With a swift motion, he retrieved his phone and purchased some extravagant jewelry in a handbag through a shopping app, arranging for the items to be sent to Su Yuron's dormitory. An old acquaintance, Su Yuron appears amiable, yet her true nature is rather unpleasant. She incessantly pesters me to buy this and that. It seems she merely regards me as a cash dispenser. Dear friend, be wary of becoming ensnared in a false sense of affection. All is but a facade. Su Yuron is a duplicitous woman. He contemplated altering his own memories, pondering whether his inner sentiments might shift in accordance with the entries in his journal. Should this endeavor prove successful, it could unveil a method to temper his emotional constructs. This sensation. Upon exiting the restroom, Su Yi felt an unsettling awareness of being watched. After scanning his surroundings, he found nothing amiss. This feeling was peculiar. It was not the first instance, as he had noted it in his diary. A warning sign has emerged. Slowly, Su Yi returned to Su Yuron's side. I'm quite famished. Su Yuran, clad in a white short-sleeved top, draped with a light blue shirt, and complemented by a short skirt and white knee-high socks, she stood before Su Yi, exuding an alluring innocence, along with a hint of the serene aura characteristic of an art student. She is truly captivating. Something feels amiss. Su Yi had become acutely vigilant, even contemplating an immediate departure. Su Yuron represented a perilous presence to him, with the threat of a murderer unresolved. His consciousness was teetering on the brink of descent. Yet, despite the overwhelming sensation, Su Yi recognized that Su Yuron was a pivotal figure. Any hasty withdrawal on his part would undoubtedly lead to regretful consequences. Allowing Su Yuron to link arms with him, they engaged in light-hearted banter and hailed a cab, arriving at the Japanese restaurant Iwane, which Su Yuron had recommended. Once seated, Su Yuron adeptly began ordering from the menu. Meanwhile, Su Yi discreetly utilized his phone's notes app to jot down pertinent details, as writing a notebook would appear rather peculiar. He preferred to transcribe his observations onto his phone for convenience before transferring them to his journal. Suddenly, his phone vibrated, signaling the arrival of an email. The attachment was labeled assignment. It had arrived, information from the elusive hacker. Eagerly, Su Yi downloaded the file. Inside were records of students from Huching University, revealing folders filled with information spanning from freshmen to seniors, detailing their respective departments and classes. Su Yi accessed the folder for his class, which comprised a total of 40 students, each student's ID information, photos, and names clearly displayed. While this data was fundamental, it was more than sufficient for his needs. Throughout the meal, Su Yi felt an urge to make a quick exit. However, due to Su Yuron's unique nature, he refrained from doing so. After a hearty meal, Su Yuron took the initiative to settle the bill and once again intertwined her arm with Su Yi's. Is there something going on? He inquired. Yes. I am considering finding a part-time job, she replied. A part-time job? Engaging in work study. Su Yi chuckled lightly, grappling internally with his unwavering fixation on Su Yuran, yearning only to return home. Shall I accompany you? Where would one find such an angelic girlfriend? Su Yi exclaimed in astonishment, realizing that lingering here would render him unable to extricate himself. Truly unnecessary. You should rest well at home, he insisted. Very well. But could you walk me back to school? Su Yuran inquired softly. Of course, let us go. I still need to make a brief stop at home. Su Yi promptly agreed. Su Yuran's spirit lifted once more, dispelling her earlier disappointment. This time, they opted not to take a taxi, as the school was conveniently nearby. Strolling leisurely along the streets, they returned to River City University. The weather was splendid. As they ambled through the wooded paths of the campus, Su Yuran looked up and laughed. Indeed, Su Yi replied, though his thoughts had already drifted toward the ominous figure of the murderer. Suddenly, a silhouette engrossed in a mobile phone caught Su Yi's eye. Clad in a purple t-shirt and black jeans, with a long face and small eyes, the murderer. Su Yi was utterly unprepared to encounter the same individual at the same location once more. Remarkably, the attire matched exactly what he had documented in his diary. The resemblance was uncanny. He was undoubtedly the murderer. Maintaining an impassive demeanor, Su Yi continued to engage in casual conversation with Su Yuran, striving to conceal his unease. Yet, his arm involuntarily stiffened. What's the matter? Su Yuran perceptibly detected Su Yi's discomposure. The long-faced man traversed a different path, moving in the same direction as Su Yi and his companions. As the long-faced man passed by Su Yi, Su Yu ran inopportunely posed a question. After a day of wandering, I feel rather fatigued. Su Yi promptly responded, while the long-faced man cast a fleeting glance at them, their eyes inadvertently meeting. The long-faced man remained expressionless, his gaze as cold as ice, prompting Su Yi to instinctively avert his eyes. Upon realizing that the ominous figure paid little heed to their presence, his anxiety gradually dissipated. Pretending as if nothing had transpired, Su Yi deliberately slowed his pace, curious to discern the long-faced man's destination. Do you know him? Su Yuran inquired, raising her delicate chin in confusion as the long-faced man receded into the distance. Not all, why do you ask? Su Yi feigned ignorance. It just feels like something's amiss since he appeared, she remarked, her perceptive nature revealing its sharpness. Would you like the unvarnished truth? Su Yi queried. Of course, she replied, her brow furrowing. It's merely that your grip on my hand was too tight. Rendering it numb, he confessed. Su Yuran blushed, releasing her hold on his hand, playfully swatting him a few times before letting him go. Su Yi escorted Su Yuran back to her dormitory and hastily made his way to the library. Indeed, the sinister figure had entered the library moments ago. Due to the pressing issue of his memory lapse, he resolved to take the risk of following him, hoping to uncover his dormitory, lest he spend an inordinate amount of time sifting through the information he so desperately needed. Time was his most precious commodity at present. He retrieved his notebook, jotting down a few notes before stepping into the library. The library is vast, featuring a grand hall for reading and smaller study rooms for students. Su Yi prioritized visiting one of the smaller study rooms, reasoning that a killer would likely prefer secluded locations. As he passed by the entrances of various study rooms, he found no trace of the murderer. He then ventured into the grand hall. Yet again, there was no sign of the fiend. Where could he be? Su Yi pondered, weaving through the aisles of bookshelves in the library. After meandering through the entire library and its study rooms for a while, he finally arrived at a conclusion. The perpetrator had likely departed. Chapter 39. Did I appear at the crime scene? The reoffending of X having come this far, Su Yi decided to make himself comfortable and entered one of the study rooms. He opened his shoulder bag, retrieved his notebook, and jotted down a few notes. Subsequently, he activated his phone and began perusing the student information records of Huching University. His diary noted that the first time he encountered the individual, he too was heading toward the library. The educational buildings in that direction housed the fine arts, architecture, music, and computer science departments. The fine arts department seemed unlikely, as that would have increased the chances of an encounter. The lack of sightings in recent days could merely be a matter of probability. However, he would have certainly found the person familiar if they had crossed paths before, yet the diary made no mention of this. Nor did it clarify whether the individual even belong to this institution. Thus, he should remain somewhat unfamiliar with him. Excluding the fine arts department, he decided to start searching within the realms of computer science and architecture. Mastering higher mathematics or excelling in computer programming would align well with the high intelligence typically associated with a killer. He thoroughly examined the photos of the computer science classes 1 and 2, but found no sign of the murderer. After an extensive search through the architecture department as well, he found nothing. What about the music department? He once again concentrated his thoughts, and suddenly, he had a revelation. Class 3 of the music department, Luo Gufei. In the photograph, Luo Gufei appeared vibrant, his hair tousled, and a smile dancing at the corners of his mouth, a quintessential representation of a contemporary university student. It was impossible to connect this image with the cold demeanor he had encountered just moments ago. Suddenly, the previously tranquil reading room was pierced by the sound of a siren. Was it a police car? Sui rose and gazed out the window. From the 4th floor, he could clearly see a convoy of police vehicles moving forward in formation. The atmosphere in the reading room began to grow increasingly chaotic. Hey, what is happening? It's X. The murderer X has struck again for the 17th time. Quick, turn on the news. It's terrifying. How can a criminal with such a frequency remain at large? What do you know? My uncle is a police officer, and he claims every crime scene is exceedingly eerie. Aside from the victims and their families, no one else has been spotted nearby. Is that true? I thought it was just a rumor. It couldn't be more real. The crime scene is the Hutching Museum. The Hutching Museum, the very place we visited today. Sui stood at the window, observing the flurry of police cars and the gathering crowd, a sense of foreboding swelling within him. Luo Gufei was also at the Hutching Museum today. Was the feeling of being observed indeed due to Luo Gufei's attention upon him? Had he truly been discovered? Before he could delve deeper into these thoughts, his phone vibrated, revealing a call from Sui Yuran. Sui, have you seen the news? Someone died at the museum we visited today. It's the murderer X again. It is discernible that Sui Yuran's voice quivered slightly, tinged with a hint of trepidation. Do not be afraid, reassured Sui, sensing her fragility, which intensified his animosity towards Luo Gufei. Once again, this peculiar sensation washed over him. How deeply he was enamored with Sui Yuran. It seemed that his entire existence revolved around her, yet he pondered why she was not mentioned in the early entries of his diary. After soothing Sui Yuran, Sui ended the call and contemplated the current predicament. The murderer had likely become aware of his presence, and alarmingly, had committed a crime while fixated on him. What was the killer's intention? If he recognized Sui, why had he not taken his life? There were no outsiders at the crime scene. Sui recalled a conversation among students earlier. The absence of outsiders suggested that the murderer might possess some extraordinary, supernatural power, perhaps abilities such as teleportation or remote killing. Given the nature of the open-world demon game, it was plausible that the killer harbored unique capabilities. This was the most reasonable explanation, as anything else would be utterly absurd. He meticulously recorded this notion in his diary. The murderer may possess the ability to teleport and kill from a distance. As he continued to write, his phone suddenly vibrated. Hello, this is the Hutching Police Department. May I speak with Mr. Sui? A melodious female voice inquired. Yes, this is the police, he replied. We may need your cooperation in an investigation. You are currently at Hutching University, correct? Yes, I am, Sui responded cautiously. We are dispatching someone to pick you up. Meet us at the entrance of Hutching University. Wait a moment. Can I go there on my own? Hutching Police Station. Sui couldn't help but feel cautious. What if it were a gang operation and someone was impersonating a police officer? Getting into their car would be akin to walking into a lion's den. The other party pondered briefly before remaining silent, and after a while, a middle-aged man answered the call. We are currently at the Hutching Museum. We will wait for you at the entrance. Please hurry. All right, I will come right away. Thank you for your cooperation. After hanging up, Sui felt bewildered. Need to cooperate with the investigation? Why? She jotted down a few notes in her diary and hurriedly took a taxi to the Hutching Museum. The entrance of the Hutching Museum was remarkably desolate, unlike the bustling crime scenes depicted in television dramas, with crowds gathered around. It appeared that the public had little interest in the notorious serial killer X. The entire museum was cordoned off, encircled by police cars, with a long line of caution tape strung up. Upon exiting the taxi, Sue-yi felt conspicuous. Fortunately, she was soon approached by two police officers. "Sue-yi, is it?" One of them inquired. "I am Lu Hong, and this is Officer Zhou Yiqing." The middle-aged officer had a square face with prominent brows and large eyes. The young female officer beside him nodded in acknowledgement, but Sue-yi could sense that Officer Zhou was somewhat apprehensive. "Hello, Officer Liu. Officer Zhou, I am indeed Sue-yi." Lu Hong suddenly produced a cigarette case, extracted a cigarette, and offered it to Sue-yi. Upon seeing her decline with a gesture, he lit it himself. "You don't seem particularly surprised." "What do you mean?" Sue-yi responded. "I refer to your current state. Typically, when summoned by the police for cooperation in an investigation, one tends to feel a degree of apprehension and anxiety. However, I cannot discern any fluctuations in your emotions. It is as if you are, well, thoroughly prepared. So, have you devised your statements?" "I apologize, Officer Liu, but I seem to lack comprehension of your words. If we are to cooperate in the investigation, we may commence." Sue-yi remained composed and unruffled. He had no intention of performing before the police, as it would serve no purpose. Posturing in front of law enforcement is not a prudent choice, lest he be further misunderstood. He decided to proceed in a straightforward manner. "Well, let's discuss this inside." Lu Hong took a deep drag from his cigarette before extinguishing it in a nearby trash bin. Following a series of restricted lines, Sue-yi and the two individuals entered the museum, arriving at the lounge area, the very place Sue-yi had rested with his girlfriend that morning. "Do you recall this? You visited the exhibition here with your girlfriend and took a break, did you not?" Chapter 40. Interrogating me? Am I a murderer? Sue-yi nodded in affirmation. "Indeed. Please recount what transpired after you took your seat here." Sue-yi inquired in confusion. "I did nothing. I sat with my girlfriend for a while, and before we left, I visited the restroom. That is all. Could you elaborate further?" Lu Hong inclined his head slightly. Sue-yi recalled, "Well, after sitting down, my girlfriend went to purchase drinks. Suddenly, I felt a bit unwell. My head was somewhat dizzy, perhaps due to skipping breakfast and having wandered around for too long, resulting in low blood sugar. After taking a brief respite, a thought struck me. I recalled a question that needed resolution while attending the exhibition, prompting me to consult my class notes. I retrieved my notebook and perused its contents. Oh, right. I am a student of the Fine Arts Department at Huching University, which is why I am here at the exhibition today. Shortly thereafter, my girlfriend returned, and after a brief interlude, I excused myself to the restroom before departing the museum for a meal." Sue articulated his account with meticulous detail, aware that we were in a museum replete with surveillance. Lying would serve no purpose. Upon hearing Sue-yi's words, Lu Hong narrowed his eyes, and Zhou Yiqing's expression shifted subtly. Sue-yi keenly sensed the tension between the two. Zhou Yiqing's demeanor turned serious, and just as he was about to speak, Lu Hong raised a hand to interrupt him. "Is this the entirety of your account?" Lu Hong inquired in a low voice. "Indeed, Officer Liu, I have concealed nothing," Sue-yi affirmed. "Very well, then. What transpired during your last visit to the restroom? What else could one do in a restroom?" Sue-yi replied naturally, though he was acutely aware that he had gone there to jot down his thoughts in a diary. The restroom lacked surveillance, and at that moment, it was devoid of other patrons. Thus, the fact that he had written in his diary remained a secret, one that must be safeguarded. "You entered the restroom at 11:18 and exited at 11:35, spending a total of 17 minutes inside. Offering no explanation. The deceased was found in a stall within the A-zone restroom you visited." Sue-yi was slightly taken aback, as Lu Hong and Zhou Yiqing had been closely observing his expressions. The police discovered the body at 1:20 p.m., while the forensic expert had just estimated that the time of death was approximately 2 hours prior, around 11:20 a.m. Lu Hong spoke with a calm demeanor, narrating slowly. Yet his eyes never left Sue-yi. During this time frame, which included a 10-minute window before and after, only you and the deceased had visited the restroom. "Speak. Provide a detailed account of what you were doing inside." Lu Hong suddenly altered his previously placid tone, slamming his hand on the table and exclaiming loudly. Sue-yi remained unfazed, responding with composure. "I believe that since you have not arrested me, there must be no evidence against me. In fact, you cannot even classify me as a suspect." Liu Hong and the female officer, Zhou Yiqing, exchanged glances, their expressions shifting. To conclude, I did nothing during the so-called 17 minutes I spent inside. Just because I happened to be in the restroom at the time of his death does not imply that I was responsible, does it? A brief silence enveloped the room. You are correct. There is no substantial evidence at hand, and all we could do now is harbor suspicions about you. Officer Liu, since our meeting commenced, you have been probing me with vague questions, analyzing my responses and expressions, and even now you persistently press on. But I can assure you, I have done nothing. He spread his hands, his gaze unwavering as he fixed it on Liu Hong. In fact, you do not truly believe I am the murderer, do you? Liu Hong fell silent. I must confess, initially I did not perceive you as the perpetrator, but now I may need to reconsider my stance. X has previously committed 16 murders without leaving a trace, yet this time, he was caught red-handed at the scene. What do you think the chances of that are? Yi continued, stating, firstly, it may not necessarily be X who committed this crime. Secondly, the mind of a murderer is inscrutable. Perhaps he seeks to engage with us. The police? He might indeed be doing just that. What is your opinion? In response to Liu Hong's remarks, Yi merely smiled, knowing he could not become entangled with the detective before him. If he were to suddenly exhibit signs of distress, it could reveal too much. As you mentioned, I have not applied for an arrest warrant. However, you remain under suspicion. Liu Hong tapped the table. Is it a matter of lack or inability? This case spans 8 months, and the police have yet to provide clarity. With 17 victims involved, such a sensational criminal incident could lead to immense public pressure if another mistake were made. Please be mindful of your position. Zhou Yiqing beside him furrowed her brow. Yi remained non-committal, yet his thoughts wandered to Luo Gufei. Given the opportunity to engage with law enforcement, perhaps it would be prudent to share the intelligence he had gathered. At this moment, Yi was uncertain of the precise implications of winning the struggle against the murderer. Nevertheless, the diary clearly stated the objective of bringing the killer to justice. The current priority is to expose his crimes to the public, ensuring he faces legal repercussions, or ultimately, that he meets his end at the hands of the police. Only as a last resort, or when faced with a life-and-death situation, would he contemplate personally eliminating the murderer. You truly remain remarkably composed. Liu Hong appeared somewhat astonished. He could not comprehend why the university student before him remained so composed after being regarded as a suspect, even possessing the leisure to engage in analysis. Is there anything else you wish to add? If you have discerned the identity of the murderer, would you then act rashly and summon him for interrogation? He mused, I think not. Liu Hong's gaze narrowed slightly as he candidly conveyed his thoughts to Yi. Indeed, that is why you called me here. You merely seek to obtain clues from my side. Yi posed this question with dual intent. First, to ascertain that the police did not regard him as a criminal. And second, to assess whether they would act decisively if they uncovered the identity of the murderer. I saw nothing in the restroom, nor do I know where the deceased is, and I certainly did not hear anything unusual. Liu Hong chuckled. You are quite perceptive. As I mentioned earlier, I had not considered you a suspect until now. Yet your position in this matter does seem rather substantial. What if I were to say that I know who X is? Yi suggested. What did you say? Liu Hong's body stiffened momentarily. Did you not claim to have discovered nothing? Zhou Yiqing's brows furrowed, her attention fixated on Yi, visibly tense. Indeed, at that time, I noticed nothing. However, I had previously witnessed the murderer in action. It was merely 1 month ago during the 16th murder case at Huching University, the X murder case. The revelation was astounding. What? Liu Hong abruptly leaped from his chair. Zhou Yiqing swiftly followed suit, her eyes wide with disbelief as she stared intently at Yi. Chapter 41. The free personal bodyguard Yi resolved to disclose the information regarding Luo Gufei, believing that by leveraging the power of the police, he could acquire additional intelligence and partially exonerate himself from the so-called suspicions cast upon him. After all, the true perpetrator had already revealed his identity. What connection could there possibly be to him? Yi retrieved his mobile phone and, after a brief search, placed it upon the table, rotating it towards the other 2 individuals. This is what I captured that night. Liu Hong hastily picked it up scrutinizing the image that vaguely depicted a man, the details obscured by a haze of pixelation. All that could be discerned was that the man appeared to be running. What is this? Lu Hong furrowed his brow deeply. That night, I happened to pass by and witnessed him committing the act, wielding a knife before fleeing, Su Yi explained. Yet the photograph reveals neither the knife nor the act of violence. Furthermore, the image is so poorly defined that even the background is indistinct. You claim he was at the crime scene, but there is no basis for comparison, and the technicians would be unable to restore this photograph, Lu Hong countered, shaking his head. Due to the nighttime conditions, the quality of the photo is indeed quite poor. However, I beheld his face with my own eyes and committed it to memory. Why not report it to the authorities? There is no concrete evidence, and I have no idea who he is. X's methods are shrouded in mystery. If I were to alert the police, I fear I might become the next victim. Su Yi replied, his voice steady. Lu Hong nodded slowly in understanding. Su Yi then took the phone back and swiped to another image. This is X, Luo Gufei. Class 3, Department of Music, Huqing University. Are you investigating him? Zhou Yiqing asked incredulously. This week, I fortuitously encountered him at River City University and captured this photograph. I surmised that he might be a student at the university, and, through a friend, I obtained information regarding the current students of River City University. Su Yi spoke slowly. Ultimately, I discovered that he is a student in the 3rd class of the music department. Today, an inexplicable feeling has enveloped me. I sense that I am being watched. I propose that we immediately review the surveillance footage to ascertain whether Luo Gufei was indeed present at the scene. Lu Hong responded without hesitation. Yiqing, add him and request that he sends over the photograph. Zhou Yiqing and Su Yi exchanged friend requests. And Su Yi relayed Luo Gufei's student information along with 2 photographs to Zhou Yiqing. Lu Hong stated solemnly, I will personally examine the surveillance footage. I hope you can wait for my return. Lu Hong then fixed his gaze on Su Yi, his tone tinged with authority. All right, I will. Su Yi acquiesced, primarily eager to document the day's events in his journal. Lu Hong nodded at Zhou Yiqing before departing. Soon, 2 police officers approached and positioned themselves near Su Yi. Zhou Yiqing also took his leave. At this moment, Su Yi yearned to record everything that had transpired. After all, he is prone to episodes of amnesia. Should such an episode occur now, his suspicions would undoubtedly escalate, and the authenticity of his identification of Luo Gufei would be severely undermined. Observing that Zhou Yiqing had vanished and the police officers were now at a distance, he opened his messenger bag and retrieved his journal, promptly beginning to document his thoughts. He could no longer concern himself with whether the 2 policemen had noticed his actions. He felt compelled to write in his diary. The electronic format of his phone served merely as a backup. It was only the diary that could truly encapsulate his memories. Briefly recounting his recent circumstances, Su Yi finally tucked the notebook back into his bag before Lu Hong and Zhou Yiqing returned. At that moment, he let out a long breath, relieved that his worries had been alleviated. The task had finally begun to fall into place. Approximately 20 minutes later, Lu Hong and Zhou Yiqing returned. Today, Luo Gufei had indeed visited the museum, and there was a possibility that he had been following you. However, his actual behavior was limited to viewing the exhibits. He did not engage in any other activities, Lu Hong stated earnestly. If, as you suggest, he is X, then he must have at least visited the restroom in Zone A, but he did not. I apologize. I am merely presenting the facts as I know them. Su Yi replied helplessly, a sense of foreboding creeping into his heart. Indeed, Luo Gufei possessed unusual abilities. Yet explaining this to Lu Hong would only lead to being perceived as delusional, further heightening his own suspicion. We will take note of what you have said. However, your own suspicions remain unresolved, Lu Hong continued. Therefore, we have decided to assign someone to follow you until the next time X strikes. This will help restore some of your credibility. Firstly, your suspicion is quite significant at present. Secondly, if you claim that a murderer is targeting you, our personnel can provide protection. You surely have no reason to refuse. Of course, given the gravity of the situation, this decision has been made, and you do not possess the right to decline. What about tonight? What a sleep. We have already booked a hotel near River City University. There was no room for dissent from Su Yi, especially considering that having police protection made him feel comparatively safer. Given the current circumstances, X had essentially confined himself, and this complimentary bodyguard was an opportunity not to be squandered. I shall monitor your every move. Zhou Yiqing's expression was as cold as ice. Her gaze fixed on Su Yi with a hint of distrust. Could she truly safeguard me? A female officer? Su Yi did not mind having a woman watch over him. Yet in terms of combat prowess, she likely paled in comparison to her male counterparts. Do you underestimate me? Zhou Yiqing retorted icily. Rest assured with her presence. I am quite confident in your safety, Lu Hong remarked, amused by Su Yi's skepticism regarding Zhou Yiqing's capabilities. While Captain Lu believed you were not X, I hold a different view. Only you and the victim were present at the crime scene, and there is no plausible explanation for that, Zhou Yiqing stated with gravity. And what are the previous 16 cases? Are they easily explainable? Su Yi countered. Noticing Zhou Yiqing's expression shift, he continued without waiting for her response. By the way, around 1 p.m. this afternoon, Luo Gufei went to the library. After dropping off my girlfriend, I intended to find him there, only to discover he had already left. If possible, I suggest you review the library's surveillance footage to ascertain his activities and movements on campus. You shall accompany Officer Zhou to handle this matter. As for Luo Gufei, we will arrange for someone to monitor him discreetly, Lu Hong concluded, beckoning Zhou Yiqing to follow him aside. The task at hand bears considerable risk. Regardless of whether Su Yi is X, he remains the epicenter of this storm, and you must exercise utmost caution. We will also deploy individuals nearby to keep watch. And should any situation arise, you are to call for support without delay. Had you not volunteered for this assignment, and had there been no one more suitable than you, I would certainly not have sent you. However, the whispered conversations they believe to be discreet have long since reached Su Yi's ears. Ever since Su Yi ascended to the rank of a first-tier psychic and consumed the enhancement fruit, his auditory acuity has markedly improved. At such a distance, an ordinary person would indeed struggle to hear, yet Su Yi can, concentrating intently to piece together fragmented words, thereby grasping the overall context. Chapter 42. You see, X is quite fearsome. Team Leader Lu, rather than worrying about me, you ought to be concerned about this fellow. Zhou Yiqing nodded. I will undoubtedly expose Su Yi's true nature. He is anything but honest, having lied time and again. He even attempted to deceive us into believing he witnessed X at the crime scene, identifying Luo Gufei. Does he not realize that if surveillance footage from the crime scene captured their presence, they would already be suspects? Zhou Yiqing's demeanor was marked by displeasure. Lu Hong sighed and shook his head. Indeed, he evokes a profound sense of discomfort. He is calm, his logic coherent, and his arguments clear. Yet he continues to weave such amateurish lies. It is truly perplexing. Therefore, let us refrain from revealing this information to him for now and observe his subsequent actions. Perhaps this will be the key to unraveling this series of cases. Lu Hong spoke slowly, while Su Yi, upon hearing this, began to contemplate. I have been perpetuating lies? What does this refer to? When I previously recounted the events in the rest area, their expressions were revealing. It could only mean that something transpired during my amnesia. As for Luo Gufei, he truly lacks the authority to speak. The diary entries merely serve as clues imparted to me at the onset of the game, and were not penned by my own hand. Of course, I have pondered why the police did not review the surveillance footage to locate the two of them. Perhaps this is a manifestation of X's abilities. Consequently, having opted to utilize the police's resources, I can only convey the truth. However, even disregarding the diary's account of the crime scene, based on Luo Gufei's demeanor and actions, there exists a substantial probability that he is indeed the murderer. This line of reasoning is indisputable. At this moment, Lu Hong and Zhou Yiqing concluded their discussion. Su Yi gazed regretfully at the two as they returned. Acquiring this information was fortuitous for him, as it provided significant additional insights. He even contemplated suggesting, if it wouldn't be too much trouble, might you continue your private conversation for a while longer? Under Lu Hong's direction, it wasn't long before Zhou Yiqing drove his personal vehicle, bringing Su Yi to the security office at Huqing University. The security personnel had already been dismissed, leaving only Zhou Yiqing and Su Yi in an atmosphere that felt rather oppressive. The scene unfolded in reverse, with Zhou Yiqing searching for the precise moment Luo Gufei entered earlier that afternoon. "Do you still believe I am X?" Su Yi inquired. "You know, you are truly untrustworthy," Zhou Yiqing replied, without even casting a glance in Su Yi's direction. "You suspect me of being a murderer, and yet choose to accompany me? Are you not afraid of being in the presence of a killer?" Su Yi remarked, at a loss for words. "Perhaps it is you who should be afraid. However, in truth, one ought to contemplate how to diligently protect me, thereby ultimately proving my innocence with tangible evidence." Su Yi nodded slowly, his expression earnest. Zhou Yi let out a cold huff, choosing to remain silent. At this moment, the scene finally shifted to 1:18 p.m. this afternoon, and the two were engrossed in the unfolding imagery. Luo Gufei entered the library and promptly slipped into the restroom on the first floor. Even when Su Yi appeared on screen, Luo Gufei had yet to emerge from the lavatory. No wonder I couldn't locate him. It turns out he was ensconced in the restroom. Why, of all places, the restroom? Could it be connected to the deceased? If memory serves, the body was discovered at precisely 1:20 p.m. Perhaps there is indeed a correlation between this and Luo Gufei's peculiar abilities. Su Yi instinctively voiced his thoughts, believing the police should consider this angle. "So what?" Zhou Yi glared at Su Yi, clearly unimpressed by the significant leap in logic. The location of death was not the same space, nor was the time of death the same moment. How could they be linked? Su Yi was momentarily at a loss, resignedly remarking, "Is it not plausible that X possesses some sort of supernatural power, which could explain your repeated failures in solving the case?" Zhou Yi scoffed, evidently unconvinced by Su Yi's fanciful notions, and chose to ignore him. Su Yi felt quite deflated. In the footage, Luo Gufei finally made a move, seemingly aware that Su Yi had entered the library. During Su Yi's search for him, he had been stealthily following closely behind. A chill crept down Su Yi's spine. The realization struck him that this individual had been observing him from behind all along. "Look, isn't that X?" Su Yi exclaimed, pointing at the figure of Luo Gufei on the screen. "I told you I encountered him in the act of committing a crime. You must ensure my safety." With that, Su Yi edged closer to Zhou Yiqing. "That alone does not prove he is stalking you," Zhou Yiqing replied coldly. "Remember, you are the one preparing to follow him." Su Yi did not counter her assertion. According to Zhou Yiqing, it was indeed true that Luo Gufei was behind him, yet there were no overt signs of pursuit. Perhaps he had merely exited the restroom and happened to be trailing Su Yi. However, their simultaneous visit to the museum was far too coincidental. "Hey, if you're claiming he isn't following me, that smacks of personal vendetta," Su Yi remarked. The footage revealed him wandering among the bookshelves, while in the corner, a long-faced man clad in a purple t-shirt was fixated on him. Zhou Yiqing swiftly enlarged the image. In the frame, Luo Gufei was panting heavily. His breath labored as he stared intently at Su Yi, seemingly murmuring incantations. "Kill, kill." Su Yi deciphered his lip movements first, finding the implication disturbingly blatant. Is he truly that intent on murder? "See, X is indeed frightening," Su Yi added. Zhou Yiqing's expression shifted, realizing there might be some truth to Su Yi's claim. She immediately contacted the Do Not Be Afraid. "I too have faced inquiries. Coincidentally, my visit to the restroom coincided with the time of the victim's demise. Had I known, I would have refrained from attending the exhibition today." Su Yuran, unaware of the underlying implications, merely expressed her grievances. "Indeed, I find myself under investigation, and the suspicion surrounding me is rather substantial." Su Yi did not conceal this fact. He yearned to distance himself from Su Yuran, hoping that she would not seek him out again due to this incident. Yet, to his surprise, Su Yuran took the initiative to comfort him, saying, "Do not dwell on it. Rest well tonight, and you will soon forget." He inwardly scoffed at the thought of actually sleeping soundly and promptly forgetting. "I shall visit you tomorrow to offer my condolences, Mr. Su Yi," she gently proposed. Her words caused his heart to race once more, the familiar sensation returning. How infuriating! His plan had backfired, and Su Yuran now appeared to be the epitome of a caring girlfriend. No need for that. I must prepare for further questioning tomorrow. You two should avoid overthinking and ensure you get a good night's sleep. He was determined to evade Su Yuran for as long as possible. This world mirrored his own, with the original owner sharing his name, Su Yi. This wretched sense of immersion was overwhelming. Should he experience any further lapses in memory, he would truly find himself lost. Throughout the day, despite events seemingly aligning perfectly, a sense of unease gnawed at him. Was this singular, annihilation-level game truly as straightforward as it appeared? Chapter 43. At the witching hour, will you wield a fire axe against me? Zhou Yiqing, with swift decisiveness, concluded his call and signaled for Su Yi to depart. Su Yi and Zhou Yiqing arrived at a hotel near the school to check in. Zhou Yiqing cast a warning glance at Su Yi, cautioning him not to engage in any antics. The response to her admonition was merely the sound of the door slamming shut. Ignoring her, Su Yi was weary of her doubts and swiftly entered his room, leaving Zhou Yiqing fuming at the door. Su Yi resided in room 611 on the 6th floor, while Zhou Yiqing was in the adjacent room, 612. With little time to spare, he devoted himself to writing in his journal. By 6 in the evening, Su Yi finally reclined on the hotel room sofa, fervently scribbling in his notebook. Fortunately, after a recent bout of intensified amnesia, he had not experienced any further lapses in memory. He needed to be thoroughly prepared for any upcoming episodes of forgetfulness. Subsequently, he arranged several cues within the room on his phone, ensuring he would refer back to his notebook. He was confident that if he were to see it, he would comprehend its contents. Lacking any tools, he removed 2 balance rods from the small sofa and placed them on the coffee table for potential use. The current situation was such that the presence of the female officer next door offered him no sense of security. Judging by today's events, it was highly likely that she possessed some extraordinary abilities. Protection was not merely a matter of assurance. Much had transpired today, prompting Su Yi to meticulously reflect on the situation. He had unexpectedly encountered Luo Gufei while attending an exhibition with Su Yuran, who had continued his spree of serial killings. What was his motive? Wouldn't it have been simpler for him to eliminate Su Yi directly? Was he seeking to draw back and find a scapegoat? Based on the current circumstances, it seemed his intention was to frame Su Yi, but was such an action truly necessary? If he truly ceased his actions, and the chain of murders came to an abrupt halt under the scrutiny of surveillance, it would indeed render him speechless. As his suspicion would skyrocket, Su Yi clicked his tongue. If he were to find himself imprisoned, his notebook would undoubtedly be beyond preservation, leaving him with nothing but amnesia and exposure to contend with. He would inevitably become lost within this world. Confronted with such circumstances, his only recourse would be to evade capture, seeking an opportunity to confront the murderer head-on. Luo Gufei was genuinely terrifying. Why did he fixate on Su Yi in the library? What was the nature of his extraordinary abilities? Teleportation? Remote assassination? Moreover, the most pressing question remained, why did Lu Hong and the others accuse him of lying repeatedly? He was fully aware of the surveillance. Thus his statements were unequivocally truthful. This could only imply that he had engaged in some actions during his amnesiac episodes, yet he retained no memory of them. Could it be that he had suffered from amnesia on 2 separate occasions? This was the only explanation Su Yi could conceive. Numerous questions swirled in his mind, hindered by a lack of information that rendered analysis impossible. The existence of amnesia made this game all the more arduous, and the prolonged disarray tormented the player's psyche. Just as Su Yi continued to ponder, an overwhelming wave of drowsiness washed over him. Before he could react, he succumbed to a deep slumber. Hiss! Huh! Su Yi felt a throbbing in his head and, upon touching it, finally awoke. Oh, to his astonishment, he had not lost his memory this time. Su Yi curiously noted that upon waking, he retained all recollections. Outside the window, darkness enveloped the scene. Checking his phone, he was astonished to discover it was still 2 a.m. What was happening? Thud! 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 Suddenly, a heavy knocking resounded at Su Yi's door, sounding less like a mere knock and more akin to a battering ram. What did this be? Instantly alert, Su Yi shook off his drowsiness. Without a moment to ponder, he grasped the elongated iron rod from the coffee table and opened the window. The knocking intensified, echoing ominously. There was no time to check the peephole. Instead, He climbed onto the windowsill, prepared to escape at any moment. He deliberately waited for 5 or 6 seconds. Such a commotion could not have escaped Zhou Yiqing's notice. And surely, numerous law enforcement officers were stationed nearby, watching over him. How could they not have discovered the disturbance? The answer was singular: the unique ability of X. Without further deliberation, he activated the Gung Metal Guardian, and the strength of Gung Metal surged forth, causing the iron rod in his hands to emanate a faint golden light. Stepping onto the windowsill, he forcefully drove the rod into the wall, then replicated the action with his other hand. Utilizing the leverage of both hands, Su Yi began to descend, inching downwards like a climber. Upon reaching a certain height, he swiftly pulled the curtain and shut the window. He halted, concealing himself behind the wall, peering cautiously at the door with one eye. He was eager to ascertain whether the intruder was indeed Luo Gufei. With a resounding crash, the blade of an axe appeared at the door. Su Yi's brow furrowed. Good heavens, they had come armed with heavy weaponry. With a thunderous bang, the door shattered into splinters, collapsing to the ground. In the dimly lit room, Su Yi beheld a man wielding a fire axe. His countenance was fierce, and his narrow, elongated eyes seemed to glimmer with a red light. He approached Su Yi's bed, axe in hand, as if poised to cleave the blanket that Su Yi had just huddled beneath. This man was none other than Luo Gufei. It was him. Upon confirming his decision, Su Yi acted almost instantaneously. With a forceful grip, he drove the iron rods through the wall, descending several levels in succession. He refrained from summoning Zhou Yiqing. 4X's unique abilities rendered such an endeavor futile. Nor did he intend to confront Luo Gufei head-on. The specific conditions for victory remained uncertain, and X's true strength was yet to be unveiled. Unless absolutely necessary, he was disinclined to engage in a lethal struggle with X. It was evident that the sound of the wall being pierced was anything but subtle, undoubtedly attracting Luo Gufei's attention. With the power of metal coursing through him, Su Yi's body radiated with the essence of Gongjin. Now situated on the 3rd floor, he propelled himself forcefully towards a parked private vehicle on the ground below. With a sharp thud, Su Yi landed, causing the car's roof to crumple instantly, yet he emerged unscathed. The Gongjin energy enveloped him entirely, rendering his body as resilient as metal, a testament to his formidable prowess. Quickly, Su Yi reined in his activated abilities. He could not afford to squander even a fraction of his Gongjin strength. At that moment, Luo Gufei shattered a nearby window, his head emerging as he caught sight of Su Yi tumbling down from the car's roof, illuminated by the streetlight. Aware that Luo Gufei had discovered him, Su Yi did not lift his gaze. Without uttering a word, he set his course towards the nearest police station. Fortunately, he had not suffered amnesia. He had previously prepared and estimated that the nearest police station lay approximately 1 kilometer away. The surroundings were eerily silent and devoid of life. Su Yi glanced back at the hotel's lobby, where a dim yellow light flickered, revealing an equally deserted reception area. As Su Yi prepared to step onto the road, an unseen force pushed him back, compelling him to attempt another direction. Yet he encountered the same resistance, as if an invisible wall of air was exerting tremendous pressure. Employing the body of metal, Su Yi fiercely thrust his iron rod forward, augmented by the metallic shield, but he found himself unable to penetrate this obstructive energy. Damn it! Su Yi couldn't help but curse. He soon realized this place resembled a barrier, preventing him from advancing a single step beyond its confines. Glancing back, he noticed that Luo Gufei had vanished from the window. With every moment, Su Yi felt an increasing, intangible pressure. Chapter 44. A game of cat and mouse. Pursued by a murder of the night was as dark as ink. In the obscurity, only the streetlights emitted a faint, yellow glow. Su Yi's mind raced as he swiftly retreated to the hotel. The fact that Luo Gufei did not leap down to chase him indicated that his physical capabilities were likely not extraordinary. The only solution was to utilize the climbing advantage offered by his metallic shield and engage in a game of hide-and-seek, devising a way to escape this cursed place. With a firm grip on the iron rod, Su Yi ascended to the 3rd floor, breaking into one of the rooms. Inside, illuminated by the moonlight, he discerned that it was unoccupied. He listened intently, then opened the door and hurried towards the stairwell. Only by controlling the stairway could he monitor Luo Gufei's movements and facilitate his own retreat. Of course, this was contingent upon Luo Gufei not possessing extraordinary speed. It appeared that Luo Gufei's supernatural ability was to create a separate space for his murderous endeavors. Indeed, one may commit murder without leaving a trace. However, what then does it signify that one's diary recounts the scene of the crime? Tap, tap. Alas, as Su-Yi reached the stairwell, he was met with the heavy thuds of footsteps resonating from below. They emanated from the second floor. Su-Yi quickly deduced that the sounds were primarily originating from that level. Gradually, the footsteps receded, fading into silence. He exhaled a sigh of relief. Fortunately, they were not approaching him. He had successfully secured this corridor, a position of considerable strategic importance. Yet, the pressing question remained: how does one escape this accursed place? It was evident that this hotel was devoid of any other occupants. It was merely Su-Yi and Luo Gufei within its confines. As a writer of imaginative detective novels, Su-Yi began to ponder whether this space was truly tangible or merely a figment of a dream. If he were to perish here, would it indeed mean his demise? "Are you evading me?" A sudden, chilling phrase drifted into his consciousness. Su-Yi's nerves tensed abruptly. The voice was directly above him. He instinctively directed his gaze upward, only to be met by the elongated visage of Luo Gufei, who appeared as a specter haunting the staircase between the third and fourth floors. With a sinister grin, Luo Gufei approached, dragging a fire axe behind him, the clanging sound echoing incessantly. Upon witnessing this, Su-Yi bolted without hesitation. What madness is this? Hadn't he just been on the second floor? There was no time for contemplation. Su-Yi fled, his legs propelling him forward, never daring to glance back, only hearing the sound of the fire axe dragging further into the distance. He hastily returned to the sixth floor, to the very room he had just escaped from. The door and windows had all been ravaged by Luo Gufei, allowing Su-Yi to effortlessly re-enter and then leap out through the window, scaling the adjacent room 612. Utilizing the Gengjin Yui to enhance the sharpness of the iron rod, he deftly sliced through a small section of glass without producing a significant sound. He unlocked the window, pushed it open, and slipped inside. Indeed, the room bore no trace of Zhou Yiqing, further confirming that this hotel was not a manifestation of reality. Su-Yi surveyed his surroundings and noted that the room's layout resembled that of an unoccupied suite. He remained poised at the window, prepared for an immediate escape, as he could not afford to let his guard down. The sudden appearance of Luo Gufei had been a jarring wake-up call. Given his keen hearing, he should have sensed the approach, yet he had failed to do so, indicating only one possibility: teleportation. Or perhaps everything here was under Luo Gufei's dominion, a realm entirely orchestrated by him. If he could perceive every corner of this hotel, he would undoubtedly know Su-Yi's whereabouts. No matter where he concealed himself, he was fated to be discovered and hunted down. With so many rooms and floors, how could Luo Gufei possibly ascertain his location? Thus, Su-Yi remained in place, awaiting confirmation of his suspicions. Suddenly, as he pondered this, a resounding thud echoed, a sound reminiscent of an axe striking a door. The door of room 612 began to creak ominously. "Are you in there?" came the sinister chuckle of Luo Gufei from outside. Indeed, it seems so. This predicament had become increasingly dire. The relentless thuds of the axe grew ever more pronounced. Su-Yi turned and leaped through the window, descending 2 floors before breaking into the 4th floor with seamless precision. Is this a trick? He had a GPS tracker on him, leaving him with no room for maneuver. Even his extraordinary skill, imperial duality, seemed to hold little value in this predicament. With no retreat and no place to hide, he pondered whether there was a way to break the deadlock, meticulously analyzing the current situation. Time was of the essence. He understood that it would not be long before Luo Gufei would come searching for him. Could it be true that this devilish game had set a deadlock that was impossible to unravel? The answer must be in the negative. Did this place truly fall entirely under Luo Gufei's control? The first issue Su-Yi needed to resolve was the very location of his predicament. He had specifically visited room 612, Zhou Yiqing's quarters, only to find it unoccupied, pristine as ever. However, his own room bore the marks of his presence, with the two disassembled balance rods still resting on the coffee table. Even some subtle cues known only to him remained intact, just as they had been arranged before sleep, mirroring Su Yi's memories perfectly. If this hotel had been meticulously replicated, why then was room 612 devoid of any signs of occupancy, while his own room remained unchanged? This contradiction was undeniably illogical. Did this mean that the hotel was crafted from his own memories? He was well aware of his own room's layout, yet he had no knowledge of any changes that might have occurred in room 612 after Zhou Yiqing's arrival, rendering it seemingly uninhabited. If the hotel space was indeed a reflection of his memories, could it be possible that he was the central figure in this space? Possibilities abound. Yet how can one capitalize on them when the information remains insufficiently refined? Moreover, Su Yi sensed another troubling thought. Did this murderer genuinely wish to take his life? He was acutely aware of Su Yi's whereabouts and possessed the ability to teleport. Why then did he not simply appear and strike? Instead, he persistently battered the door, as if he were staging a horror film, amplifying the tension. At times, his actions even startled Su Yi awake. Why complicate matters when a swift blade could suffice? Was it possible that he reveled in the thrill of the hunt? Such behavior is indeed characteristic of a serial killer. Though Su Yi could not ascertain the truth, he felt an overwhelming sense of dissonance. Suddenly, a resounding crash interrupted his contemplation, as half an axe embedded itself in the door. With a single blow, Luo Gufei had breached the barrier. The axe was withdrawn with a sharp sound, creating a gaping fissure through which the dim light of the corridor seeped. Here we go again. Su Yi rolled off the window and resumed his game of cat and mouse with the murderer. He had evaded capture in the second-floor room, traversed the 8th floor, and even procured 2 fruit knives from the kitchen on the 1st floor. After more than an hour of relentless pursuit and evasion, Su Yi returned to his sanctuary on the 6th floor, room 611. Were it not for intermittent pauses to catch his breath, his intrinsic energy would have long since been depleted. Even now, he found himself with only half remaining. If this continued, capture was inevitable. Yet, the hour-long ordeal had imparted to Su Yi a gradual understanding of the spatial dynamics of the hotel. A sinister grin illuminated the doorway of the damaged entrance, as the figure of the murderer materialized, ready to confront him. As Su Yi reclined comfortably on the sofa, he stretched lazily. Chapter 45. Me? A murderer? Come on in. Take a seat. Su Yi beckoned, as if welcoming a guest, patting the space beside him. The murderer, wielding an axe, advanced step by step, drawing closer. What's the matter? Have you given up? The murderer displayed a sinister grin. I admit, you caught me this time, Su Yi replied, returning a faint smile. He retrieved his phone and snapped a few photos of the murderer. Ha ha ha. The murderer paid no heed to Su Yi's actions, his smile growing increasingly arrogant and eerie, his gaze upon Su Yi as if he wished to consume him whole. If you're tired, don't struggle. You're the most compliant among the people I've killed. The murderer was nearly upon Su Yi now, raising the axe slightly. Yet, Su Yi waved his hand dismissively, appearing calm, though in reality, he was operating at full capacity. The golden body of Gung Metal and Gung Metal's guardian artifact were activated, and the fruit knife at his side shimmered with golden light. The spirit wind formation was also primed, and, if necessary, he had the passive life-saving skill, Sandcastle from Desert Star. I think you misunderstand my intention, he said. In a game of tag, one cannot always be the ghost while I remain the human. Can I? The murderer paused slightly. Time for a change. Su Yi spoke. The spirit wind formation activated, enhancing his speed by 50, his body feeling lighter. He lunged forward, the fruit knife flashing with golden light as it aimed for the murderer. The murderer, taken aback by Su Yi's swiftness, quickly raised his left hand to block with the axe. Clang! A resounding clash of metal reverberated through the air as the murderous fiend attempted to withstand the assault. Yet, instead of shattering, the axe handle merely sustained a shallow nick. Su Yi had personally experienced the formidable prowess of the Gung Jin Yu Qi when wielded with all his might. It could slice through iron as though it were mere clay, rendering it invincible against ordinary metals. The only materials capable of withstanding such sharpness were essentially the armors bestowed as rewards in the Devilish games. La King ni combat technique. Su Yi relied solely on his speed and the Gungjin GT to engage in a fierce struggle with the murderous fiend. After his left-handed assault with the blade proved futile, he seized the opportunity while the fiend was momentarily encumbered, wielding the fire axe with both hands, and delivered a lightning-fast elbow strike to the fiend's chest. However, the might of his punch, akin to iron, only forced the fiend to stagger back a few steps. Observing this, Su Yi's expression reflected his realization, prompting him to retreat and swiftly create some distance between them. He had no intention of slaying the murderous fiend. Had that been the case, he would have acted decisively from the outset. His previous skirmish was merely a means to validate certain truths, and now, everything had become clear. You seek your own demise. The fiend, enraged by Su Yi's sudden ambush, brandished his axe and charged forward to strike. You are merely an ordinary university student. How can you possess such speed? Su Yi remained motionless, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. As he spoke, the fiend's momentum abruptly faltered, and his pace diminished. You are but an average university student. How can you possess such strength? The fiend's grip on the axe suddenly wavered, nearly causing him to drop it. Your prowess is remarkable. Why not participate in the Olympics and claim a few gold medals? The murderer, consumed by rage, sought to continue his assault on Su Yi, yet his momentum had already been disrupted by Su Yi, causing him to stagger a few steps. Your strength has undeniably increased compared to when you first appeared. Initially, it took you considerable time to breach my door, but later, a mere swing of your axe sufficed. Su Yi gazed intently at the murderer, wearing an expression that suggested this was to be expected. The murderer could only glare at Su Yi in fury. For the power and speed he once took pride in had been stripped away. Based on the recent encounter, he was acutely aware that he could not best the man before him. When we first crossed paths in the stairwell, you dragged your axe, not out of bravado, but due to the exhaustion incurred from previously battering the door. Yet subsequently, you wielded your dual weapons single-handedly in pursuit of me. You appeared almost capable of teleportation. Why then did you persist in smashing doors instead of directly appearing before me to end my life? Are you afraid you cannot overpower me? The murderer glared at Su Yi, silent yet fierce, but Su Yi understood that he was now a mere shadow of his former self. You instill fear within me. When I perceive you as a threat, when your strength feels overwhelming, you seem to grow even more formidable. As time progresses, it becomes evident that you revel in the thrill of the hunt, guiding me to foster a deeper fear of you and an amplification of your formidable image. You draw power from my very imagination. Why does my imagination empower you? Does this not signify that this space is fundamentally an imaginative realm dominated by me? This elucidates why my room remains unchanged from before I went to bed, bearing traces of use. Even the subtle, covert markings known only to me have been flawlessly replicated, while other rooms revert to their original state. With a sly smile, Su Yi reflected that, if memory serves, all the vehicles parked downstairs are those I observed as I passed by. None have departed or been exchanged, which suffices to illustrate that the fabric of this space is constructed from my recollections. Su Yi's confrontation with the murderer serves a dual purpose. On one hand, to validate his own strength and ascertain whether it has genuinely ascended to the level he envisioned. As the battle ensued, it became evident that if his imagined fire axe were to be a weapon impervious to his own formidable blade, the outcome would mirror his expectations. On the other hand, through the skirmish, he sought to gauge that the imagined murderer was not as overwhelmingly powerful as he had conceived. He realized he could stand against him. Thus, his imaginative scope regarding the murderer would naturally constrict, preventing unfounded musings and limitless divergence. Only after reconciling these two aspects could Su Yi genuinely revert the murderer back to the frail university student, Luo Gufei, through the power of imagination. Hith. So, is it not my turn to become a specter now? Su Yi mimicked Luo Gufei's earlier sinister laugh as he advanced toward him step by step. Luo Gufei grasped the axe, his expression finally betraying a hint of panic. What he wielded was merely an ordinary fire axe. How could it possibly withstand my unyielding strike? Su Yi's footsteps were unceasing as he continued to chuckle ominously. With a resounding clang, the previously sturdy fire axe splintered, its minute fissures suddenly widening until it fractured into two segments. The end attached to the blade fell to the ground, and Luo Gufei's expression shifted dramatically, instinctively causing him to retreat. He. As Sui approached, he raised his hand, and the fire axe instantaneously restored itself, soaring back into his grasp. After engaging in battle with the murderer, Sui had mastered the ability to harness and govern his imagination, commanding this realm of thought. You should commence your escape. An idea sparked in Su Yi's mind, and he envisioned a new attire for himself, a cloak of deep black, wreathed in shadows. With the fire axe in his left hand transforming into an enormous scythe, his visage beneath the hood displaying a sinister grin. Luo Gufei's expression froze, suddenly clutching his head with both hands, as if beset by an excruciating headache, or perhaps embroiled in a monumental internal struggle. What is happening? Su Yi furrowed his brow. He paused momentarily. With a sweeping motion of the scythe, a whirlwind of dark flames dissipated into the air as he awaited in silence. A few seconds later, Luo Gufei finally lowered his hands, his gaze suggesting he had transformed into an entirely different being, trembling with fear as he glanced ahead, locking eyes with Su Yi's smile. In an instant, terror overwhelmed him, causing him to collapse onto the ground, his hands frantically pushing against the earth as he attempted to retreat. Murderer! Murderer! Luo Gufei stammered, his face pale, as he slowly pointed a trembling finger towards Su Yi. Chapter 46. You were told to flee for your life. Yet you pursue the murderer? Huh? Su Yi pondered, bewildered. Incredible, what madness is this? Su Yi mused inwardly, reflecting on how just moments ago, this very individual had been brandishing an axe in pursuit of him, only to now label him as the murderer. Does that seem fitting? With a sense of bewilderment, Su Yi approached Luo Gufei, wielding a scythe in hand. No, please, do not kill me. Luo Gufei continued to retreat, even as the splinters of the door pierced his palm, drawing forth crimson blood, yet he remained oblivious to the pain. Weren't you intent on killing me? Su Yi pressed closer. No, I never wished to harm you, Luo Gufei stammered, his face ashen, a stark contrast to his earlier demeanor. Stumbling to his feet, he dashed towards the door. What is happening? Why is he transformed so drastically? Just moments ago, he appeared as a ruthless killer. Now, he seemed to embody the role of a victim. Su Yi pondered for a brief moment before darting out like a gust of wind. He had now mastered this imaginative realm of his creation. In an instant, he sensed Luo Gufei racing up the fourth flight of stairs, and Su Yi effortlessly materialized behind him. Are you avoiding me? Su Yi echoed a line he had previously uttered to himself. Luo Gufei froze, as if doused in icy water from head to toe. Upon turning, he beheld the face that filled him with despair. No, please do not kill me. I only wish to follow you, to seek out clues. I truly did not intend to harm you, Luo Gufei implored, his words tumbling out in a stutter as he summoned all his strength to flee down the stairs. Su Yi chose not to pursue, instead savoring the implications of his words. He is following me, searching for clues? As Luo Gufei sprinted frantically, he finally reached the ground floor. Upon bursting out of the hotel and onto the road, he was suddenly repelled by an unseen force, crashing to the ground. There you are. Su Yi's voice drifted lazily through the air. With a surge of fear, Luo Gufei scrambled backward, employing both hands and feet to hasten his retreat. Su Yi continued to mimic his earlier lines, a sense of satisfaction brewing within. You dared to pursue me. Now you shall repay your debts in full, with interest. Hiv. Tell me, why do you follow me? Are you not afraid I might take your life? Embracing his role, Su Yi adopted a sinister tone. I merely speak. In a sudden frenzy, Su Yi lunged forward with his scythe, the inky flames leaving a charred mark beside Luo Gufei. I simply wish to find evidence of your crimes to report to the authorities, Luo Gufei stammered, trembling as he found himself cornered against an invisible wall. Continue, And do not even think of fabricating lies. With a swift motion, Su Yi's scythe hovered perilously close to Luo Gufei's neck. Luo Gufei swallowed hard. I was merely passing by that day. I truly did not intend to witness your act of murder. Su Yi furrowed his brow, sensing something amiss. What exactly did you see? He pressed the scythe forward menacingly. I saw you kill that female professor at River City University. The mention of the female professor from River City University marked the 16th crime associated with X. How audacious of Luo Gufei to claim he witnessed Su Yi committing murder instead of being the perpetrator himself. Su Yi closed his eyes in contemplation, while Luo Gufei stood frozen in trepidation, beads of cold sweat cascading down his forehead. What does this mean? Now Luo Gufei is portraying himself as a murderer, asserting he witnessed Su Yi in the act? This contradicts the very entries inscribed in his journal. In this space, Luo Gufei was indeed a murderer, relentlessly pursuing me. After unraveling the ruse of the imagined realm, I was astonished by how swiftly his persona shifted. Could the words he uttered truly hold any merit? I must pretend I did not see anything and dare not follow you again. Su Yi coldly remarked. Did you accompany me to the museum exhibition? Yes. I shall not dare again. You were following me in the library yesterday afternoon? Indeed, that was truly the last time. Upon hearing that you had killed again in the library, I immediately resolved never to trail you again. Did you not utter something while you were behind the bookshelf? What did I say? Oh, I thought you had discovered me, and I was rather anxious. I believe I muttered something about a murderer. Was it murderer? I cannot recall if I articulated the last two syllables clearly. Su Yi mimicked his current tone of nervousness. Yes. Spare me. I beg you. Luo Gufei implored, devoid of any trace of murderous intent. Alas! The situation grew more intricate. Su Yi tilted his head, feeling a sense of helplessness. The assertions made by the current Luo Gufei indeed aligned with reality and his actions today. Did he truly believe himself to be a murderer? This was in stark contrast to the diary, where he had witnessed his own heinous acts. How could this be explained? Do you not remember that you have taken a life before? Su Yi continued to interrogate. Kill someone? How could I possibly commit murder? From the expression of sheer terror adorning Luo Gufei's face, it is evident that he now speaks the truth. Impossible to commit murder? You nearly killed me just moments ago. You are the true embodiment of a murderer. Luo Gufei was consumed by disbelief, his panic palpable. Su Yi retrieved his phone, displaying the photos from that fateful night before Luo Gufei. This was you that evening, was it not? Yes, at that moment. I was fleeing, and to my shock, you captured it all. Luo Gufei gasped in astonishment. You were running away that night? You did not kill anyone? Su Yi inwided. I did not. The one who killed was you, Luo Gufei replied cautiously, glancing at Su Yi's expression. Enough. After a brief contemplation, Su Yi relaxed his demeanor and directed his attention toward the hotel in the distance, attempting to record video on his phone, only to find the screen still displaying static. However, the earlier photograph of Luo Gufei was crystal clear. Without uttering a word, he focused his thoughts and transported both himself and Luo Gufei back to room 611. Here, take this axe and strike me. Su Yi conjured the very axe that Luo Gufei had wielded earlier. Luo Gufei shook his head in refusal, but Su Yi forcefully placed it in his hands. Now pose for the camera. No. Your expression must be fierce. TSK, your movements are too stiff. Lower your head. Yes, raise that hand. Swing it about. That's it. Let the axe spin. Don't drop it now. Under the watchful gaze of Luo Gufei's horror-stricken eyes, Su Yi, assuming the role of photographer, fervently directed him. Capturing numerous images of Luo Gufei as a murderer wielding the axe in pursuit of his own life. Su Yi gazed at the album on his phone, akin to a master photographer, swiping through the myriad of images, discarding those deemed superfluous. Very well, let it be, he mused. Regardless of whether you are a murderer, capturing you for verification will soon reveal the truth. Reflecting on his own cunning actions, Su Yi shook his head with a sense of melancholy reminiscent of a fallen hero. Yet he could not help but praise himself, exclaiming, truly, I am a little genius. Chapter 47. The murderer is dead. Having seized control of this realm, Sue-Yi had long discerned the method to return to his original world. With a mere thought, the hotel began to collapse. Everything around him swaying and trembling as if caught in a mirage. Gradually, he found himself levitating in midair, and, as the final vestiges of the scene vanished, his body plummeted, engulfed by a fierce sensation of weightlessness. Room 611 of the hotel. With a jolt, Sue-Yi awakened, gasping for breath. Oh! He panted, his heart racing until it finally steadied. He was not afflicted by amnesia. Taking stock of his surroundings, everything in the room remained unchanged. The iron rod lay quietly on the table, and the door was intact. Sue-Yi retrieved his phone, glancing at the time, 2 a.m. The album also lay quietly, filled with the photographs captured in his imagined space. Marvelous! He exclaimed, executing a nimble roll off the bed. In a swift motion, he extracted his notebook and began to write fervently. This memory was indispensable. Losing it would equate to a monumental setback in the game. Simultaneously, Sue-Yi felt a wave of relief wash over him. Fortunately, after today's enhanced bout of amnesia, he had not succumbed to further forgetfulness and remained stable until now. Once amnesia strikes, the consequences are unfathomable. Closing the diary, Sue-Yi hurried to the door of room 612. Bang, bang, bang. Sue-Yi pounded on the door with fervor, the sound echoing loudly. Open the door, there's been a murder. Hurry, open up, there's been a murder. Initially anticipating a protracted wait, Sue-Yi was surprised when the door swung open within mere seconds. Standing before him was the impeccably dressed Zhou Yiqing, wielding a menacing firearm. It appeared Zhou Yiqing had not slumbered at all, likely having merely rested her eyes within the confines of her room. Zhou Yiqing aimed the gun at Sue-Yi, admonishing, "Calm down. What madness is this at such an hour? Hey, take it easy, take it easy." Sue-Yi raised his hands in a gesture of peace, signaling the officer to remain composed. Zhou Yiqing, her frustration palpable, thought to herself, "This lunatic is raving at this hour, and now demands that I remain calm." Due to Sue-Yi's boisterous knocking, others began to emerge from their rooms, grumbling in annoyance. To avoid inciting panic, Zhou Yiqing shifted her gun behind her and stepped aside, gesturing for Sue-Yi to enter the room. "What are you shrieking about? Do you realize this disrupts public order?" Without further ado, Sue-Yi retrieved his phone and opened the photo gallery, promptly presenting it before Zhou Yiqing's eyes. Confounded by Sue-Yi's intentions, Zhou Yiqing tightened her grip on the firearm, directing her gaze toward the phone. What is this?" As she scrutinized the images, her unease grew, prompting her to snatch the phone from Sue-Yi's grasp. Her fingers swiftly navigated the screen. Hey, I set it to slideshow mode. You're ruining my photographic artistry." Sue-Yi pouted in response. Before Zhou Yiqing lay a series of photographs, each depicting Luo Gufei in various poses, brandishing an axe in pursuit of Sue-Yi, illuminated by dim yellow light that lent an air of authenticity to the bizarre scene. "What is this?" Zhou Yiqing inquired, perplexed. "How should I put this? You might find it hard to believe." Sue-Yi pondered it. "Just tell me." Zhou Yiqing shot a glare at Sue-Yi. "These are photos of Luo Gufei chasing me just now." "What did you say?" "I said he was just now pursuing me, and I captured these images." Sue-Yi articulated deliberately. "Do you even comprehend what you are saying?" Zhou Yiqing probed. "I'm entirely aware, Officer Zhou," Sue-Yi replied with a smile. "You are spouting nonsense," Zhou Yiqing retorted coldly. "If you're going to fabricate a story, at least maintain some boundaries. When exactly were these photographs taken? I prefer to keep things uncomplicated, always speaking the truth." "They were taken just moments ago, but during his pursuit, everyone in the hotel vanished, including you," Sue-Yi slowly revealed, uttering words that left Zhou Yiqing incredulous. He had no intention of fully disclosing his deductions and experiences to the police. If he recounted every detail of his reasoning and encounters, they would surely dismiss it as fiction, deeming him insane. However, by revealing only fragments of information, he aimed to prompt the police to analyze and draw their own conclusions, yielding a markedly different outcome. Even if they rejected the notion of supernatural forces, he was unperturbed, as he had merely conveyed the truth. Now that evidence has been obtained, It is imperative to ensure that Luo Gufei is incarcerated, irrespective of the moral dichotomy or the question of whether he is indeed a murderer. Verification is essential. Are not these photographs the very evidence we seek? I have never before set foot in this hotel, let alone in the company of a murderer, Su Yi stated in a manner that belied any hint of distress. Zhou Yiqing repeatedly scrolled through the images on her phone, remaining silent as Su Yi spoke. She was perplexed by his peculiar utterances, which often carried an unsettling air, though she was resolute in her disbelief. Even if his claims bore truth, did he not fear the repercussions of having eluded the clutches of a killer? How could he remain so composed while recounting the events that transpired? It was indeed perplexing. She promptly extracted her phone to relay the current situation, while Lu Hong wasted no time in organizing a police escort to bring Su Yi and Zhou Yiqing to the Huqing police station. Su Yi also sent all the photographs to Zhou Yiqing, who would undoubtedly pass them on to the technical team for thorough analysis of their authenticity. Throughout the journey, Su Yi pondered Luo Gufei's words. Am I the murderer? It is not entirely implausible to consider that I might have been a murderer prior to my arrival, given that my memories consist solely of fragmented recollections inscribed in my diary, the veracity of which is often indistinguishable. But what of Luo Gufei? Even if he elucidated the events that occurred, if he were not the murderer, how could he possess the ability to draw Su Yi into the realm of imagination with his extraordinary powers? Might he not be harboring a dual personality? Could it be that the persona pursuing Su Yi is indeed that of the murderer, while the other persona is Luo Gufei? Su Yi could not shake the feeling that such a notion was fundamentally flawed. It appears that I must gather all prior clues from the victims, as well as the reasons behind Lu Hong and Zhou Yiqing's claims of deceit, in order to comprehend precisely what transpired yesterday. Huqing Police Department, interrogation room. A blinding beam of white light compelled Su Yi to lower his head slightly. Do not misunderstand. We are merely documenting your testimony. Lu Hong and Su Yi sat across from each other, while Zhou Yiqing recorded notes beside them. Su Yi nodded, Enoch nodded. Why do you always carry this backpack? You m'inquiète. I feel a sense of insecurity when I am empty-handed, Su Yi replied casually. I'm already aware of the particulars. However, your account is so implausible that it strains credulity. Lu Hong did not dwell excessively on this. If it were possible, I too would prefer not to recount such far-fetched events. Yet the reality is that they have indeed occurred, and I can only speak the truth. Those photographs are my sole evidence, Su Yi lamented. The conclusion I wish to convey is that Luo Gufei is the murderer known as X. Today, he attempted to kill me at the hotel, Su Yi asserted, defining his statement. At that moment, a police officer entered and handed Lu Hong a document. Lu Hong quietly perused it, refraining from further dialogue with Su Yi. The room was serene, every sound amplified. Luo Gufei is dead, did you know? Liu Su dans interjected, shattering the silence. Su Yi raised an eyebrow, startled within, fearing he might meet his own demise here. The interrogation room bore a chill, the surrounding air seemingly frozen. Chapter 48. The photographer possesses skill and emotion. Upon hearing this news, Su Yi's immediate reaction was that he could not allow himself to be wrongfully imprisoned at this moment. In the quest to escape from the police station, the feasibility of completing the mission seemed increasingly bleak. The target, Luo Gufei, whom he could have potentially eliminated, was no longer present. If this continued, would he not be succumbing to the world's assimilation? Su Yi shook his head at Lu Hong, as the moment of hope for a breakthrough was abruptly shattered. Not only had he failed to clear the instance, but the trail of clues had also gone cold. His own suspicion had heightened. What kind of predicament was this? Everything had to be started anew, and with his current amnesia, time was precisely what he lacked. Lu Hong then remarked, "The technical department has confirmed that your photographs are authentic. The individual is indeed Luo Gufei, and the location corresponds to the hotel where the incident purportedly occurred today. Upon verification, it's clear that neither of you had visited that hotel previously. I must inquire, how were you able to capture photographs while he was pursuing you?" With no other choice, driven by the urgency to gather evidence, Su Yi explained, "At that moment, my sole thought was to document everything, though unfortunately, that location did not allow for video recording. His resolve was unwavering. Our colleagues in the technical department unanimously commented on the photographs, noting that the photographer exhibited both skill and emotion. They even observed that Luo Gufei was illuminated in some shots, and in others, a dramatic lighting effect was employed. He felt a sense of gratification that they could discern such nuances. As a student of the arts, I must commend the technical department for their exceptional appreciation of aesthetics. However, I assure you, there was no artistry in my photographs, only sheer emotion. As I was in the midst of fleeing, the situation was indeed peculiar, reminiscent of the enigmatic serial murders associated with X. Lu Hong, who had initially jested, suddenly adopted a serious demeanor. This aligns perfectly. These two incidents are, in fact, one and the same. He responded immediately. Perhaps you are correct. We should bring him in. As the conversation unfolded, the heavy iron door swung open, revealing a man, his hands shackled, being escorted by officers. To their astonishment, it was none other than Luo Gufei. Team leader Lu and Yi, upon recognizing the newcomer, could not help but question Lu Hong. This robust, bushy-browed individual had indeed been deceiving them. It was true. He was not dead, yet upon discovery, he was nearly lifeless, collapsed on the ground, frothing at the mouth. It was you who saved him. Had it not been for your timely alert, our officers would not have arrived in time to rescue him. The purpose of your presence here is to facilitate a confrontation between you two. Lu Hong gestured for Luo Gufei to take a seat, clearing a space for him. Luo Gufei, however, appeared dazed, his mental state precarious, as he was led to the chair step by step. Lu Hong pointed towards the slumped figure of Luo Gufei and remarked, after being brought down from the emergency room, he seems to have lost his grip on reality, unable to communicate. Since you claim he was pursuing you, now is the moment for an honest discussion to see if he can regain some lucidity. Luo Gufei, lift your head and take a look. Do you still recognize him? Luo gently patted Luo Gufei's shoulder. With a heavy heart, Luo Gufei raised his gaze, and upon seeing Yi, his expression remained blank. Yi scrutinized Luo Gufei, noting that his attire was unchanged from their previous encounter, and spoke. Just moments ago in the hotel, you attempted to kill me. Do you remember? Luo Gufei's head shook slightly, as if he could not comprehend Yi's words. But upon stealing another glance at Yi, a wave of terror washed over him. I'm not a murderer. I did not kill anyone. Luo Gufei repeated, his voice trembling. Yi felt a wave of embarrassment. Could it be that by compelling him to play the role of a murderer and incessantly photographing him, he had driven him to madness? He shook his head, signaling that he could no longer continue. They would take him back for detention, as special circumstances warranted special measures. Lu Hong observed the situation, still unable to extract any information, and instructed the officers to take the individual away. Indeed, he had remained in this state for some time. For now, we can only tentatively accept your words and restrain him. We shall wait to see when he regains his composure before conducting further interrogations. After Lu Hong spoke, he fixed his gaze upon Yi, as if trying to glean some insight from his eyes. In truth, you are quite an extraordinary individual. Zhou Yiqing smirked slightly, inwardly remarking that it must indeed be something sinister. Previously, during this series of murders, the perpetrator had claimed the lives of 16 individuals, and we had possessed not a single clue. However, your appearance not only provided us with a suspect, but also unfolded a bizarre narrative. Just do not regard me as a suspect, Yi replied, the corner of his mouth twitching. Although Lu professed trust, it was he who most relished probing into Yi's character. I must express my gratitude that you have not dismissed me as mentally unstable. Yi spoke, harboring some apprehensions about being misunderstood, yet he felt compelled to act thus to elucidate the photographs of Luo Gufei and to facilitate his arrival at the police station. He wished to believe that, given the present circumstances, if science could not provide explanations, the police should acknowledge the existence of some supernatural forces. Were it not for my involvement in this special task force, you would undoubtedly be perceived as mentally unfit. Of course, that does not entirely exclude the possibility that you might exhibit such tendencies. Throughout the exchange, Lu Hong's gaze never wavered from Yi. I am intrigued by the composure and detachment you exhibit. Alas, you continue to scrutinize me, Su Yi mused. If only you realized that you are merely engaged in a game, and the individual opposite you is but an NPC, you too would find such detachment innate. Su Yi chose to refrain from further discourse, as he was eager to acquire more information regarding the case at hand. Captain Liu, since I possess even the slightest capacity to assist in solving this mystery, might it be possible for me to review the records of all cases pertaining to X? Su Yi made his request known. Impossible, those files are classified, Zhou Yiqing interjected. Certainly, Lu Hong replied, stroking his stubbled chin in contemplation. Captain Liu? Zhou Yiqing exclaimed in surprise, questioning how such sensitive information could be disclosed to someone with such significant suspicions against him. However, before that, could you explain this? Lu Hong inquired, presenting his phone before Su Yi. What appeared was a video clip featuring Su Yi in the rest area of the River City Museum from the previous day. This was precisely the surveillance footage he sought. How fortuitous that Captain Liu had come to his aid, a veritable blessing in his time of need, Su Yi thought to himself. In the footage, after Su Yi ran off to purchase a beverage, Su Yi was seen supporting his forehead, and after a while, he departed. The scene then shifted to depict Su Yi heading towards the restroom in area. Moments later, he emerged and returned to the bench, again covering his forehead, before retrieving his notebook, only to be interrupted by Su Yi's arrival, after which he made yet another trip to the restroom in Area A. Having visited the murder scene twice, while concealing a third visit, Su Yi could only sigh inwardly at such behavior. What transpired? How unexpectedly did I awaken and make my way to the restroom? Shouldn't I have been enveloped in confusion, oblivious to everything? Surely, I should have been compelled to consult my diary instead. How could I have proceeded directly to the restroom in Area A? Su Yi found himself puzzled. Could it be that he was experiencing a form of dissociative identity disorder? A dual personality? Or perhaps the consciousness of the original owner had returned? You claim to have visited the crime scene twice, yet previously you stated it was only once. Is there anything you wish to clarify regarding this matter? Lu Hong's expression was no longer as amiable as before, but rather sharpened. Chapter 49. Are you X? This question hung over Su Yi's throat like the scythe of death. He understood that a moment's carelessness could lead to his arrest and detention by the police, truly being treated as a suspect under interrogation. Without hesitation, Su Yi replied, "Perhaps I was experiencing low blood sugar that day. My recollections are rather hazy. Do you genuinely believe that all matters can be so easily glossed over repeatedly?" Zoe remarked coldly. "Are you aware that the words you have uttered from beginning to end have trivialized a homicide?" Lu Hong did not intervene this time, nor did he speak further, as if he awaited Su Yi's response. After a brief contemplation, Su Yi relaxed his posture and scoffed. "If being honest leads to being mistaken for jest, I have nothing to say. I can retract my statement immediately. All will be left unspoken. Mind your identity. Is this a threat? Zoe Sinidit. What identity do I possess? I am not a criminal, since you deem my words to be nonsense and falsehoods. How can this be construed as a threat?" Sui asserted earnestly. "Moreover, the term threat is exceedingly inappropriate. I merely wish to avoid your ire, and it would be more fitting to describe this as an emotional response. Firstly, I am not a murderer. Secondly, I am cooperating willingly, risking being perceived as mentally unstable to convey the truth. I do not desire to be met with your overt suspicion and ridicule. You may, like Captain Liu, harbor doubts in private while bestowing me with respect in public." Su Yi calmly articulated powerful words, expressing gratitude to Zhou Yiqing for enabling him to redirect the conversation away from his own actions that day. After speaking, he turned his gaze toward Lu Hong, who was observing him intently. Just as Zhou Yiqing was about to retort, Lu Hong promptly interrupted the brief exchange. "All right, Xiao Zhou, please fetch me X's file." Lu Hong commanded with an unequivocal tone. Zhou Yiqing recognized that such authority from Lu Hong rendered any alteration of his decisions impossible. And with a sidelong glance at Su Yi, he exited the interrogation room to retrieve the documents. "I hope you can open up new avenues for us," Lu Hong remarked, his smile reemerging. Su Yi remained silent, feigning anger, yet inwardly he felt a wave of relief. As Zhou Yiqing had suggested, he had managed to navigate through the ordeal. Previously, he could assert with conviction that he was not a murderer, but now he found himself uncertain of his own innocence. He understood that being labeled a suspect here would equate to a failure in this intricate game. This time, he placed his bet on Lu Hong's decisiveness, recognizing him as a person of profound contemplation. The serial killer had committed a staggering 17 heinous crimes, reaching a level of atrocity that was beyond comprehension. With no leads to pursue, it was evident that he would not want to sever the one thread capable of advancing the investigation, even if that thread appeared to transcend conventional logic and verged on the absurd. He promptly deduced that Lu Hong needed to utilize him, and conversely, he too required Lu Hong's assistance. The two exchanged glances, and the room fell into a renewed silence. Ultimately, the arrival of Zhou Yiqing shattered the tranquility as she placed a stack of documents before Su Yi. "Look here," Zhou Yiqing declared, her voice tinged with defiance. "If you don't mind, I shall take notes and analyze this." Su Yi glanced up at Lu Hong, who gestured with an open palm, indicating that he should proceed. Su Yi opened his backpack, readily producing his notebook, and began to meticulously record his analysis in conjunction with the files laid before him. This presented a splendid opportunity for him to openly take out his notebook and write, and he subtly inscribed the earlier events into his diary as well. Once in possession of the files, Su Yi busily scribbled notes, while Lu Hong and Zhou Yiqing remained silent, quietly awaiting developments in the interrogation room. Did the suspect truly consider himself a detective? Zhou Yiqing found it perplexing that Captain Lu would make such a decision. In her mind, Su Yi was either mad or feigning madness, and the clues he provided were utterly baffling. Now, he even audaciously requested the files pertaining to the ex-serial murder case. The troubling aspect was that Captain Lu actually acquiesced to this request. At this juncture, she could only remain vigilant against this enigmatic individual, her glistening eyes never straying from Su Yi. Su Yi sensed a weighty gaze fixed upon him, yet unexpectedly found a semblance of comfort in his surroundings. Before him lay the 17 critical clues pertaining to the case, all while he remained within the relatively safe confines of the Huqing police station. In this secure and information-rich environment, he quickly immersed himself in contemplation and analysis. An hour passed swiftly. "It has come," Su Yi thought to himself, a sense of foreboding washing over him. What is destined to arrive shall inevitably do so. A wave of dizziness surged through his mind, a precursor to amnesia. He was acutely aware of two individuals observing him intently. Enduring the disorientation, he maintained a composed expression, gradually flipping to the last page of his notebook. Upon completing this act, darkness nearly consumed him. Is something wrong? Lu Hong promptly noticed Su Yi's unusual demeanor. "Where am I?" Su Yi began to articulate his thoughts, but his gaze became fixated on the notebook before him. The final page contained merely 3 sentences. "Old friend, please trust me. You may be hungry, feeling a bit dizzy. Answer any questions posed to you with this." Without a moment's hesitation, Su Yi uttered the phrase, uncertain of its significance, but sensing no imminent threat. "Bring some cookies," he requested. Lu Hong approached the door, calling for an officer. "Next, please quickly review the first 10 pages of this diary, and refrain from communicating with others until you have finished reading it." In the interrogation room of the police station, you find yourself being questioned regarding the notorious case of the Murderer X. You begin to feign the organization of the files before you, starting from the penultimate page of a diary. Su Yi does not even glance at his surroundings. Instead, he slowly opens the first page of the notebook. "Old friend, I am an outsider. This marks my first day here." The subsequent page bears a warning. "Prepare yourself mentally. Old friend, maintain your composure to prevent others from noticing your unease." Is this my diary? Am I in a struggle against a murderer? During this moment, when Lu Hong offers Su Yi a cookie, Su Yi cleverly conceals the diary with the files. "Hey, old friend, I am a contender in the devil's game. A man endowed with a skill panel. The murderer is no match for me." After a considerable period of silence, Lu Hong finally speaks. "Share your thoughts." Su Yi remains expressionless, seemingly lost in contemplation. This is a deliberate act. He strictly adheres to the reminders within the diary. Only by comprehending the context of the diary can he engage with the others meaningfully? His current objective is to expedite his reading of the diary. Lu Hong observes Su Yi closely, sensing an inexplicable shift. Compared to earlier, Su Yi appears to be concealing something, emanating an air of tension and confusion. Could it be that his instincts have misled him? Are you X? Lu Hong suddenly inquires, almost as if compelled by an unseen force. Chapter 50. I seriously suspect you have an interest in me. Although Su Yi had yet to regain his memory, he was acutely aware of the present circumstances. He suppressed his emotions and lowered his head, stating, "Of course not. Please do not interrupt my contemplation." Lu Hong squinted, choosing to remain silent. As time gradually slipped away, Su Yi's drifting thoughts finally returned. His muddled mind began to clear, and this time he did not falter. Exhausted both physically and mentally, he found the sensation of confusion unbearable, as if he were ensnared in a quagmire. He recalled that he had been in this place for 6 days already. It was a replica of the Devil's Game. He even remembered deliberately tarnishing Su Yuran's image in his diary. Yet it seemed that such actions could not alter his fondness for her. Leaning back in his chair, Su Yi exhaled a sigh of relief. Have you discovered something? Lu Hong inquired with a smile, unfazed by Su Yi's earlier behavior. Indeed, Su Yi replied, his expression turning grave. Lu Hong leaned forward, and Zhou Yiqing unconsciously drew closer as well. Nothing? Both Lu Hong and Zhou Yiqing gasped, simultaneously questioning whether Su Yi was jesting with them. Zhou Yiqing shot a glare at Su Yi. Do you find this amusing? Do not misunderstand. I mean to say that our task force has expended considerable manpower and time over several months on a case we could not crack. Yet I managed to discern it with just a glance. What does that imply? It suggests that our task force lacks competence and reliability, Su Yi continued. Because of your singular remark, we have been idly waiting here for hours. Is detective work truly this entertaining? Zhou Yiqing expressed mild annoyance, casting a sidelong glance at Su Yi. Officer Zhou's expression turned serious once again. A cold snort was the response from Su Yi. How old are you? Speak directly if you have something to say. Zhou Yiqing's face darkened with displeasure. I now seriously suspect that you have feelings for me. What? Zhou Yiqing believed she had misheard. Otherwise, why do you always seek to grab my attention? I employed such tactics back in the 3rd grade. And that little girl in front of me ended up in tears. It's futile. Su Yi adjusted his attire. Your expression of affection remains rather juvenile. You are toxic. Zhou Yiqing's cheeks flushed slightly, clearly infuriated and at a loss for words in response. Let us get back on track, Su Yi continued. You still remember that you've wandered off to your grandmother's house, and yet you wish to return to the main topic? Zhou Yiqing turned her head in disdain. Having dealt with the incessant chatter of Zhou Yiqing, Su Yi turned to Lu Hong, who had been silent throughout. Although I have yet to analyze the results, I assure you, I will solve this case within 3 days. Zhou Yiqing was taken aback, immediately adopting a look that suggested she thought he was speaking nonsense. However, she was no longer inclined to engage with Su Yi, fearing he would utter more absurdities. Lu Hong was also stunned. So, you're claiming that a case which the Special Investigation Team has struggled with for months, deploying considerable manpower, can be resolved by you in just 3 days? This implies that the Special Investigation Team lacks capability. So, if you solve it in 3 days, it means the team is ineffective, right? 3 days? Lu Hong, though astonished, was intrigued. This was precisely the reason he had shown Su Yi the case files. Indeed, 3 days. Su Yi nodded, realizing that with only 3 days remaining, his amnesia might only last at most that long. He even felt that enduring a single day was quite arduous, and it was uncertain whether he could last the full 3 days. This sentiment was entirely reasonable. For him, failing to resolve the matter within 3 days would render him no different from a lifeless entity. I shall submit a flawless answer, Su Yi stated earnestly. Very well. Let us know how we can assist you during these days. Lu Hong replied with a nod. That makes things considerably easier, Su Yi thought, recognizing the necessity of leveraging the police's resources. His ideas were beginning to take shape within his mind. With only 3 days at his disposal, indeed, not merely 3 days, but every fleeting moment was precious, Su Yi was determined to resolve the matter today rather than procrastinate until tomorrow. In the brief time he had, Su-yi had gleaned almost the entirety of the case details. Generally speaking, when dealing with serial killers, examining the first 3 victims provides the clearest insight into the perpetrator's preferences and habits. The first target, identified in September 2022, was a 40-year-old ordinary male office worker, discovered poisoned at home around 8 p.m. The second victim, a 35-year-old woman who owned a clothing store, also died at home, but in her case, the cause was blunt force trauma to the head. The third victim, a 29-year-old male real estate agent, met his demise in October on a construction site, where he was brutally bludgeoned to death. The 17th victim, who met his end within the museum where Su-yi was present, was a 36-year-old lottery shop owner, found dead in the restroom, having been fatally stabbed. Every deceased individual bears ends carved into their chest by the murderer. However, the depth and precision of these markings vary significantly, indicating they were not etched by the same hand. The likelihood of a collective perpetration is exceedingly slim, nearly negligible. Thus, the police have classified this as a series of homicides. The 17 victims appear to have been ensnared by a specter, emerging and vanishing without a trace, leaving the authorities bereft of leads, save for the one instance involving Su-yi. Typically, serial killers adhere to certain patterns, and victims often exhibit similarities, unless they are psychopathic, indiscriminate killers. Upon closer inspection, Su-yi noticed that while the victims seemed dissimilar at first glance, they shared one peculiar trait. All were parents. This ranged from newborns to individuals in their 20s, including a 26-year-old unemployed man who, although childless, had a pregnant girlfriend. This striking commonality among the victims warrants further investigation. The police have also discerned this connection, yet they opted not to disclose it publicly, as it would yield no actionable insights. These cases seem to materialize out of thin air, leaving the investigators without any suspects. How, then, could they utilize this clue to deduce the mindset of the elusive X? It would be more prudent to conceal this information to avoid alarming the perpetrator. The police's reasoning reached a dead end at this juncture. Conversely, Su-yi approached the matter from an angle the police had not considered: the possibility of supernatural abilities. Given that it is established that Z employs non-conventional methods to eliminate victims, one must ponder whether there are any limitations or prerequisites to such unnatural tactics. For instance, if Z draws individuals into a separate dimension to commit these acts, what conditions must be met to facilitate this transference? Might he have recently been in contact with the deceased? Perhaps he requires certain mediums to release, or there are limitations regarding distance, compelling him to linger near the deceased. If X's extraordinary abilities were unrestrained, allowing him to wield them at will, it is conceivable that before locating him, everyone else would meet their demise. Su-yi deems this scenario implausible. Thus, approaching the matter from this angle, searching for those endowed with special abilities, may indeed be the optimal solution. Should there be merely one or two victims, it would undoubtedly resemble searching for a needle in a haystack. However, with 17 deceased, identifying commonalities through the constraints and triggering conditions of their abilities will surely yield results. Su-yi is convinced that the Devil's Game would not orchestrate an inescapable death trap. Chapter 51. Dual Personalities? The 18th case of X, as dawn approached, Su-yi, under the police's arrangement, checked into a hotel adjacent to the precinct. Apart from Zhou Yiqing residing in the room opposite, 2 officers also took up residence on either side of Su-yi's room. At 5 in the morning, Su-yi remained awake, having just regained his memories. He feared that succumbing to slumber might lead to an eternal sleep. Yet, this body was evidently unable to endure further strain. After a day of relentless activity, evading a murderer, coupled with prolonged sleeplessness engaging in mental exertion, his physical reserves were depleted. Su-yi recognized he had reached his limit. Dragging this weary body in mind, he found himself ill-equipped to confront the murderer. Sleep. Imperial duality. Ultimately, Su-yi activated Imperial duality. He dared not gamble, yet he found sleep to be an absolute necessity. This time, he anchored himself with the assurance of retaining his memories for the next 24 hours. This was his most favorable attempt thus far. Not long after, Su-yi succumbed to a deep slumber. Hello. He sensed someone shaking him. In a daze, he saw a woman's face gradually enlarging before him. Hey! Zhou Yiqing leaned closer, grasping Su Yi's shoulders and shaking him vigorously. Startled, Su Yi sprang upright. Zhou Yiqing, taken aback by Su Yi's intense reaction, quickly stepped back. You! Once Su Yi finally discerned the identity of the person before him, he completed his sentence. Indeed, you covet me. This slumber had enveloped Su Yi in profound tranquility. He had even slept through the alarm he had set. What was meant to be a mere 5-hour nap extended until 1 in the afternoon. Uncharacteristically, Zhou Yiqing refrained from further commentary despite Su Yi's remarks. Captain Liu sent me to wake you. X has committed another crime. This marks the 18th case. In astonishment, Su Yi's mind raced. Where did it occur? Near Huqing University. So, scientifically speaking, I am not a suspect, am I? Su Yi responded with composure. If this time it is confirmed to be X's doing, then indeed. You are not a suspect, Zhou Yiqing nodded. However, if that is the case, X is not the person you refer to as Luo Gufei, Zhou Yiqing remarked. Su Yi's initial reaction was one of confusion. Why? Why would X do this? Regardless of whether X is Luo Gufei, the events of that night must have involved X employing some extraordinary ability to bring them both into that scenario. Every individual pursues a purpose in their actions, especially someone as notorious as the murderer X. In the initial case of the museum's 17th incident, he speculated that X intended to frame him, making him a scapegoat, prompting him to withdraw from the situation. Such an analysis of X's behavior appeared logical. The second instance within the realm of imagination undoubtedly revealed X's desire to kill him. The third occurrence, which is now the 18th case, astonishingly exonerated both himself and Luo Gufei from suspicion. Could it be that Luo Gufei is indeed X, restoring the original logic? According to this behavioral rationale, the one reaping the greatest benefit is undoubtedly Luo Gufei, while Su Yi's exoneration seems merely incidental. Luo Gufei could no longer concern himself with such matters, as he found himself in the police station and needed to devise a means of escape. Had he once again resorted to that ability? Team leader Liu mentioned that he wanted you to wait at the police station to discuss some newly discovered clues. Zhou Yiqing furrowed her brow and remarked. Gone was Zhou Yiqing's previously haughty demeanor. Perhaps in her eyes, science represented everything. Now, with his suspicions dissipated, she might perceive him as having reverted to the status of an ordinary citizen, prompting Su Yi to secretly curl his lip. Oh no! Perhaps merely as a somewhat mentally unstable ordinary citizen. What are you dawdling for? Let us go, Zhou Yiqing urged Su Yi, since he was no longer under suspicion. Well, his identity had likely transformed from that of a suspect to a civilian detective aiding in the investigation. Su Yi lifted his chin, filled with vigor and self-importance, as he shouldered his backpack and stepped out. Let us go. At the Huqing police station, in the X Special Investigation Team's office, it was essentially confirmed that X was indeed the culprit, and the particulars were as I had previously stated. Lu Hong succinctly briefed Su Yi on the case. At 10 a.m., a corpse was discovered in an apartment building adjacent to River City University. The forensic expert estimated the time of death to be around 6 a.m. this morning. The deceased was a 25-year-old male office worker and, as it turns out, a father to a 1-year-old child. Excellent, exclaimed Su Yi with delight. Lu Hong raised an eyebrow, beginning to question whether enlisting this young man to assist in the investigation was a prudent decision. Don't misunderstand. I mean, it is fortunate that the deceased has met his end. Zhou Yiqing covered her head, unable to bear it any longer. Can we be a bit more serious? This deceased individual was only 25 years old, and we happen to be lacking younger victims. Previously, there were victims aged 26 and 27. My suggestion is to focus on these younger victims, examining any recent intersections in their lives, places they may have frequented together, or if they encountered the same individuals. Older individuals have lived longer, and if the triggering conditions for any unusual abilities are not recent, tracing back becomes exceedingly difficult. In contrast, the youth, and even their newborn children, are easier to investigate. Su Yi contemplated. By starting with the younger individuals and identifying a breakthrough, we can subsequently explore whether other victims share similar clues. You're Your thoughts align with mine, Su mused. I have already relayed the message. We shall concentrate on finding the commonalities among these three individuals for now. Zhou Yiqing slightly lifted her head, somewhat astonished. This bothersome fellow coincidentally shared the same perspective as team leader Liu, who is a figure of academic stature at the River City Police Academy. Apart from the unresolved case of the notorious serial killer X, every major case that has passed through his hands has been reliably solved within a month. His insights, as clear as day, earning him the esteemed title of the eagle-eyed detective in the law enforcement community. Thus, despite the prolonged stagnation of this case, there has been no consideration of a personnel change. If Lu Hong is deemed inadequate, they believe others would be even less capable. You are indeed astute. Your words have solidified my resolve, Lu Hong remarked. We have made a new discovery just now. I shall return to you in an hour once I obtain the new clues and information. With a serious expression, he departed the room. Zhou Yiqing cast a glance at Su Yi before following Lu Hong out, leaving the spacious office sparsely populated. Su Yi, undeterred, promptly opened his bag, retrieving his notebook to document the recent events. His memory, enhanced by Yu Shuang, would undoubtedly endure until around 5 in the morning. Yet he knew he must not neglect to take notes. As he opened the notebook, he felt a page in the middle had been folded to mark a bookmark, leading him directly to that very page. The moment he opened it, his expression turned icy. Another me, at last we meet, greetings. Delighted to make your acquaintance. I'm X. Chapter 52, Dual Personality? Am I confronting myself? You may not yet know who X is. Thus, you might first consider reading the initial 10 pages. Am I of dual personality? Am I X? This was Su Yi's immediate reaction upon seeing the notes. He stood in stunned silence, for the handwriting was indeed identical to his own. It is evident that the author of this passage believes themselves to be amnesiac. However, in reality, they have adeptly evaded the juncture of forgetfulness through Yu Shuang. Su Yi, harboring questions, continues to peruse the text. Meeting in this manner, you could hardly have anticipated. Indeed, we share the same body. I am X, which implies you're also X, and this is indisputable. This is precisely why you can manipulate my domain. Do you comprehend? Do not entertain the notion of capturing me. Are you truly willing to forfeit your existence? Furthermore, you need not concern yourself with my presence. I merely occupy a fleeting moment of your time for my own gratification. In comparison, I have shown remarkable restraint, considering I was born before you, dear brother. I am aware of your close ties with the authorities, yet I implore you not to provoke me. I harbor no profound guilt regarding the consumption of your consciousness. After all, this marks the 18th incident, does it not? Do as you wish. Dismiss my words as mere whispers, or return to your mundane life. Enjoying blissful moments with your young girlfriend. Today marks our inaugural conversation, yet it shall also be our final. Thank you for your hospitality. The cookies were delightful. Farewell, my dear brother. Upon concluding the reading, Su Yi felt a certain rigidity in his mind. If the murderer is indeed himself, how shall he navigate the game to completion? The stark reality of the void presents itself. Should he surrender? Or should he consider the consumption of consciousness mentioned by the other self? He must absorb the murderer's consciousness to complete the quest. He rummaged through the bag where Lu Hong had given him the cookies last night, only to find them completely absent. Su Yi exhaled, feeling somewhat overwhelmed after reading the diary. Inexplicable information had infiltrated his thoughts. It was imperative for him to begin piecing together these fragmented clues. Firstly, if the other self in the diary referred to him as X, does that truly mean he is X? Logically, it does seem coherent. The reason he could navigate that imagined realm was that it was inherently governed by another version of himself, which by extension implies it was indeed under his own dominion. However, Su Yi felt a vague unease. Was the emergence of this alternate self merely a warning to deter him from entangling himself in this matter? If X is indeed another facet of his identity, what motives could he possibly harbor for taking the lives of these individuals? The other self referred to him as brother, suggesting that he is the secondary persona. What had the previous version of himself endured? Thus, the current situation is akin to me apprehending myself. This diary resembled a ticking time bomb. Unless he destroyed this page, it could erupt at any moment. Yet, suffering from amnesia, he recognized that destroying it would undoubtedly impair his judgment. Perhaps it was best to keep it for now, as only a couple of days remained. Asu, yi pondered it. Footsteps echoed from the entrance. The hurried sound indicated that Team Lu might have uncovered significant leads. This was the first time such critical clues had come to light. Upon entering, Lu Hong announced loudly in the office, a smile gracing his lips. A number of officers followed behind, including Zhou Yiqing. The remaining personnel in the office immediately erupted into enthusiastic applause. Everyone gathered around. Lu Hong gestured to Zhou Yiqing before making his way into the innermost meeting room. Zhou Yiqing understood and led Su Yi forward. The conference room was swiftly filled with approximately 20 officers, with Zhou Yiqing seated alongside Su Yi at one side of the room. Suddenly, the projector was turned on with a click. Lu Hong gestured with a laser pointer, his expression growing increasingly composed. The rapid acquisition of clues this time was entirely due to the relentless dedication of our task force, who had meticulously reviewed thousands of hours of surveillance footage day and night. In just a few hours, we uncovered suspicious details. Through the comparison of surveillance footage featuring 2 young men and a young woman, we discovered that all 3 had visited a particular location, this very place. The map zoomed in, revealing a bookstore, Seinen Bookstore. The significance lies not in the bookstore itself, but in the fact that one can access a small chapel at the back upon entering. This is the crux of our investigation. The victim from the 18th visited this chapel at noon, 26 days prior. The victim from the 12th had been there on a certain evening, 68 days ago, while the 6th victim had crossed paths with it 4 months earlier. Further validation of other victims revealed that the 5th and 9th victims had also frequented the chapel, one a year ago and the other a year and a half ago, albeit the intervals were quite lengthy. This is our breakthrough. All undercover officers are to seal off the area, and I will proceed to investigate. Meanwhile, the undercover team will discreetly inquire about the chapel in the vicinity. Change clothes and let's set off, Lu Hong decisively commanded, not uttering more than a couple of sentences before rallying his team into action. We can disable the nearby surveillance for the time being. If X is not connected to the chapel, and if X possesses the capability to manipulate the cameras, caution is paramount, especially since we are analyzing individuals who have entered. The surveillance nearby is currently under maintenance. Let's set off. Lu Hong, unfazed by Su Yi's interjection, nodded in acknowledgement, realizing that he had been overly agitated and had not thought things through. Many officers silently agreed with Su Yi, subtly nodding in affirmation. The individuals you seek might very well be right before your eyes. Just as Lu Hong was about to exit the conference room, Su Yi intercepted him. May I take a look at the surveillance footage? I have some nascent ideas, Su Yi proposed. Very well, let Xiao Zhou escort you. You may use position 110 for a while, Lu Hong pondered. Thank you for your assistance, Su Yi replied, as Lu Hong prepared for the task ahead. Following Zhou Yiqing, Su Yi arrived at the room designated for reviewing the surveillance footage. The space was expansive, filled with numerous screens and around 30 officers diligently operating and scrutinizing the recordings. Su Yi marveled at the extensive deployment of personnel by the Special Investigation Team, before being led to position 110, where 3 officers were intently managing the monitors. Naturally, Su Yi was primarily concerned with yesterday's case, hoping to uncover any clues pertinent to himself. However, discussions with the officers yielded no useful information. What should he do? If he truly is X, how can he provoke the emergence of another persona to confront himself? He recalled X stating that this would be their final conversation, implying that he had no intention of engaging in dialogue any further. How, then, could he complete the chapter and achieve victory? The diary plunged Su Yi into a quandary. He must not allow fear to stifle his progress. He still needed to seek breakthroughs through the constraints of his unique abilities. Su Yi had been in the monitoring room for quite some time, reviewing numerous surveillance tapes. During this period, he received a phone call from Su Yiran, who inquired about his well-being, and he even took the opportunity to enjoy a boxed meal until Lu Hong's arrival. Upon seeing Lu Hong's somber expression, Su Yi sensed that either something unpleasant had occurred or that this operation had yielded no leads. Regardless of the situation, it appeared that the news was far from favorable. Chapter 53. My mind is indeed quite sharp. The mystery of the church in the Special Investigation Team's office. Lu Hong's face was etched with anger. This church is actually a remnant of a flourishing cult from 20 years ago, known as the Father Church. I never anticipated that there would still be remnants of it. They exploited a modified version of Catholic doctrine to spread rumors about deities reincarnating, all for their profit. Can anyone genuinely believe such nonsense? Zhou Yiqing interjected. Indeed, especially 20 years ago, when the number of followers was considerable. The victims typically had a lower level of education, making them particularly vulnerable to manipulation during times of confusion. Lu Hong replied, his ire unabated. Su Yi then inquired, so this place served as a hub for the cult. What exactly are their doctrines? Lu Hong explained, the Father Church asserts that deities reincarnate in children, urging followers to purchase holy water and the Bible. The contents of the Bible detail how to make a child a reincarnated deity, chronicling inhumane acts of abuse, beatings, drowning, whipping, with the final step being the application of holy water to the child's wounds. Lu Hong's expression reflected his deep empathy. The reincarnation of deities must be accomplished before the child turns 18. If successful, the child's fate will transform, becoming a lost deity returned to the world. Parents may assume a priestly role, blessed and destined for prosperity. Such egregious abuse inflicted upon children by parents who have committed such acts will inevitably lead to a profound alteration in their mental state, rendering them tyrannical. Consequently, children become mere vessels for their parents' frustrations, who remain oblivious to the immorality of their actions, mistakenly believing they act in the best interest of their offspring. Su Yi furrowed his brow, acknowledging the grim reality. Indeed, it is true. Every adherent of the paternalistic doctrine exhibits a stubborn ferocity. Once they become accustomed to inflicting such cruelty upon their children, they will staunchly refuse to recognize their transgressions, as their perceptions have irrevocably shifted. This phenomenon is particularly prevalent among those with children as young as 110 days, with some infants receiving the baptism of holy water at birth. Lu Hong's brow knitted in deep concern. Is this truly the essence of parenthood? It is a projection of their unrealized aspirations onto their children, subjecting them to inhumane torment. The innocence of the child is indisputable. Zhou Yiqing, upon hearing of this appalling incident, wore an expression of fury. Are these individuals genuinely so foolish? So foolish as to believe in such absurdities that they would inflict harm upon their own progeny. Zhou Yiqing bit her lip, her fair complexion flushed with indignation. This is a classic case of survivor bias. If 100 fishermen pray to the divine before setting out to sea, and only one returns alive, that lone survivor may proclaim that prayer guarantees survival, while the voices of the deceased remain forever silenced. Su Yi's expression grew grave. Once a devotee's endeavors flourish, the priesthood will deceitfully declare that their child has ascended to divinity. Parents who focus solely on outcomes while neglecting the process tend to flock together, and this, indeed, appears to be the origin of the teachings of the Heavenly Father. As you aptly noted, one leads to another, ultimately spiraling out of control. Lu Hong cast an appreciative glance at Su Yi. Zhou Yiqing, with a slight elevation of her delicate face, glanced at Su Yi, inwardly acknowledging that this insufferable fellow actually possesses some merit. Bang! The table resounded with a thunderous noise. Yet, this organization was eradicated 15 years ago. It is astonishing that it still persists, lurking in the shadows. Lu Hong slammed his hand on the table, his expression contorted with hatred. My master perished at the hands of these cultists, truly despicable. Lu Hong's eyes glistened with unshed tears. This was the first time Su Yi witnessed Lu Hong's emotions unraveling so completely. So, is the notorious Killer X systematically exterminating these cultists? Su Yi inquired. Theoretically, it is quite possible, but we must further ascertain whether all individuals involved are indeed cultists. Lu Hong managed to steady his emotions and continued to elucidate. They have executed their plans with remarkable discretion. These young victims, upon a single visit, fell under their influence. The holy water purchases are randomly distributed across supermarkets in Hucheng, which are, in fact, nothing more than ordinary bottled water. The locations of these supermarkets are provided through a series of deceptive websites. These sites masquerade as scam messages sent to the believers' phones. Without the secret code, even if one were to click on the link, they would assume it to be a fraudulent site. Indeed, it is well concealed. No wonder we cannot find a single clue, Zhou Yiqing exclaimed in frustration. So, could it be said that X is, in a sense, a hero? In the pursuit of safeguarding the victimized children, or perhaps avenging them? Su Yi pondered quietly. I have analyzed it similarly, yet I must clarify one point. Before the law, those who commit such heinous acts can never be deemed heroes. Lu Hong asserted with a serious countenance. The clues we have gathered indicate that the murderer X harbors a deep-seated hatred for the Church of the Father. Such individuals are highly suspect, Zhou Yiqing proposed. Lu Hong furrowed his brow and nodded in agreement. Indeed, it appears so. No, Su Yi countered, rotating the pen she had been holding. Lu Hong's expression shifted to one of surprise, while Zhou Yiqing was momentarily taken aback. What is it? Zhou Yiqing inquired, her frown betraying her disbelief at Su Yi's dismissal of her deduction. The pen danced rapidly between Su Yi's fingers, bouncing back and forth. In contrast to a disdain for the cult, the murderer seems to harbor a greater animosity towards those easily brainwashed parents. Su Yi continued her analysis. They have deprived the children of happiness and a fulfilling life, leaving them in a void of endless darkness. With a sudden pause, Su Yi tossed the pen high into the air, deftly catching it before it fell, and brought it down forcefully onto the table. Bang! The surface resonated with a crisp sound. Otherwise, X could have simply dismantled this small hideout. Why resort to killing the followers? Su Yi remarked matter-of-factly. Exactly. Lu Hong, enlightened by Su Yi's words, felt as though a veil had been lifted from his mind. It is precisely as you say. Lu Hong felt a moment of confusion, as the teachings of the Heavenly Father had stirred up unspoken memories, causing him to overlook a crucial detail. Given a bit more time, he would undoubtedly have arrived at this conclusion himself. However, he was taken aback when Su Yi instantly discerned the essence of the matter and promptly provided him with an answer. The mindset of the murderer, X, indicated that he must have been a victim of parental persecution and abuse. It was evident that the murderer was likely the offspring of a follower of the Heavenly Father cult. Lu Hong's face flushed slightly. This revelation narrowed the scope significantly, focusing on the heart of the issue. Indeed, the target must be delineated with greater clarity. The Heavenly Father cult emerged 20 years ago and was eradicated 15 years ago. This period marked a time of increased activity among its adherents. The eradication did not imply the removal of all its followers, but rather the dismantling of its leaders and hierarchy, suggesting that the abuse could very well have persisted. Su Yi continued, proposing that if X became a victim of the Heavenly Father cult between 15 to 20 years ago, particularly prevalent among those aged between 11 and 20, the age range must be established between 16 and 30. Time was of the essence, and it was imperative to further refine this range. The cult aimed to ensure that children successfully reincarnated as deities before the age of 18, which meant that children were likely to be suppressed until the age of 16. Years of oppression would have stifled any thoughts of rebellion, thus temporarily excluding those aged 16 to 18. Su Yi contemplated further. Given X's pronounced murderous intent and malice, it could be inferred that he harbored deep-seated memories of hatred, making it improbable for him to be 30. Therefore, I propose that anchoring the age range between 18 and 26 is a more reasonable estimate. Certainly, this is merely a forced inference aimed at compressing time. In reality, every age group holds potential. Su Yi waved his hand and explained that this is entirely a hard deduction, suggesting that the probability is greater compared to other possibilities. It is by no means absolute. Zhou Yiqing was momentarily taken aback. Indeed, just as Su Yi articulated, she had not anticipated that his brief remarks would significantly condense her extensive deductions. Her gaze towards Su Yi was imbued with complexity. She had never imagined that the individual she had mistakenly perceived as the murderer X could possess such agile thoughts. Prior to his arrival, the police had tirelessly searched, yet to no avail. However, upon his first appearance, he immediately assisted the police in advancing the entire case. A truly remarkable feat this time. He directly pinpointed the core emotions of the criminal, and, with merely a couple of sentences, even anchored the age range of X. She recalled team leader Lu's initial assessment of Su-yi, which was indeed calm and logically sound. Lu's earlier decisiveness in recognizing talent elicited a quiet admiration, and she genuinely marveled at Su-yi's mental agility, his robust logical reasoning, and formidable deductive skills. He was undoubtedly a remarkable candidate for a detective. Su-yi set down his pen, reflecting that practicing with a 1,000-gate ring had indeed enhanced his finger dexterity, yielding remarkable results. He mused that he had been engaged in this exercise the entire day. Well done, Su-yi. Lu Hong's complexion gradually flushed with vitality. After 8 arduous months of struggling with no leads, ever since encountering this young man just a day or two ago, he had swiftly encountered a turning point. Truly, it was worth enduring the pressure to keep you safe. Lu Hong's eyes revealed a hint of excitement and joy. He invited you to partake in this operation. Initially, he intended to observe you covertly. What could possibly be unusual about you, you nervous fellow? However, to his surprise, you truly possess potential. Abandon your aspirations in the arts. I shall arrange for you to attend a police academy, and upon graduation, you will be assigned to my team. Shu Yiqing rubbed his forehead, realizing that when Lu was in high spirits, he spoke without restraint. His mature and composed demeanor vanished, resembling a tipsy middle-aged businessman. Liu Hong genuinely appreciated Su-yi's agility, reminiscent of his younger self. Ahem, I do tend to indulge in various eclectic readings, and my mind is indeed quite sharp. Su-yi coughed lightly, devoid of any humility, wearing an expression of entitlement. However, Captain Lu, is this truly wise? The individual standing before you, basking in your praise, might very well be a murderer. Su-yi thought awkwardly to himself. Regardless, I must survive. Chapter 54. Amnesia, the enigmatic diary in the office of the Special Investigation Team. Su-yi engaged in lengthy discussions with the other two, providing numerous insights. He also took the opportunity to extract his diary and record his thoughts naturally. Having risen late, time swiftly slipped into the night. At 10 p.m., Su-yi returned to the hotel adjacent to the police station. He meticulously organized the clues and information gathered throughout the day, preparing for hints, placing his diary prominently by his bedside. He knew that the effects of Yu Wu Shuang would only last until around 5 in the morning. He intended to enjoy a restful sleep, for today had indeed exhausted him. He glanced at his skill panel. Everything is set. The rest depends on my tomorrow's self. Su-yi, after a restful slumber. Su-yi awoke at 9 in the morning, well before the alarm had a chance to ring. Although he felt invigorated, his mind was a blank slate, leaving him bewildered in bed. Who am I? How did I end up here? A sharp pain coursed through his neck. He lifted his hand to touch his head, only to collide with a hard object beside him, the notebook. Su-yi felt his head, then grasped the notebook and began to peruse its pages. Dear friend, I am a visitor from beyond, and this marks my first day here. Prepare yourself for the following pages. Dear friend, please manage your expressions to avoid arousing suspicion. Is this my diary? Am I battling a murderer? Greetings, dear friend. I am a contestant in the demon game, a man endowed with a skill panel. The murderer is no match for me. After contemplating with closed eyes, Su-yi finally opened them, and fragments of memory began to surface. He recalled the truth of his existence within the demon game. This was merely a replica of reality. I must win the game. Survive. As he continued to read the diary, Su-yi felt his memories gradually returning alongside the text. Yet, this semblance of recollection felt disjointed and fragmented, causing him discomfort. Observing the contents of the diary, he realized that this amnesia was a heightened version of previous experiences. Some memories in his mind had already shattered, leaving him reliant on the diary to reclaim a portion of his past. The overwhelming collapse of such memories has already instilled in Su-yi a palpable sense of impending doom. As he pondered this, his phone illuminated, revealing a call from Su-yi Ran. Are you awake? Her gentle voice inquired. Not yet. What is up? Su-yi replied. What do you mean, what's up? Didn't we agree that you would come to my house for dinner today? I even got permission from the counselor. Su-yi Ran chided playfully. Just a little joke. A little joke. Su-yi chuckled awkwardly, brushing it off. Give me a moment. I'll freshen up and be right there. Ache me piace, oldait, no rus. I'll head home and wait for you. When you arrive, we can go to the supermarket together, she responded with a playful huff. By the way, could you send me your address? I might not remember it. Sue-Yi suggested cautiously. You don't even remember where I live. Sue-Yi Ran exclaimed loudly, clearly annoyed, as if she might take it out on him. Ahem, just send it over. I'll get there in a jiffy. Hello? Hello? The signal here is terrible. Sue-Yi promptly ended the call, brushing it aside. What's going on? I'm supposed to have dinner at Sue-Yi Ran's house? I certainly didn't jot that down in my diary. Did I forget amidst yesterday's busyness? This is rather suspicious. According to his diary, he was supposed to be avoiding Sue-Yi Ran, so why had he agreed to go to her home? Furthermore, this was a critical time. He could not afford to squander a moment. Doubts began to swell within Sue-Yi. He called Zhou Yiqing, but Zhou informed him that Team Lu was out investigating important leads, and they would discuss matters upon their return. The sudden invitation from Sue-Yi Ran planted seeds of suspicion in Sue-Yi's mind. Is it a blessing or a curse? If it is a curse, it cannot be avoided. Let us go. Perhaps this incident will provide me with new clues. Sue-Yi rose to wash up, and Sue-Yi Ran sent her location to him. Upon checking, Sue-Yi discovered that it was a rather upscale residential area, even a villa district, situated between Huching University and the police station. It took him approximately 10 minutes by taxi to reach. Arriving in front of Sue-Yi Ran's home at 10:30, he stood before a 3-story villa, which he estimated to cover around 200 square meters. Including a potential basement, the usable area could reach approximately 800 square meters, a rather spacious abode. He knocked on the door. Coming. A melodious voice rang out as Sue-Yi Ran appeared before him, holding a ladle and dressed in a charming floral apron. Weren't you supposed to wait for me to return from the supermarket? Sue-Yi inquired, his heart racing at the sight of her. I've already started making soup with the free-range chicken my grandmother brought. It needs to simmer for a while, Sue-Yi Ran replied with a radiant smile. Sue-Yi, feeling somewhat restrained, discreetly observed whether her parents were at home. Shall we head straight to the supermarket? Absolutely. Suyuran responded cheerfully. But upon noticing Sue-Yi's cautious and inquisitive gaze, she added, What is wrong? My parents have been abroad for over half a year. You know that. Of course. I was just checking if your grandmother was around. He chuckled nervously. It would be quite awkward to arrive empty-handed and run into the parents. Don't worry. They left long before today. Sue-Yi Ran laughed lightly. Hearing this, Sue-Yi straightened up and tilted his head. You should have mentioned that sooner. He endeavored to portray the demeanor of a young couple. When did you say I could come over yesterday? Sue-Yi directly asked without hesitation, the action requiring no explanation. Such words between couples would eventually fade into the background. Oh, have you truly forgotten? Then I shall not take it to heart. Suyuran, exasperative, puffed up her cheeks in annoyance. Yesterday afternoon, did we not make plans? Hee. Oh, do not hit me. Sue-Yi feigned innocence, dodging Surali's playful bunches. Together, Sue-Yi and Sue-Yi Ran playfully made their way to a nearby supermarket, returning home half an hour later with an abundance of groceries. The kitchen soon buzzed with activity as Sue-Yi jokingly assisted Sue-Yi Ran, pretending to relish the role of a loving partner. Yet internally, he pondered why he had not recorded this moment in his journal. It seemed rather peculiar. His promise to himself only deepened the enigma. Was he truly wasting time on such frivolities? Had someone altered his journal, perhaps a manifestation of another personality? But was such a notion necessary? This was Sue-Yi's initial thought. If nothing had been changed, then he had indeed verbally committed to today's events. This must be a reminder he had left for himself, perhaps intentionally omitting this episode from his diary to heighten his own awareness of the mystery. Sue-Yi snapped back to reality, as he had an intimate understanding of himself, leading him to believe this possibility held considerable weight. If he had truly made a promise, then today must bear an unmissable significance. Even amidst the preciousness of time, he was compelled to engage. Sue-Yi sensed that perhaps today might unveil all the hidden truths. Chapter 55. Is it merely a glimpse? My girlfriend exhibits traits of Yandra? Well then, that seems sufficient. You may take a rest now. Sue-Yi Ran raised her small fist, declaring the task now rests upon my shoulders. Allow me to showcase my skills. With a flourish, Sue-Yi Ran rolled up her sleeves. revealing her fair and delicate skin. Is it merely her hand that is exposed? Su Yi spoke candidly, grasping Su Yuron's arm and making a swift motion. "What are you thinking?" Su Yuron momentarily faltered, raising her small fist, her cheeks flushed. With a smile, Su Yi exited the kitchen. In his mind, the realization dawned upon him. Since he had come here with intent, that purpose must undoubtedly pertain to Su Yuron. Having deduced X's age demographic yesterday, he recognized himself as a fit candidate, and intriguingly, so was Su Yuron. Thus, his visit to her home was to investigate whether she could indeed be the elusive killer known as X. Could she possibly be the one? Why had she suddenly surfaced in his thoughts? Shouldn't his immediate focus be on his other persona? Had yesterday's revelations sparked something within him? Su Yi gazed at the busy, smiling young woman, unable to suppress his musings. He extended the hand that had just firmly caressed Su Yuron's arm, observing the slight pallor of his palm, lost in contemplation. As he wandered through the living room, he was enveloped by a delightful fragrance, as pleasant as that which clung to Su Yuron herself. Approaching the railing of the staircase leading to the first floor, he discovered that their home indeed boasted a basement nearly 5 meters high, containing numerous rooms, all of which were firmly closed. From their earlier conversation, he gleaned that Su Yuron's father was an accomplished painter, and that the basement housed his collection, typically off-limits to others. Su Yi meandered through the living room, casually observing the eclectic array of artwork that his father had curated. Each piece was uniquely shaped, brimming with artistic flair. Suddenly, a sight caught the corner of his eye, something that left him incredulous. Biscuits? On the coffee table lay a packet identical to the one Lu had given him to stave off hunger the other day, the very biscuits mentioned in his diary. Consumed by another persona. Was this merely a coincidence? No. Following yesterday's me, today's trajectory leads to Su Yuron's abode. This cannot be mere happenstance. Su Yi pondered silently. What are you looking at? A sudden voice, feminine and soft, broke his reverie. Turning around, he beheld Su Yuron, her smile as gentle as ever. Yet, in her left hand, she held a small fruit knife, while her right hand remained hidden behind her back, her gaze fixed intently upon him. This unexpected appearance sent a shiver down Su Yi's spine. Just a bit hungry since I skipped breakfast. Those biscuits aren't expired, are they? He replied nonchalantly. It's almost mealtime. Perhaps you should refrain from snacking on biscuits, Su Yuron said with a charming smile. She then revealed a plate from behind her, adorned with neatly sliced apples. How about some fruit? All right, you truly know me well. I shall await your grand feast. Su Yi responded cheerfully, playing the part of a devoted partner, though his thoughts were far from the present moment. Could it be that Su Yuron is testing me? While I probe her, she is simultaneously assessing me. Is she truly X? What were your thoughts yesterday? If Su Yuron is indeed X, then I have ventured deep into the lair of danger without a hint of caution. It is not as I originally thought. Yesterday's self had already alerted me. The absence of this matter in my journal serves as the finest warning. Who should I remain vigilant against? In this household, there exists but one individual deserving of such caution, Su Yuron. She has, it seems, become the very target of my previous suspicions. Su Yi recalls the 3 scenes entwined with the murderer. The first, I was captured on surveillance visiting the crime scene of X once more. The second, in a realm of fantasy, I was pursued. Was X intent on ending my life? The third, another crime committed, seeking to clear my and Luo Gufei's names. If my alternate persona were X, these 3 scenarios could yield relatively coherent explanations. The first act of the conscious self resulting in a crime. The second, an attempt to devour my consciousness within a dreamlike space. And the third, purely an endeavor to restore my innocence. But what of Su Yuron? Integrating her into these 3 scenes reveals an utter lack of rationale. What could her motives possibly be? Su Yi, feigning interest in her phone, was silently lost in contemplation. The feast is about to commence. Su Yuron's voice chimed in. Su Yi reluctantly set aside her thoughts and approached the dining table. Where's my phone? Su Yi sudendi rumagit torok herpokuts. I must have left it on the sofa. I saw you still scrolling through it, but never mind that. Let us eat first. Su Yuron chuckled. Su Yi nodded, her gaze drawn to the aromatic dishes before her. Su Yuran's culinary skills could only be described as extraordinary, the fragrance lingering in the air. The two of them had indeed prepared 10 delectable dishes, 6 of which were substantial. Ahem, such a lavish spread. Su coughed softly and sighed, but I certainly cannot indulge right now. Of course, we must celebrate your return, Su Yuran replied with a gentle smile, revealing 2 charming dimples. Uncontrollably, a wave of inexplicable emotion surged within Su, intensifying with each passing moment. He felt utterly helpless whenever he encountered Su Yuran. He lost all sense of restraint. To him, she seemed a completely different person from the one who had just wielded a fruit knife. Had she truly been slicing fruit for him? Was it merely a figment of his imagination? Regardless, he needed to exercise utmost caution. Yet sometimes, a leap of faith is essential. I must procure more information, Su silently resolved. This trivial matter is no longer a concern for me. But I did hear yesterday that the police have made a significant breakthrough in the case. What is it? Su Yuran inquired, looking up. The Father of Heaven cult. Su ventured cautiously. The Father of Heaven? Su Yuran's gaze reflected confusion, her expression questioning. However, Su remained intently observant of her. He noticed her fingers subtly tremble for a brief moment. She was reacting to the mention of the cult. Yes, it is a malevolent organization that incites parents to abuse their children. The murderer is likely one of the offspring of these deluded parents, he continued. Is such a thing possible? Su Yuran's brows furrowed slightly. In this vast world, there exists an abundance of wonders. This wicked organization is truly detestable. Yet, I believe the parents of these children are more culpable. They're the true architects of their offspring's descent into despair, Su asserted. Do you still hold that belief? Su Yuran asked, suddenly gazing at Su in astonishment. Oh, I mean, do you believe that their parents are more contemptible than this sinister organization? This thought is quite unexpected, yet I concur. Su Yuran regainet her composure. Su was once again convinced that Su Yuran must be aware of the Heavenly Father Church. Do you still hold that opinion? This statement warrants contemplation. It can indeed be interpreted as, so you still believe that. It expresses a lingering doubt regarding the consistency of one's stance. Simultaneously, it can be understood as a first reaction to what she heard. You still think so? Signifying a query about a past conviction. If Su Yuran were X, would she truly reveal such a lapse? Su sensed an underlying dissonance, an inexplicable feeling of unease. Both sat on the same side of the dining table, and Su did not even touch his chopsticks. Upon realizing they might be in danger, who would dare to eat? What's wrong? Is the food unappetizing? Su Yuran suddenly fixed her gaze on Su. Or are you simply not hungry? The table was laden with an abundance of steaming dishes. Yet, due to Su Yuran's words, Su felt a chill creep over him, even causing goosebumps to rise. He glanced at her, and Su Yuran's smile remained unchanged. Was this merely an illusion? No, I must take the initiative. No, I simply believe there is something more to my taste. Su chuckled, suddenly wrapping his arm around Su Yuran's slender waist, causing her to tense up. With his other hand, he rested upon her smooth shoulder. I am hungry. Chapter 56. The Third Persona? Is this the truth? Su Yuran was attired today in a white floral long-sleeve shirt paired with a petite white skirt, exuding an air of grace and beauty. Although a smile graced Su Yi's lips, he remained ever vigilant, ready to activate his skills, metal body, and wind spirit formation, without the slightest hesitation. Taking advantage of Su Yuran's momentary distraction, he placed his hand upon her shoulder and smoothly slid it down, lifting the long sleeves of her shirt. He firmly grasped her fair wrist, and with a decisive motion, revealed a faintly reddened mark on her smooth arm, a subtle scar. Indeed, the child of a believer ought to bear some traces of past torment. Earlier in the kitchen, Su had deliberately brushed against Su Yuran's arm, his palm leaving behind a slight white mark. Upon her rolling up her sleeves, he had noticed a peculiar anomaly. While it might have gone unnoticed by others, Su, wholly absorbed in Su Yuran, discerned it at a glance. Though her complexion appeared fair, it contrasted starkly with the pallor of her arm, which bore a heavier whiteness, indicating a discrepancy. She was concealing her scars with makeup. In that instant, Su Yi's suspicions were aroused. The once rigid Su Yuran, upon witnessing Su Yi's actions and gaze, suddenly broke into a radiant smile. I am X. Despite her laughter, the chill in her eyes was unmistakable. Is this the answer you seek? Su Yuran's gentle voice, laced with an icy undertone, sent a shiver down Su Yi's spine. He had already invoked Metal Body, the power coursing through him as he swiftly secured her arms. Suddenly, Su Yuran erupted with an explosive force that even the golden body of Gung could not withstand. With a swift motion, she extricated herself from Su Yi's grasp. Su Yi retreated at an astonishing speed, his gaze fixed intently on the woman who moments ago had seemed so gentle and approachable. How formidable! Such immense strength! It appeared that this game could likely not be resolved through sheer force. Su Yuran, however, chose not to speak further. Instead, she abruptly unfastened the button at the collar of her shirt. Beneath her collarbone lay a long, jagged scar. Though I would like to say otherwise, alas, I am not. Suyuran Smaid Selfthiprekatingli. Your parents are followers of the Heavenly Father Church, Su Yi inquired. Indeed, and what are your parents? Suyuran Diplaiv. I bear no scars, Su Yi remarked, furrowing his brow as he tentatively spoke. In truth, Su Yi was entirely unblemished, not resembling someone who had faced abuse, which had previously led him to question whether he was indeed X. You have endured a far graver torment of holy water, Su Yuran directly revealed to Su Yi. So you know who X is? Su Yi asked succinctly, merely seeking a definitive answer. A delightful lunch. How did it transform into this? Su Yuran's tone was calm, yet one could discern her restraint. What significance does knowing this hold for you? What can it possibly bring to your life? The third persona? Su Yuran inquired with a subtle grace. The third persona? Su Yi awaited an explanation from Su Yuran. Greetings, celestial visitor. Welcome to paradise. Yet, having never traversed through hell, you remain blissfully unaware of the true beauty of paradise. Su Yuran laughed melodiously, embodying a delicate yet unsettling charm. The once gentle demeanor had vanished, replaced by an enchanting and chilling allure. Noticing Su Yuran's evasive response, which revealed her diary's mention of an otherworldly visitor, Su Yi sighed, realizing that the clues were not so easily uncovered. A troubling thought crossed Su Yi's mind. If she were to kill him, he might have no means to resist. Suddenly, he exclaimed, "Do you love me?" "Indeed," Su Yuran replied without a moment's hesitation. "From the very first moment I laid eyes on you, I fell in love. We tend to each other's wounds, finding solace in one another." Her expression became slightly intoxicated, as if reminiscing about cherished moments. "No one can tear us apart." "Ah, indeed. Quite the obsession." Su Yi's eyelids fluttered. "Then I implore you, reveal the truth to me. How does one play the card of emotions?" Su Yi earnestly expressed, "I have never dwelled in hell, yet this existence is far from paradise for me. Living in an incomplete world day after day is driving me to madness." "You are truly fortunate. We all envy you." Su Yuran suddenly spoke softly. "We?" Su Yi pondered, referring to her so-called other personas. "But how do you know that I do not envy you? Regardless of the nature of the memories, whether pleasant or painful, they are an intrinsic part of me. Each of us is unique because our diverse experiences shape our very essence. With my memories now fragmented, I wonder, am I still myself?" Su Yi countered. "You remain unchanged, just as you always were." Su Yuran harbored a deep-seated resentment towards these morally bankrupt parents, a sentiment that surpassed even her disdain for the teachings of the Heavenly Father. "This has never wavered. Am I X? Su Yi inwired sivifti. You are not X. X has departed and will never return," Su Yuran replied slowly. "If you attempt to reclaim your memories, you may become the next X." "So, X is merely my alternate persona?" A heavy silence enveloped the living room. After a brief pause, Su Yuran lowered her gaze. "Indeed, that is correct. He has left, and now this body belongs solely to you. Therefore, upon learning this truth, will you bear his burdens and continue living, or will you turn yourself in?" Su Yuran scoffed softly. "Given my current memories, I cannot guarantee which path I would choose," Su Yi remarked. "In your eyes, am I so utterly dispensable now?" "Huh." Upon witnessing Su Yi's lingering hesitation, Su Yuran could not help but let out a derisive laugh. "I shall ask you once more. Do you truly wish to know everything?" Even if this knowledge shatters the beautiful life that we ought to share. It was evident that Su Yuron's tone was sharp, yet it carried a hint of hope. I wish to reclaim my former self. Sui dejaret risolutedi. Even if it leads to your demise. Su Yuron suddenly exclaimed with fervor. Even if that is the outcome. Sui did not hesitate. Knowing the complete truth was essential to fulfilling his mission. Very well. I shall reveal it to you. Su Yuron's expression turned icy, her eyes filled with shadows. Sui remained non-committal, yet he fixated on the depths of Su Yuron's gaze. Su Yuron's chest heaved slightly as she began to speak. 20 years ago, your parents were ensnared by the teachings of the Heavenly Father. From the moment of your birth, you were compelled to endure the most inhumane punishment of the holy water, daily experiencing the agonizing suffocation and the brutal pain of the dripping water torture. 5 years ago, your parents perished in a fire that you yourself had ignited. At the tender age of 15, you believed you had found liberation, yet you could never truly relinquish the disdain for those years of torment that lasted a full 15 years. Ironically, the priest's claims of divine reincarnation are mere fabrications. Yet after enduring the holy water punishment for 15 years, you seemingly awakened extraordinary abilities last year. You sensed that the strength of your powers was steadily increasing. And it was this very capability that led you to begin devising your plan. Sui listened intently, her vigilance at its peak, prepared for any unexpected turn of events. Chapter 57. Yesterday's Self versus Today's Afflicted One, Part 1. It was 8 months ago when you commenced your actions, utilizing your ability to draw individuals into a special space. You executed a series of murders. Su Yuron continued, so what role do you play in all of this? Sui inquired. Have you already begun to question me in an interrogative tone after just a few days at the police station? Su Yuron scoffed bitterly, her expression remaining icy as she continued. Role? If one were to insist on defining a role, perhaps it has always been that of your beloved. However, this is not a mere performance. You have never concealed anything from me. Our shared suffering and mutual understanding serve as the finest testament to that. Su Yuron unfastened a few more buttons. The areas previously concealed by fabric revealed a disturbing array of jagged scars, the pale skin marred by dark crimson blemishes. An unsettling sight to behold. Why would X commit a crime in a museum, deliberately making himself a suspect? Sui intended to unravel every perplexing question. It was not about making himself a suspect, but rather you. Su Yuron scoffed, eager to test whether you could truly take on his plan. Why must I assume responsibility for his scheme? Sui questioned, puzzled. Su Yuron's expression shifted to one of reminiscence. 2 months into X's criminal activities, perhaps due to his extraordinary abilities or the mounting psychological pressure, X's second personality emerged. This persona was aware of his origin, timid and fearful. It quaked at the very thought of confrontation, yet remained oblivious to its identity as X. Concurrently, X realized that his consciousness was gradually being consumed, with the second personality's presence extending for increasingly prolonged periods. X devised a strategy to eliminate this alter ego, intending to orchestrate a scenario in which a murderer would eradicate him within his own unique realm. The individual cast in the role of the murderer was the flamboyant Luo Gufei. X's peculiar power seemed to draw 2 individuals into his distinctive domain, where he wielded absolute control. He designated the fortunate Luo Gufei as the murderer within this special space, allowing the second personality to wither away. Ultimately, that fateful night, the second personality was engulfed by him. Yet, he discovered an even graver predicament. Despite the absence of the second personality, he still lost half of his time, resulting in prolonged unconsciousness. Until your emergence, the third persona, X, found himself deprived of a significant portion of his temporal existence. He sensed that, even in your absence, as time progressed, his consciousness was on the verge of complete dissolution. Concurrently, he uncovered an intriguing phenomenon. You harbored none of his memories, and, perplexingly, experienced daily lapses in recollection. In a bid to distinguish you from the second persona, he surreptitiously altered your diary, endeavoring to refresh your memory. However, by the previous week, He discerned that his time was fleeting. Thus, he embarked on an experiment, refraining from refreshing your memories, instead intertwining your fate with the murderer X, with the suspicious figure being Luo Gufei. Subsequently, X designated you as a suspect. It was evident that your adeptness in navigating the police's scrutiny piqued his interest. Su Yi nearly convinced himself that he had long since arrived in this world, but upon further reflection, he promptly dismissed the notion. The third persona was certainly not himself upon its initial manifestation. After all, on the day of his arrival, he had heard the audio task notification, serving as an anchor point. Moreover, were he truly himself, he could not fathom wasting so many days without reason, a conviction in which Su Yi held great confidence. Following this, X attempted to have Luo Gufei continue masquerading as the murderer within the domain, yet you, through your astute reasoning, commandeered the unique space entirely. You are intelligent, decisive, and composed, fiercely resisting despite your daily amnesia. He once believed you could become his successor. However, he overlooked a pivotal truth. You do not harbor hatred for the Father Church, nor do you despise these cruel parents. He understands that he cannot control you. Your sole focus is to uncover the truth. He yearns for more time to fulfill his grand design. Yet his time has run out, and now he is no longer present. The 18th case is the final endeavor of X, aimed at restoring your innocence. He wished for you and me to return to a tranquil life, but you insist on shattering that tranquility in pursuit of your so-called meaningless truth. Su Yi, now that you are aware of everything, is the truth truly of such significance? Su Yuran let out a bitter smile. Su Yi continuously listened and analyzed. Reasonable. After hearing everything, he could only silently concede that it made sense. Su Yuran's narrative intricately connected all the clues. Am I truly X? How can I possibly prevail? The mission is to win the battle against the murderer. Yet, according to Su Yuran, X should have vanished by now, right? Could it be that Su Yuran is deceiving himself, or that another persona is misleading Su Yuran? Is that other persona genuinely X? Su Yi questioned it himself, reflecting on how effortlessly Su Yuran managed to break free from his metallic body. Su Yi couldn't help but inquire, have you also acquired a special ability? Indeed, my physical prowess began to deviate from the ordinary at the age of 18, transforming me into a monster. I should be able to effortlessly claim all the Olympic gold medals. Su Yuran remarked coldly, with a hint of self-mockery. My goodness, if that were the case, how could it seem that the Heavenly Father's teachings could genuinely create a deity? One X is not enough. They have conjured another Su Yuran as well. In that year, with so many devotees, what the children in their arms? Would they also awaken to supernatural powers? Another question arises. What precisely is X's plan? Su Yi inquired once more. It is evident that X intends for the case to escalate. He has not gone to great lengths to conceal his objectives. I believe that, given enough time, the police will undoubtedly uncover the faintest traces of evidence. Yet, I did not anticipate such swiftness. On one hand, it incites panic among the remnants of the Heavenly Father sect, and on the other, it brings to light a dark event previously shrouded in secrecy, rather than allowing it to be brushed aside and forgotten. Su Yuran's expression grew increasingly severe. His sole aim is to rescue the remaining children still trapped in hell. X merely wishes to utter a single phrase to them. Welcome back to paradise. Su Yi fell silent. So what is your choice? Su Yuran fixed his gaze upon Su Yi, coldly stating, to be with you. Su Yi blurted out. Ha ha. Su Yuran laughed. How wonderful it would have been had you said so earlier. You are intelligent, yet devoid of affection for me, even wishing to leave, as evidenced by the hurtful words inscribed in your diary. Since my X is already dead, and you do not wish to live a tranquil life with me, then you must die. Su Yuran casually uttered the chilling words that sent shivers down Su Yi's spine. I meant I want to be with you. Su Yi attempted to clarify. No need for further discussion, Su Yuran coldly replied, gradually leaning closer to Su Yi. A willful, lovesick fool. Wait, did you not profess your love for me? Su Yi gradually approached the grand entrance. At the moment you chose to know everything, the one I love had already perished. Did I not inquire whether you would listen, even if it meant your demise? Su Yuran once again adorned her face with a gentle smile. yet a chilling aura enveloped the air. How was I to know that your words hinted at your intent to eliminate me? Just moments ago, you were so adamant about your affection. As Sui leaned back, his hand brushed against his father's collection, two oddly shaped, artistic vases. Crash! With a delicate tug, Sui shattered the vases. He gazed at the myriad of colorful shards strewn across the floor and smiled. However, Su-Yuran, you have underestimated me once more. Surely, this cannot be reality, can it? Chapter 58, Yesterday's Me versus Today's Yandere, Part 2. Su-Yuran tilted her head, clearly perplexed by Su-Yi's actions. This cannot possibly be reality, can it? Su-Yi grinned widely. In an instant, Su-Yuran's brow furrowed. This must be what you refer to as a special space. But this time, you are the one in control. Regaining her icy demeanor, Su-Yuran replied coolly, "What nonsensical words are you uttering?" Su-Yi took several steps back, opened the grand door, and glanced side to side. The same tactic will not defeat me twice. A smirk graced Su-Yi's lips. Though to be fair, it didn't defeat me the first time either. Are you prepared to embrace liberation? Unperturbed by Su-Yi's words, Su-Yuran slowly advanced. When I arrived, I concealed something within your family's vase. Where is it? Su-Yuran halted her steps, her eyes narrowing. To prevent being drawn into the space upon entry, I had scattered a Big Dipper pattern with stones at your doorstep prior to entering. Where are the 7 stars? The last time, the imaginative realm was orchestrated by me, wherein everything I knew unfolded in meticulous detail. However, this time, the imaginative realm is governed by you, and the elements I intentionally crafted remain unknown to you. Hence they did not manifest. Su-Yi subsequently rummaged through his pockets, producing a hotel room key card and a set of keys to my latest work. Their presence in my pocket indicates that you had already examined my clothing before permitting my entrance into the space, restoring them to their original state. Even my phone had been erased by you. Inspecting a phone is no simple task. You feared I might leave behind some marks, did you not? Thus, my phone had vanished moments ago. Amusing, yet so what? Suyuran rimandi expressionis. Can you truly act with impunity in this space? Is it that once someone realizes this is not reality, your powers become ineffectual? Su-Yi posed this query, testing the waters, as he lacked definitive evidence to substantiate his hypothesis. Nonetheless, there were some grounds for his reasoning. Given that in that previous space he had achieved clarity and could resist, could he not do the same this time, even in a realm not of his own design? For he did not trust that such a remarkable skill could lead to certain demise upon entry. There had to be a means of escape, unless he was unfortunate enough to have already entered the chainsaw bee. Upon observing Su-Yuran standing silently, Su-Yi realized that his conjecture was indeed correct. The third personality, do you understand? Sometimes, it is precisely due to your intellect that you may meet a tragic end, Su-Yuran remarked coldly. Ah, pray elaborate on this wisdom. Su-Yi responded earnestly, nodding in agreement. Su-Yuran's breath hitched momentarily. I surmise that this so-called special space is merely a door opened within an individual's dream or illusion, allowing another person to enter. Su-Yi illustrated his point with deft gestures. Regardless of who holds dominion, once one awakens to the understanding of this dream, the space becomes utterly harmless. After all, it is merely a dream or a figment of imagination. However, should one place excessive faith in this dream, the consequences will inevitably manifest in reality, Su-Yi added with a faint smile. Am I correct in my assumptions? No sooner had he spoken than he felt a tremor before him, as Su-Yuran and the surrounding objects began to distort. Once again, Su-Yi found himself soaring into the sky, plummeting downwards at an alarming speed. Upon regaining consciousness, he felt a soft, warm sensation beneath his head, contrasted by a hard, cool touch on his neck. In an instant, he opened his eyes to find a beautiful woman gazing at him with a gentle smile. You are awake, she said in a soft voice that resonated in Su-Yi's ears like a thunderclap. Goodness, a Yandere, this is quite overwhelming, Su-Yi thought as he faced Su-Yuran, their cheeks merely 20 centimeters apart. Su-Yuran swept her black hair behind her ear with one hand while the other rested on Su-Yi's neck. Is this a knee pillow? Reclining on the sofa, I rested my head upon the fair and warm thighs of Su-Yuran. only to find a glistening fruit knife precariously poised against my neck. This predicament allowed no respite for Sue E., who sought to bask in the tender embrace of the moment. The gung-metal body, activated instantaneously. Bound by the threat to my neck, I dared not move recklessly, for this was not the realm of reality, and I could not fathom whether Su-Yuron might wield that knife to breach my defenses. Yet, I still possessed Sand Fortress, my last vestige of passive protection. Su-Yuron's gentle smile appeared to me as a harbinger of death, chilling to the bone. "Are you ready?" Su-Yuron asked, her smile radiant. Her eyes crescent moons reflecting tender affection. Not yet. Just as I prepared to engage in a confrontation with my gung-metal body, the doorbell chimed insistently. Ding-dong. Ding-dong. Suddenly, Su-Yuron's expression turned icy as she turned her head to fixate on my eyes, contemplating whether to resolve the matter of the man before her with a swift motion of the knife. Ding-dong. Ding-dong. The sound from outside the door continued unabated. "Open the door." Upon hearing this, Su-Yuron gently caressed my cheek and inquired softly, "Is it you?" I remained non-committal, for I recognized the voice of Lu Hong, the team leader. But why had he appeared here so unexpectedly? A fleeting thought crossed my mind. Could it be related to yesterday? In an instant, Su-Yuron's previously stern demeanor transformed into a warm smile as she tossed the fruit knife aside. "You made me quite anxious," she murmured, turning her head. Su-E gazed with an expression of astonishment at Su-Yuron's adept performance reminiscent of an Oscar-winning act, rendered speechless. "A Yandere? This is truly terrifying. Could anyone genuinely find this appealing? Are you not rising yet?" Su-Yuron gently chided. "Cough." Su-E cleared his throat, rising to prioritize embedding the fruit knife into his hand. Meanwhile, Su-Yuron, after regaining her memory, cautiously approached the door to open it. Observing Su-Yuron's movements, Su-E noted that her legs were indeed numb from being compressed. Does this imply that she lacks a robust constitution in this realm? What transpired earlier was merely an imaginative construct within a dreamscape she had conjured for herself. No, she is a master of performance. Everything could be a fade, and I must remain vigilant. Su-E also moved closer to the door. Upon its opening, he beheld Lu Hong and Zhou Yiqing, both clad in casual attire. Scrutinizing Su-Yuron and himself. "Am I late?" Lu Hong inquired with a smile. "Just a tad," Su-E nodded. Su-Yuron, on the side, appeared delicate and demure. Lu Hong retrieved a small notebook from his pocket and handed it to Su-E. Suddenly, Su-Yuron fixated her gaze intensely on that notebook. "Here, this is what you requested. Did you not say you would treat me to a meal today? I called you, but you did not answer. You insisted I arrive by 1 o'clock. Claiming you had clues to provide?" Lu Hong expressed his exasperation. Su-E accepted the notebook, and upon noticing the password-protected cover, a realization dawned upon him. This must be the clue left for me by yesterday's self, intended for today. Chapter 59. Yesterday's Self versus Today's Yandere. Part 2. Su-E did not hastily open the notebook. Instead, he turned sideways to welcome the two individuals inside, casually observing the flower vases positioned on either side of the door and within the room. Indeed, the arrangement of my Big Dipper is impeccable, and the pebbles within the vases remain undisturbed. There are even residents passing by at the entrance. Everything appears to be in order. It seems implausible to draw so many people into this space. That would be excessively glitchy. After confirming the unlikelihood of such a scenario within the dream realm, Su-E cheerfully guided Lu Hong and Zhou Yiqing to the living room sofa, deliberately avoiding the dining table. The food over there was undeniably real and still laid out on the table, yet it was not prudent to partake in it just yet. "You're on. Please go ahead and warm up the dishes. We will join you shortly," Su-E kindly instructed. "All right." After a brief pause, Su-Yuron smiled faintly and exited the living room. Zhou Yiqing glanced between Su-E and Su-Yuron, sensing an unusual atmosphere. "What exactly is going on?" Lu Hong inquired with a furrowed brow. "Just hold on a moment. Let me summarize things for you," Su-E replied, casting a glance at the keypad lock before inputting the landline number of his bookstore in reality. Although suffering from amnesia, he retained some recollections of these mundane matters. This notebook belonged to Lu Hong's office and was presumably used under the pretense of a ruse. With a click, the notebook opened, and Su-E began to read slowly. Old friend, how shall I put it? Is everything proceeding smoothly? Have you gleaned any clues from Su Yuron? With your charm, it should be a piece of cake. You certainly have a high opinion of yourself, Su Yi remarked with a hint of sarcasm. Just refrain from critiquing me for now. Behold your attribute panel. Imperial duality has already been utilized by me, so do not be foolishly oblivious. Su Yi's smile froze, realizing the implications of the rebounding effect. He accessed the panel and confirmed that imperial duality had indeed been exhausted. However, he couldn't help but admire the astuteness of the young man. Today, he had not paid close attention, his focus diverted to other matters, prompting a discreet smirk. Thus, this diary must undoubtedly have been penned by himself. Today, the first instance I sought to investigate was that very first day. Do you recall? The evening when someone knocked on my door and vanished without a trace. Regrettably, while I did capture footage, the individual was clad in a black trench coat and wore a hood, rendering it impossible to discern their gender. Regardless, let's move past that. What I am about to convey is of utmost significance. Having observed the officers tirelessly reviewing the surveillance footage, I contemplated utilizing imperial duality to expedite the process. After a moment's reflection, although imperial duality was initially intended for treating today's amnesia, the absence of crucial clues and the urgency of the situation compelled me to take a risk. Upon the return of Team Leader Liu, after acquiring intel regarding the Heavenly Father sect, I proceeded to the surveillance room to activate imperial duality. I prioritized attempting to anchor my search for X, but it was to no avail. The activation failed. Remaining vigilant, I decided to first anchor my search for the person I sought. Imperial duality, activate. Upon activation, I sensed that my thoughts could seemingly summon fortune. I proceeded to anchor the death times of the 18 victims, aiming to identify individuals who had appeared within a 2-kilometer radius. However, the outcome was nothing. My old friend, you must understand, 18. A total of 18. Such a substantial sample size should, in theory, allow for a definitive identification of X. It appears that X's unique abilities are likely not constrained or influenced by distance. Yet, the silver lining is that my fortune has not dissipated entirely. Evidently, the anchor I previously established has taken effect, averting a singular catastrophe from Imperial Paragon. 2 kilometers is already quite an extensive range, and I do not feel the need to expand it further to ascertain whether X's extraordinary powers are indeed distance-dependent. I once again anchored the 18 victims, focusing on individuals who had crossed paths within the last 8 months. The result, regrettably, remained the same. Nothing. The fortune persists. Yet I can distinctly sense that this failure will lead her to drift away from me. I must contemplate other avenues. Indeed, praise me. Your old friend is remarkably astute, as expected. Of course, I had considered this. You, my dear companion, have a flair for the dramatic. I cannot help but nod in agreement. Yes, lauding me is also a form of commendation for yourself. There's nothing amiss in that. If there are no limitations of distance, and the target can be affected without prior contact, then it becomes nearly impossible to investigate. This extraordinary ability should not be entirely unfathomable, or rather, the devil's game ought not to present a dead end. Thus, I suddenly contemplated another possibility, the constraints imposed by the medium. If X facilitated the contact between these 18 victims and the medium, then what could be the perfect medium? Allowing for complete temporal freedom while requiring no personal interaction? The answer is unequivocal. Holy water, an essential for the followers of the Father. This substance is something that these 18 individuals' devout adherents collectively require on a weekly basis. Perhaps X has taken control of a small stronghold of the Father's followers, or possesses hacking abilities, or perhaps X has long been acquainted with the operational use of holy water within the sect, thus being well-versed in their methods of distribution and the locations of their strongholds. Regardless of the circumstances, X's medium must undoubtedly be holy water. I'm truly astute. Although this is merely conjecture, I feel I have indeed uncovered a crucial insight, albeit blind. I anchored my focus on individuals who had simultaneously come into contact with the holy water taken by these 18 victims. As anticipated, the momentum of my discoveries surged, and I swiftly adjusted to a particular scene. It was Su Yuron. She was in the beverage section of a supermarket, Time and again, I observe her presence in various supermarkets over the past few months, lingering each time in the beverage section. Is she X? However, this cannot serve as evidence. Even if the police were aware that Su Yuran had touched this so-called holy water, how could that implicate her in murder? Moreover, the times at which Su Yuran collected the holy water were several days apart from those of the victims. Were it not for my extraordinary fortune, a typical individual would undoubtedly be unable to uncover this. Today, Su Yuran invited me to dine at her residence. Initially, I contemplated feigning acceptance and later declining in the evening. It seems that such a ruse is now unnecessary. Tomorrow, we have a purpose. I acquired this notebook from Lu Team Leader for you. You see, X possesses a profound understanding of me, likely gleaned from my diary. He would never suspect that I have chosen not to inscribe today's memories within its pages, severing my recollections. What I remain oblivious to, he too is certainly unaware. Shall I record it on my phone? Perhaps discreetly conceal it elsewhere? Surely, you do not believe I would be so astute. Simply resetting my phone poses no challenge. Akin to my arrival day, utilizing subtle suggestions to hide things does not guarantee I will retain that knowledge. Most crucially, I am uncertain of the methods X employs to comprehend my existence. Nonetheless, the most fundamental approach must be to peruse my diary. The safest course of action would be to entrust this memory to Lu Team Leader nearby. Should he be X or an accomplice, I would accept that fate. I have already wagered everything. What I seek is an utterly unguarded X. I shall devise a way for Lu Team Leader to assist you before 1 o'clock today. As for the specifics of resolution, my information is insufficient and must rest in your capable hands. Thus, I remain your astute and clever old friend. Such a persona I embody, truly wise and charming. Sudim Dust. Although the diary has concluded, he instinctively turned a page. A retrospective glance. Are you, perchance, praising yourself? Ahem, very well. I have undeniably become you, the version of myself from yesterday. There is no need for such formality. A completely unguarded X. Is it? Well, yesterday's self. I must concede you possess a certain charm. Your performance has concluded, and now it is my turn, is it not? Let's pass the baton. Chapter 60. Your fabricated tale crumbles without challenge. Should I also pen a diary for the self of tomorrow? It seems yesterday's self was rather dapper, Su Yi mused. At that moment, Lu Hong patted Su Yi on the shoulder. What are you pondering? The clues? Here's the situation. Team Lu, the value of this clue hinges on your receptiveness. I shall contemplate how to articulate this. Su Yi se meant vairet. He understood why he had refrained from sharing this information with Lu Hong yesterday. The case had yet to crystallize. Even if Su Yuran had indeed interacted with the holy water, and even if she were indisputably X, such clues could not warrant a conviction. More critically, he feared Lu Hong might interfere with his task, as the method of completing the game remained uncertain, and he did not wish for Lu Hong to meddle. However, today presented a different scenario. He had acquired additional information, and it was now prudent to disclose some of it, enhancing the likelihood of achieving a task. Receptiveness? As long as it is a clue, do share, there is nothing I cannot accept. Lu Hong gestured dismissively at Su Yi. Zhou Yiqing chimed in from the side. Spare us the suspense. Any fragment of information is of utmost importance now. Just refrain from discussing any speculative notions. The scenario of Luo Gufei pursuing you is sufficient. TSK, do you actually want me to speak? Upon hearing Zhou Yiqing's words, Su Yi clicked his tongue in response. Why are we delving into that fantastical realm again? Zhou Yiqing furrowed her brow. No. How do you explain the photograph I took last time? Su Yi replied coolly. Are you dead? Zhou Yiqing fixed her gaze on Su Yi. No. Then your claim that Luo Gufei is a murderer is utterly baseless. Perhaps you were merely disoriented in your sleep. Zhou Yiqing shook her head. Moreover, both of you have already been ruled out as suspects, Lu Hong added. If the photograph cannot be explained, does that mean it should remain unaddressed? Su Yi remarked, shaking his head in response. It seems that once you acquire new leads, you begin to disregard mine. Who knows if you're merely engaging in some sort of cosplay? Zhou Yiqing lifted her chin slightly. Do I really need to indulge him? Su Yi replied, exasperated. Fine, I understand your low tolerance. I shall express it more delicately. Lu Hong nodded, Go ahead, why beat around the bush? Exposesis supernatural abilities, Sui stated. It was evident that Lu Hong nearly choked on his words. Zhou Yiqing's mouth fell open, her expression one of indignation. Is this what you call delicacy? Lu Hong replied with a wry smile. He can kill in dreams and requires a medium. Su Yi whispered without concern. For the victims, the medium is holy water. Thus, regardless of your efforts, you will find no leads. Even if you discern X's identity, you cannot substantiate him as the murderer. He only kills within dreams. But remember, as long as you comprehend that it is a dream, you can return to reality. Otherwise, death within the dream will manifest. Lu Hong fell silent for a moment, deep in thought, and remarked, so what you imply is that X need not visit the crime scene at all, nor has any interaction with the victim. If that is indeed the case, it seems this case is beyond resolution. Zhou Yiqing teased, expressing her disbelief at Su Yi's absurd notions. She even felt that while God had opened a door for Su Yi, he simultaneously closed a window. Could it be that this fellow is afflicted with a delusional disorder? So, are you suggesting that this case is truly unsolvable? Do you really think Lu is merely idle? 18 cases have emerged, yet there is not a single clue. Sui pointed towards Lu Hong. Lu Hong furrowed his brow and cast a glance at Su Yi, uncertain whether the young man was praising or reproaching him. Is that all? Lu Hong raised his hand. Is the lead exhausted? Lu Hong said helplessly. All said and done, Su Yi shrugged. All right, then I shall take my leave. Lu Hong declared as he prepared to rise. Hey, wait. Just as Su Yi was about to urge him not to leave hastily, a feminine voice interrupted him. Do not be in such a hurry to depart. Su Yi turned towards the source of the voice and was surprised to see Su Yuran emerging from behind a rectangular kitchen partition, which unexpectedly connected to the living room. This suggested she had been eavesdropping for quite some time. What a peculiar design for a renovation. I'm not well versed in the aesthetics of an artist's abode. However, Su Yi had no intention of concealing the truth. He had already laid his cards on the table with Su Yuran and was determined to clarify matters with her. Today ought to be the day of resolution. Since he was already here, he might as well stay. Just as Lu Hong and Zhou Yiqing remained puzzled, Su Yuran lazily uttered, the time is drawing near. Su Yi suddenly realized his entire body tensed, poised to take action. In an instant, Lu Hong drew the gun that was holstered at his waist, chambered a round with lightning speed, and aimed directly at Su Yi. Reacting swiftly, Su Yi activated Metal Body, intending to counterattack, only to discover that Lu Hong's strength had magnified immensely. A mere shove to the side rendered Su Yi unable to rise. Damn it, his skill was severely restricted in this annihilation instance, and this was supposedly an open-level game. Shouldn't the rewards be substantial? The gun pressed firmly against Su Yi's forehead, while Lu Hong, expressionless, stared intently at him. Zhou Yiqing was evidently taken aback by Su Yi's predicament, utterly unprepared for Lu Hong to aim a gun at him. Team Lu, Zhou Yiqing called out to Lu Hong. Lu Hong remained immovable, his demeanor unchanged. He had been controlled. Su Yi's expression grew grave. As Metal Body continued to operate, he recalled that perhaps during his extra visit to the restroom at the museum that day, it wasn't a personality awakening, but rather a result of being manipulated by Su Yuran. Controlled? Zhou Yiqing paused for a moment, her mind swirling with thoughts about Su Yi's earlier display of supernatural abilities. Could it be that he truly possessed special powers? Was he speaking the truth? Observing Lu Hong's unusual demeanor, she couldn't help but think to herself, it seems you've uncovered something extraordinary, a third personality. Su Yuran's beautiful visage flushed with color as she softly spoke. What third personality? What is your girlfriend talking about? Zhou Yiqing clearly had yet to grasp the situation at hand, but it didn't deter her. She too was ready to draw her weapon to put an end to it all. As she reached for her gun, Lu Hong suddenly interjected, don't move. If you do, he will lose his life. Zhou Yiqing furrowed her brow, slowly lowering her hand that was inching towards her waist. She might be X. Su Yi said softly, resolving to refrain from any impulsive actions. Engaging in conversation for a while longer could yield more valuable information. His mission was one of eradication, and understanding the target was undoubtedly of utmost importance. Struggle, after all, begins with the identification of its objective. Without knowing the target, making a mistake would jeopardize the entire endeavor. He still had the sandcastle as a means of self-preservation and could afford to delay a little longer. Su-Yuran's breathing grew heavy. Have I mentioned that sometimes your brilliance can lead to your own demise? Yet simultaneously, your fabricated narrative crumbles under scrutiny. Sui offered a slight smile. Zhou Yiqing, her beautiful brows knitted tightly, found herself immobilized. Watching Su Yi confronted with a gun to his head while he stood firm against his girlfriend was profoundly shocking to her. Now, there lies a pivotal question that perplexes me. Could you provide the answer? Su Yi turned to Su Yuran with a smile. Chapter 61. Overthrow, begin anew. My fabricated reasoning. Your abilities are evidently distinct from what you described in the confines of your space. It is not enhancement of physical capacity, but rather leans towards the realm of mental prowess. Su Yi fixed his gaze upon Su Yuran and continued. What you refer to as X is merely my primary persona, a notion that is utterly absurd. This dreamlike ability you possess is intrinsically your unique power. What you previously termed special spatial abilities is, in truth, a dream-related power. As I previously mentioned, you utilize holy water as a medium, employing dreamlike abilities to eliminate those 18 victims. How astute of you. Su Yuran inhaled deeply, her cheeks still flushed, and gently inquired, thus, I now have a pivotal question that has perplexed me. Might you enlighten me? Why have you fabricated the notion that I am X? Such an impeccably constructed narrative with a coherent logical progression? What is your ulterior motive? Su Yi questioned, for this enigma troubled him the most. If Su Yuran could provide an answer, it would be most fortuitous. Every endeavor possesses a purpose, especially when concerning the enigmatic Su Yuran before him. This intricate web of logic had begun to unfold from the very moment Su Yi arrived. If Su Yuran intended to take his life, there would be no need for such elaborate machinations or convoluted dialogues. Even now, Su Yi sensed that she harbored no intention of causing him harm, which was why he felt at ease to converse with her. Su Yi, are you still posing such inquiries? Have you perhaps uncovered something? Su Yuran chuckled, her laughter breathless. Suddenly, she straightened, her expression becoming serious, her gaze sharp as a frosty blade, and she began to speak slowly. Let me take a wild guess. Have you discovered that I do not wish to kill you? A chill ran down Su Yi's spine. She had seen through him. You certainly possess confidence, but who said I harbor no desire to end your life? I merely wish to bid you a final farewell. After all, once you have departed from this world, there will no longer be anyone to serve as my hero, worthy of my reliance. I possess a means to ensure our eternal togetherness. Su Yuran's delicate hand pressed against her face, her eyes seemingly on the verge of spilling tears. However, should you dare to make any rash moves, I shall not hesitate to pull the trigger. Hero? Su Yi grasped the key term. What does it mean? Am I your hero? Su Yuran had already concluded that she was tormented by the Heavenly Father's teachings and abused by her parents. Thus, the term hero could be simply interpreted as someone who has saved her, helped her escape from her parents, or even assisted her in eliminating her parents. Am I your hero, yet you wish to kill me? Such logic does not align, unless X truly existed, and the current self is not his genuine hero. What about your parents? Very well, if you insist on being such a killjoy before our farewell, allow me to reveal something that will leave a profound impression on you. Su Yuran replied, my parents were slain by you. It was you who liberated me, allowing my escape from the abyss of hell. Therefore, I truly possess a master personality, the X you speak of. Indeed, Su Yuran chuckled. Yet he lacks the abilities you attribute to him. Rather, it is you who possesses this extraordinary power. Su Yi continued to inquire. Precisely, he lacks such powers, but he is exceptionally intelligent, much like you. He does not require these demonic forces to assist me in evading the clutches of evil, Su Yuran reminisced. Yet now, in truth, X is you, the series of murders or crimes you have committed. Su Yi pressed on with his questioning. Then let me ask you once more, why have you sculpted me in X? I desire for us to genuinely empathize. Since I am X, you too may embody X. You can truly experience the exquisite sensation of being X, Su Yuron spread her arms wide, as if embracing beauty itself. I have an immature conjecture. Would you be willing to listen? Su-yi smiled, not waiting for Su Yuron's response before continuing. You have previously woven such an intricate web of deceit, even crafting dialogues of X's persona in my journal. The handwriting in the journal is indeed mine, yet you could easily replicate it. Your artistic skills and innate talent are unparalleled. I believe that if you regard my handwriting as mere artistry, you could imitate it. Indeed, I possess the right to alter your journal, for all that is yours is my possession. Su Yuron laughed in rapture, unequivocally acknowledging this. Su-yi comprehended. She must have been perusing his journal within the dream realm, inscribing X's messages upon it, and the crux of her actions lay in the reasoning behind it. Such arduous efforts must surely hold a purpose. Once this is deciphered, the answers to the enigma shall be unveiled. Now, having synthesized all the clues, Su-yi finally arrived at a relatively plausible hypothesis. You wish to awaken my primary persona. Su Yuron's smile froze, her gaze fixed silently upon Su-yi. My primary persona may indeed exist, and all your painstaking endeavors are aimed at rousing my primary self. Your previous fabricated tales exhibit a remarkably coherent logic, as if you have lived through them personally. Thus, it is inevitable that there exist certain chains that are indeed genuine. Now allow me to engage in some imaginative reasoning. Shall we? Su-yi maintained a smile. One day, my primary persona saved you, and you hailed him as a hero. As you mentioned, he is quite intelligent, much like myself, and you two nestled together, ultimately gaining admission to the same university. Of course, during this time, he harbored a disdain for the Heavenly Father cult and its fervent adherents, perhaps even more than you did. He devised a series of plans, poised for execution. This scheme was the X serial killer plan, which you meticulously unfurled using your extraordinary abilities. However, at that juncture, he was beset by emotional trauma, leading to the emergence of a secondary persona, a manifestation born out of the necessity to shield and heal him. It became painfully evident that the advent of this secondary persona severely diminished the primary persona's consciousness, even posing a threat to his very existence. After a period, you discovered that the primary persona had vanished, leaving behind a character who was upright and kind-hearted yet timid and feeble, no longer resembling the individual you once knew. With no recourse, you ventured into the realm of dreams, as you suggested, employing Luo Gufei to eliminate the secondary persona, believing that its eradication would naturally awaken the primary persona. Yet, to your astonishment, he remained in a prolonged state of unconsciousness, teetering on the brink of a vegetative state, until the third persona emerged, which is I. The third persona differs from the second. He suffers from amnesia, oblivious to all past events, forgetting hatred, and even experiencing daily memory resets. This is undoubtedly a result of the traumatic recollections from his childhood, manifesting as a stress response. You have explored numerous avenues, even penning in a journal that he is X, in hopes of rekindling his memories, yet all efforts have proven futile. Consequently, you resolve to forge a genuine connection between him and the murderer X, with the prime suspect being Luo Gufei. Subsequently, you employed your abilities at the museum to manipulate him into becoming a suspect. Clearly, the third persona's adeptness in navigating the police's scrutiny captivated you. Thereafter, you endeavored to have Luo Gufei continue masquerading as the murderer within the realm, yet the third persona, through astute reasoning, gained complete control over the peculiar space. He is intelligent, resolute, and composed. Despite his daily amnesia, he persists in his struggle. He momentarily believes he may indeed be the dominant persona. However, you overlooked the most crucial detail. He harbors no animosity towards the Father God, nor does he despise those cruel parents. You realize that you cannot control him. His singular focus is to uncover the truth. The 18th case may very well be your final endeavor, as you seek to restore my innocence. After all, in certain respects, I resemble the dominant persona. You have come to a resolution, considering abandoning the scheme, yearning for a tranquil life alongside me. Yet, I am determined to shatter this tranquility in pursuit of a so-called meaningless truth. Thus, your recent attempt was merely one last effort to awaken my memories. The fabrication of my identity as X has been conjured. However, it is evident that you have failed yet again. My memories remain elusive, and my words and actions have undoubtedly disheartened you, prompting you to contemplate my demise as you pursue your nefarious scheme. Su Yi has nearly replicated Su Yu Ran's previous deductions with uncanny precision, merely altering the identity from the master persona to Su Yu Ran. This fictitious reasoning forms a logical loop, aligning seamlessly with Su Yi's experiences and Su Yu Ran's conduct. The logical chain even intertwines with the rationale behind Su Yu Ran's assertion of being X. I must admit, you are, perhaps even more astute than he. Su Yu Ran murmured softly, yet it is too late now. I envision crafting you into a statue. What do you think? This way, you could remain by my side eternally. Su Yu Ran's gaze was distant and dreamy. Alas, what a twisted obsession this is. Su Yi cursed inwardly, but continued to ponder. Does this not make me an accomplice? He sensed that something was amiss. Could it be that the reflection in the mirror reveals only a mere semblance of reality, rather than the true self? Chapter 62. Breaking the Stalemate. Awaken. Your little ruse has been laid bare. Zhou Yiqing initially listened intently, but as the discourse progressed, it grew increasingly absurd, leaving her mind in a state of bewilderment. What on earth is this man saying? Yet, witnessing Lu Hong's current demeanor, she realized that the man's earlier cryptic conjectures were likely grounded in truth. Kulme. The farewell ceremony is about to commence. Su Yuran, with her eyes half closed, approached the staircase and beckoned to Su Yi and the others with a gesture of her hand. Lu Hong's gun remained steadfastly pressed against Su Yi's temple as he pulled him to his feet. Su Yi offered no resistance, again signaling to Zhou Yiqing to move ahead. With Lu Hong watching closely from behind, Zhou Yiqing could devise no means of escape. Should she flee, Su Yi would inevitably meet a swift demise, and Lu Hong would face charges of murder. Thus, she had no choice but to comply, descending the staircase alongside Su Yi into the basement. The basement was spacious, with a lofty ceiling, and a lingering fragrance pervaded the air. The decor of the living area stood in stark contrast to that of the first floor, appearing even more resplendent. Numerous doors lined the basement corridor, and Su Yuran opened one of them. Come, see your room, she said. Su Yi cast a furtive glance at the surrounding doors, deep in thought, before being coerced into the room. The chamber was square-shaped, devoid of superfluous furnishings, save for several objects covered with red cloth scattered about. Su Yuran casually tugged at one of the fabrics, revealing a life-sized sculpture, a figure of a man, brandishing a sword in a fierce pose, and strikingly, the face was that of Su Yi himself. What do you think? Are you satisfied? Su Yi's eyelids flickered in surprise. This was clearly premeditated. It brought to mind his first encounter with Su Yuran, when her assignment for him was a sculpture of a warrior in a red cloak. So this was the hero. Su Yuran, with a smile that bordered on madness, continued to tear away the surrounding red cloth, revealing a larger version of the assignment Su Yi had received. The hero sculptures are all modeled after Su Yi. Su Yuran caressed the cheek of one sculpture and smiled. These sculptures are mere shells. However, if you reside within, that is when one truly possesses a complete soul. You will remain with me forever, will you not? Su Yuran licked her crimson lips. Do you acknowledge my fictitious reasoning? Su Yi did not respond, but instead posed a counter-question. Then allow me to indulge your thirst for knowledge in these final moments. Indeed, you are correct in all that you say, save for some inconsequential details. It is almost as if you have witnessed it firsthand. You are truly remarkable. Su Yuran's cheeks bloomed like a ripe peach, brimming with excitement. Can you lie down obediently while I apply the first layer of clay? The application of clay is the second step in the sculpting process, with the first being the creation of the framework. Clearly, Su Yuran intended to envelop Su Yi's body within, completely omitting that crucial step. What a terrifying woman. Yet Su Yi had his own strategy. Is it possible that your little tricks have already been discerned by me? Su Yuran remained silent. Her gaze fixed intently on Su Yi. Officer Zhou. But what Su Yuran did not anticipate was the swift reaction. Su Yi suddenly shouted and charged toward the wall without regard for his life. Summoning the full strength of metal body, Su Yi collided with the wall, extracting a key from his pocket in the process. With immense force, akin to steel, combined with the power of the Metal Guardian, he struck with precision. The wall crumbled with a resounding crash. In the instant the wall collapsed, Su-yi glimpsed a flicker of struggle in Lu Hong's hands. Ultimately, as he crashed through the rear wall, he finally squeezed the trigger. Just as he had anticipated, team leader Lu had not yet succumbed completely. Observing Lu Hong's delayed response, Su-yi mused internally. The penetrating power of the bullet was immense, far beyond the defenses of the gunmetal body at this stage. A bullet, accompanied by a shockwave, surged towards Su-yi. The sand castle activated instantaneously. At an imperceptible speed, a small fortress crafted from sand materialized before him, absorbing the formidable kinetic energy of the bullet. Sand Castle, Desert Star instantly summons a small sand fortress to withstand life-threatening attacks. 03. Damaged, cannot be repaired. What? Behind this wall, there exists a room? Could it be a mistake? Just moments ago, I did not notice any door in this direction. My meticulously chosen position cannot withstand the architectural design of this building. There is indeed a concealed entrance. The room behind the wall resembled a study, and Su-yi quickly spotted a row of neatly arranged notebooks. This might be what I have been searching for. By a twist of fate, it has inadvertently accelerated my progress. With no time to ponder further, he distinctly heard Lu Hong reloading his weapon behind him. Just as Lu Hong prepared to fire, Zhou Yiqing emerged from seemingly nowhere, executing a flying kick that knocked the gun from Lu Hong's grip. Zhou Yiqing, having been liberated from her restraints due to Su-yi's earlier escape, had momentarily believed him to be deceased, only to be astonished by the sudden appearance of a fortress that shielded him from the gunfire. Zhou Yiqing found herself unable to concentrate, and in an instant, she was engaged in a fierce struggle with Lu Hong. Su-yi anticipated the outcome and quickly discarded the keys while seizing a small iron ruler from the table, a Gungjin protective artifact. With the ruler as his focal point, he forcefully struck the wall once more. A thunderous crash resounded as Su-yi burst through, finally emerging into the underground parking garage. He noticed a large pentagonal skylight above him and, seizing the opportunity, hurled the infused ruler. With a resounding clang, the skylight shattered, allowing a rush of fresh air to flood in. That should suffice, he thought, glancing back at Zhou Yiqing. To his surprise, Zhou Yiqing's martial prowess was formidable. She managed to hold her ground against the powerful Lu Hong through her adept grappling techniques, utilizing skill to overcome brute force. It was no wonder Lu Hong had expressed such confidence in her ability to protect him. As Zhou Yiqing fought while retreating, she drew closer to the opening Su-yi had created. "Officer Zhou, over here," Su-yi called out. Upon hearing his call, Zhou Yiqing, having spotted the gaping wall, executed a swift kick to evade and made her way towards Su-yi. Meanwhile, Lu Hong's pace inexplicably began to slow, rendering him unable to keep up with Zhou Yiqing. "How's it going?" Su-yuran appeared to be taking deep breaths, her expression one of disappointment, her chest heaving. As Lu Hong failed to capture the two, Su-yuran attempted to regain control over him, directing him back to the initial room, but Lu Hong's steps faltered. He shook his head vigorously, seemingly regaining his senses. "Captain Lu, your physique is impressive," Su-yi exclaimed. Yet, a look of confusion lingered in Lu Hong's eyes. He was bewildered by the events that had just transpired and puzzled as to how he had ended up here. He felt a sense of drowsiness as he drifted into a dream, and a particular phrase spoken by Su-yi reverberated in his mind, the realm of dreams. He had been struggling to awaken. What was happening? Zhou Yiqing glanced at Su-yi and inquired. Team leader Lu had regained consciousness. Su-yi similed, fixing his gaze on the gloomy-faced Su-yuran, and gestured a yeah with his hand. "Your little trick has been unraveled." Chapter 63. Return. Discussion on the truth of X. Lu Hong abruptly blinked, breaking free from his rigid consciousness. He observed the collapsed walls and then turned his gaze towards Su-yi and Zhou Yiqing outside, falling silent for a moment. "Surely, your mental control has its conditions for activation," Su-yi remarked with a smile. "First, there is the necessity of proximity. You cannot stray too far. Second, a certain level of mental disarray is required. The fragrant essence in your home serves to fulfill your second objective. Initially, I assumed it to be merely the scent of your perfume. Yet, in such a vast abode, residing alone, this fragrance remains undiminished even in the spacious basement with a ceiling height of nearly 5 meters. It is equally potent even within the closed sculpture room. Maintaining such consistent intensity is indeed puzzling. Thus, everything begins to make sense. This fragrance mirrors that of your own. And on that day when you linked arms with me at the exhibition, it was likely to ensure I inhaled these scents. My sudden amnesia provided you with an opportune moment. Subsequently, you guided me to the restroom, an area leading to my suspicion by the authorities. While you chatter away with me in the living room on the first floor, it is entirely due to Lou's exceptional physical prowess that he has only just arrived and is not easily controlled. If you were to allow him to fire a weapon, he would undoubtedly hesitate, thereby revealing a flaw for us to exploit. Thus, as I engage in conversation with you, you willingly acquiesce. While I am stalling, you two are, in essence, delaying. I surmise that you can only manage one individual at a time. Moreover, it is exceedingly challenging to exert control over someone who comprehends the nature of the dreamscape. This ability likely stems from an extension of the dream realm, which elucidates why you do not attempt to control me, as I have already deciphered the intricacies of the dream space. Hence, you have chosen to dominate the strongest among us, Lou. As I managed to connect the underground garage with the skylight, the door to the room remained closed, causing the scent to dissipate swiftly. Additionally, having previously warned Lou about the dream space and considering his robust constitution, he quickly regained his composure. Indeed, I find myself struggling to comprehend your words. Su-Yuran smiled faintly, unperturbed. I can now ascertain that your physical condition is akin to that of an ordinary girl. Yet, your natural leg numbness and your earlier decision to remain passive serve as unmistakable indicators of your vulnerability. Should I possess a hidden advantage, it seems you would attempt to bait me into an attack. Thus, had I not collided with the wall moments ago, but instead lunged towards you, you would undoubtedly have had the capacity to eliminate me swiftly. You possess the ability to control Lou and bestow upon him enhancements. Consequently, you can also exert control over yourself and grant yourself similar advantages. All you need to do is to relinquish your control over Lou by mastering yourself. You can achieve this, which explains your frequent deep breaths. You are inhaling those very gases. Therefore, your current actions are merely an attempt to entice us into your trap. Are they not? I must commend you on your meticulousness. Su-Yuran's expression finally shifted, and she applauded, saying, I truly hesitate to end your life. This time, Zhou Yiqing was involved in the incident, and it seemed she gradually began to comprehend Su Yi's words. Observing Lu Hong's struggle to grasp the situation, Su Yi also assisted in clarifying the current circumstances. In essence, he manipulated you with his extraordinary powers, aimed your weapon at me, threatened us, and even sought to take our lives. Lu Hong cast a glance at Zhou Yiqing, his eyes inquiring. Upon receiving her affirming nod, he sighed. I understand. This means I must concede that your so-called special ability indeed exists, as it is laid bare before us. So your ex? Lu Hong straightened himself, fixating his gaze upon the gentle and charming girl before him. I affirm that I am. What will you do? Shoot me dead? Will you, Captain Lu? Su-Yuran scoffed dismissively, her expression still frail. Or shall we resort to legal measures against me? Do you possess any evidence? Indeed, if Su Yi's claims hold truth, an ex kills through dreams, it would be impossible to leave any trace or evidence. Shooting her dead is also impractical. That would be murder, leading to imprisonment. Faced with the enigma that is X, Lu Hong found himself in a state of profound dilemma, his fists clenched in silent frustration. Zhou Yiqing was rendered speechless, as the unfolding events clearly transcended her understanding. For the past 8 months, she had yearned for a confrontation with X to bring him to justice. Yet now, with X so palpably present, she was engulfed by an overwhelming sense of helplessness. The unspoken exchange between Lu Hong and Zhou Yiqing revealed their entrapment in an inescapable predicament. However, Su Yi pondered differently. As long as he fulfilled the victory conditions of the mission, he could escape. Therefore, if it truly came to eliminating Su-Yuran, he would not hesitate. With no thoughts of women clouding his mind, he would draw his blade with unwavering resolve. The reflections in the mirror merely depict a distorted semblance of reality, not the authentic self. This statement is a gift to you and to myself. Su-yi remarked with a subtle smile. Have you ever contemplated whether the person you seek truly exists? Is the current version of yourself genuinely real? What do you mean? Suyuran liket her lips, her gaze fixet on Sui. Did you just acknowledge that you are X and that I am also X? I devised the plan, and you executed it within the realm of dreams. No, I am X. He merely proposed a clever idea. Suyuran's expression seemed to shift into one of intoxication once more. He is an accomplice. I do not wish to argue with you. At this juncture, even as accomplices, we shall not face retribution. Su-yi slowly advanced into the study, drawing closer to the bookshelf. Zhou Yiqing intended to intervene and halt Su-yi, deeming the situation excessively perilous, but Lu Hong restrained her. Lu Hong understood that, at this moment, the only individual capable of unraveling this conundrum was the very person standing before them. Are these my diaries? I have not found them at home. You are my belongings, and each of your memories is undoubtedly mine as well. Suyuran smiled enigmatically. Su-yi noticed a particularly unique diary on the bookshelf. While the other covers were red, this one was black with gilded edges. He promptly took it down and, upon opening it, nodded in quiet approval. He casually pulled out several more diaries for inspection. Indeed, they were almost precisely as he had surmised. I must admit, your imitation of my handwriting has become increasingly adept. Meh. Suyuran chuckled softly. Su-yi returned the notebook and delved deeper, moving towards Suyuran's room. The metallic body of Gung had been operating at full capacity before his entry. The wind spirit formation was also poised for action. Suyuran remained motionless. Kuitli intranjit by Sui. Su-yi was nearly certain that Suyuran would not make any further movements. All three were now liberated, with the two officers still in the underground garage, yet to enter. Engaging in criminal acts would only furnish the police with evidence, and Suyuran was certainly not foolish enough to do so. Sudie approached a statue concealed beneath a red cloth. Its height is not my own. With a swift motion, he pulled aside the red cloth, revealing a sculpture of a woman with bent arms, pleading for mercy. He then stepped back a few paces and unveiled another piece of red cloth. This posture does not embody that of a hero. As the cloth lifted, it revealed a statue of a man on the ground, cradling his head in sorrowful tears. No evidence, is there? Then allow me to provide it for you. Su-yi exerted his strength, pushing with both hands, and the two statues came crashing down. Clang! As the statues struck the ground, they shattered at various joints, revealing fragments of skin and clothing. The garments appeared quite luxurious, resembling a gentleman's suit and a lady's evening gown. I am aware of your preferred works, Apollo and Daphne, the Virgin with Child, Hermes, and the Little Wine God, each a remarkably complete multi-figure sculpture. You have previously expressed disinterest in single-figure sculptures during your visits to exhibitions. Thus, for you, the cherished pieces you desire cannot solely consist of solitary heroes. They must also encompass adversaries. A complete work possesses a soul, and naturally, they must possess souls as well. Even your parents have been immortalized as sculptures. Su-yi's smile remained unyielding. Yet, your first act of murder was the slaying of your own parents. Suyuran cast a gentle glance towards Su-yi, neither affirming nor denying his statement, refraining from directly answering his inquiry. Right? This shall be the greatest masterpiece for me in this world. I suddenly realized, you truly understand me. Suyuran kept her gaze fixed on Su-yi's actions, not intervening, seemingly delighted that he comprehended her so well. Perhaps, together, we would harmonize perfectly. Alas, if I were to endure a little longer and refresh your memory once more, do you think we would lead a blissful life? I have made numerous attempts, yet this time, you have truly imparted a distinctive sensation within me. Perhaps I am merely too eager, too impatient to remain by your side. Suyuran's face was flushed, reminiscent of one intoxicated. Zhou Yiqing and Lu Hong refrained from entering, understanding that only by remaining in the underground parking lot could they keep Suyuran under control. They had just comprehended Su-yi's words. Astonishingly, Suyuran had turned her parents into sculptures. This revelation implied that they now possessed evidence to hold X accountable, although it pertained not to X's case, but rather to another homicide. This individual is truly infuriating. The two silently exhaled the pent-up frustration within their chests. When confronted with a dilemma, this young man, with merely a few words, unveiled the evidence that could bring X to justice, allowing the details to surface. Zhou Yiqing and Lu Hong were left utterly astounded. This young man is indeed remarkable. At this moment, a singular thought occupied their minds. This individual must attend the police academy. Lu Hong was resolute, determined to ensure he was taken to the academy each day, even if it required lifting him there. He would be firmly pressed to graduate. Lu Hong even mused that such a person was not merely a student, but destined to become a professor. How could fellow graduates from the same cohort not be envious of other police stations? He would have an heir. Lu Hong had already begun to envision a formidable ally under his command, someone who would call him mentor. I understand you without a doubt. Perhaps I comprehend you better than you do yourself. Su Yi smiled, his expression unwavering. Su Yuran smiled like a blooming flower, taking a deep breath. You must understand. Now that you have uncovered this evidence, I'm no longer bound by your control. In other words, even if I were to take your life, it would matter not. After all, killing one is the same as killing two. Of course, I am aware, but precisely because I understand you, you must be eager to hear what I know about you that surpasses your own comprehension. Am I correct? Hee ha ha. You indeed know me well. Su Yuran lowered her head, unable to suppress her laughter, then raised her gaze, maintaining her radiant smile as she brushed her dark hair behind her ear. Then do share. If I am not mistaken, that black golden notebook was penned by my primary persona, correct? It contains the plans of X, dated last year, Su Yi inquired. Su Yi sighed regretfully. While this document was labeled a plan, it resembled more a cacophony of emotions. The entire manuscript was filled with expressions of sentiment and incomprehensible passages, lacking any concrete strategy. Yet he grasped a phrase that illuminated his understanding. Let the child seize hope to inscribe it with their own hands. Indeed, it is he. This is the last remnant he bestowed upon me, the initial draft of the X plan. Su Yuran's eyes gleamed with rapture. Earlier, I mentioned that your handwriting is increasingly resembling mine. Do you recall? Su Yuran placed her finger on her lips, tilting her head slightly. So, if we were to look back from this moment, it would mean it is becoming less and less alike. Su Yuran diman saident. This notebook, this plan, was, in truth, crafted by your own hand. Su Yi spoke with a hint of detachment. What are you uttering? Su Yuran shook her head in response. The handwriting in this notebook indeed resembles mine. However, previously, your skill was not particularly refined. This may well be your first attempt. Su Yi pointed to the black and gold notebook. A cursory glance suggested that the writing was his, yet upon closer examination, subtle differences emerged. While most individuals might overlook such details, Su Yi was a connoisseur of minutiae, meticulously attending to every word. He was the sort who would read an entire toothpaste instruction manual. Indeed, the initial draft of X was penned by you. The plan for X has, from inception to conclusion, been solely your endeavor. You are X. X is exclusively you. His penetrating gaze fixed on Su Yuran. Su Yuran appeared to be touched by a recollection she could not access, her expression tinged with anxiety and confusion. What exactly are you saying? Firstly, that day at the museum, my body was manipulated by your supernatural abilities. Secondly, the dialogues in my diary attributed to X are also your creation. Therefore, there exists no evidence to substantiate my alleged dissociative identity disorder. Why am I the third persona? It has merely been your reiteration all along. My body has never sustained harm, and while rummaging through my home in search of the diary, I found nothing. Rather, tucked away in the cupboard were family photographs in which I appeared joyfully content. If I were being persecuted by the teachings of the Heavenly Father, why would I possess such family portraits? Lu, I suspect you have conducted an investigation into my background. Speak up. What is the fundamental situation of my family? Su Yi glared at Su Yuran, his voice resonating without turning back. Lu Hong listened intently, observing every movement within, prepared to act at a moment's notice. Unexpectedly, Su Yi inquired about him, revealing a surprising depth of understanding. After a moment of contemplation, he responded by inquiring with neighbors and relatives. It appears that you were raised in a healthy family environment. It is said that during your childhood, you were quite cheerful and talkative, not at all resembling a victim of the teachings of the Heavenly Father. Thank you, Su. He continued thus from beginning to end. I have never been persecuted by the Heavenly Father. I do not suffer from dissociative identity disorder, nor did I orchestrate the demise of your parents. All of this is merely a product of your imagination. Su. He employed the current clues as a thread for his speculative reasoning. Initially, you perceived me as the ex of your fantasies, yet I have no recollection of such. You assumed I was your second identity, leading to the dreamscape where Luo Gufei consumed my consciousness. Upon my subsequent awakening, you regarded me as a third identity. In truth, my primary identity and what you refer to as the second identity are, in fact, one and the same. Even the third identity is merely an extension of this singular self, albeit hindered by amnesia. Su Yuran's expression grew increasingly perplexed as she clutched her head, seemingly in great distress. It was evident that Su Yi's words had struck a profound chord within her. His statements pierced her mind like a razor-sharp blade, rendering her utterly unhinged. Why am I? Chapter 65. The Return, the Unraveling, the Truth of X. Part 2. Su Yi remained unmoved, continuing to gaze intently at Su Yuran, raising his voice. X symbolizes the unknown and the infinite, yet it also embodies goals and hope. Within the pages of the diary, according to X's plan, it is inscribed, "Let the children grasp hope for themselves, to inscribe it with their own hands." Just like you personally emerged from the depths of despair. No one could comprehend the needs of those children trapped in the abyss better than you, which is why you devised the X plan. In contrast, I have not endured the persecution of the Father's teachings, and therefore could not have conceived such a plan. In truth, you are not a serial killer. Rather, you have constructed a bridge of dreamlike space, allowing the children the freedom to choose, honoring their will. Thus, X represents every child who has suffered under the Father's persecution. X is their most perfect codename. They dwell in the abyss, surrounded by an endless sea of uncertainty and confusion regarding the future, but you have built a bridge, enabling them to inscribe hope amidst their nightmares. You have etched the symbol of hope, representing rebirth, onto the very figures of their persecutors, their fathers or mothers. The transformation from X to X may appear identical in letter, yet the significance is profoundly different. It embodies them, as well as you. Iksa, Suyuran screamed, collapsing onto the ground, her fair legs splayed in a duck-like posture. The mirror reflects only the authentic image, not the true self. Su Yi unraveled the enigma of his own lineage and persona. The delusions of Su Yuran were simultaneously unraveled, revealing the grim truth that all the victims' children were, in fact, the perpetrators. You are right, Su Yuran murmured, clutching her forehead and swaying weakly, her skirt fluttering slightly, evoking a sense of pity within me. You are so intelligent. May I pose a question to you? It seemed as if she had unlocked the vault of her memories, suddenly becoming exceedingly frail. Su nodded in response. Can a spark ignite a prairie fire? Su Yi fell into silence, aware that she might be alluding to her own actions or perhaps to the children who emerged from the depths of hell, carrying the legacy of fire. Yet, he found himself at a loss for words. It appeared that Su Yuran had reclaimed her true memories, and he speculated that this was a consequence of her formidable and enigmatic psychic powers, coupled with an obsession for which Su Yi could not ascertain the origin. This had caused a transformation in her memories and her character. Seeing Su Yi's silence, Su Yuran smiled brightly, her gaze clear yet glistening with unshed tears. Ultimately, it was you who bestowed hope upon me, who saved me. You truly fulfilled your promise, my hero. Farewell. Thank you, X. With her cheeks slightly damp, her eyes shimmering like flowing water, she spoke. But before her words could linger in the air, Su Yuran suddenly erupted with a speed akin to lightning, seizing a nearby handgun and aiming it at Su Yi. Bang! The sound echoed, and Su Yuran fell gracefully towards Su Yi, her blood staining the white floral dress, resembling scattered cherry blossoms gently descending through the air. Su-yi gently enveloped her in his embrace, savoring the last remnants of Su-yuran's warmth. The gunshot came from Zhou Yiqing, who had been poised for action. Upon perceiving Su-yi's peril, he acted without hesitation, striking Su-yuran. The murderer, in a sudden outburst, was swiftly neutralized. Throughout the ordeal, Su-yi remained remarkably composed. For at the moment Su-yuran uttered her gratitude, the voice confirming the mission's completion resonated in his ears. He understood that Su-yuran was yearning for death. Why? Why do you still refer to me as X? His mind was beset with unanswered questions. Why did Su-yuran envision herself as X, believing it to be her own design? Who had knocked on the door that fateful day? As Su-yi held Su-yuran, lost in contemplation, consciousness transformed into shimmering starlight, dissipating within the narrative. This time, he did not directly enter the reward space. Instead, he seemed to ascend higher, and before him unfolded scenes reminiscent of a CG animation. In a community park, a boy of about 10 wielded a small stick, striking a melodramatic pose akin to a swordsman drawing his blade. Those who strive unceasingly shall surely attain redemption. That which does not kill you will ultimately make you stronger. Behind the wall, a little girl gazed at the boy, her eyes sparkling with brilliance. Su-yi, we're home. Today, I made your favorite cola chicken wings. The boy immediately discarded the stick and dashed towards his mother. You're on back home. Today, we must double our studies, the little girl murmured, shrinking back slightly. She cast a glance at the exuberant boy, her expression devoid of jealousy, only filled with admiration, before quietly following her father home, urged by his deep voice. The scene quickens as the little girl steals glances at the boy until she is discovered, leading to a budding camaraderie. Why so glum? The boy, now slightly older, gently inquires of the girl before him. Promise me, do not hasten into dullness. Instead, celebrate every trivial moment of happiness and seize each beautiful instant. I believe they will transform into stars. Amidst those not-so-happy dreams, I shall vanquish the dragons for you and become your hero. The little girl, her face aglow with hope, nods vigorously. It is evident that the boy has transitioned from an impassioned youth to a figure of youthful literature. The scene accelerates once more. Today, the boy's mother wears a worried expression, clutching a uniquely packaged bottle of water. Su-yi, come home for dinner. The boy appears older and is preparing to return home, but he notices that the little girl seems troubled, as if grappling with something difficult to articulate. What is wrong? You seem even more upset today. The little girl struggles to express herself, casting a concerned glance at the water bottle in the boy's mother's hand. Who has been bullying you again? Why are you always being picked on at school? Should I come to your school someday? No, it's not necessary, the little girl stammers. Just give that bully an X in your mind. It's enough to never see such people again. Treat them as if they do not exist. Yet, the little girl appears to lack courage. There is nothing to fear. I am here, the boy reassures her, patting her hand gently, then striking a powerful pose with his fists. Yes, the little girl's eyes sparkle with renewed determination as she nods emphatically. That night, a fierce blaze engulfed the boy's home. The little girl, wielding a blood-stained kitchen knife, presented a terrifying sight, yet she was smiling. Suddenly, the scene plunged into darkness. Su-yuran's first act of murder was committed for my sake. At that moment, the mystery surrounding Su-yi's doubts was finally unraveled. Why was Su-yuran so deeply obsessed? Determined to become X, to experience everything herself? Her formidable psychic abilities led to a distortion in her memories, resulting in a complete transformation of her character. Why did she ultimately refer to herself as X? It was because she had declared that every child persecuted by the Father of Heaven was X, and she merely happened to be saved by a hero. Just as Su-yi believed the scene had concluded, it illuminated once more, this time, a hospital. The focus shifted to Su-yi lying in a hospital room, a close-up shot revealing no other figures, yet voices echoed. He had been in a coma for a week since that day. A steady male voice remarked, "Is there truly nothing we can do but leave it to fate, Liu?" A melodious female voice responded, "I have summoned the best neurosurgeon in this hospital. Who could have anticipated that he would suffer from such a severe condition? Relying solely on this notebook to confront the serial killer, He is truly remarkable. I aspire to learn from him. After a few sighs, the sound of footsteps gradually faded away. Suddenly, Su Yi in the scene jolted violently, as if he had plummeted from a great height, experiencing weightlessness. He slowly opened his eyes, and as he discerned his surroundings, a faint smile graced his lips. At last, he had returned. The corridor was filled with the echoes of a woman's voice. Team leader Luo Gufei, is dead. The scene abruptly halted, and suddenly, a surveillance video began to play. The figure who had knocked on Su Yi's door that day, clad in a black trench coat, revealed his face beneath the hood, an elongated visage with small eyes. It was none other than Luo Gufei. What on earth was happening? Before Su Yi could ponder further, he was expelled from the space, displaying the CG. Congratulations, Player Sui, for completing the third round of the demon game. Amnesia and the Murderer, rating, S-Class, bonus, Nightmare level solo extermination dungeon rewards, Destiny-bound blocker bonus of 10. Newcomers Leap tournament bonus of 30. Note, this is a Leap reward prepared for rookie players who achieve MVP in the first round of the game. The bonus for victory in the second round increases to 20, and in the third round to 30, continuing in this manner, with a maximum bonus of 100. In the event of game failure, the Leap tournament rewards will be immediately suspended. Experience points reward, 40, bonus, 16, monetary reward, 5 million. Bonus, 2 million. Item rewards, engraved honor gem, red special equipment, affectionate cloud shield, psychic staff, advanced spirit elixir, psychic nickname alias, spirit crystals X16, title reward, absolutely calm Yandere killer. Note 1. Title rewards are randomly dropped based on the player's performance in the game. Upon donning this title, one receives a 10 bonus to rewards for a single match, which becomes void once the game concludes and cannot be re-equipped, serving solely as a memento. Note 2. In a state of fervent obsession, maintain an utterly composed mindset, sever ties with the obsession while preserving bodily integrity, and ultimately allow the obsession to perish in the embrace of a masterful genius, the calm assassin. Such experience, truly deserving of a nightmarish level of solo eradication dungeons enhancement rewards. 56 experience points. This nearly equates to the experience accrued from 7 or 8 matches by others. Does this mean that after merely 3 matches, I shall ascend to the second tier of psychic prowess? And with such a plethora of reward items, simultaneously, the psychic forum has erupted in excitement. A universal announcement. The legendary deceiver, conqueror of the nightmarish solo eradication dungeon. S rank, evaluation. A flawless completion. This nightmarish dungeon, completed only once every few years, is typically conquered by the foremost disciples nurtured by sects or families, or by the resplendent newcomers of the official or dark guilds. In recent years, the name Legendary Deceiver has not been heard. Who could this Legendary Deceiver truly be? Such a moniker could possibly be a hidden card of the Dark Guild. Chapter 66, Special Red Equipment, inscribed with the Gem of Honor. Congratulations to the player for advancing in career level from Tier 1 to Tier 2. Ascending after merely 3 matches is remarkable. However, it remains uncertain what skills the Deceiver will awaken upon reaching Tier 2. Su Yi summoned the attribute panel. Player name, Su Yi. Title, the absolutely calm Yandere assassin, unequipped. The solo reasoning master, unequipped. The fated gambler, equipped. Player class, trickster. Class level, Tier 2. Experience, 116,300. Status, cursed. Death countdown, 52 days. Class trickery. Active acquired class card can be transformed into exclusive trickster class cards. Upon equipping, one may assume this class and gain access to certain skills associated with it. Equipped class trickery. Tier 1 Golden Spirit Master. Trickster Golden Spirit Master skill. Body of metal. Active the essence of metal envelopes the entire body, rendering it as resilient as gold, with fists and feet striking with the force of steel, impervious to sharp instruments. Metal defense. Active enhances weapons using the innate metal essence within, particularly formidable with a sword, rendering it invincible. The metal essence has a significant suppressive effect on spiritual entities. Hat trick. Active. After 3 consecutive effective attacks within 10 minutes, the system will display the accumulation count after each successful attack. Interruption resets the count. The trickster enters a state of heightened performance for 5 minutes, during which speed, spiritual energy, and attack power each increase by 30. Cooldown time is 3 hours. Gifted Trickster, passive, temporarily retained bestowed upon players highly compatible with the trickster. During the evaluation phase, successful verification allows for class promotion. Complete the Nightmare level solo Erasure dungeon once, and the multiplayer Erasure dungeon twice. Talent skill, unmatched control, special wielding unparalleled fortune, unleashing tumultuous waves of energy, rendering one unstoppable. For a specific independent event, regardless of how improbable the outcome may seem, the ideal result is assured. Today's usage count, 02, requires charging. This skill cannot charge automatically. Equipment, leg equipment, Windwalker boots, accessory 1. Thousand Gate ring, accessory equipment, equipment skills, Windwalker formation, Windwalker boots upon activation. Speed increases by 50 for 1 minute, with a cooldown of 1 hour. Items, teleportation compass, devil's revolver, engraved honor gem, red special equipment, affectionate cloud shield, spirit staff. High-level elixir, psychic nickname alias, spirit crystals X16. Quite impressive. A hat trick, it appears to be rather stylish. Furthermore, this gifted trickster seems to have the potential to elevate her trickster profession. Professions can indeed be advanced. This was not mentioned in the official experience manual released by Xiaoli. Su-Yi was still pondering over this skill when his gaze fell upon the 16 spirit crystals. All other thoughts faded away, for they were worth a staggering 16 million. At last, he would no longer have to scavenge for resources, as he could effortlessly replenish the energy of imperial duality. With this thought, Su-Yi wasted no time in using 10 spirit crystals on imperial duality, instantly maximizing its usage count. What a relief! Alas, today's usage count had already been reached. Su-Yi, feeling quite pleased, gazed at the upcoming rewards. Although the monetary reward might not be substantial, the item rewards were indeed delightful. He distinctly remembered that there was still a piece of red special equipment. According to the manual, equipment devoid of color in the demon game does not visibly differentiate in rank. Yet in reality, there exists a hierarchy of strength. 2 pieces of equipment may appear remarkably similar, yet one may far surpass the other in power. Above the colorless equipment, there exist blue, silver, gold, purple, and red equipment. The red equipment belongs to a special category. Its effects may not necessarily be the most potent, yet they are undoubtedly unique. Each piece of red equipment is an extraordinarily rare treasure, with some sects and families having flourished in the past due to the distinctive nature of a particular red item. As for the blue, silver, gold, and purple equipment, they are ranked in ascending order of strength according to their colors. However, any piece of colored equipment is already formidable. Possessing blue equipment is a hallmark of an elite psychic. Silver equipment is reserved for the most exceptional individuals, while gold equipment is typically controlled by families of considerable power. Purple equipment is even rarer, with only a single piece emerging every decade, making each one immensely precious. Acquiring purple or red equipment requires navigating dungeons of tremendous peril, where the difficulty is exceedingly high, and even successful completion does not guarantee a reward. One's evaluation plays a crucial role. Such dungeons are not easily encountered. Ultimately, it comes down to luck and chance. Entering dungeons for these coveted red and purple items is a classic case of money to be made, but life at stake. And only those confident and powerful psychics dare to venture inside. Others steer clear, unwilling to risk disappearing without a trace. Su-Yi produced an ancient, round jade pendant, its entire surface a brilliant crimson transparency, adorned with an engraving resembling a crown. Su-Yi picked up the jade pendant and scrutinized it intently in the air. Within the pendant, silver white and pale blue stars twinkled, creating a mesmerizing sight. Name, Jade of Honorable Inscription. Quality, red equipment. Type, accessory. Function, supreme honor. Players can stack and wear titles, displaying their honor to enhance their strength, without any limit, including titles already worn. Each title worn increases total strength by 3 for 5 minutes, with a cooldown of 24 hours. Description: honor must not be forgotten. The king returns home in glory, so showcase your honor with pride. Let your brilliance shine unabashedly. Note: prosperity that does not return home is akin to wearing splendid robes in the night. This suit he pondered for a moment. With 3 titles, he could enhance his total strength by 9. At first glance, this seemed reasonable. However, it is essential to understand that a typical psychic must endure approximately 30 games to reach the 3rd tier, given his current 100 title acquisition rate. If he were to gain a title in every match, it would take no longer than 10 matches to achieve a 30 increase. After 30 matches, that would amount to a staggering 90. Furthermore, this boost would be an unconditional enhancement of total strength, improving attack, defense, psychic power, stamina, and speed in all aspects, reaching a formidable level. What is even more crucial is that this enhancement is astonishingly without limit. This implies that as long as there are enough titles, an 800 increase is certainly feasible. Remarkably, as it stands, he can already achieve a direct and unconditional enhancement of 9 to his total strength, which is commendable in itself. Moreover, the potential for infinite stacking is a discovery that leads Sue-E to realize he could entirely adopt a stacking strategy. With the combination of the hat trick and supreme glory, an enhancement of 39 can be achieved. If one adds the 50 speed boost from the Wind Spirit formation for that crucial minute, upon unleashing one's full potential, a staggering 89 speed is attainable, akin to a catapulting start. As I further examine the gear that amplifies other attributes, along with the 2 powerful skills of the Gold Spirit Master, I can't help but wonder if I'm transforming into a berserker. How has my role as a trickster suddenly veered in such a direction? Each strike is impactful. I am indeed a trickster. Each slash is lethal. I remain a trickster. Nonetheless, regardless of the avenue of power enhancement, it is precisely what Sue-E requires at this moment. Confronting curses and the imminent ranked matches, survival is paramount. Chapter 67. Solo Nightmare Level Annihilation Dungeon S Completion. Explosive discussions on the Energy User Forum. Next up, Sue-E licked his lips. Name: Affectionate Cloud Shield. Quality: Blue Equipment. Type: Arm Guard Equipment. Function: Affectionate Cloud Shield. Instantly conjures a large oval shield of cloud, rendering the opponent's attacks akin to striking into a cotton cloud, becoming ensnared within it. 1-1. Cooldown 24 hours. Automatically recharges after 24 hours. Description: a massive, soft cotton shield. Note: who would have thought you could summon a giant marshmallow? Indeed, a life-saving piece of equipment. Onward. Sue-E suddenly experienced the thrill of unboxing. Name: Spirit Staff. Quality: Blue. Type: Weapon. Function: Mental Disruption. The staff unleashes a unique psychic attack, causing mental interference to enemies, the intensity of which depends on the opponent's capabilities, lasting for 10 seconds. Usage is limited to 2-2. Upon depletion, it will be irreparably damaged. Description: this staff, once wielded by an elderly psychic mage, has aged but still possesses a remarkable psychic potency. Remarks: the final words of the aged mage serve as a warning. Some individuals should learn to be content. Such a formidable skill, usable twice, should bring you joy. As Sue-E contemplated a few remarks about the equipment's wear and tear, his gaze fell upon the note. A parting message meant to provoke foresight. Indeed fitting for an elderly psychic mage. One must show respect. Ahem. Quite splendid. Truly a remarkable piece of equipment. I shall indulge in my secret delight. However, it is true that if such an item could be utilized repeatedly, it would indeed be excessively powerful. At the very least, it should rank as golden equipment. It is essential to recognize that in the heat of battle, a mere second can alter the course of fate. Next is the item. Name: Advanced Elixir. Type: Item. Function: upon consumption, it restores bodily injuries, heals wounds, and alleviates some toxins. While its effects are potent, it should be used cautiously in life-threatening situations. Timely application is crucial, as the elixir cannot revive the dead. Description: a premium concoction crafted by alchemists. It is a rare remedy that cures all ailments. Remarks: an excellent potion, Congratulations, you have gained a second chance at life. Name, Spirit Crystal. Type, Item. Function, supplements the spiritual energy of various charging skills. Description, some powerful skills cannot recharge autonomously, thus necessitating the use of spirit crystals for energy replenishment. Note, an essential item for energy practitioners venturing outside. Everyone must carry one. Furthermore, the final item, Spirit Nickname Alteration Token. Name, Spirit Nickname Alteration Token. Type, Item. Function, an exclusive item for tricksters, usable solely by them. Is a disposable item that, upon use, allows an energy practitioner to adopt an additional nickname identical to the original, which can be completely concealed. It can also be utilized in contract signing, demon games, ranked matches, energy practitioner forums, etc. If a player is mentioned in a forum announcement, they may freely choose one of their nicknames for various leaderboards and rankings. Similarly, they can select one to place after their ranking, allowing for the insertion of an alternative nickname. Description, exclusive to tricksters, this obscure item, while players can already completely conceal their nicknames, raises the question, when you need to reveal your nickname, will you feel a tinge of embarrassment? Note, in the world of martial arts, one cannot avoid danger. A secondary identity is a means of survival. Do not bully my alternate identity. If this continues, I shall have to unveil my main identity. This item appears quite intriguing. It is undeniable that it lives up to the reputation of a nightmare-level solo annihilation dungeon. Aside from one piece of growth-type, red equipment, there are also 2 pieces of blue equipment, and an impressive 56 experience point were gained, leading to an immediate promotion to the second tier, soaring to new heights. He felt a surge of joy as he departed from the reward space. Suddenly, he was thrust back into the reality of the esports hotel. He immediately glanced at the schedule for the next demonic game, noting with dismay that it was only 48 hours away. His mind raced with curses. What was going on? Not even a plowing ox endured such relentless toil. It seemed he had barely settled in before he was once again faced with the peril of life and death. He had initially anticipated a 2-day interval for his first game and a 5-day gap for the last. He had hoped this time would extend even further, as it was customary for regular psychics to enter the game within a span of 5 to 30 days. However, he discovered that 5 days was not merely the lower limit, but could very well become the upper limit for his participation in the demonic game. What was a lower limit for others had become his upper limit. This was infuriating. Moreover, all 3 of the games he had entered were invariably of the annihilation variety. Was this a curse in the form of a debuff? He pressed his temples, contemplating the situation. On the other hand, he recognized that what he truly lacked at this moment was time. The tightly packed schedule of games, paradoxically, was a boon for him. Annihilation games offered higher rewards, allowing him to accelerate his growth in strength. Perhaps this was not merely a curse, but rather an unexpected buff. With a chuckle, he quickly shifted his mindset. He needed to strengthen himself promptly to meet the challenge of ranking among the top 3 in the upcoming matches. With this thought in mind, he hastily contacted Xiaoli. He still needed her assistance with his curse and the dispelling of his positioning. Although much time had passed in the game, only 24 hours had elapsed in reality. A total of 8 days had already gone by, and the 10-day limit for obstructing his positioning was fast approaching. He needed to dispel the positioning as soon as possible. When the call was made, the atmosphere seemed rather noisy. And Xiaoli exchanged only a few words before ending the conversation. However, it was evident that Xiaoli was quite elated by Yi's safe return. Soon after, he received a message from Xiaoli containing the address of the Dongning team's office, which also served as their base. Glancing at the map, Yi estimated that a taxi ride would take approximately half an hour. Yet, with both Xiaoli and Captain Zhongning absent and not expected to return for another 2 hours, it felt somewhat awkward to head over at that moment. He opened his computer, cracked open a can of cola from the refrigerator, and began to browse the Psionicist forum. As soon as he accessed the forum, a bold announcement flashed across the screen. He accidentally sprayed cola everywhere. Forum announcement. Players. Legendary Fraudster. Nightmare level, solo, annihilation, dungeon cleared. S rank, evaluation. Perfect completion. What has drifted past my eyes? Sue, he hurriedly wiped the spilled cola from his mouth, relieved that he had turned his head away from the computer. Otherwise, his keyboard would have been drenched. What was going on? Why was he being publicly acknowledged across the entire server? Was it customary to be announced for completing a nightmare-level solo dungeon? Intrigued, he clicked into the announcement and was met with another sensational piece of news. The ranking matches had been moved up. Moreover, this change occurred right after Su Yi's achievement in the nightmare-level solo dungeon. It appeared as though his completion of the dungeon had precipitated the rescheduling of the ranking matches. Many users on the forum were expressing their astonishment, speculating about the identity of this legendary fraudster. The fact that even the steadfast ranking matches had been altered due to his actions stirred considerable excitement within the Psionicist community. The ranking competition has been postponed to 12 days later. Su, he muttered a curse under his breath. How infuriating. He already had limited time to enhance his abilities, and now this ranking competition would further compress his schedule. Regardless of the circumstances, his foremost priority was to survive. Strengthening his abilities had become an urgent necessity. Su Yi could scarcely wait to seek out Zhang Ning and explore any possible methods to lift the curse. If that proved futile, he would immediately dive into the game. However, since he had managed to survive today, there were matters to attend to. That is spending money. He still had 6 million at his disposal, along with 6 spirit crystals sufficiently abundant. No matter what, he must first acquire a residence. A place to call home would provide him with a sense of stability and purpose, allowing him to establish himself. Chapter 68, second nickname, Falling E, National Master. Ichio Big Shot, legendary con artist. Who could they possibly be? Author. I love riding rockets. This esteemed individual is the third to conquer the nightmare-level solo annihilation dungeon this year. Yet he is the first to achieve an S rank completion. Oh no, he is actually the first in nearly 8 years to attain an S rank. Truly remarkable. The first completion this year was by the Dark Guild Shadow Mage, who obtained an A rank, while the second was Zhou Jinduan from the Zhou family in the capital, achieving a B rank. It is astonishing that this year has seen such a gathering of exceptional talents. Typically, one would emerge every 3 years. Yet now 3 have surfaced in a single year. Is a change in the tides imminent? Moreover, it is peculiar that the ranking competition has never experienced a schedule alteration before. Yet this time, it has been advanced. Who exactly is the identity of the S-rank completionist, the esteemed legendary con artist? I surmise that it is still the Zhou family from the capital. I have heard that their clan currently holds the foremost position in the city, and the young spiritual practitioners they have cultivated in this generation are exceptionally formidable. It should not be me. Logically speaking, it must coincide with the announcement of the ranking matches. What a coincidence. Otherwise, how could this individual possibly influence the rescheduling of the ranking matches? Such an occurrence has never happened in the annals of spiritual practitioners' history. A prominent figure emerges, allowing us all to behold their grandeur. The esteemed Fraudster has intervened on my behalf. Fellow brothers and sisters, previously, I was mercilessly criticized for discovering a hidden, supreme profession, but at last, a renowned fraudster could no longer tolerate the skepticism and has stepped in to quell the dissenting voices. So what do you think? Is the fraudster not as powerful as I have asserted? Legendary fraudster, just listen to that name. How confident, how audacious, how carefree and unrestrained. Henceforth, this individual shall be my elder brother. My elder brother will undeniably have his place in the ranking matches. Let us all witness the rise of a legend together. A seer? Take them out and deal with them. Do not recklessly claim kinship. My elder brother does not lack for subordinates. Enough of the jesting. Do not ride the coattails of others. Their ID is legendary fraudster. How could you possibly mistake their profession as a fraudster? If you wish to see, they are a 5 elements spiritual master. To the original poster, have you not been criticized enough last time? The rise of the fraudster is a mere illusion. If the esteemed legendary fraudster truly is a fraudster, I shall live stream myself washing my hair while standing on my head. To the one above, I support you. I shall wash my feet while inverted. Upstairs, while one may have witnessed the spectacle of inverted hair washing, the sight of inverted foot washing remains a rarity. Perhaps next time, an opportunity for such a performance may arise. In an instant, posts of this nature surged in popularity, and discussion surrounding the legendary fraudster grew increasingly fervent. Su-yi had not anticipated the formidable challenge posed by the nightmare-level solo annihilation dungeon. Yet, upon reflection, it seemed reasonable. After all, if a powerful and well-titled psychic were to acquire the inscribed honor gem that he possessed, it would undoubtedly amplify their combat prowess exponentially within moments. He accessed his inventory, selecting to utilize the psychic alias of his alternate account. Please, Fraudster player, enter your nickname. Upon confirmation, this item will vanish and take effect. Sui pondered for a moment before deciding on a name. Ichio. Please confirm. Nickname is Ichio. Confirm. Nickname generated. Ichio. In that instant, Suyi's nickname field bore the addition of nickname. Ichio. The character E in his name was derived from the concepts of strategy and competition. Ichio also refers to the first professional Go player recorded in history. This name, Ichio, was bestowed upon him as he was widely recognized throughout the nation for his exceptional skill in the game of Go. He was a national champion known to all the feudal states, with his prowess celebrated in Danping, which hailed him as the progenitor of national chess. Among all the skilled players in the land, Ichio stood unparalleled. Entering the Devilish game, each match became a strategic duel akin to a chessboard. Su-yi deemed the nickname Ichio to be perfectly fitting. Upon revisiting the Psychic Trader Center, Su-yi had previously discerned that the items available in the Forum's Trading Center were devoid of high-quality equipment, consisting merely of commonplace tools and a selection of inferior-grade gear. Even the quest for a decent colorless item proved futile. His own Windwalker boots were somewhat exceptional among the colorless equipment. This aspect was also elucidated in the official manual. The Authentic City trading post would only be accessible upon reaching the third tier of psychic ability within the demon game. Generally, individuals resorted to primitive means, engaging in barter transactions. After perusing a few threads, Su-yi noted that the time was opportune for his departure to the office location of the psychic team in the Dongning district of Ning City. After more than half an hour, he indeed arrived at an area replete with towering office buildings, alongside several standalone office structures. The address provided by Shaoli corresponded to one such independent office building. After a brief search, Su-yi entered through the automatic doors. Upon entering, he beheld a man whose fashion choices were excessively avant-garde, reclining with his legs propped upon the reception desk. The man appeared mature, with hair dyed a striking gray-white, adorned with ostentatious black gemstone earrings, clad in a white suit complemented by a leopard print tie, and appeared to be in his 30s. Upon hearing the sound of the automatic door, he glanced up, but his expression dimmed upon recognizing Su-yi. The man resumed his lethargic demeanor, eyes fixated on his phone, his lips moving slightly. Don't mistake this place, young brother. We do not entertain any guests here. I am here to see Zhangning. Is she present? The man lifted his head, seemingly in a daze. Looking for her? What is the matter? I'm here to join the team. With a clang, the man nearly toppled over in his chair as he instinctively recoiled. Finally, he scrutinized Su-yi with a serious demeanor. A psychic, is it? Yes, please take a seat. The man, now fully awake, gestured to the space beside him. At this juncture, I did not anticipate the addition of a newcomer to our Dongning squad. Little brother, you appear quite dashing, reminiscent of my own style. Though your attire is somewhat unsophisticated, I shall gladly impart some fashion wisdom to you. You will undoubtedly captivate the hearts of the young ladies. With that, he playfully tousled his silver hair. Su-yi took a seat and glanced at the man's zebra-striped socks, remarking, well, it seems I have much to learn. Jiang Chuan, do not corrupt the newcomer, came the admonishing voice of Shaoli. Upon hearing her, Jiang Chuan returned to his lethargic demeanor and introduced himself to Su-yi. All right. My name is Jiang Chuan, as in the river Jiang and the mountains of Chuan. Su-yi nodded and also acknowledged the approaching Shaoli. Hello, I am Su-yi, as in Su Shi and the game of chess. Jiang Chuan chuckled, stretched his limbs, and covered his face with a hat from the table. I shall take a short nap. Last night was quite exhausting. Sleep well. Shaoli hurried over, promptly ushering Su-yi away. From now on, keep your distance from him. His morals are questionable and his character lacking. How so? Jiang Chuan interjected. He has 2 or 3 girlfriends. Does that not constitute a moral failing? This is indeed enviable. It seems that I must learn well from this fellow. Su Yi nodded to himself, pondering the implications of moral integrity. Furrowing his brow, he affirmed his thoughts. Chapter 69. The concerns of the Dongning team in the ranking matches. The independent office area was quite spacious, spanning approximately 7 to 800 square meters. Is this vast space truly meant for just the 6 of us? Su Yi recalled that Zhang Ning had mentioned that the Dongning team, including himself, comprised a total of 6 members. Yes, indeed. Typically, smaller teams consist of around 10 individuals, but our squad, while somewhat lacking in numbers at present, emphasizes quality over quantity, does it not? Xiaoli seemed to have an epiphany, cleared her throat lightly, and led Su Yi into Captain Zhang Ning's office. Captain, Su Yi has arrived. Zhang Ning was organizing documents, clad in her usual light-colored professional attire. Upon seeing Su Yi, a smile graced her lips. You've arrived at an opportune moment. First, allow me to congratulate you on your successful return home. Thank you, Captain. Su Yi held a favorable impression of Zhang Ning, considering her to be a beautiful and composed woman who graciously allowed him to benefit from her resources. The news regarding the curse has arrived. Additionally, due to your rare dual skills as a gold spirit master, the necessary equipment has been expedited on your behalf. Concerning the records of the curse, they are indeed quite scarce. We have already reached out to the Dan men for detailed information and sought potential solutions. We should have everything sorted before the ranking matches. Very well. I appreciate your assistance. No need for formalities. You are now one of us. Let us foster a harmonious relationship moving forward. Zhang Ning smiled, crossing her fair legs gracefully. By the way, Captain, I may have been tracked by the Dark Guild. A friend I met in the game helped me with a dispelling talisman, but it's about to expire. Su Yi indicated himself. The Dark Guild? You have entangled yourself with them? Zhang Ning inquired with a frown. I inadvertently interrupted one of their jump races, and they mentioned revenge. Su Yi replied with a slight pout. A jump race? It seems this individual from the Dark Guild has taken it personally. In the world of psionics, interrupting a jump race is akin to severing one's limbs, especially when dealing with vengeful and malevolent beings. Xiaoli interjected. The dispelling process is straightforward. Follow me. Now that you are part of the official ranks, should you encounter any issues in the future, feel free to consult with me. This is one of our privileges. Zhang Ning continued. Understood, Captain. Standing there, Zhang Ning guided him into an inner chamber, pointing to a pod resembling a space capsule. Without hesitation, Su Yi stepped inside. The pod door sealed shut, and a red little demon icon appeared on the display, as numerous fans inside began to whirl, filling the space with noise and a gentle breeze. When the door reopened, Zhang Ning gestured at the green smile displayed on the instrument. Is that it? Su Yi marveled as he exited the pod. Indeed, the world of psionics is extraordinary. You may select 2 pieces of equipment from here. These are resources allocated to you by the official ranks. Understand that receiving such resources typically requires at least a B-level merit. Zhang Ning elaborated, extending his hand to the side. Impressive. This time, they are quite generous. Xiaoli éclamet, het joy évident. Due to your esteemed profession and remarkable skills, you have garnered the admiration of the authorities, who have prioritized investment in your development as a gesture of goodwill. After all, within our regional team, aside from myself as the captain, the others are merely temporary members, as Zhang Ning elucidated. I comprehend. Oh, suis également approchit. Eyeing a total of 8 pieces of equipment. All were colorless, yet their efficacy surpassed that of items traded on the Psionic Forum. In terms of monetary value, they appeared to be quite substantial, each worth at least several million. After some deliberation, Su Yi selected 2 pieces that seemed the most practical. Name, Wind and Cloud Garb. Type, Armor Equipment. Function, when attacked, the equipped area gains a shield of 100 points. Only after the shield is breached will damage be taken. If the enemy breaches the shield in a single strike, the equipment will be damaged and irreparable. Description, a piece of armor with commendable defensive capabilities. Note, exercise caution, a single breach could lead to significant loss. As I have yet to acquire any armor, I must choose one. Name, Whirlwind Pearl. Type, consumable. Function, can be used by merely throwing it, instantly conjuring a small whirlwind at the target point. Description, a magical artifact that summons a small whirlwind, capable of addressing various situations. Note, a single pearl may very well save your life. Such consumable items typically possess effects that are more potent than those of sustainable equipment, often proving crucial in critical moments. Thus, Su-Yi opted for it. Just as Su-Yi finalized the selections, he suddenly noticed a man in his 30s standing behind him. Kulme, let us introduce ourselves. Lu Changyin appeared quite robust, clad in a work jacket and trousers, standing at approximately 185 meters, reminiscent of a special forces operative. Su-Yi responded. Noticing that Lu Changyin seemed somewhat reluctant to meet him, Zhang Ning began the introductions. Old Lu is a third-tier paladin, on the verge of ascending to the fourth tier, making him a formidable asset to our team. The other individual you just met, Jiang Chuan, is a third-tier bard. I am a fourth-tier water spirit master. Shaoli is a third-tier shapeshifter. There is also another member, Yuan Zidon, a third-tier fire spirit master, who is currently away from Doning. I shall introduce you to her at a later date. An atomic bomb? Su-Yi chuckled inwardly. I'm a first-tier gold spirit master. He nodded towards the three present. You must have perused the forum and are aware of the recent developments, Zhang Ning remarked, her brow furrowed. It's all due to that so-called legendary fraudster, with a name so ostentatious. It's clear he has no virtuous soul, likely affiliated with the Dark Guild. This has even led to the early commencement of the ranking matches. Shaoli exclaimed, her petite fists raised in indignation. All right, no need to press me further. Su-Yi thought to himself, clearing his throat. Ahem, what does an early ranking match imply? It signifies that we have less time to prepare, Zhang Ning replied, brushing her hair back from her forehead. The ranking matches entail the descent of spirits. Those regions that fail to secure a place among the top 3 in the city will face spirit descent. Thus, we must establish our positions in advance. Should we fail, we must promptly identify the source of the spirit descent and eliminate it. How shall we arrange ourselves with so few members? Su-Yi inwarded, puzzled. As a regional team, we need to reach out to local sects or families, as well as the free practitioners within the area. Communication and coordination are imperative, Zhang Ning stated candidly, expressing the reality of their situation. Given our limited numbers and overall strength, the East Ning district faces a significant risk of being overrun in the 8th zone of Ning City. If it weren't for Sister Zhang Ning, who belongs to the Zhang family, these clan members would never come to our aid. She continued, acknowledging the challenges they faced. There are still several strategic points that remain unoccupied, and suitable free practitioners are difficult to find. The Zhang family? The renowned Zhang family of Haicheng? Su-Yi recalled Chun Si-Yun's words. They underestimate our capabilities. Shaoli's cheeks flushed, revealing her genuine anger. Unfortunately, this is the truth. Our combat professions in East Ning are indeed poorly coordinated, which makes us appear weak to outsiders. However, with the addition of Su-Yi, a gold spirit master, I believe we will grow stronger. Zhang Ning encouraged the team, though she was acutely aware that Su-Yi was merely a first-tier gold spirit master. No matter how formidable, he would not be a significant asset in the crucial upcoming ranking matches. It was doubtful that they could rely on him for the next year or two. Zhang Ning sighed inwardly, uncertain of East Ning's future. Su-Yi nodded in understanding, grasping the current situation in East Ning. With time for arrangements dwindling, the pressure weighed heavily upon them. Certainly, as a novice psychic of the first tier, we shall not impose any demands upon you, nor shall we urge you to partake in the ranking matches, considering the high mortality rate among psychics in such contests. You are but a first-tier practitioner and require further development. Zhang Ning stated solemnly, concerned that Su-Yi might fret over his own situation. It matters not. I am willing to enter the ranking matches, for every additional person contributes to our strength. Su-Yi responded with a smile. Mind your own affairs. What use is an extra hand at your tier? Lu Changyin interjected loudly, having remained silent until now. Do not take offense. He is always like this. Though he is fundamentally a good person, Zhang Ning remarked with a smile. Upon hearing this, Lu Changyin turned sharply and exited the office, leaving without looking back. Delivering a parting remark. First here, if you wish to avoid demise, it would be prudent to remain quietly at home. Do not blame me for not warning you. His tone was chillingly indifferent, laced with a hint of scorn. Pay him no mind. He relishes in belittling others. I too have been subjected to his mockery, Xiaoli said, chuckling as she patted Su Yi on the shoulder. Su Yi shook his head, indicating that he was unfazed. While it did sound like mockery, there lingered an underlying suggestion to refrain from courting danger. Whether or not to participate in these ranking matches truly depended on the credibility of the official organization, the Damn Men. However, one thing was certain: his strength must not stagnate. Su Yi resolved to complete his tasks and then return home to rest well. Preparing to immerse himself in the game ahead of time, he must grow stronger, allowing no room for complacency. Chapter 70. A New Game. The demon key cage. Upon Su Yi's calm inquiry, he was promptly ushered out of the office by Zhang Ning. Stepping outside, he inhaled the fresh air and soon discovered a remittance notification on his phone. Your savings card received a transfer of 1,000,000 from Zhang Ning on August 14th at 19:15. Note: housing subsidy, current balance 8,601,256. Could this be the prowess of a wealthy woman? It was evident that Zhang Ning had personally funded this amount. While $1,000,000 may not suffice to purchase a home, it certainly provided Su Yi with ample resources to sustain himself for quite some time. This team leader truly exhibited a remarkable level of thoughtfulness. Reflecting on Zhang Ning's fair, long legs, Su Yi silently acknowledged the hidden challenge she presented. Suddenly, his motivation waned. Su Yi then opened his phone and contacted a well-known local real estate agency. Deciding to search for a well-appointed apartment nearby, ready for immediate occupancy. Although not situated in the heart of Ning City, it was undeniably located at the city's core, offering great convenience for the Dongning team's operations. Moreover, being in a semi-suburban area, it was part of a commercial district. Despite the numerous buildings, most were office towers and corporate parks. After a brief conversation, he discovered that property prices here were quite reasonable compared to the city center. The agent, not keeping Su Yi waiting long, hurried over upon learning of his intent to finalize a deal that very evening. She was a professional-looking woman, donned in a fitted shirt and pencil skirt. After discussing the layout and environment via her iPad, the agent guided Su Yi, and it wasn't long before he reached a decision. The Qingchuan residence, located just 2 kilometers from the Dongning team's office, would be his new home. A villa that was just listed yesterday has come to my attention. The owner, in haste to sell due to an overseas trip, has never occupied the beautifully renovated property since its completion. After a thorough cleaning by a housekeeping service, it serendipitously crossed paths with Su Yi. Spanning an area of 200 square meters, the villa features 2 floors and a basement, adorned with understated luxury, and is priced at a minimum of $5 million. Su Yi promptly decided to purchase it for a total of $5 million, arranging to complete the payment today. Upon contacting the seller, there was no hesitation. They swiftly signed the contract, with the transfer of ownership to be finalized within 3 days. After returning to the hotel, Su Yi finally indulged in a restful slumber, free from the anxiety of potential amnesia upon waking. Although his body would revert to its original state after exiting the instance, Su Yi had invested considerable emotion in the previous narrative, compounded by the overthinking that accompanied his temporary memory loss. Consequently, he fell into a deep sleep, lasting a remarkable 16 hours. Upon awakening, he glanced at the time and refreshed himself. The title reward he received directly elevated him to a 20 advancement. As he pondered this, he also indulged his culinary desires. He adorned himself with all his titles for the first time before entering the game early. Player name: Su Yi. Titles: Absolutely Calm Yander, a Killer, equipped. Lone Genius Detective, equipped. Destiny's Fated Gambler, equipped. Player class: Deceiver. Class level: Tier 2. Experience: 116,300. Status: Cursed. Death countdown: 51 days. Class: Deception. Active acquired class card can be transformed into exclusive cards for the Deceiver class, and once equipped, can assume that class, gaining access to certain skills. Profession: Fraudulent Gold Spirit Master. Fraudulent Gold Spirit Master skills. Golden Body. Active. The essence of the golden spirit envelopes the entire being, rendering the body as resilient as gold, with strikes as formidable as steel, impervious to ordinary weapons. Golden Weapon Empowerment. Active amplifies the weapon's potency using the innate golden spirit energy, particularly enhancing swords to become indomitable, with the golden spirit energy exhibiting a restraining effect on spiritual entities. Hat Trick. Active after 3 consecutive successful attacks within 10 minutes. The system will indicate the accumulation of successful hits, with interruptions resetting the count. The Fraudulent Master enters a state of heightened prowess for 5 minutes, during which speed, spirit energy, and attack power each increase by 30. The cooldown period is 3 hours. Gifted Fraudulent Master. Passive, temporarily retained bestowed upon players exceptionally compatible with the Fraudulent Master. Upon passing the verification stage, successful completion may lead to a career advancement, requiring the completion of a nightmare-level single-player extermination dungeon once and a multiplayer extermination dungeon twice. Innate skill. Unmatched command. Special harnesses unparalleled fortune to unleash surging tides of momentum, rendering the master unstoppable. For specific independent events, regardless of how improbable, an ideal outcome is assured. Today's usage limit. 2-2 requires charging. This skill cannot recharge automatically. Equipment. Arm Guard. Embrace of the Cloud Shield. Armor. Garb of Winds. Leg Equipment. Windwalker Boots. Accessory 1. Engraved Gem of Honor. Accessory 2. Ring of 1,000 Gates. Equipment skills. Supreme Honor. Engraved Gem of Honor players can stack and wear titles, showcasing their honor to enhance their strength. With no upper limit, including previously worn titles. Each title worn increases total strength by 3 for a duration of 5 minutes, with a cooldown of 24 hours. Embrace of the Cloud Shield. Instantly releases a cloud mass, forming a large oval shield that renders opponents' attacks as if striking into a cotton cloud, ensnaring them within. 1-1. Cooldown. 24 hours. Automatically recharges after 24 hours. Garb of Winds. When attacked, the equipped area gains a shield of 100 points. Damage is only taken after the shield is broken. If the enemy breaks the shield in a single strike, the equipment is damaged and cannot be repaired. Windwalker Formation. Windwalker Boots. Upon activating the formation, speed increases by 50 for 1 minute, with a cooldown of 1 hour. Items. Teleportation Compass. Demon's Revolver. Spirit Staff. Whirlwind Pearl. Advanced Elixir. Spirit Crystals. X6. Upon awakening, Su-Yi once again heard the familiar voice. Welcome to the Demon Game. Do you wish to obtain extraordinary power? Do you desire astonishing wealth? Then, strive to win the Demon Game and survive. This game is titled The Demon Key Prison. Player Permissions. Restricted Game. Attention! Should any player engage in acts of violence and be deemed in violation, that player shall meet an immediate demise. Victory Conditions. Survive within the confines of the Demon Key Prison. Failure. Annihilation. Su-Yi remained silent, realizing he was ensconced in a chamber approximately 100 square feet in size, with white porcelain tiles beneath his feet and gray walls surrounding him, including the ceiling. Beside him stood 2 individuals, both displaying expressions of surprise. One was a strikingly beautiful young woman, possessing an alluring figure, dressed in a revealing outfit consisting of a tank top and shorts, exuding a fiery charisma. The other was a bespectacled gentleman, impeccably suited, appearing rather refined and slightly mature. Likely several years Su-Yi's senior, reminiscent of a wealthy scion. As Su-Yi assessed the pair, they too were scrutinizing him. Dressed in a simple yet clean white shirt and black casual trousers, Su-Yi remained the most impassive among the trio, rendering his intentions inscrutable. The reason for the surprise etched on the faces of the two was evident to him. They had undoubtedly learned that this game was one of annihilation. This marked Su-Yi's 4th encounter with such a lethal game, and he felt no astonishment. This had become a norm, numbing him to the experience. In this room, the 3 formed a team to engage in a demon duel against other groups, vying for victory to obtain the demon key. Failure would result in the annihilation of 1 team member. Chapter 71. Demon Duel. Smiling explosive. So, we are allies. The fiery young woman exhaled, addressing the two. Zhou Jinrui. The suited man promptly introduced himself. Suyi Ediblaiv. He also announced his name, and, after perusing the official manual, he realized that concealing one's identity in the game seemed rather unnecessary. Countless individuals across vast lands bore the same name, and moreover, the official records of psychics were encrypted, making it exceedingly difficult for others to trace one through mere nomenclature. "I am Wan Meiyun," declared the vivacious girl. At that moment, a door unexpectedly appeared on the gray wall before them. The three exchanged glances, and the game commenced. Approaching the door, Wan Meiyun grasped the handle first, pulling down and pushing it open. To their astonishment, they found themselves in an identical room, still within the same chamber of white floor tiles and gray walls. However, upon their entrance, another door materialized on the opposite wall, and three individuals stepped through. Once all three had entered, yet another door appeared, allowing the trio to enter once more. Subsequently, all three doors vanished simultaneously. It appeared that these were the two other teams that would be engaged in the demonic duel alongside their own. Suyi Musit. The first team to arrive comprised three individuals. A middle-aged man wearing sunglasses, exuding an air of maturity and gravity, accompanied by two younger individuals, one male and one female. The male exhibited a grim demeanor, his expression reflecting deep-seated grievances. How unfortunate to encounter a blind man, he thought. The female furrowed her brow and closed her eyes, seemingly awaiting the game's rules. The last team to arrive was composed entirely of youthful women, all possessing commendable looks. Dressed in formal attire that could only be described as standardized uniforms, snug red tank tops paired with white jackets and shorts. The uniformity of their attire suggested they were not a hastily assembled group. The three individuals were already acquainted, having entered the demonic game together. Was this truly possible? Before Su-yi could ponder further, an eerie and sinister voice echoed once more. Demonic duel, smiling explosive. Black versus green versus red. The rules were as follows. To prevent excessive bloodshed, 3 exclusive chambers were conjured within the demon's lair. No sooner had the words been spoken than 3 chambers materialized in the center of the room, and a black demon emblem appeared on Su-yi's hand. Glancing at his companions, the trio nodded in agreement, confirming their shared fate. As they approached to inspect the chambers, Su-yi noticed that one bore the emblem of the black demon. He attempted to open it and succeeded with ease. However, the chambers marked with green and red emblems remained firmly shut. Observing the remaining 6 individuals, who were likewise examining the symbols on their hands, Su-yi began to comprehend the situation. The teams were divided by color, each assigned an exclusive chamber, and he belonged to the black team. Each team should proceed to draw lots for their order, the voice announced. As the words faded, a crimson pedestal emerged at the center of the 3 exclusive chambers. The pedestal was expansive, yet presently, it held only a transparent box. Inside the box lay 3 badges. Among the female team, one with long black hair, presumably the leader, stepped forward first to draw a badge. Zhou Jinrui followed suit, retrieving another badge, while the last remaining female member of another team took the final one. Zhou Jinrui returned, badge in hand, and before Su-yi and Wan Meiyun, he opened it. The badge was designed like a pocket watch, and, upon opening, a large numeral 1 materialized before Su-yi's eyes. The selection process has concluded, with the black team taking the first position, the red team in second, and the green team in third. Each team must select 1 member to enter the demolition chamber and undertake the task of detonation. Subsequently, the teams must sequentially place their chosen explosives in 3 designated rooms within a minute. Failure to do so renders the attempt void, allowing the next team to proceed. It is imperative to adhere to the prescribed order. Any deviation from this will result in an immediate loss for the offending team. The act of placing explosives will continue in a cyclical manner, and should only 1 member remain alive in the demolition chamber, that team shall be declared victorious. To prevent an endless cycle, if no one is eliminated by the explosives by the end of the first round, all participants will perish, and the game will conclude abruptly. Thus, let the selection of explosives commence. The player in the first position, please make your choice, followed by subsequent selections in order. Once selections are finalized, they cannot be altered. You have a time frame of 5 minutes to complete your choices. Any delays will be attributed to the responsible team. In an instant, 3 glass stand appeared on the red podium, each showcasing a black explosive the size of a baseball. All teams approached to examine the distinctions among the 3 black explosives. Su-yi scrutinized them closely. Although the colors were identical and each bore a small fuse, their appearances varied. The first was a small devil with 2 pointed horns. The second depicted a devil wielding a tiny fork, and the third portrayed a devil peacefully sleeping with closed eyes. Below each explosive, the glass stand bore the inscriptions 60, 75, and 90, respectively. After exchanging glances, the trio of Su-yi instinctively regrouped. "So, do you perceive anything?" Won Meiyun inquired softly. Zhou Jinrui's expression remained unchanged. At present, the distinctions among these explosives are still unclear, making it difficult to make a selection. The significance of these numbers and the characteristics of the bombs remains a mystery. We need to examine these explosives cautiously, but if touching them equates to making a choice, it complicates matters. We may have to proceed with a tentative approach, perhaps starting with either the highest or the lowest number to avert any unforeseen consequences. Su-yi shared this sentiment and nodded slightly. Let us proceed with caution. Time is of the essence, and we have only 5 minutes. Having reached a consensus, the trio moved towards the display table, while the other 2 teams fixed their gaze intently on Su-yi's group. Zhou Jinrui extended his hand towards the explosive labeled Sleep Demon with the number 90. Suddenly, a panel appeared before them, asking the team members if they confirmed the explosive. Won Meiyun exclaimed joyfully, "That's wonderful." The trio instinctively chose to cancel the selection, and Zhou Jinrui began meticulously examining each explosive. Yet, there seemed to be little clarity. Do you not find it peculiar that these explosives do not align well with their glass supports? After you placed it down, the first explosive has been quivering slightly, he remarked. Indeed, Won Meiyun whispered in surprise, glancing at Su-yi. Upon hearing this, Zhou Jinrui hastily picked up the first explosive to compare it with the glass base. Subsequently, as if having made a discovery, he reached for the second explosive. So that is how it is. Zhou Jinrui's expression turned serious, and without further ado, he swiftly began to operate with both hands. Su-yi nodded, instinctively sensing the gravity of the situation. He felt a surge of relief, realizing that Zhou Jinrui appeared to be a commendable teammate. This was Su-yi's first engagement in a team battle, and naturally, he wished for companions who would not hinder progress. Even those who merely coasted along would be preferable to someone reckless, heedless of advice. Such an individual would indeed spell disaster. Completed, Zhou Jinrui announced. Suddenly, the 3 explosive devices before Su-yi and his companions emitted a low, devilish chuckle. The sleep demon awakened, its eyes snapping open, casting a projection onto the platform, a capital P. Chapter 72, 60 selection. My luck has always been rather favorable. The remaining teams in the room, fixated on the stage, captivated. Its probability, Zhou Jinrui murmured. Indeed, in school, we denote probability with P. Won Meiyun chimed in cheerfully. Sui nodded in agreement. The implication was now unmistakable. The numbers corresponding to the glass supports indicated the probability of the explosive devices detonating. Zhou Jinrui squinted, seemingly lost in contemplation. Exactly. This aligns with what was stated in the rules earlier. Due to the probabilities, there exists the possibility of all 3 surviving, as well as the sequential alternation he mentioned. Won Meiyun added thoughtfully. As Zhou Jinrui pondered, he glanced at the clock. 3 minutes and 10 seconds had elapsed. The positions of the 3 explosive devices did not correspond with the glass bases. The one with narrowed eyes represented 1. The 2-cornered one represented 2. And the one with 3 prongs indicated 3. A rather straightforward riddle, which, even if the base proves unsuitable, can be approached through trial and error, presents no significant challenge. Now, by restoring the positions of these explosives, the corresponding probabilities emerge, indicating that the probabilities aligned with the explosives are indeed accurate. As Zhou Jinrui recounted the earlier events, he appeared to be seeking clarity through his narration. This riddle was crafted solely to consume the player's contemplation time, prompting Zhou Jinrui to inwardly curse its cunning design. What was there to deliberate? He should opt for the highest probability, 90. Wang Meiyun, observing Zhou Jinrui's continued deliberation, interjected. Yet, Zhou Jinrui shook his head. Sensing that it wasn't so simple, he required further time for contemplation. The clock was ticking. Wang Meiyun remarked, "Wait just a moment longer." Zhou Jinrui pressed his lips together, his mind still grappling with the collision of rules and probabilities. The allotted time felt insufficient. He needed more time to comprehend. Just as he felt the answer was within reach, a voice broke through the silence. "Choose 60, Su," he stated calmly. Realizing time was nearing the 4-minute mark, Su swiftly selected 60 and pressed the confirm button, awaiting his teammates' agreement. He meticulously organized what seemed to be a complex set of rules, which in truth was quite simple and could be distilled into a few sentences. Each individual would take turns attacking one another with the explosives, and the last person standing would claim victory. Zhou Jinrui glanced at the timer, aware that time was running short. After a moment's reflection and observing Su Yi's composed demeanor, he pressed agree. Time was of the essence. Su Yi reminded him, "Why not choose 90? Although Wang Meiyun inquired verbally, she had already pressed the button of agreement. "I have always been fortunate." Su Yi finally broke into a smile. "Ah." Wang Meiyun was taken aback, her brows raised high in astonishment. Zhou Jinrui also twitched the corner of his mouth, realizing that the composed demeanor he had just displayed was merely a ruse to deceive his teammates. Nevertheless, perhaps 60 truly was the optimal choice. Zhou Jinrui nodded slightly. The other two teams observed the situation of Su Yi and his companions closely. Subsequently, the red team's long-hair member stepped forward and, after a mere 3 seconds, opted for a 90 explosive. The blue team, represented by the sole female member, selected the remaining 75 explosive. Judging by the expressions of the other two teams, it was evident they had grasped the significance of these numbers. After all, everyone had witnessed the projection that had just been displayed. It shouldn't be too difficult to deduce the implications, Su Yi mused. As the 5 minutes elapsed, the demon duel commenced, instructing each team to select a member to enter the explosive chamber for a duel within the time limit. In the event of indecision, a forced vote would ensue. Should a member receive 2 votes, they would be chosen to enter the chamber, while a tie would result in a random selection of one individual. No sooner had the announcement concluded than a long-haired girl with a side ponytail stepped forward from the red team, entering the designated explosive chamber without the slightest hesitation. The serious long-haired member of the red team fixed her gaze intently on her as she walked in. Su Yi thought to himself, is it truly wise for the red team leader to engage in such a probabilistic game with a hairstyle so fraught with danger? The three of them huddled together, sizing each other up when Wang Meiyun was about to speak, only to be interrupted by a nearby quarrel. Why is it me? Choose wisely if you must select someone. Surely it would be this blind fool. His demise would matter little, for he will only hinder us. The lone young man from the blue team began to shout. Let's vote. The women of the blue team remained silent, their expressions devoid of warmth. What is this? What are you thinking? The man grew agitated, his voice rising once more. The women of the blue team shook their heads in silence, their gazes sharp. From the outset of this game, with the drawing of positions, the outcome seemed all but predetermined. Thus, it was better to vote out a teammate who was oblivious to the concept of collaboration. After the votes were cast, the young man's expression shifted from anger to a sullen demeanor. He stood silently, his gaze filled with animosity towards the woman of the blue team. Meanwhile, the middle-aged man in sunglasses maintained an impassive countenance, even as the young man hurled insults at him. Wang Meiyun's voice pulled Su Yi back from his reverie. We have selected 60. Is our probability of victory substantial? Wang Meiyun stated plainly, casting a glance at Su. We are not truly relying on luck, are we? There's a chance of winning, Zhou Jinrui responded. Really? Then perhaps I should take the lead. Wang Meiyun raised an eyebrow, surveying the two. Is there such a reliable teammate? Su Yi also arched an eyebrow. Though he had not participated in team battles before, he had witnessed the earlier display of the blue team and understood that such temporary alliances were devoid of trust, merely striving for individual gain. When it came to matters of elimination and survival, how could anyone allow events to unfold at their whim? Certainly, no one would be willing to shoulder the risk. Why was Wan Meiyan deviating from the expected script? Nonetheless, this time, he would have to take matters into his own hands. He remained uncertain about the subsequent circumstances, pondering whether the elimination of a team member would indeed place the team at a disadvantage. As it stands, the team exhibited three distinct colors: black, blue, and red. Yet the rationale behind these choices seemed utterly arbitrary. Did this imply the existence of corresponding colors, such as white for black, and perhaps an entire spectrum of rainbow colors like orange, yellow, green, blue, and purple for other teams? After all, the current game had evolved into a confrontation of black versus blue versus red. In this scenario, Su-yi was determined to prevent any premature losses for the team while simultaneously earning the trust of his teammates. It was crucial to recognize that in critical moments, votes would be cast. Thus, cultivating personal rapport was essential. Furthermore, Su-yi had devised an infallible strategy for this round: the unmatched sovereign opening, an unstoppable force. He resolved to take a definitive stance, willingly assuming the risk of elimination, paving the way for more agreeable negotiations in subsequent rounds. Should circumstances prove unfavorable, Su-yi could always step back. He cast a glance at Wan Meiyan and decided to pursue her. Her unconventional play compelled him to respond with even greater unpredictability. Chapter 73. Let me go. It's too dangerous. You should stay. Zhou Jinrui glanced at Su-yi, then turned his gaze towards Wan Meiyan. There was a chance of victory, though not a guaranteed one. Without waiting for Wan Meiyan's reply, Su-yi immediately interposed himself before her. I will go, he declared, flashing a radiant smile at Wan Meiyan. As I mentioned, my luck is quite favorable. Wan Meiyan was taken aback, her lips parting in surprise, not anticipating that this man would suddenly make such a statement. She looked at Su-yi, questioning, "Are you serious?" "I couldn't be more sincere," Su-yi replied, his gaze softening as he looked at Wan Meiyan. Wan Meiyan and Su-yi locked eyes, momentarily taken aback by the tenderness in his gaze. Was such softness truly necessary? Wan Meiyan instinctively recoiled. You proposed the 60 chance. You must realize this game carries considerable risk, with a substantial probability of loss. Zhou Jinrui observed Su-yi, his gaze flitting about, seemingly attempting to discern the depths of Su-yi's character. Probability? Regardless, my luck is rather favorable. Allow me to take her place. Su-yi articulated each word with clarity, initially feigning ignorance, only to later inform Wan Meiyan that his actions were motivated by her welfare, an astute move that served dual purposes. Zhou Jinrui began to find Su-yi increasingly perplexing. Earlier, he had considered this teammate a promising asset, boosting their chances of victory. Yet now he perceived something distinctly odd about him. One might argue that he lacked intelligence, for he had indeed been the first to notice the erratic explosive device, demonstrating keen observational skills, and subsequently suggested the 60 option. Conversely, if one would deem him clever, he exhibited a certain naivete, appearing oblivious to the rationale behind his selection of the 60 risk, especially when another had proposed to shoulder the danger first, yet he eagerly volunteered. His justification was merely that he possessed good fortune. Could such a teammate truly exist? Zhou Jinrui's expression was one of amusement. The persistent treachery and deceit within the game compelled Wan Meiyan to analyze Su-yi's actions. However, the realization that he, like herself, was willing to embrace the risks of this game left her momentarily speechless. Just like her, he had staked his very life. Could there be any pretense in that? It was essential to note that even if others were to resurrect, it would come at steep cost. Was there any valid reason to doubt his sincerity? Wan Meiyan cast a glance at Zhou Jinrui, evidently recognizing that he had arrived at the same conclusion. Are you capable of resurrection? Wan Meiyan inquired tentatively. Resurrection? Not at all, Su-yi responded, a hint of perplexity in his expression, yet his gaze remained gentle as it lingered on Wan Meiyan. No resurrection? Wan Meiyan was momentarily taken aback. Did that mean they were to simply accept their fate? Was he not concerned for his life? How did he attain this rank? What tier of energy manipulator are you? Third tier? Wan Meiyan pressed on. I am of the first tier, Su-yi replied with a smile. First tier? Wan Meiyan could not help but exclaim softly. How could I be matched with someone of the first tier? Her beautiful eyes narrowed slightly, doubt creeping in. It was evident that this game could not possibly be for first-tier players. Is your rank considerably high? Suis inuited, perpliet. Third tier, Won Meiyun gently stated. Zhou Jinrui, however, remained silent, his eyes narrowing as he asked, "Are you truly only of the first tier?" "This is my fourth game," Su Yi affirmed, his gaze sincere. Perhaps this was the reason for his candidness? Both Zhou Jinrui and Won Meiyun entertained this thought simultaneously upon hearing his words. They chose not to dwell on their doubts. After all, actions often reveal one's mindset. As long as Su Yi was genuinely willing to proceed, there seemed no reason to question his assertions. You must understand that there is no resurrection. This is a game of annihilation. If you are obliterated, it truly signifies death, Won Meiyun remarked straightforwardly, curious to see how Su Yi would respond to the gravity of her statement. "Very well, I shall take your place," Su Yi replied succinctly, his gaze growing ever more tender, as if Won Meiyun were the sole focus of his attention. In the previous instance, Su Yi had not learned much else. However, being treated so tenderly by Su Yuran for several days had allowed him to imitate her with remarkable precision. A shiver ran down Won Meiyun's spine. What could possibly explain such a gaze directed at a former lover? "Do I know you? Should I perhaps take my leave instead?" Won Meiyun ventured once more, her lips twitching slightly. "Allow me to go. It's far too perilous for you to proceed." Su Yi smiled gently at Won Meiyun, accepting the explosive from Zhou Jinrui's hands, and sauntered towards the designated demolition room with an air of nonchalance. "I am quite fortunate. There is no need for you to worry about me. Is it possible that I am not worrying about you at all?" Won Meiyun, who had never experienced romance before, found herself blushing under the intense gaze of a man. Su Yi, with his naturally handsome and refreshing features, gazed tenderly at the young girl, causing her delicate ears to redden slightly. Zhou Jinrui did not prevent Su Yi from taking the explosives, for the stakes were his life, and he preferred to have control over it. Of course, should Su Yi fail to grasp the correct course of action, Zhou Jinrui would offer guidance. As any decision in this endeavor should ideally be made with the consensus of the team or through a vote. Once Su Yi had fully entered the room, Won Meiyun toyed with a strand of hair framing her forehead and inquired of Zhou Jinrui, "Brother, what do you suppose he means by that?" "He has developed feelings for you," Zhou Jinrui replied, adding a layer of clarity to his earlier statement. "Has he truly come to care for me?" Won Meiyun was taken aback, her fair and proportionate legs swaying gently. "Initially, I willingly volunteered to breach the room, partly due to my faith in my brother's judgment, and partly to avoid an early confrontation with Su Yi. Su Yi's demeanor had been acceptable, and there seemed to be no need to jeopardize the unity of our team or reveal our sibling relationship, as we were, after all, a trio. However, when my brother hesitated to declare it a guaranteed victory, I sensed that he had perhaps already resolved to vote Su Yi out this round. To my surprise, he boldly stepped forward, his words seemingly centered around his own interests, yet his gaze was imbued with warmth. This nearly left Won Meiyun in a state of shock. After all, she had never encountered him before. Was this love at first sight? Such romance amidst a devilish game seemed utterly exaggerated. Could it truly exist? As these thoughts swirled in her mind, a blush crept across her cheeks. This man was genuinely stepping into the arena for her. As long as he did not engage in actions that threaten the team, I shall take his words at face value. "Let me witness your prowess, Su Yi," Zhou Jinrui mused, his gaze sharpening. Won Meiyun, however, vigorously shook her head, dismissing the thoughts that plagued her mind, now left to hope for Su Yi's safe return. Unbeknownst to her, her heart had begun to unconsciously pray for his survival. "You must come back alive." Meanwhile, Su Yi was in the room, stretching languidly and loosening his muscles. The devilish duel. Commence. With a chilling voice echoing, the battle was about to unfold. This round was already secured. Chapter 74 in. Grant me a soul-stirring shot. In Su Yi's room, a dazzling red light began to flicker both inside and outside, accompanied by a countdown timer that appeared outside the door, marking 1 minute. Calm and composed, he remained in the room with his eyes closed, leisurely contemplating the peculiar challenges that awaited him in the next round. As the seconds ticked away, Su Yi made no move, which caused Won Meiyun to grow increasingly anxious. Brother, why don't you try to communicate with him about how to navigate this game? Zhou Jinrui glanced at Wang Meiyun's fluttering eyelashes, understanding that she meant for him to convey the solution to Su Yi. No need. It seems he doesn't require my guidance. Noticing a hint of worry on Wang Meiyun's face, Zhou Jinrui shook his head. Meiyun, do not be so easily deceived by his few words. I'm not. Wang Meiyun pouted, her delicate nose scrunching up in protest. Right now, losing members in our team would be detrimental. She offered a timid explanation. Zhou Jinrui gently reassured her. Do not fret. We have a strong chance of securing the optimal solution, especially since we drew the first position in the lottery. We will take turns throwing explosive devices. The last one standing will claim victory, and our initial move must be offensive. Shouldn't we opt for the explosive device with a 90 detonation probability? Wang Meiyun queried, puzzled. Zhou Jinrui sighed. My dear sister, you truly are ill-suited to become a psychic and enter the realm of demonic games. This world is too harsh for you. Without the family support and leveling up, you would not have survived this long. All right, enough of that. Not every game relies solely on intellect. Wang Meiyun retorted, inadvertently conceding to her own perceived lack of cleverness. Zhou Jinrui was at a loss for words. After all, 90 of the demon games relied heavily on intelligence. If you chose the explosive bomb with a 90 chance of detonation, how would you proceed? I would attack, perhaps a 75 chance, responded Wang Meiyun. This scenario presents two outcomes. First, you might successfully detonate 75 of your opponents, but then you would face retaliation from 60 of them. The second possibility is failure. In that case, regardless of who follows, that individual would surely target you, as your probability is the highest at 90. Oh, Wang Meiyun realized upon hearing the explanation. If you opted for the 75 explosive, similarly, you would undoubtedly attack the team wielding the 90 explosive first. If successful, you would still contend with a 60 probability explosive enemy. Conversely, if you failed and the next player had a 90 chance, your demise would be certain. If it were 60 player, they would target the 90. Clearly, such a strategy does not offer a favorable chance of victory. But what about selecting the 60 explosive? Isn't that the same? Wang Meiyun questioned. Zhou Jinrui shook his head once more, lamenting his sister's poor performance in matters of intellect. His gaze returned to the countdown at the door of the demolition room, which was already at 10, 9, 8. Wang Meiyun anxiously noted that the countdown was nearing its conclusion. Brother? 3, 2, 1. The black team players had failed to make their explosive selection, prompting the red team, in second position, to commence their detonation. The timer began. So that's how it is. Wang Meiyun observed that Zhou Jinrui remained silent. And after a moment of reflection, she finally grasped the crux of the issue. They could strategically skip their turn. Zhou Jinrui nodded in agreement, stating, we shall opt for a 60 explosive probability and skip the first round. Consequently, the red team, regardless of their selection, will not have the option to skip, but will instead target another team with a higher probability, as skipping would leave them vulnerable to the next team's assault. Our explosive's detonation probability is minimal, ensuring that before any pair of teams engages in a confrontation, our black team will remain unscathed. Thus, the red team comprehended the logic and decisively chose a 90 probability to maximize their chances of eliminating 75 of the blue team. This indicates that in this game, securing a 60 probability grants a significant advantage. Wang Meiyun understood perfectly. Indeed, unless faced with the exceedingly rare scenario of complete failure, they would possess an opportunity for an assault with a 60 chance of success. The outcome of the game had already begun to manifest during the selection phase. Zhou Jinrui continued, as the red team reached their decision amidst their conversation. Without a doubt, they announced attack the blue team. The explosive gracefully ascended from the hands of the red team's tall, dark-haired member and hovered above the blue team's designated demolition room. Simultaneously, the ceiling of the blue team's demolition chamber opened, revealing the frantic voice of a man. I curse you, blind fools women. You. One could sense he had more to say, but, with a swift whoosh, the explosive transformed into a vivid crimson hue, plunging into the room as the ceiling immediately restored itself. 3 seconds later, a deafening explosion echoed, accompanied by the sound of liquid spraying. The members of the blue team have been eliminated, erased. The black team is instructed to continue deploying explosive devices. The expressions of the women and the middle-aged blind man from the blue team remained unchanged, as if they were prepared for this outcome. Indeed, elimination equates to obliteration. Suidimdust. The rules regarding the explosives did not mention annihilation, but rather elimination. This was one of the reasons Su-E found himself in this round. The prospect of random erasure within the team later would be quite absurd. Regardless, the team cannot afford to lose any members in this round. Securing his own position and garnering favor within the group while forging alliances is undoubtedly the most prudent choice. Now it is his turn. Upon hearing the commotion, he understood that 90 of the explosives had detonated. After all, those with a mere 10 chance of survival, unlike someone of his fortuitous disposition, would likely not escape. But for him, a 60 chance of victory? Despite having achieved an optimal solution, Su-E would not gamble on such odds. What he desired was a decisive strike. Shuang. Activate. A tremendous surge of energy emanated from Su-E. The winds roared, and fortune surged like a tidal wave. His luck felt as stable as a mountain and as grand as roaring waves. A sensation of standing atop the highest peak, surveying the grandeur of the mountains below, washed over him. Even after experiencing this several times, Su-E still relished the exhilaration. Such delight. Deploy the explosive. Direct hit. Grant me a decisive strike. The explosive vanished from Su-Yi's hand and materialized on the ceiling of the red team's chamber. The explosive slowly settled into the room. The captain of the red team, with his long, dark hair, wore an increasingly grave expression. The 40 chance of victory, strictly speaking, was not insignificant. In the perilous game, where survival was a struggle, perhaps the current scene was cleaner and more straightforward. The long black hair cascaded down, and her gaze remained unwavering. Her brows knitted together in concern. Lu Yun, you must hold on. Your fortune has always been favorable. Meanwhile, Wan Meiyun fixed her eyes intently on the room, seemingly forgetting to breathe as she awaited the outcome of the explosive device. Teammate, please do not perish so soon, she silently wished. Zhou Jinrui, however, displayed little change in expression. The decision had been optimal, and from here on, it was left to fate. This man constantly professed his good fortune. May it indeed be as he claimed. The faintly crimson explosive finally entered the red team's room. 3, 2, 1. Both teams fervently hoped for the scales of victory to tip in their favor. Chapter 75. Haha, what splendid luck. I thought we were destined to lose. Bang. This was followed by a resounding explosion. The long-haired woman slowly closed her eyes, while Wan Meiyun suddenly beamed with joy. Her complexion flushed. Zhou Jinrui also revealed a slight smile. With a thud, 3 doors burst open simultaneously. The other 2 doors revealed a blinding crimson, and the force of the doors swinging open was so great that some parts were flung to the ground. Su-E sauntered out from the black team's door, leisurely surveying everyone's expressions. He approached his teammates, offering them a smile, then turned his gaze to Wan Meiyun. Yet, Wan Meiyun averted her eyes, tucking a strand of hair behind her ear, refusing to look at him. Zhou Jinrui remarked casually, "Your luck is indeed remarkable." In his heart, he mused that while he had yet to grasp the truth, this man before him had already discerned the essence of the game. Impressive insight, coupled with a willingness to embrace unnecessary responsibilities within the team, marks one as an exceptional teammate, a rarity in the realm of collaborative gaming. Zhou Jinru acknowledged Gitsui, recognizing that this man before him had taken action, thereby proving his worth. In critical moments, unless absolutely necessary, he would never jeopardize the team's integrity, instead regarding it as a genuine unit, a source of pride he had long held. Su-E nodded in agreement. Indeed, that was quite perilous. I nearly delayed our progress. Zhou Jinrui responded, puzzled. Wan Meiyun, who had been lowering her head, perked up her ears. Had Su-E not already seen through this game? Perhaps even more astutely than his brother? Now that they had secured victory, why did he claim it was a near miss? I was just contemplating what to do in my room, oblivious to the time prompt. I didn't realize I had commenced the action, and, subsequently, I ended up skipping my turn. Only afterward did I discover that this was, in fact, the correct approach. How fortunate! Su Yi shook his head, seemingly lamenting his own luck. His voice was not hushed, and the adjacent teams overheard him, casting disdainful glances in his direction, uninterested in discerning the veracity of his claims. Yet, upon hearing these words, Zhou Jinrui's lips curled in exasperation. What was this nonsense? Did he not comprehend the significance of his 60 choice? Did he not understand the implications of his reckless advance? Was he truly relying on mere fortune to execute the correct maneuvers? However, is it truly necessary to deceive one's teammates in such a game? Regardless, Zhou Jinrui harbored deep-seated doubts. He was keen to discern the intentions of the young man before him. On the other hand, Wan Meiyun was utterly astonished. To attribute what had just transpired to mere luck seemed exceedingly far-fetched. Yet, considering that he had ascended to the dueling platform, there was no need for such deceit. Wan Meiyun was perplexed and decided to remain vigilant. Just consider yourself fortunate, Zhou Jinrui mused, not overly concerned, as victory was of paramount importance. Su Yi smiled and gently reassured Wan Meiyun, "There is no need to worry about me." "No." Wan Meiyun raised her voice, only to realize that everyone was now looking her way. Her cheeks flushed as she distanced herself slightly from Su Yi. The demon duel concluded with the black team emerging victorious, claiming the demon key. The demon key could not be contested, stolen, nor would it drop. It belonged solely to the victorious team. At that moment, the ranking badge that Zhou Jinrui had been clutching morphed unexpectedly into a black key. He opened his hand, drawing the attention of both Su Yi and Wan Meiyun. "All teams, please proceed through the door corresponding to your color." On a wall of gray, 3 doors of varying colors appeared left, center, and right. The 3 teams exchanged glances without uttering a word and entered their designated rooms. Su Yi sensed that this game was unlike any he had previously encountered. It was likely to be the most populous game he had experienced. In this round, the teams did not communicate with one another, yet he was aware that the 2 teams he faced were formidable. Observing their demeanor, he realized they had seen through the tricks of this game. It was merely the case that his team seized the initiative. This became particularly evident in the game, reiterating to Su Yi that the devil's game is never fair. Regardless of whether one is a novice or a veteran, whether endowed with strength or not. In the eyes of the game, all are mere participants, mere playthings in its grasp. Such games necessitate both wisdom and fortune. Even possessing wisdom does not guarantee survival. However, he was different. He possessed an invincible treasure, Yu Wu Shuang, which effectively opened 2 additional layers of protection for him. This ensured that while he maneuvered with strength, he would not be defeated by unfortunate luck. On his path of growth, he was safeguarded. Strength is a manifestation of one's comprehensive qualities and abilities, earned through continuous learning, reflection, practice, and synthesis. Luck, though elusive, can significantly alter one's fate at critical moments. In the devil's game, mere strength is insufficient. Luck must accompany it. Only the coexistence of strength and luck can determine a person's achievements. Yet, if one possesses only luck without strength, one will never grasp the so-called fortune. A horse can traverse 1,000 miles, but without a rider, it cannot journey forth. A person may harbor lofty aspirations, yet without luck, they cannot forge their path. Thus, this talent was self-evident to him. Quite suitable indeed. Su Yi silently nodded, secretly praising himself, and grew even more satisfied with Yu Wu Shuang. As the team approached the black door, they found themselves no longer in the confined space of white tiles and gray walls. Instead, the entire floor was adorned with a deep crimson carpet, and the walls were embellished with European-style wallpaper. The space had become considerably more spacious than before, approximately 150 square meters. At the center of the room stood a colossal mahogany table, its edges slightly elevated, draped in green velvet. As the 3 individuals prepared to approach for a clearer view, a large purple door swung open, revealing 3 newcomers. One was a captivating woman clad in a qipao. Another was a bespectacled man dressed in a zhongshan suit with a center parting, and the last was a robust man in a tank top. As Su Yi scrutinized the trio, he instinctively gravitated towards the table alongside them. However, he noticed that Zhou Jinrui's brows furrowed deeply upon seeing the 3. "Yin Huang," he murmured under his breath. "What?" Su Yi inquired softly. Wang Meiyun, upon hearing the name Yun Huang, was momentarily taken aback, her brow knitting in concern. Yun Huang. She is a newcomer from the Shadow Pavilion, a nefarious organization specializing in information trafficking. Having joined the Shadow Pavilion for a year, it is rumored that she has never faltered in the transition competitions, and no one knows her current level as a spiritual energy practitioner. Stay alert. This game may not be as simple as it seems, Zhou Jinrui stated earnestly. This time, victory cannot be achieved through mere luck. He cast a significant glance at Su Yi. Su Yi remained non-committal, offering a slight smile. The Shadow Pavilion? It must be akin to the Dark Guild, another malevolent organization. This woman appears quite perilous. He recalled his inaugural game against Xing Hua of the Dark Guild. Were it not for the hindrance posed by his teammates, coupled with his impeccable reasoning and extraordinary fortune, he would not have lost the match. With his decisiveness and strategic planning, he is indeed formidable. The name Yun Huang suggests an even greater strength. Those who bear names associated with dragons and phoenixes must possess exceptional capabilities. Wang Meiyun's expression reflects profound concern, her delicate brows knitting together. Zhou Jinrui's demeanor has also shifted from his previous composure. The six individuals finally stood face to face at the table. Su Yi scrutinized the woman in the qipao before him, Yun Huang. Her long hair was elegantly pinned up, her complexion untouched by makeup, embodying a sense of purity. Indeed, this woman, clad in a qipao, radiated such innocence. Although her years were few, her hair, styled high, lent her an air of mature charm. Her expression was alluring, creating a stark contrast with her innocent visage. Yet, throughout the encounter, she did not direct her gaze at anyone present. Instead, she whimsically toyed with her hair. In a moment of distraction, she cast a fleeting glance at Su Yi, her eyes revealing a hint of languidness. At this juncture, the game rules were finally announced. Demon Duel, Anger dice. Black versus Purple. The rules are as follows. Chapter 76, Demon Duel, Anger Dice. The game consists of a total of 12 rounds, with each team member required to participate 4 times. Once a team member enters the arena, they will engage in isolation, unable to communicate with their teammates until the round concludes. Each round will utilize 5 anger dice. Each team will receive 1, while the remaining 3 will be cast by the demon dealer. One team shall have the opportunity to keep any number of the 3 dice fixed. If only 1 die is fixed, the remaining 2 dice will be assigned to the 2 teams. Conversely, if 2 dice are fixed, the last die will be assigned to the other team. Each team has but a single chance to fix the 3 dice. Upon receiving the assigned dice, players may choose to place their respective values, after which the dealer shall simultaneously reveal the results. Ultimately, the values of the dice fixed on the table and those rolled by the assigned teams will be recorded in the Demon Duel column. Players must enter a score for each round in the Demon Duel column. If there are no available slots to fill, they must enter a score of 0. Black team, purple team, for 5, 6, full house, small straight, large straight, 4 of a kind, 5 of a kind. Sui looked up and noticed a vast electronic screen hovering at the side of the table, which presumably displayed the Demon Duel column. The scoring mechanism is as follows. The numerical fields, 1 to 6, can be filled with the sum of the corresponding values from the 5 dice on the table. For instance, if the final numbers are 1, 1, 1, 4, 6, you may place them in the 1 column, resulting in a score of 11, 13, which equals 3 points. Similarly, for the numbers 2, 2, 4, 5, 6, you can opt to place them in the 2 column, yielding a score of 224, which equals 4 points. In the total column, you may record the cumulative sum of the 5 dice on the table. The full house column, characterized by 3 dice showing the same value and 2 dice showing another identical value, is exemplified by 2, 2, 2, 5, 5, and upon completion, you will enter a score of 20. The small straight column requires 4 consecutive dice, such as 2, 3, 4, 5, 3, which qualifies as a small straight. It is noteworthy that 6 and 1 can also be considered consecutive numbers. For example, 5, 6, 1, 2. 2 also forms a small straight, and upon completion, you will enter a score of 20. The large straight column necessitates 5 consecutive dice, such as 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Likewise, 4, 5, 6, 1, 2 also qualifies as a large straight, and upon completion, you will enter a score of 30. The 4 of a kind column requires 4 dice of the same value, such as 2, 2, 2, 2, 4, and upon completion, you will enter a score of 20. The 5 of a kind column demands 5 dice of the same value, such as 2, 2, 2, 2, 2, and upon completion, you will enter a score of 30. Each team will secure a fixed score once, and the team that establishes this fixed score must record it. Teams will alternately secure their scores once each, thus constituting a round. After 12 rounds, the team with the highest total score will emerge victorious in this game. The defeated team shall eliminate the member with the least contribution points. Everyone, please comprehend the rules and select the participants for the first round. The game will commence in 10 minutes. Sue-yi pondered for a moment and grasped the essence of the game's regulations. This game, aside from the element of sheer luck, is fundamentally a psychological contest. One's decisions must consider the opponent's mindset. Observing his teammates, Sue-yi noticed their expressions had turned serious upon the appearance of Yin Huang. Zhou Jinrui squinted, casting a sidelong glance at Sue-yi. A foreboding feeling settled within him. He had brought along a liability in the form of his sister, while the other teammate's intelligence remained uncertain. The psychological battle was fraught with peril, especially with Yin Huang in the mix. It wasn't that he feared Yin Huang, but he was acutely aware of his sister's capabilities. Irrespective of her opponent, she was unlikely to fare well in this round. Their only option was to employ a strategy akin to Tianji's horse racing, ensuring his sister faced Yin Huang while he and Sue-yi contended against the other two. However, a more pressing concern loomed. Who would participate in the first round? Shall I go first? Sue-yi's suggestion interrupted Zhou Jinrui's contemplation. Both Zhou Jinrui and Wan Meiyin turned their gazes towards Sue-yi. Isn't it a matter of luck for me? I thought I might establish a solid foundation for us. Zhou Jinrui's expression shifted. This was not merely a matter of luck. Do you understand the rules? Not entirely. I'll figure it out as I play. Sue-yi responded nonchalantly. Wan Meiyin, too, found herself at a loss for words, staring at Sue-yi. Whether his ignorance was feigned or genuine, if it was an act, what was his motive? If it were sincere, she was even less inclined to let him go first. As Sue-yi caught sight of Wan Meiyin, he smiled at her, prompting her to quickly avert her gaze. Zhou Jinrui, upon hearing Sue-yi's words, promptly resolved, I shall take the first turn. He was certain his sister could not be the first to participate. Given his understanding of her, she might not even grasp the rules, let alone observe a round before stepping onto the field. Setting aside that peculiar individual, it was evident that he alone would take the initiative. A smile flickered within Sue-yi, for he had intentionally made that remark. The first round required the elimination of the player with the lowest score from the losing team. He needed to assess the situation clearly, as each participant was granted merely 4 opportunities to compete. Being the first to enter without preparation was hardly advantageous. Moreover, in a game of psychological strategy, one must discern the opponent's mindset, understanding who they truly are. The more samples one gathers, the more profound the insights gained. The crux of this game lies within psychological warfare. Pay close attention to this round and analyze how this game unfolds, he encouraged. Zhou Jinrui adjusted his suit and stepped forward with deliberation. All right, good luck, Sue-yi nodded, though his gaze drifted back to Wan Meiyin. The opponent appeared formidable. Should they falter in this round, it would ultimately lead to Wan Meiyin's elimination. Regrettably, the ally he had hoped to recruit might soon become a mere scapegoat. Sue-yi shook his head in disappointment. Wan Meiyin noticed Sue-yi's gaze filled with pity upon her, and then she shook her head in confusion, wondering what it signified. Instinctively, she distanced herself further from him. At that moment, the announcement for the sinister game resounded once more. Please confirm the participants for the first round. Before the trio, 3 photographs materialized, and once the 3 confirmed the identity of Zhou Jinrui, the images suddenly floated into the air. Please, the first round participants, take your designated positions, while the remaining contestants stepped back beyond the red line. Sue-yi and Wan Meiyin complied, inadvertently bumping into the bespectacled gentleman dressed in a Zhongshan suit and a burly man in a tank top. both of whom retreated behind the red line. This indicated that Zhou Jinrui would clash with Yun Huang in the very first round. The photographs abruptly appeared in the Demon Duel arena, showcasing Zhou Jinrui and Yun Huang. The Demon Duel commenced. Chapter 77. Insight into the Human Heart. The pressure from Yun Huang. The Demon Duel commenced. A transparent barrier rose at the red line before Su Yi and Wan Meiyun, seemingly serving to sever communication with their teammates. Su Yi glanced towards the arena, where Zhou Jinrui and Yun Huang stood at opposite ends of a long table. Zhou Jinrui wore an impassive expression, while Yun Huang smiled, idly toying with her hair. In the center of a long table, a thick plume of black smoke materialized. As the smoke dissipated, a young woman clad in a tailcoat emerged. Her hair styled in a ponytail, with two pointed horns protruding from either side of her forehead. A demon? Su Yi pondered it, for this was his first encounter with a neutral entity apart from players within the game. Surely, she must be the demon dealer. The demon dealer remained silent, standing still. Both teams, please roll the dice before you. The one with the greater number may choose the order of play. The demon's announcement echoed. Before Zhou Jinrui and Yun Huang appeared dice larger than a fist. Without further ado, the dice arced through the air. At 5 o'clock, Zhou Jinrui and Yun Huang found two dice reappearing before them. She went first. Zhou Jinrui replied coolly. Yun Huang chuckled softly. What is the matter? Lacking confidence? Young Master Zhou? Zhou Jinrui remained silent. Yun Huang smiled again. It seems you might not win this game. With that, she glanced at Su Yi and Wan Meiyun outside the transparent wall. It must be quite burdensome to have two anchors. I assenti it. Enough of the small talk. Zhou Jinrui knew that Yun Huang was well aware of the information regarding him and his sister and was now exerting psychological pressure on him. The demonic dealer, disregarding their conversation, directly rolled the three dice that appeared before them. The outcome was 5, 5, 5. Team Purple, please fix your numbers, the dealer finally spoke. Upon seeing this sequence, Zhou Jinrui's expression tightened. Although Wan Meiyun did not fully grasp the rules, she began to comprehend the game as the dealer rolled the three dice, her face growing tense. Su Yi, on the other hand, was taken aback by Yun Huang's remarkable luck, which was nearly on par with his own. It was essential to note that with a roll of 5, 5, 5, and with Yun Huang possessing an additional die, should she choose to fix the three dice, she could potentially receive an additional die showing 5 points. This would allow her to complete a special hand, the 4 of a kind, in the first round, gaining 20 points. Fix the three dice, Yun Huang stated lightly. Su Yi couldn't help but think as expected. Zhou Jinrui, too, was surprised that they had rolled 5, 5, 5 right from the start, while the opponent had already utilized the opportunity to fix three dice, which could only be used once in 12 rounds of play. Both teams, please select the values for the dice, with the upward-facing numbers being the standard. As the dealer of demons concluded his words, a pitch-black metallic barrier rose before the two players, securely enclosing them. The placement was complete. Their dice were swept up by the barrier and brought to the center of the table, revealing their true numbers. Zhou Jinrui's expression changed significantly. He had not anticipated that Yun Huang would take such a risk. 1-1, a full house. Both sides had rolled once. Su Yi was also slightly astonished. Yun Huang squandered an opportunity to secure three fixed dice, failing to roll a 5 for a 4 of a kind, instead opting for the convoluted path of gambling on a full house. This was utterly unnecessary. Moreover, what was even more astonishing was that she had accurately predicted that Zhou Jinrui would roll a 1. The rumors about Yun Huang's ability to read minds were indeed true. Wan Meiyun murmured in a daze. Reading minds? Is it a skill? Su Yi questioned. No, there is no such skill permissible in a restricted game. Her insight into the human heart seems innate. This very ability has allowed her to triumph through numerous challenges, leading her to her current standing, Wan Meiyun explained. This sounds remarkably akin to a talent of my own. Su Yi mused inwardly. You cannot win against her. She is Yun Huang. After all, the bespectacled man with a center-parting chuckled from the side. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Jiangju naturally. Su Yi did not respond, and Wan Meiyun turned her head away. Jiangjun waved his hand dismissively, urging them not to be so serious. After all, the game had only just begun. Su Yi silently scoffed. This person clearly intended to ingratiate himself, and he had ulterior motives. I will fill in the full house section, scoring 20 points. Yun Huang smiled gently, her demeanor as light and serene as a breeze, as if she had merely accomplished something utterly mundane. What's the matter? Young Master Zhou? You seem rather pale. Young Master Zhou? Upon hearing this title once more, Su Yi couldn't help but speculate whether Zhou Jinrui was indeed a scion of the esteemed Zhou family in the capital. He had recently read online that the Zhou family had conquered a nightmarish solo assassination dungeon, and the name mentioned was Zhou Jinduan, which bore a striking resemblance to his own. How about you let someone else take the next turn? Su Yi mused inwardly, recognizing that this woman was skillfully playing with his emotions. Any man would find it unbearable to endure such provocation, especially when she had him at her mercy, only to mock him further through others. Indeed, this was a masterclass in psychological warfare, and Yun Huang was subtly indicating that she did not wish for Zhou Jinrui to switch out, aiming to provoke him to remain and engage in further confrontation. Zhou Jinrui found himself cornered. If he truly was the heir of a prominent family, he would be even more susceptible to this stimulation, compelled to engage her in a fierce contest. After all, Yun Huang had nonchalantly squandered her only opportunity to secure 3 fixed dice, signaling to Zhou Jinrui that she had him firmly in her grasp. The devilish dealer had retrieved the dice and tossed them high into the air. In the forthcoming round, there would be no substitutions. Zhou Jinrui stared intently at Yun Huang. As expected, Su Yi marveled silently, recognizing that Yun Huang had effectively ensnared Zhou Jinrui. The pivotal moment now rested upon Zhou Jinrui's ability to seize his turn in this initial round. The numbers rolled were 2, 2, and 3. The black team is to fix, he said, contemplating briefly. Fix harmonik. 3 dice were fixed in the center of a long table, while the remaining 2 dice flew toward Zhou Jinrui and Yun Huang, meaning that both Zhou Jinrui and Yun Huang now possessed 2 dice to place at their discretion. Each team was to select the numbers to display, with the face-up numbers being the criterion. Not long passed before the 2 made their selections. The placements concluded. Zhou Jinrui had the numbers 1 and 5, while Yun Huang also had 1 and 5. It seemed they had overthought their decisions. Yun Huang stifled a laugh, covering her mouth, and then playfully struck Zhou Jinrui's head. Zhou Jinrui, observing Yun Huang's numbers, wore a grim expression as he filled in the 1-point column, accumulating 2 points. Su Yi lamented the situation, recognizing that Zhou Jinrui was a competitive individual. Had it been his turn, he would have undoubtedly filled both with 3s, ensuring he secured 3 3s and an initial 9 points, thereby boosting his score and safeguarding against elimination. However, Zhou Jinrui appeared to be considering his team, aiming for a high score. Each round of this game was indeed crucial, as the team that could swiftly and steadily achieve special combinations and earn high points would pave the path to victory. Moreover, it was evident that Zhou Jinrui had been stirred by a competitive spirit ignited by Yun Huang. His objective lay in obtaining special combinations from Yun Huang to secure high points. Su Yi observed the game unfold with clarity. The possibilities for scoring were abundant. Yun Huang had adeptly maneuvered Zhou Jinrui, aligning her numbers precisely with his. Truly, was this a demonstration of understanding one's heart? It was somewhat unsettling. Laughter and mockery erupted from the bespectacled man and the burly fellow nearby. It is indeed peculiar that your team is capable of winning this game. Surely, this is your strongest player? The bespectacled man with a center part surveyed the youthful man and the innocent-looking girl before him, unable to suppress a chuckle. Chapter 78. Yun Huang's frantic manipulation. Has this woman activated a cheat? Su Yi remained indifferent, lifting his chin slightly. Such overt psychological attacks could not possibly affect him. Although this psychological maneuver was rather blatant, one could not deny that it proved effective during certain moments. Not everyone possesses the fortitude of ice. When faced with the specter of life and death, it is inevitable that emotions such as exhilaration, fear, and anxiety will arise. After all, this is the essence of humanity. Su Yi analyzed Zhou Jinrui's recent psychological state. He ultimately played a 1 and a 5, which signified his decision to release a 3 solely in pursuit of a straight hand, even harboring the chance to achieve the maximum score of 30 points with a grand straight, contingent upon his opponent's choices. However, the potential paths for individual point values are remarkably numerous. Should Yun Huang play a 3 alongside any other number, or simply pair it with another? There exists the possibility for Zhou Jinrui to acquire a full house or even 4 of a kind. If Yun Huang surmised that Zhou Jinrui aimed to form a straight, then, disregarding his psychological state, the optimal choice would be to play a 1 and a 5, preventing the numbers from aligning with a 3, and ensuring that the selected digits were not consecutive. Yet, this is a game of psychological warfare. In this round, while it may appear that Zhou Jinrui could complete a grand straight by inserting a 2 and a 4, he evidently miscalculated by a staggering margin. From the outcome, it appears that Yun Huang did not eliminate the possibility of Zhou Jinrui pursuing the combinations of 4 and 2, ultimately opting for the most rational choice of 1 and 5. However, aside from Yun Huang herself, no one truly comprehended her thoughts or whether she genuinely possessed such an acute understanding of human nature. This was nearly tantamount to glimpsing the answer. One could only interpret theoretically that Yun Huang contemplated the numbers 1 and 5, while Zhou Jinrui deduced that Yun Huang would prioritize these numbers. Yet she certainly would not confine herself to the first layer of thought. In a counterintuitive manner, she might choose to play 2 and 4, encapsulating the 3 numbers 2, 3, and 4. Although this strategy seemingly obstructed her own combinations of 1 and 4, it left her vulnerable to straight sequences. Either 1 or 5 alone could form a sequence, and playing both 1 and 5 could even yield a grand sequence. Should this transpire, and Zhou Jinrui were to lose, it would undoubtedly instill a sense of dread within him. Evidently, Zhou Jinrui considered the second layer of strategy, yet he naturally also contemplated the third layer. In a further twist, Yun Huang might very well decipher his intentions, leading her to play 1 and 5 once more. This realization marks the third layer of thought. But Zhou Jinrui, in a reversal, reached the fourth layer, believing that Yun Huang might engage in a second round of counterthinking and ultimately opt for 2 and 4. After all, such a choice would not only triumph over him, but also undermine his confidence. As for himself, even in the worst-case scenario, he could merely fill the score in the 1-point category, as the difference would be negligible. Zhou Jinrui ultimately chose 1 and 5, positioning himself at the fourth layer. Meanwhile, Yun Huang, almost like a specter, accurately predicted Zhou Jinrui's thoughts and played the identical 1 and 5. Su Yi silently recognized the precarious situation. Now, as the first round concluded, Yun Huang had delivered a comprehensive blow to Zhou Jinrui's pride. You are afraid, aren't you? You fear that I will utterly shatter your confidence with my superior tactics, don't you? Ha. Yun Huang chuckled lightly, brushing her fingers through the tips of her hair. Zhou Jinrui's expression was dark and foreboding. Having been thoroughly outmaneuvered in 2 consecutive rounds, anyone would find themselves engulfed in self-doubt. The moment for substitutions arrived once more, presenting Su Yi and Wan Meiyun with the option to select. The image of Zhou Jinrui displayed a vote, evidently cast by himself. Su Yi also chose Zhou Jinrui, for he had yet to fully grasp Yun Huang's thought processes. And since Zhou Jinrui was willing, Su Yi could not have asked for more. Engaging with Yun Huang before completely understanding the opponent would undoubtedly be unwise. Wan Meiyun also selected Zhou Jinrui. Soon, the second round commenced again. The order of play was no longer in question, having been firmly established, with Yun Huang leading once more. 3-4-4. Yun Huang hesitated not, fixing her choice at 3. The table displayed a 3. Zhou Jinrui possessed 2 free dice, and Yun Huang also had 2, mirroring the previous circumstances. Zhou Jinrui narrowed his eyes further. Although fixing any number would yield the same outcome, the repetition of the number 3, reminiscent of the last round, was a direct affront to Zhou Jinrui's pride. Su Yi mused. Another round of strategic contention ensued. He watched the 2 players with keen interest, imagining himself in Zhou Jinrui's position, contemplating what moves he would make. Presently, there was only a single 3 on the table. Aside from Yin Huang's completed full house, there remained opportunities for special hands. Su Yi understood that in this game, special hands were of paramount importance. Should they fail to be realized in the later stages, there would be little recourse, and one could only fill in with a zero. Therefore, players should prioritize special card combinations. However, this aspect is also a part of the game theory, balancing between steady development and sudden gambles. A slight misstep may lead to opponents seizing your intentions or swiftly executing a special combination. After much contemplation, it is evident that there are numerous strategies to employ. A rather effective approach is to adopt an unconventional tactic, playing a pair of threes along with 2 1s, 2 5s, or 2 6s. The 6s, being the farthest from 3, offer the most security. By employing this strategy, if the opponent holds 2 3s, their redundant full house becomes ineffective, leaving them to fill with 9s. However, this hand is vulnerable to small straights and 4 of a kinds. Should the opponent deduce this line of thought, they will ponder which pair you are likely to play. The pair of 1s is optimal for Yin Huang, as after playing 1, she can secure a fallback by potentially filling with 2 points. The pairs of 5s and 6s entail a degree of risk, yet they are accompanied by substantial rewards. Overall, the likelihood of guessing that you possess a pair to gamble on a 4 of a kind is indeed quite low. For Yin Huang, the best outcome is to seek a straight, relying on the outer values of 1, 5, and 6 for contemplation. Even if the opponent holds a pair, she may still achieve a small straight. After all, the probability of forming a straight is significantly higher, yet this game inevitably involves a psychological battle with the other players. In this round, the dice remained unconfirmed for a long while. It seems that Zhou Jinrui is deep in thought. Moments later, the dice are finally returned to the center of the table. It's time to reveal the cards. Zhou Jinrui, 2 1s. Yin Huang, 2 1s. Su Yi couldn't help but utter an expletive. Who can withstand this? Like the worms writhing within your belly, she deftly manipulates your innermost thoughts. Has this woman somehow gained an unfair advantage? Zhou Jinrui immediately recognizes that she has intentionally chosen a pair of 1s, all the while preparing to counter any moves from Yin Huang. Yet, Yin Huang seems to possess an uncanny ability to see through him, rendering his efforts futile. Her melodious and crisp voice rings out, and the warmth she previously displayed towards Zhou Jinrui begins to dissipate. This is utterly uninteresting. Let us hasten to conclude this. Perhaps in the next game, I shall encounter someone more intriguing. Yin Huang's fair and delicate face grows frosty, her demeanor shifting abruptly from alluring to one of icy aloofness. You are incapable. Chapter 79. Pressure Monster? Break it. Fill in 4 slots, earn 20 points. Yin Huang's expression has turned decidedly indifferent, possibly due to her perception that Zhou Jinrui has lost interest. Zhou Jinrui's countenance darkens ominously. Su Yi can discern that he teeters on the brink of collapse. To hear a woman utter the words, "You are incapable," is enough to unnerve anyone. Who can withstand such a burden? After being deftly outmaneuvered thrice, the likelihood of success appears exceedingly slim. The chances of even one successful match are low, let alone 3 where he is utterly exposed. The intent behind those words may be ambiguous, but the impact on the listener is undeniably devastating. No matter how resilient one's mindset, Yin Huang has the power to dismantle it, leaving no room for rebuttal as the facts lay bare before him. Su Yi perceives Zhou Jinrui as though he is suffocating, caught in a tumult of emotions, unable to expel the pent-up frustration, and even the smoke seems lodged in his throat. Proceed, Zhou Jinrui commands coldly. The demonic dealer raises the dice high into the air. The outcome is 2, 4, 5. The black team is requested to fix their positions. All 3 fixed opportunities were utilized without a moment's hesitation by Zhou Jinrui. The situation became clear. As long as he filled in a 3, it would result in a small straight, earning him 20 points. Sighing, Su Yi had hoped that Zhou Jinrui's determination would spare him from needing to use this chance. But it was evident that he was intimidated. Zhou Jinrui also sighed inwardly. Had he not secured this round so firmly? And if Yin Huang were to see through his inner thoughts, he honestly lacked the courage to continue competing against her. He needed to reconstruct his inner self and engage in some psychological fortification. There was no need for Su Yi to ponder, without a doubt. Zhou Jinrui would fill in a 3. Zhou Jinrui, 3 points. Yin Huang, 3 points. A small straight, 20 points. How utterly tedious, Yin Huang scoffed. This 3 seemed to mock Zhou Jinrui. However, after securing the 20 points, Zhou Jinrui appeared somewhat more composed. Su Yi understood that although it seemed Zhou Jinrui could achieve a big straight with either a 1 or a 6, he was destined to play a 3 this round. Yin Huang's choice to play a 3 was merely her own provocation, as it offered her no advantage. She could have opted for a 2, 4, or 5 to avoid Zhou Jinrui's big straight. Yet, this 3 was laden with a palpable taunt, openly displaying her disdain for the black team. Zhou Jinrui, however, remained unperturbed by the provocation. After 2 consecutive rounds, he had grown somewhat numb. Calmly, he chose to send in his sister, fully aware of her formidable prowess. At this juncture, deploying his sister was his only option, a strategic play akin to the famous race of Tianji's horses. As Su Yi and Wang Meiyun observed Zhou Jinrui's decision from outside, they naturally held no objections. The teams re-entered the arena as the third round of the game was about to commence. Zhou Jinrui descended from the stage, only to suddenly realize that Yin Huang had also exited. Su Yi, exasperated, thought to himself, "Goodness, this woman is relentless. She has scrutinized Zhou Jinrui thoroughly." It was evident that Zhou Jinrui's pace faltered. Having just regained his composure, it seemed his blood pressure had surged once more. He remained silent, his expression grim. Su Yi approached and gently patted his shoulder in an attempt to offer consolation, but Zhou Jinrui merely cast a sidelong glance at Su Yi, shrugging off his hand with a dismissive motion. Alas, good intentions met with ingratitude. Su Yi sighed inwardly. Meanwhile, the opposing team members laughed heartily, showering praise upon Yin Huang, albeit maintaining a distance of 2 meters from her. Yin Huang's demeanor remained composed. She glanced around boredly until her gaze met Su Yi's, only to turn away again, returning to her own amusement. How dare she disregard me? Such a blatant disregard. Su Yi observed Zhou Jinrui, whose face was clouded with frustration, and silently admired Yin Huang's indifference. This woman is quite peculiar. I sincerely hope she does not fixate on me. He had no desire to find himself in Zhou Jinrui's predicament. Although he possessed exceptional abilities, he was reluctant to reveal his trump card in this round. If it became unbearable, I shall have to sacrifice you, little May. Judging by appearances, you should have a resurrection in store, so we need not fear. Everyone, pay attention. There's a girl named Xiao Mei. Su Yi once again cast a sympathetic glance towards Wang Meiyun. Wang Meiyun, feeling uncomfortable under Su Yi's gaze, involuntarily shivered. Subsequently, she did not linger any longer, briefly communicating with Su Yi and Zhou Jinrui before heading straight to the stage. Opposing her was a burly man clad in a tank top. The 2 sides took their positions. Currently, the score stood at 22-40, with the opponent having successfully formed a rather challenging combination of special card types, a full house and 4 of a kind. Su Yi understood that the ensuing game would be of paramount importance. 15 minutes later, Wang Meiyun's 4 rounds concluded, and the opponent had not substituted any players. Wang Meiyun shook her body, descending from the stage with an air of triumph. Su Yi wore a perplexed expression. After all, what was there to be proud of for merely filling in 4 numerical slots? Fortunately, Wang Meiyun had not utilized the total score slot, which Su Yi knew could significantly augment personal points. Therefore, it was unlikely that he would be the one facing elimination. Wang Meiyun's total score was fixed at 37 points, and as long as he surpassed this number, he would not be a target for elimination, allowing him to strive for victory while safeguarding his teammates. The opposing team had also secured a high score of 25 points in this round, with the maximum total being 5 sixes, amounting to just 30 points. The current situation stood at 59-83. Su Yi gently inquired of Zhou Jinrui, "Will you be going up this round?" Zhou Jinrui glanced at Su Yi and replied, "You go ahead. I've already utilized the opportunity to roll 3 fixed dice. There's still a total score slot available for you to use. I prefer not to owe anyone anything." Zhou Jinrui recognized that Su Yi had also taken risks in the first round by venturing into the explosive room. and as the rounds progressed, the available slots to fill diminished. Given that Su Yi had consistently complied with the arrangements without dissent or mockery towards his teammates, and even bore the risk in the first round, Zhou Jinrui felt a sense of camaraderie and responsibility. Having performed all the duties expected of an exemplary team member, he would never resort to the despicable act of deliberately relegating Su Yi to the bottom. This was a matter of pride for him. Yet, there existed a more pivotal factor. He yearned for victory. He had never desired to win a game as fervently as he did now. The taunts from Yun Huang echoed in his ears, spurring him on to defeat her. Otherwise, he would be unable to swallow his indignation. Zhou Jinrui contemplated that in this round of the game, victory would hinge upon the man before him. He had but 2 rounds left, while his companion had 4. He could attempt to create a special hand outside of the total sum, yet necessitated that someone else utilize that total column. Even if success seemed improbable, he still hoped that this peculiar man might surprise him. In this match, he was determined to win. Su Yi nodded in acknowledgement. Zhou Jinrui was indeed a decent fellow, but this was contingent upon his ability to be resurrected. He doubted that if he were in the same position with only 1 life, Zhou Jinrui would still act as he did. In truth, Su Yi wished to assess Yun Huang's capacity for discerning people and situations. If it were not he who went first, but rather Zhou Jinrui, under his influence, would this disrupt Yun Huang's perceptive abilities? In his eyes, no teammate would willingly abandon the opportunity to go first, for this game was a gamble of life itself. Therefore, he could not permit Zhou Jinrui to proceed. Yet he resolved to do the opposite and allow Zhou Jinrui to take the lead. Would Yun Huang then also appear on the dueling stage? This was akin to the law of causality. He had indeed not forfeited the chance to go first. After all, he could not act with the same nonchalance as these advanced spiritual practitioners. The notion of resurrection eludes me. Why has this probing thought surfaced? Despite Yun Huang uttering not a single word, I inexplicably feel as though she holds dominion over me. How infuriating! How perplexing! Suddenly, Su Yi experiences a profound resonance, yearning to stand upon Yun Huang's visage and declare, I am quite formidable. Chapter 80. I, the first guest elder of the Clear Spring Mansion, the Rebirth Hall, the Divine General Gate, the Constellation Pavilion, and the Knights Association. The participants have been confirmed. Please have the contestants take the stage, the demon dealer signaled. With a flick of his ponytail, the demon dealer exuded an air of gallantry, though his inky black horns rendered him somewhat foreboding. Wan Meiyun encouraged the man before her, who claimed to be a novice. Do your best. Zhou Jinrui's expression remained unchanged, yet he understood that should Su Yi face utter defeat, the outcome would be sealed. Even though Su Yi's behavior was peculiar, the current circumstances left Zhou Jinrui teetering on the precipice, acutely aware of the faint glimmer of hope. Yet his gaze still bore a flicker of aspiration. Meanwhile, Su Yi cast a silent glance at the screen. In the unfolding narrative, the black team and the purple team are engaged in a fierce competition, with a score of 59-83. There are a total of 6 unique card combinations and 6 fundamental numerical patterns. The opposing team has successfully completed 3 special combinations, while our team has only achieved 1. With merely 6 rounds left, and our team engaged in half of them, the situation is precarious. Zhou Jinrui has only 2 rounds remaining, despite his prowess. It may prove inconsequential. Thus, the outcome hinges critically on our 4 remaining rounds. As Su Yi prepares to take the stage, a derisive chuckle emanates from the adjacent area. It is the burly man in a tank top, who booms with a mocking tone. Hurry up and finish this. Jiang Jun, rest assured, you can handle them effortlessly. Jiang Jun adjusts his glasses and scoffs in response. It appears that his opponent for this round is the bespectacled man with a middle part. Do not be too arrogant. He is quite formidable. I hope you do not end up in tears. Wan Meiyun, adhering to the principle of maintaining morale, elevates Su Yi's standing, applying pressure on the opponents. Him? Huh. Is he still a student? Jiang Jun's laughter crescendos. Have you entered society? Someone has granted me a title, so allow me to apply some pressure on you. Su Yi let out a cold snort, declaring himself as the foremost guest elder of the Clear Spring Manor, the Rebirth Hall, the Divine General Sect, the Celestial Star Palace, and the Knights Association, a 6th-tier golden spirit master. His demeanor was neither warm nor cold, exuding an air of chilling severity. Upon hearing Su Yi's self-introduction, Jiang Jun was taken aback, momentarily stunned by the gravity with which he presented himself. However, he soon realized that these sects and organizations were entirely unfamiliar to him, suspecting that Su Yi was fabricating stories, especially with his claim of being a 6th-tier master. The strongest of the younger generation barely reached the 5th tier. Such bravado was laughable. Yin Huang glanced at Su, then coldly lowered her head to play with her hair, dismissing him as a frog at the bottom of a well. She thought to herself, I hope he can still laugh later. Su Yi's brow furrowed, and his cold demeanor, coupled with his imposing stature, lent him an aura of lethal intent. Turning back, he cast a gentle glance at Wan Meiyun, saying, Wait for me to return. Wan Meiyun found Su Yi increasingly enigmatic, responding with a soft, He is our team, the strongest. Wan Meiyun couldn't resist adding, addressing the opposing side. This man had just claimed to be a novice, yet now he was boasting without restraint. It was truly perplexing. Zhou Jinrui, feeling somewhat numb, glanced at Su Yi, realizing that this young man was indeed seizing the opportunity to ascend. Nevertheless, this did exert some pressure on the bespectacled man across the table. After receiving Wan Meiyun's reply, Su Yi's indifferent expression returned. With a graceful turn, he strode towards the table, poised for action, creating an atmosphere charged with anticipation. The burly man patted Jiang Jun, signaling him to refrain from overthinking. This is, indeed, such a trivial trick, Jiang Jun remarked disdainfully as he strode away from the arena. Can he truly win? Wan Meiyun softly mused after both competitors had taken their positions. She understood that her team was in dire straits, and their only hope lay with this peculiar young man. Hope. Zhou Jinrui's furrowed brow finally relaxed as he exhaled. It was an uncomfortable feeling to place one's expectations upon another, a sentiment he had seldom experienced. Su Yi, are you a fool or a wise man? Let fate decide. The Demon Duel, Round 7. Commence. Once more, the purple team shall take the lead. The points are 4, 5, 6. Purple team, please secure your choice. 5 points, Jiang Jun announced without hesitation. Suyi sit anebro. Both sides now had 2 dice freely to position. The opposing team's unique card formation lacked a small straight, a large straight, and a 5 of a kind. Only 3 options remained, with the small straight being the most feasible. Thus, following conventional logic, pursuing the small straight was the prudent course. With 5 points, he could not maintain the sequential order. The optimal solution was to insert a 1 and a 3. The adversary could only submit 2, 4, 4, 6, and 2, 6 to form straight, which would only yield a large straight. However, the opposing side held another vulnerability. Their full house and 4 of a kind were already filled. This indicated yet another logical pathway, playing a pair, specifically a pair of 1s, 2s, or 3s, which had already occupied the numerical slots. There was no longer any need to be concerned about the opponent's full house and 4 of a kind. This is the present optimal solution. Yet Su Yi merely smiled faintly. Understanding human nature? Then I shall be bold as well. Let's unveil our cards. Su Yi, 1-3. Jiang Jun, 5-5 TSK. Jiang Jun scoffed derisively, seemingly having discerned Su Yi's intentions. Nevertheless, Su Yi remained impassive. Why'd he play 1-3? Because he perceived Jiang Jun as a conservative player. The 5-point column was in use by the purple team. At the very least, it could contribute 15 points, advancing his score. Conversely, opting for 2, 4, 4, 6, or 2, 6 would be overly reckless. If I can conceive of the optimal solution, such as the small pairs of 1, 1, 2, 2, 3, 3, then Jiang Jun's cards would be rendered futile, far inferior to playing 5, 5. Rather than relying on the opponent's blunder, it is wiser to probe cautiously while simultaneously accumulating points. This represents Jiang Jun's optimal strategy. He is not prone to whimsical gambits like Yin Huang. Su Yi astutely assessed that Jiang Jun favored thorough preparation and a conservative approach, shunning audacious tactics in the opening round. Thus, by playing 1-3, he could disorient his adversary, remaining at the initial level while strategizing for his subsequent turn. Furthermore, should he discover he was being manipulated. Reflecting on this round would exacerbate his psychological imbalance and anxiety. Is this not akin to Yun Huang's understanding of human nature? To grasp the opponent and comprehend their character, thereby progressively undermining their confidence? However, Yun Huang's bold move to achieve 4 of a kind with 1 was strikingly perceptive, demonstrating a remarkable willingness to gamble. Nevertheless, when a gamble pays off, the rewards are substantial, nearly shattering Zhou Jinrui's confidence. Filling in the 5-point column, a gain of 15 points. Jiang Jun sneered. He had already discerned the man's thought process. It was evident that he had merely been posturing. The individual had failed to grasp the intricacies of the game, not achieving the optimal solution, and his reasoning remained at a rudimentary level. Therefore, one ought not to blame him for his ruthless approach. He contemplated how to utterly vanquish his opponent in the next round, leaving him incapable of recovery. The burly man, upon witnessing Su Yi's score, displayed a smile, while Yun Huang remained indifferent. Zhou Jinrui furrowed his brow, a sense of foreboding washing over him. Indeed, this was the extent of his capabilities. Perhaps his expectations had been excessively lofty. Was this game destined for defeat? Zhou Jinrui cast a glance at Yun Huang, unwilling to accept this outcome. Wan Meiyun, unaware of the preceding events, could surmise a degree of concern from her brothers and the burly man's expressions, prompting her own unease. She understood that when her brother bore such a countenance, the odds for this round appeared grim. Chapter 81. I, with 3 moves, shall teach you to master the hearts of men. Jiang Jun wore an expression of derision, anticipating the repercussions to come. In his mind, he considered that adding these 15 points was a guaranteed score, the most prudent choice for him. Furthermore, this round was primarily an exploration, a means to gauge the man's true skill level, which, thus far, had proven to be that of a novice. With such an opponent, victory seemed assured. It was rather dull to compete against someone so inexperienced. Su Yi remained non-committal, his expression as frosty as ever, yet internally he scoffed. With the devil-may-care flourish of the dealer, the results were revealed. The scores were 1, 2, and 3, with the black team instructed to fix their scores. Fix 2, 3. Without a moment's hesitation, Su Yi spoke calmly. Opposite him, Jiang Jun scoffed, finding it absurd that this young man still sought to appear impressive at such a juncture, having inexplicably fixed 2 dice. For players, the dice were the key to victory. Generally, fixing 1 die allows a player to command 2 free dice, thus gaining the upper hand. However, Su Yi's fixation on both dice rendered him decidedly passive. A 2 and a 3? Zhou Jinrui felt a heaviness in his heart. What was this fellow doing, deliberately placing himself in a seemingly weaker position? Zhou Jinrui's disappointment was palpable, reflected in his expression. Wan Meiyun, noticing her brother's demeanor, felt a pang of anxiety. Had he made a mistake? Could it be that he was truly a novice? Wan Meiyun fixated on the unfolding scene, aware that her brother's grim countenance suggested an almost certain defeat. Yet, despite the apparent inevitability of their loss, she found herself praying once more, hoping against hope. Come on, what if a miracle occurs? Jiang Jun contemplated briefly, then with a disdainful snort, revealed his points. Su Yi, calm and collected, did the same. Su Yi announced 3 points. Jiang Jun retorted 2, 3 points. A full house. What? How could this be? You. Jiang Jun was incredulous that Su Yi had rolled a 3. Meanwhile, Su Yi remained nonchalant, silent, his gaze fixed on his hand as he activated the 1,000-door ring, dispelling its concealed effects and revealing its true nature, playing with the ring like a master. It was a perfect imitation of Yun Huang's style. Upon hearing the results, Yun Huang's eyes shifted to Su Yi, a slight smirk gracing her lips as she observed him handling the ring, piquing her interest in this man. A full house. Remarkable. Wan Meiyun exclaimed with delight. A miracle. It has appeared. The previously furrowed brow suddenly relaxed, as if one had savored a piece of honey. Zhou Jinrui, upon hearing the outcome, was momentarily stunned, only regaining his senses upon hearing his sister's joyful exclamation. Su Yi had, astonishingly, achieved a full house. This revelation caught Zhou Jinrui off guard. Just moments ago, He had rolled a 1 and a 3, failing to attain the optimal solution. Yet now he managed to secure a full house. Was it sheer luck or genuine skill? A wave of anxiety washed over Zhou Jinrui as the previously despondent spirit within him began to revive. There was still a chance, as long as he could win. A blind cat had stumbled upon a dead mouse. Jiang Jun furrowed his brow, attributing this stroke of fortune to mere happenstance, attempting to bolster his own morale. He could not bring himself to believe that Yi could discern his every move akin to Yun Huang. Jiang Jun feigned calmness. Perhaps the dice roll had left Yi trembling within, reveling in his newfound full house. A smirk crept upon Jiang Jun's lips. He refused to accept that this opponent possessed such favorable luck. Yet, he was certain this was where it would end. Your fortuitous streak concludes here. Jiang Jun sneered once more, convinced that this round would be a breeze for him. He paid him no heed. His previous roll of a 3 had been a calculated anticipation of Jiang Jun's thought process. With the numbers 2 and 3 fixed, Yi, despite having only one die, could cleverly exploit Jiang Jun's mindset. Let us not forget, this game is a battle of wits. With the numbers 2 and 3 secured, Jiang Jun could not help but recall his earlier failure to achieve the optimal solution. Now, seeing his own fixed values, he had relinquished the advantages and leverage of this game, regarding himself with disdain. Deep down, he believed he did not truly understand this game. As he executed 2 public moves, he adhered to Jiang Jun's logical framework. Through Yi's 3-step arrangement, it became evident that Jiang Jun had already succumbed from that moment forth. The board displayed the numbers 2 and 3, although he had lost a die. This nonetheless established 2 and 3 as fixed public information, thereby allowing him to manipulate Jiang Jun's thought process. With 2 and 3 on the board, Jiang Jun possessed 2 dice showing 1, 4, 5, and 6. Regardless of his choice, Yi would have opportunities to form a sequence. In fact, if he rolled 2 distinct numbers, it would enhance his chances of achieving a sequence. Ideally, if Jiang Jun rolled a pair, it would diminish Yi's likelihood of forming a sequence. Based on the impression he had crafted of Jiang Jun's limited understanding of the game, it was certain that Jiang Jun would perceive him as simplistic and rigid in thought. With the numbers 2 and 3 firmly established, these 2 consecutive digits almost indicated that Yi was deliberately aiming for a sequence. Yet, no matter Jiang Jun's role, Yi would have the fortuitous chance of a serendipitous encounter. Thus, he focused on 2 and 3, regardless of what he rolled, as long as it was in pursuit of a sequence. If the board displayed 2, 2, 3, or 3, 3, Yi would be unable to form a sequence. Thus, it was a guaranteed winning strategy. Furthermore, it served as a wake-up call for himself, a delightful prospect indeed. In Jiang Jun's eyes, his play of 2 and 3 was undoubtedly a winning move. However, Yi had long orchestrated the game, manipulating Jiang Jun's logical reasoning and anticipating his thoughts. Filling in the scoring column, 20 points, the highest level of hunter often disguises itself as prey. Subsequently, as the phase of changing players commenced, Yi opted for himself, and his teammates naturally raised no objections. The opponent has not made any substitutions, remaining as the bespectacled man with a middle part. The scores are 3, 3, 3, and the purple team is fixed. A single 3-point die is secured. Jiang Jun selects a 3. Both parties now possess 2 free dice once again. A solitary 3 offers numerous developmental possibilities. However, analyzing the opponent's lack of 3 specific card patterns, small straight, large straight, and 5 of a kind, suggests that the opponent will prioritize forming a straight. Additionally, the opponent's 3-point column has already been occupied. According to previous strategies, the most sensible approach to obstruct the formation of a straight is to utilize a 1 and a 5. The opponent can only create a straight with 2, 4, 2, 6 and 4, 6, and can only achieve a large straight. It's Jiang Yunya. He has fallen into a trap. If he does not realize that he has already completed this game and continues to perceive his opponent as inexperienced, he will find himself on a path of no return. And thus it is with humanity. People will never readily accept that they have been deceived. They will stubbornly cling to their judgments. Jiang Jun has already been ensnared by Su Yi's ploy. Even if he harbors doubts, lacking sufficient evidence, he will undoubtedly verify his suspicions twice. This time, he will certainly make that choice. Su Yi gently revealed the two numbers he had envisioned, a cold smile gracing his lips. You have already fallen into the trap. Chapter 82. I've already stated, I am the esteemed guest of the Celestial Star Temple. Reveal the cards. Su Yi, Dirt, Alta. Jiang Yun, Fia, 6. WH. What? Jiang Jun shook his head in disbelief. How could this be? How is this something so astonishing? Su Yi inquired nonchalantly. Zhou Jinrui, amidst his tension, exhaled deeply. The combination of 4 and 6 is indeed a perilous maneuver. Yet this individual executed it with such nonchalance, as if he were effortlessly controlling the entire situation. Could this be true? At this moment, he sensed that perhaps this man truly possessed the ability to triumph. Wan Miyun's excitement manifested in her flushed cheeks. He too has a discerning eye for people. She cast a disdainful glance at Yun Huang, her snow-white neck twisting in a proud display, leaving Yun Huang with a view of her nape. The burly man behind wore an expression of displeasure, his gaze icy. Yet Yun Huang remained unfazed, a slight smile playing on his lips, his eyes sparkling with intrigue as he studied the young man clad in white. Might it be that an interesting individual had emerged? Jiang Jun found himself momentarily speechless, eventually recovering after a pause. It was impossible, utterly impossible. It must be mere coincidence. Even if Su Yi were formidable, he would surely have considered the optimal solution, a 3 paired with another number. How could it be the same 4 and 6 as himself? Filling in the 6-point slot awarded him 12 points. Ultimately, Jiang Jun selfishly occupied the 6-point slot rather than opting for the 4-point one. He could hardly believe it. It is crucial to note that Su Yi's play of 4 and 6 is an exceedingly dangerous gamble, as it not only provided 2 distinct values, but also yielded a consecutive number, transforming the scenario into 3, 4, and 6. Consequently, if Jiang Jun rolled a single 5 with his 2 dice, it would result in a small straight, and even combinations of 1, 2, and 1. 5 could directly form a large straight. Su Yi's expression remained as calm as a still pond. He had already anticipated that Jiang Jun would reflect on his previous logic and would double-check his actions. Thus, Su Yi was determined to play the optimal numbers he had previously strategized. The possibilities he could play included 2, 6, 2, 4, and 4, 6. Su Yi also deduced that Jiang Jun would inevitably opt for 4, 6 instead of 2, 4, 2, 6. To ensure his strategy was foolproof, he would play the highest number that was not represented in the digits, which would certainly be 4 and 6. He could choose to play 2 for allowing Jiang Jun to score fewer points, but ultimately, he could only fill in 8 points. With 2 6s, he could potentially score 12 points. However, concluding with 2 6s in the 6-point column would be a regrettable move. As long as 3 dice rolled at least 1 6, he could utilize the 2 free dice to yield 2 6s, thereby securing 3 6s effortlessly. This would guarantee a minimum of 18 points in the 6-point column. Moreover, Su Yi's objective was to deplete the purple team's 6-point column, rendering them even more passive in subsequent turns. Of course, this depended on Jiang Jun's choice, whether he would select the 6-point column to boost his own score or, for the sake of his team, opt for the 4-point column, leaving the 6-point column vacant. Regardless of his selection, Su Yi had already set the stage perfectly for him. However, more than anything else, this method of play was exhilarating. This was precisely the outcome he desired. Let him doubt himself to his heart's content. I have you figured out, controlled, and manipulated. How could you still dare to confront me? From this point onward, you will be riddled with flaws. Su Yi now reveled in a sensation akin to that of a soaring phoenix. Standing there, he had undoubtedly delivered a heavy blow to Jiang Jun's psyche, even if he was reluctant to acknowledge it. The devilish dealer did not afford Jiang Jun a moment's respite. With a flick of his wrist, 3 dice arced through the air once more. 3, 3, 3. To his dismay, it was indeed 3 3s again. Zhou Jinrui lamented quietly. In order to adjust his mindset, He had already utilized his 3 fixed dice to secure an initial victory. Otherwise, this round, Su-yi would have been able to achieve the formidable 4 of a kind. Without the opportunity to use 3 fixed dice, attaining 4 of a kind was exceedingly challenging. Across the table, Jiang Jun's expression shifted, a flicker of relief crossing his features. For their only fixed dice had already been expended. The count was 3, 3, 3. The black team, please fix. Throughout, the devilish dealer's demeanor remained unchanged. Su-yi, with an air of indifference, stated, fix 1, 3. His choice mirrored that of Jiang Jun's moments prior. Before Jiang Jun could gauge Su-yi's reaction, the partition ascended abruptly. Su-yi, with minimal contemplation, promptly selected his number. Conversely, Jiang Jun hesitated, unable to arrive at a decision. He was flustered, gritting his teeth. He chose what he believed to be the safest number. This time, the opponent would surely reveal his true self. As the partition descended slowly, the cards were revealed. Su-yi, 3, 3. A pair of 3s. Jiang Jun, 1, 3. The table displayed 4 3s. You. Jiang Jun felt a wave of darkness engulf him, nearly losing consciousness. How could this person, transitioning from 3 3s to 1, he had become ensnared in a stupor, neglecting the existence of the 3, his mind solely fixated on defensive sequences. This was, in fact, Jiang Jun's strategy deemed most prudent. And crucially, the young man across had not anticipated it. He had wagered the same 3. He had certainly considered his own hand. Yet he was utterly oblivious to the outcome. To his astonishment, his opponent had reinvested 2 3s, transforming the table back into the 3 3s he had previously overlooked, ultimately culminating in 4 of a kind. Who are you? Jiang Jun inquired, his voice laced with bewilderment. I've already stated that I am a distinguished guest of the Celestial Star Temple, Su-yi replied with an air of nonchalance. Qingchuan Mansion, Rebirth Hall, Divine General Gate. Constellation Palace, Knights Association. No, you did not. You absolutely did not mention the Celestial Star Temple. Wan Meiyun remarked from the audience. Her cherry lips pursed in astonishment at the sight of the 4 of a kind. This person is being deliberate. Jiang Jun finally grasped the situation. Every move this individual made, every round played, was meticulously crafted to set the stage for the next. He was orchestrating the game. Is it truly possible for a person to attain such mastery? With each step calculated and every detail accounted for, he wielded his thoughts with precision. Was he, like Yun Huang, also adept at discerning the hearts of others? Jiang Jun reflected upon the unfolding scenes, coming to a profound realization. The fear he felt in the presence of Su-yi. This individual was simply unbeatable. Zhou Jinrui clenched his fist tightly upon witnessing Su-yi's 3 of a kind. This young man, astonishingly, had the ability to calculate to such an extent. Memories of Su-yi's maneuvers flooded his mind. Traps set at every turn, with no actions wasted. Every step was a calculated ploy, meticulously controlling his opponent's thought process. His adversary believed they were contemplating their next move, yet they were wholly manipulated by Su-yi's interference. This person, remarkably, was so formidable. He had deceived not only himself, but also the rest of the audience present. Zhou Jinrui even felt that he was more terrifying than Yin Huang. Yin Huang was elusive, impossible to fathom. Yet Su-yi, he cunningly led others into his trap, step by step, ensnaring them gradually and captivating them incrementally. Others remained completely oblivious, and even if they sensed something amiss, they could not readily trust their judgment. They would inevitably probe further, seeking confirmation. For now, Yin Huang could not discern how he perceived her. She merely felt an inexplicable pressure. In contrast, Su-yi meticulously orchestrated everything, with each element interconnected, decisively taking action. This formidable discernment and control left Zhou Jinrui, who understood the difficulty of such manipulation, profoundly shaken. This young man was indeed formidable. Was he a professional con artist? Zhou Jinrui had no doubt that if this youth had a profession in reality, it would undoubtedly be a fraudster. Yin Huang slowly lifted her head, revealing her exceptionally pure, yet now alluring visage. She licked her rosy lips. This man seemed intriguing, Chapter 83 in Huang. You are quite interesting. Me. You are rather dull. Wang Meiyun was equally astonished, her mouth agape as if it could hold an egg. Just moments ago, she lamented the inability to fix the 3 cards. She thought she had lost the opportunity to gather the 4 cards, which would be even more challenging to achieve. Yet, suddenly, with Su Yi's appearance, everything changed. Meanwhile, everyone present was struck by a sense of déjà vu. This situation mirrored Yun Huang's victory over Zhou Jinrui. The same points leading to a different outcome. This young man was indeed terrifying. Yun Huang once again broke into a smile, her expression becoming enchantingly alluring anew. At long last, an intriguing individual has arrived. She playfully flicked her hair and strode toward the red line. Filling in 4 slots, she accumulated 20 points. Having already secured 40 points with 2 rounds of unique card combinations, her opponent garnered 27 points. She had closed the gap with 13 points, successfully completing 2 challenging special card formations. Presently, the score stood at 99 for the black team and 110 for the purple team, just 11 points shy of catching up. During the substitution phase, Su Yi naturally opted to remain, while the opposing team selected Yun Huang. Jiang Jun, lost in thought, retreated behind the red line, prompting a burly man to slap him on the back and cast an angry glare, clearly displeased with his expenditure of 6 points. Yun Huang gracefully entered the arena, her smile radiant as a flower. Zhou Jinrui felt a tightening in his chest. He had anticipated Yun Huang's appearance in this round. It was not fear of Yun Huang that troubled him, but rather a fervent desire for revenge. Yet more than that, he longed to witness the clash between this youth and Yun Huang. Could he triumph over her? Wang Meiyun also keenly observed the scene, aware that the moment of destiny had arrived. Success or failure hinged upon this very encounter. You are quite fascinating, Yun Huang purred, her gaze fixed on Su Yi. He, however, maintained a tranquil demeanor, his expression unperturbed. I am from the Clear Spring Mansion, the Rebirth Hall, the Divine General Sect, the Starry Pavilion, and the foremost guest of the Knights Association. One must uphold one's persona diligently. You are rather dull, Su Yi replied, his face inscrutable. Yun Huang, momentarily taken aback, then laughed it off, saying, allow me to show you just how amusing I can be. The demonic duel commenced, round 9. Let's begin. The purple team secured the first turn once more. The score was 112. The purple team is invited to secure their points. I shall secure it too. Yun Huang chuckled. Su Yi pondered deeply. There were only 4 unfilled slots remaining, 1 for the number 4 and the other 3 for special combinations. A small straight, a large straight, and a 5 of a kind. The 5 of a kind was unattainable unless he refrained from playing a pair of 2s. Thus, he could only strive for a straight or complete the number 4 slot. Fixing 1-2, there remained the possibility of playing a 4 or a 6. Yun Huang could play a 1, 3 for a large straight, a 3, 5 for a large straight, or a 1, 5 for a large straight. However, due to Yun Huang's completion of both a 4 of a kind and a full house, the optimal strategy had already emerged based on previous gameplay. This strategy involved utilizing 1-2 alongside any die that was neither a 2 nor a 4, or simply playing a pair that excluded 2s and 4s. By not playing a pair of 2s, Su Yi could allow Yun Huang to complete a 5 of a kind, and by not playing a 4, he could permit his opponent to fill in the 4-point slot. Thus, whether it was 1, 2, 2, 3, 2, 5, or 2, 6, or pairs of 1s, 3s, 5s, and SIXs, his opponent could only form a small straight if they accurately guessed his intentions. Clearly, he would adopt this strategy. Su Yi narrowed his eyes. Now, he needed to consider how Yun Huang could discern his thoughts. Was it through his earlier gestures and insights, or did she possess some form of mind-reading ability? In this devilish game, anything was possible, and Su Yi dared not rely solely on logic. He decided to randomly draw 1 to test the waters. Su Yi first secured a 2, then cast the die at random, resulting in a 5. Without hesitation, he confirmed the 5. Sudendi, Su Yi senset sometin gamis. As the divider opened, he caught sight of Yun Huang's enigmatic smile. On the table, at 2 o'clock, Su Yi, 2, 5. Yun Huang, 3, 4. Su Yi's eyes narrowed involuntarily. Was it mere luck, Or is there something more sinister at play? Zhou Jinrui felt a tightening in his chest. Yun Huang. That infuriating accuracy. With so many probabilities in existence, why did Yun Huang know precisely which one would prevail? Given the current score, defeat seemed inevitable. There was no hope of turning the tide. Ultimately, Yun Huang had led this young man to follow in his footsteps. How infuriating! Zhou Jinrui clenched his fists tightly. Yun Huang. Wang Meiyun felt a pang of anxiety. This Yun Huang was truly a formidable opponent. Otherwise, her brother would not have succumbed. Wang Meiyun, unable to discern the dire situation, still clung to a glimmer of hope. Jiang Jun and the burly man exhaled in relief. Finally recovering from the shock induced by Su Yi, their confidence was rekindled. Indeed, with Yun Huang in the fray, why fear this young man? Even though he was strong, in the presence of Yun Huang, he was utterly powerless. The victory was already secured. So, was it still intriguing? Yun Huang smiled slightly, enchanting and captivating. Entering a small sequence, 20 points. Su Yi closed his eyes, disregarding Yun Huang. Intriguing? An intriguing individual? Su Yi began to formulate a plan. He glanced at the score and realized that as long as Yun Huang did not provide an opportunity, the game was already lost, even though he had secured 2 special card types. But was Yun Huang truly that kind of person? Su Yi had devised a strategy. It was worth a try. After all, with 40 points, he was no longer at the bottom. He would not be eliminated this round. He harbors no intention of employing the unparalleled technique against Yun Huang. He must conserve his resources for the forthcoming, unpredictable challenges. In light of this, one must gather courage. Allow me, the esteemed guest of the Heavenly Star Temple, to test your mettle, Yun Huang. The numbers are 1, 5, and 6. The black team must be fixed. The fixed number is 6. The current situation is quite clear. Only the 6-point category and 3 special card types remain, including a straightforward total and the formidable sequences and 5 of a kinds. Hence, in this round, I shall steadfastly pursue the 6, as my goal is evidently the total of the cards or the 6-point category. What I must do is deliver 2 SXS, thereby filling the 6-point category, which will inevitably yield a total of 18 points. However, when it comes to forming a sequence, the strategy diverges significantly. The minor sequences have already been ruled out, as both sides have completed them. The only avenue left for creating a sequence is through a major one. Yet, given the current circumstances, obtaining a major sequence seems virtually impossible. The opponent's 2 dice can be split to form a pair with those on the table. Thus, I would forever be unable to complete a major sequence. Nonetheless, this round is different, for our 6-point category and total category remain untouched. Consequently, the opponent cannot produce a pair of SIXS for me, as that would grant me an unwarranted advantage in the total category or the 6-point category. In such a case, Yun Huang would inadvertently allow me to score significantly. Thus, the most prudent approach is to form a pair myself. A pair of ones emerges as the optimal choice. My decision requires no further elaboration. I shall simply play 2 SXS. However, based on my previous experience with Yun Huang, she relishes in teasing others. She may not necessarily achieve the optimal solution. Rather, she relishes the solitude as it gradually erodes her confidence. Her primary strategy revolves around a form of psychological torment. Based on Zhou Jinrui's considerations, if I were to roll 2 6s, would my opponent refrain from rolling 2 1s and instead aim for a significant sequence to mock me? It is quite possible. Therefore, I shall avoid rolling double 6s and instead gamble on a low probability, significant sequence. Yun Huang is sure to delight in such a jest. Thus, I will select 4 and 5. If all else fails, I can still aim for a total of 456 plus 2 1s, yielding at least 17. Su Yi flipped the 2 dice to reveal 4 and 5. He had determined the numbers he intended to roll, yet he did not confirm them immediately. Glancing at the timer beside him, he noticed that the 2-minute countdown for rolling the dice had dwindled to merely 10 seconds. 3, 2, 1. At the moment the countdown reached 1, Su Yi, with remarkable swiftness, flipped the dice and confirmed. Yun Huang, let me unveil your true nature. How profound is your depth indeed. Chapter 84. Engaging in temptation, am I? I shall accept it outright. Zhou Jinrui furrowed his brow. Just moments ago, Yin Huang had struck with uncanny precision, extending the gap from 11 points to 31 points. The disparity between the two players had widened once more. The game had now entered its latter stages, leaving little room for maneuver. At this point, as long as neither side grants an opportunity aside from the total sum, the special hand types, a significant sequence and 5 of a kind, have declared bankruptcy. Su Yi's goal is to complete the total sum in the 6-point section, while his opponent merely needs to complete the 4-point section. Considering the 4-point section with 3 dice, that accounts for 12 points, bringing the difference to 43 points. Su Yi's 6-point section can only yield 18 points. In the total column, it is believed that the opponent will not provide any opportunities. The best outcome is likely to be 1, 1, 6, 6, 6, amounting to a total of 20 points. Thus, Su Yi can only accumulate 38 points, falling short by 5 points compared to 43. In fact, Yin Huang has already established a small sequence that solidifies victory. Therefore, Zhou Jinrui, aware of his impending defeat, feels an unexpressed frustration within. He fixates intently on the two individuals obscured by the partition. If it were his turn, the outcome would likely remain unchanged. Su Yi, he has already proven himself formidable. He has reached the pinnacle of his abilities. Under his strategic layout, not only has his side successfully formed 2 special card combinations, but they have also dismantled the opponent's 6-point column, narrowing the gap to a range conducive to victory. However, with Yin Huang's small sequence unveiled, Zhou Jinrui is left with pent-up frustration, feeling quite distressed. Wan Meiyun, observing her brother's expression and glancing at the scores, seems to sense something amiss, her demeanor darkening. It is all her fault. Had she managed to secure a few more points in the 5-point and 2-point columns, perhaps the outcome would have been different. That accursed 5-point deficit. Wan Meiyun bites her lip tightly. Meanwhile, the 2 members of the purple team wear smiles, clearly having preemptively opened champagne to celebrate. Black team, purple team, 1 for 6, 6, 3, 9, 9 for 12, 5 for 15 ticks, 12 total, 25, full house, 20-20 small straight, 20-20 large straight, 4 of a kind.